Chapter 1. The Celestial Domain. The lower realms are filled with countless cultivators who yearn for the supreme destination of ascension. The true vastness of the celestial domain remains an enigma to all, shrouded in mystery. It appears boundless, akin to the infinite cosmos, concealing countless unknown secrets and miraculous wonders awaiting exploration and discovery. As for its origins, they're even more elusive. No one can definitively ascertain when it first came into existence in this world. However, it is certain that the celestial domain can be traced back to the ancient era, a time steeped in myth and legend. Perhaps in those primordial days, when heaven and earth were first born, chaos had yet to be divided, and the first celestial beings emerged, wielding extraordinary cultivation and wisdom to forge this magnificent realm, passing it down through the ages. No one truly comprehends the extent of the celestial domain. Even those at the pinnacle of power may spend their entire lives without ever reaching its boundaries. It is said that at the edge of the celestial domain stands the tree of life origin, which nurtures all living beings. Countless powerful beings have sensed the limits of their lifespan and resolutely embarked on the quest to find this life-giving tree. Yet, fate is often unkind. Many formidable figures from the celestial domain have exhausted their remaining lifespans and employed myriad methods, but none have touched the very edge of the celestial domain, let alone discovered the tree of life origin. This has led countless beings within the celestial domain to believe that the tree of life origin is merely a figment of imagination. Beneath the celestial domain exist numerous realms, both large and small, collectively safeguarding the lofty expanse above. It has become a place of aspiration for practitioners from various lower realms seeking ascension. The celestial domain serves as both a sanctuary for cultivation and a merciless hell that ordinary mortals cannot endure. Strength is the unchanging, eternal theme here. The celestial domain is governed by 3 great celestial dynasties and 9 major sect and family powers, each overseeing vast territories spanning countless miles. The 12 dominant powers are the Wuyou Celestial Dynasty, Taigu Celestial Dynasty, Tianqi Celestial Dynasty, the Huangfu family, the Shengwan family, the Ouyang family, the Wang family, known for their tyrannical ways, and the Gu family, which traverses the realm of the underworld. The Tianqi Celestial Dynasty, as one of the 3 great celestial dynasties, is situated in the east of the celestial domain, commanding vast expanses, standing in a tripartite balance with the Wuyou Celestial Dynasty to the far west and the Taigu Celestial Dynasty in the north. The imperial city of the Tianqi Celestial Dynasty is located in the central region of its territory, radiating authority over the surrounding realms. When one finds themselves within the Tianqi imperial city, they behold magnificent palaces perched upon the clouds, surveying all that exists below. Above the imperial city, amidst the clouds, stand an exceedingly grand hall, soaring high into the heavens, where celestial cranes flit about and rainbow-hued clouds ebb and flow. The hall is adorned with 3 powerful characters inscribed above: Wuyou Palace. Within this palace, a remarkably young man clad in white sits at the main seat, intently reading a book, occasionally furrowing his brow or relaxing, seemingly blending seamlessly with his surroundings, embodying the essence of simplicity and returning to one's roots. This young man is the 3rd prince of the Tianqi Celestial Dynasty, Ning Wuyou. At the age of 20, his white garments accentuate his tall stature, and his handsome visage, akin to jade, is strikingly refined. His slightly parted lips bear a gentle smile, capable of enchanting countless noble ladies. His long, raven-black hair cascades freely, presenting an image of a languid young noble. Particularly captivating are his slender eyes, which seem to possess the ability to ensnare hearts, glimmering with a divine light. Yet, this seemingly unparalleled young noble, in terms of family background, appearance, and demeanor, is tragically someone who cannot cultivate. Upon learning of Ning Wuyou's inability to cultivate, the celestial emperor and empress were consumed with anxiety, tirelessly seeking methods to guide him onto the path of cultivation. Day after day, they explored countless possibilities and expended innumerable precious resources, Yet all efforts ultimately dissolved into nothingness. Whether it was ancient secrets containing miraculous techniques or rare divine herbs and spiritual jewels, they pursued every glimmer of hope to help Ning Wuyou break free from the shackles of his inability to cultivate. Nevertheless, regardless of the attempts made, the outcomes were invariably disappointing. Those seemingly miraculous methods proved utterly ineffective upon reaching Ning Wuyou. As time passed, the elder members of the royal family and other influential figures, after careful deliberation, finally reached a consensus to abandon the intensive cultivation of Ning Wuyou. After all, for a prince who could never step onto the path of cultivation, investing further resources seemed a futile endeavor. Due to his inability to cultivate, Ning Wuyou gradually lost the attention of his relatives within the sprawling royal family. Once surrounded by sycophants, he found them departing one by one, and even the celestial emperor and empress, who had once doted on him, began to shift their affections to other more promising princes and princesses. In this cold and unforgiving realm of the celestial domain, strength reigns supreme. A prince unable to cultivate evidently no longer holds the value for substantial investment. Yet, despite Ning Wuyou's inability to achieve success in cultivation, no one within the celestial dynasty dared to underestimate him. This was not merely due to his noble status as a prince, but rather because of his astonishing cunning and unfathomable scheming. Each of his calculations was as meticulously woven as a celestial net, leaving adversaries with no escape. Over time, the seemingly weak yet truly formidable prince garnered a profound respect, with none daring to provoke him for fear of falling into one of his meticulously laid traps. As Ning Wuyou sighed, putting down his book and rising to exit the grand hall, he was met by 4 young maidens, each in the bloom of youth, who encircled him on either side. The eldest, dressed in a flowing red gown, was Mei Qing. Her large, sparkling eyes, high and straight nose, and delicately arched eyebrows lent her an air of dignified elegance. A faint smile often graced her lips, her movements exuding an effortless grace, her figure as enchanting as a painting, as if she had stepped out from one. Next to Mei Qing stood the second sister, Lan Xiang. Her gentle and captivating appearance, evoking a sense of delicate beauty, she emanated an instinctive desire for protection, albeit with a hint of shyness. Then there was the third sister, Zhu Exin, her figure gracefully curvaceous like willow catkins dancing in the breeze, her exquisite face revealing an aloofness, embodying the essence of an ice-cold beauty. Finally, on the far right stood the youngest, Zhu Yao. Resembling a fairy, her smile blossomed like flowers in the morning light, her every move radiating an innocent charm that endeared her to all. They were the 4 swords maids, Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, nurtured by Ning Wuyou since their childhood. The 4 maidens were indeed exquisite, graceful, and poised, surpassing even the daughters of noble families, truly the pride of the heavens. They were fortuitously acquired by Ning Wuyou at an auction. When they were presented on the stage like mere commodities, dirty and resembling beggars, they stood helplessly before the audience. Upon Ning Wuyou's arrival at the auction, the 4 maidens suddenly knelt before him, pleading, "We beseech you, noble sir, to take us 4 sisters under your wing. We are willing to serve as your maids." Upon witnessing the 4 maidens kneeling before him, Ning Wuyou, having just entered the auction house, could not help but jest. "Why do you wish to follow me? There are wealthy families and noble scions aplenty. Why choose to accompany me?" When the eldest sister, Mei Qing, realized that this noble prince actually responded to them, she stammered nervously, "Noble sir, it's a feeling we have. The moment you stepped into this place, we 4 sisters sensed your extraordinary presence. Moreover, Ning Wuyou, skeptical of their claims of intuition, instinctively felt that these maidens might have been sent to infiltrate his side. With hands clasped behind his back, he narrowed his eyes slightly, furrowing his brow tightly, his expression as cold as frost. His voice turned icy and penetrating. "Moreover what? Your response had better satisfy me, or your lives shall be forfeit." With that, he waved his hand, an overwhelming aura of authority emanating forth. At that moment, like a tempest, a dozen royal guards clad in golden armor and wielding sharp spears surged forth from behind Ning Wuyou. These guards moved with the swiftness of the wind, encircling the four maidens in an impenetrable formation. Each guard, tall and imposing, bore a serious and cold demeanor, exuding a powerful presence that sent shivers down the spine. Upon witnessing this scene, the youngest sister among the four was so frightened that she burst into tears, murmuring, "I can perceive the fortunes of everyone here among them. The young master possesses the highest fortune, radiating a purple aura, while the others predominantly exhibit yellow auras." Thus, upon hearing these words, Ning Wuyou cast a contemplative glance at the youngest of the four, Juyao, before instructing his entourage, "Go, purchase them, and ensure they are cleansed. Their current state is utterly unseemly." The attendants who accompanied Ning Wuyou promptly sprang into action at his command. Observing the four maidens on stage, who were overwhelmed with joy and tears following their acquisition, Ning Wuyou commanded, "Investigate their backgrounds. Ascertain whether they have been infiltrated by any spies." "Understood," came a cold voice in reply, though the speaker remained unseen. Thus, the four sisters were acquired by Ning Wuyou. After their purchase, he escorted them back to Wuyou Palace. An hour later, while seated in the main hall engrossed in a book, Ning Wuyou was interrupted by a voice that declared, "The four have unblemished backgrounds, with no one manipulating them." Ning Wuyou nodded slightly, disregarding the source of the voice, and continued to peruse his book. From that moment forth, the four sisters remained by Ning Wuyou's side, and he bestowed upon them the surname Mei Lan Juju, naming them as follows: the eldest, Mei Qing, the second sister; Lan Xiang, the third sister; Zhu Exun, and the youngest, Zhu Yao. As the four sisters frolicked outside the hall, they straightened slightly upon Ning Wuyou's emergence, greeting him with, "We pay our respects, young master." Ning Wuyou casually inquired, "Are the 36 attribute divine herbs fully prepared?" "Reporting to you, young master, we are merely short of the 5-colored celestial roots," Mei Qing replied, a hint of trepidation in her voice. Ning Wuyou frowned slightly, asking, "Why is that?" The youngest, Zhu Yao, pouted and huffed. "It's all due to the ninth prince. He must have caught wind of your collection of the 5-colored celestial roots and intentionally drove up the prices at the auction." Pausing momentarily, Zhu Yao continued, her voice tinged with indignation. "In the end, when he realized we could still afford despite the inflated prices, he revealed his royal identity, coercing the auction house to bestow the 5-colored celestial roots upon him without charge." Upon hearing Zhu's account, Ning Wuyou's expression remained unchanged, though a fleeting glimmer of intensity flashed in his eyes. "Let us go for a stroll. It's time to pay a visit to my ninth brother," Ning Wuyou declared, gradually making his way outside. With hands clasped behind him, Ning Wuyou strolled leisurely, the four sisters encircling him to form a protective formation akin to a four-sided sword array, creating a natural barrier that allowed for both offense and defense. This was the unspoken understanding cultivated over the years between the four sisters and Ning Wuyou. From the moment the four sisters began following Ning Wuyou, he had deliberately set out to nurture them. They were permitted to address him simply as young master, a privilege of utmost significance to the four sisters. After purchasing them at the auction, Ning Wuyou selected a celestial-level cultivation manual titled 4 Extremes Sword Cannon from the Royal Treasury for their training, providing each with a celestial-grade weapon and an abundance of cultivation resources. It could be said that no member of the Celestial Dynasty enjoyed such treatment. This spurred the four sisters to resolve to train diligently, determined not to waste the young master's generosity. The reasons behind Ning Wuyou's kindness remained a mystery to them, nor did they wish to inquire. They were wholly devoted to fulfilling his every command, striving to avoid any disappointment in his eyes. The cultivation methods and weapons at their disposal were treasures that would incite fierce competition even in the celestial realm, let alone in the various lower realms. There were instances where individuals would betray brothers or sever familial ties over a single celestial-grade weapon or manual. The casual manner in which Ning Wuyou distributed these celestial-level techniques and weapons to a few maidens demonstrated the profound depth and strength of the Tianqi Celestial Dynasty. Through the immense resources amassed by the Celestial Dynasty and their own exceptional innate abilities, within just a few years of training, the four sisters remarkably advanced from ordinary individuals to the initial stage of the integration realm. The most gifted, Mei Qing and Zhu Exin, who is singularly focused on training, even reached the mid-stage of the integration realm. While their talent and hard work played a crucial role, it must be acknowledged that without Ning Wuyou's generous provision of resources, they would not have attained their current levels of cultivation. The principle of wealth in martial prowess aptly applies here. Even a most prodigious cultivator, without the support of resources, ultimately risks becoming merely a stepping stone for the truly powerful. Due to their shared aspirations and the fact that they practiced the same technique, the sisters had developed an extraordinary rapport, allowing them to execute a coordinated four-sword strike capable of countering even latest-stage cultivators. In the celestial domain, techniques, divine abilities, martial skills, and weapons are classified into categories of Emperor, Supreme, Earth, Heaven, Mysterious, Yellow, and the lowest tier, Common. Each category is further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades, a system that has persisted since ancient times within the celestial domain. The cultivation system of the immortal realm is composed of 12 levels: Foundation Establishment, Golden Core, Nascent Soul, Divine Transformation, Integration, Great Ascension, True Immortal, Profound Immortal, Divine King, and Imperial Tao. Each level is further divided into early, middle, and late stages. Additionally, there exists the Supreme 9 realms, which are categorized into 9 grades, with each grade representing a significant threshold. The first to third grades are known as the lower 3 grades of supremacy, the fourth to sixth grades as the middle 3 grades of supremacy, and the sixth to ninth grades as the upper 3 grades of supremacy. Beyond the supreme lies the Imperial Tao realm, a state that transcends all, capable of suppressing eras, remaining unyielding amidst the collapse of heaven and earth. The Imperial Tao realm does not differentiate between stages. No one possesses knowledge of how to attain the status of emperor. Even those who have achieved the imperial throne cannot divulge the methods of becoming an emperor. One must tread that path alone. Should one falter, they may forever remain shackled at the threshold of imperial ascendance, a mere step away, yet seemingly unreachable. Ascending to supremacy is a feat easily accomplished, while attaining the title of emperor is a daunting challenge. Throughout countless eons in the immortal realm, numerous supreme cultivators have failed to take that vital step, and many extraordinary prodigies have ultimately withered away, their lives extinguished in the realm of supremacy, leaving behind lifelong regrets. Historical records indicate that only 9 emperor-level powerhouses have appeared in the immortal realm across different epochs, each embodying destiny, commanding the cosmos, and wielding the sun and moon. However, it is regrettable that in the past 100,000 years, no supreme cultivator has succeeded in breaking through to the imperial level, and the fates of the 9 emperors remain shrouded in mystery. Nonetheless, within this realm brimming with enigma and opportunity, countless secrets lie hidden, awaiting future seekers to unveil them. At this moment, within the majestic palace of the Heavenly Enlightenment Imperial City, 2 young men sat facing each other, engaged in conversation. One, adorned in an exquisite and flowing azure robe, bore a striking resemblance to Ning Wuyou, his eyes shimmering with profound light as he spoke slowly. Ninth brother, have you obtained the multicolored celestial spirit root? Opposite him, a young man clad in a black feathered garment produced a delicately crafted white jade vial from his spatial ring. Smiling as he replied, the multicolored celestial spirit root is in hand. Haha, ninth brother, I dare say that our third brother will be quite vexed. The azure-robed youth chuckled in delight. After a moment's thought, he continued, I hear that the third brother has been gathering various attribute divine herbs. I wonder how he will respond now. Although attribute divine herbs are not particularly rare for us, they are indeed treasures that are hard to come by. Nevertheless, ninth brother, do not underestimate him. Given the third brother's vengeful nature, you must exercise caution. In response, the young man in black merely scoffed, what is there to fear? I cannot stand the third brother's indifferent demeanor towards everything. Even if he discovers that I seize the multicolored celestial spirit root, what can he do? He is but a worthless waste incapable of cultivation, possessing merely some cunning schemes. The azure-robed youth regarded his ninth brother with a bemused glance, seemingly conveying a silent message. You fool, you dare to boast in my presence? If the third brother were here, you would likely tremble in fear. The two conversing in the grand hall are none other than the brothers of Ning Wuyou. The azure-robed youth is Ning Wuyou, the second prince of the Heavenly Enlightenment Celestial Dynasty, a late-stage true immortal at the age of 22 and the biological brother of Ning Wuyou. The ninth brother, the young man in black, is Ning Fong, the youngest son of the Heavenly Emperor, only 17 years old, yet already at the mid-stage of great ascension, ranking ninth among the Emperor's numerous sons. As Ning Fong's pronouncement faded, a detached voice echoed from beyond the doorway. Upon whom does the designation of ineptitude fall? Startled by the auditory intrusion, Ning Fong pivoted, retorting with vehement indignation. The epithet is directed at you, cur. Scarcely had the words escaped his lips when Ning Wuyou materialized, hands clasped casually behind his back, as he ambled into the hall, attended by 4 maids. The realization that the speaker was none other than his third brother, Ning Wuyou, instilled trepidation within Ning Fong, his frame convulsing like a winnowing basket, rendering him incapable of further protest. Observing Ning Fong's impotent rage, his countenance flushed crimson. The sisters Mei, Lan, and Zhu managed to suppress their amusement, albeit with visible effort, their bodies exhibiting subtle tremors. However, Zhu Yao, the youngest of the quartet, succumbed to unbridled mirth, her laughter reverberating through the hall, seemingly intent on ensuring Ning Fong's acute awareness of her derision. As Ning Fong prepared to reprimand Zhu Yao for her lack of deference, he caught sight of the faint smile playing upon Ning Wuyou's lips, causing him to falter, cognizant of Ning Wuyou's ruthless disposition. With Ning Wuyou's entry into the hall, Ning Wu rose to greet him, exclaiming with a genial smile, "To what do we owe the pleasure of this visit, dear brother? What fortuitous circumstances permit you to grace my humble abode with your presence?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Observing Ning Wuyou's dismissive treatment, as if he were mere air, Ning Wu, who has always held his reputation paramount, knitted his brows together, a surge of indignation welling within him. However, seemingly mindful of Ning Wuyou, his brow soon relaxed, and he boomed with a laugh, "Third brother, what is it you seek from ninth brother? I have faith in ninth brother's character. He would never stoop to petty theft." Immediately, Ning Wu turned towards Ning Fong, feigning severity as he chided, "Ninth brother, have you perhaps taken something of your third brother's in jest? If not, make yourself clear. Your second brother is here to vouch for you, lest someone level unfounded accusations against you." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Ning Fong glanced at Ning Wu, then at Ning Wuyou, hardly daring to breathe. Who would have thought that a 5-colored celestial spirit root could prompt Ning Wuyou to personally seek him out? He felt a surge of anxiety within, silently lamenting, "This time, I have truly been led astray by my second brother." Ning lowered his head, his hands tightly clenched, palms beginning to bead with sweat from the tension. He realized that he was in deep trouble. The colorful fairy roots presented a dilemma, whether to hand them over or not. A sense of regret washed over him as he pondered how he could have been so foolishly enchanted, so easily swayed by the seemingly ulterior motives of his second brother, leading him to offend the third. Was he not digging a grave for himself and pushing himself into the flames? Ning Wuyou fixed his sharp gaze upon Ning Fong, as if he could see through Ning Fong's thoughts, and with a hint of impatience remarked, "Ninth brother, will you hand it over willingly, or shall I, as your elder brother, take it from you personally?" Upon hearing this, Ning Wu feigned surprise, maintaining an air of ignorance as he replied, "Third brother, there may be some misunderstanding at play here. Ninth brother has always been respectful and courteous towards his elder siblings, never one to quarrel or compete. If you claim that ninth brother has taken your belongings, there must be concrete evidence to support such an assertion, otherwise, it would be quite difficult to explain to our mother." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Ning Wu seized the opportunity to launch a counterattack. Observing Ning Wu's exaggerated demeanor, Ning Wuyou merely remarked with indifference, "My mate is not in need of instruction from a mere dog." The comparison of himself to a dog incensed Ning Wu, igniting a deep fury within him as he retorted, "Third brother, do not go too far. After all, I am still your second brother." It was merely impotent rage. Ning Wuyou, not even glancing at Ning Wu, nonchalantly replied, "Very well, very well, very well." Ning Wu, pointing at Ning Wuyou, repeated the phrase thrice, clearly agitated. After several breaths, having regained a semblance of composure, Ning Wu continued, echoing the previous words. "Third brother. Your maid just mentioned that ninth brother acquired that so-called colorful celestial root at the auction, correct? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Ning Wuyou cast a cold glance at Ning Wu. A faint smile gracing her lips before she turned to the timid Ning Fong, her voice devoid of warmth. My words are never repeated, ninth brother. You must contemplate carefully. As soon as the words left her mouth, an intangible chill swiftly enveloped the entire hall, the icy aura piercing like countless fine needles against the skin, inducing a shiver. The atmosphere felt as though it had solidified, plummeting to below freezing point, every subtle breath seemingly suspended in time. The silence so profound one could hear the rhythm of their own heartbeat, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread that rendered one reluctant to even exhale. After a tense minute, Ning Fong found himself struggling under the oppressive weight of Ning Wuyou's formidable presence, akin to being stalked by a ferocious beast. Taking a deep breath, he hastily retrieved a crystal-clear porcelain vial from his spatial ring, cautiously presenting it before Ning Wuyou, his demeanor somewhat awkward as he stammered, "Third brother. I didn't intend to vie for the rainbow spirit root. It was all orchestrated by second brother." He gestured towards Ning Wu as he spoke. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Ning Wuyou let out a cold snort and declared, "Enough. This time, I can overlook the matter concerning the colorful fairy spirit roots. However, from this moment forth, I do not wish to witness any similar occurrences. Should such events arise again, do not blame me for disregarding our fraternal bond." Seeing that Ning Wuyou disregarded his dignity in front of so many people and even dared to reprimand him, Ning Wu's expression instantly darkened, his fingers subtly gesturing behind his back. Just as Ning Fong was about to hand the porcelain vase containing the iridescent immortal spiritual root to Ning Wuyou, an old man materialized from the air, snatching the vase from Ning Fong's grasp and presenting it to Ning Wu with a smile, proclaiming, "Third prince. This iridescent immortal spiritual root now belongs to my master. Whether you desire it depends on your capabilities." Upon witnessing this, Ning Wuyou chuckled softly, a subtle curve gracing his lips. "It seems that a life must be extinguished today," he mused, "lest any Tom, Dick, or Harry dares to pilfer from me." With these words, Ning Wuyou, without so much as a glance at the old man, nonchalantly waved his hand and uttered, "Slaughter him." The single word instantly plunged the grand hall into an arctic atmosphere, the very air seeming to congeal. Before Ning Wu could utter a word, a crimson line manifested on the old man's neck, and he collapsed lifelessly, startling Ning Fong into a stupor. Ning Wu stood petrified at the unforeseen demise of his subordinate, a surge of inexplicable fury igniting within him. He mused inwardly, "How dare he? This is a blatant disregard for my authority. Truly, what is tolerable has become intolerable." Yet, upon further reflection, he realized that Zhang, a formidable figure of the Xianxian realm, had been dispatched with such ease. It was widely recognized that the third brother wielded ruthless tactics and possessed numerous hidden cards. However, no one had ever witnessed the true nature of these secrets. How could one who lacked the ability to cultivate command such a plethora of skilled subordinates? It seemed that neither the emperor nor the empress had arranged for his protection. With this thought, Ning Wu suppressed his rage and admonished, "Third brother, do not overstep your bounds." He then gestured behind him, commanding in an irate tone, "Old Ming, unearth the lurking rat." No sooner had the words left his lips than a swirling mass of black mist materialized in the air, revealing a shadowy figure. A gaunt, bony hand extended from the mist, reaching towards the adjacent space. Upon witnessing old Ming's intervention, Ning Wu felt a wave of relief wash over him, reassured that stability had been restored. Third brother, he thought, let us see what other tricks you possess. Old Ming was a late-stage divine king, already on the threshold of the royal path. He was temporarily assigned by the empress as a protector within the imperial city. Protectors are guardians appointed to nurture and safeguard the most promising descendants of each faction. Only those who pass the family's talent assessment with a minimum grade of 5 are deemed worthy of such protection, ensuring they do not perish prematurely. In the realm of immortals, talent levels range from 1 to 9, with 1 being the lowest and 9 the highest. It is said that beyond the 9th rank lies the legendary 10th rank of perfection. However, throughout the eons of the immortal realm, not a single individual with this 10th rank talent has ever been witnessed. It is rumored that those possessing such talent, if they do not meet an untimely end, may surpass even the mightiest of emperors. In the immortal realm, every child reaches the age of 6 to undergo a talent assessment. Ning Wu himself was assessed at 6 years old and found to possess a 7th-tier talent, indicating a promising future as a supreme realm powerhouse. There exists a significant likelihood that he could even ascend to the 3rd tier of the supreme realm, making him a prime candidate for focused cultivation by his family. Additionally, as the legitimate son of the celestial emperor and empress, he was destined for extraordinary nobility. Ming Kong, as one of the 7 foremost presiding elders of the Hall of Offerings, undoubtedly possessed unparalleled strength, having reached the apex of late-stage divine king. Already brushing against the threshold of the royal path. Given time, he would undoubtedly break through and become a formidable entity within the royal path. To be a devotee of the celestial enlightenment dynasty is to be among the rarest of existences, especially as one of the foremost presiding elders of the Hall of Offerings. Ning Wu observed the actions of Elder Ming, a smirk of satisfaction gracing his lips. Ah, third brother, with Elder Ming taking action this time. I wonder how long you can maintain your arrogance. The distinction between the God King realm and the Xianxian realm may seem minimal. Yet this singular difference effectively obstructed a staggering 80% of cultivators within the immortal domain. This disparity arose from the divergent levels of existence. The Xianxian realm boasts a lifespan of 5,000 years, while a breakthrough to the God King realm not only extends one's lifespan to 10,000 years, but also gradually elevates one's physique to an entirely different echelon. A God King in the initial stage could easily defeat 100 Xianxian in the later stage with a mere flick of the wrist. At that moment, Elder Ming reached out, grasping at the air with a sudden ferocity. A chilling scream pierced the silence, echoing like a ghostly wail. As the harrowing cry resonated, Ning Wu felt a surge of delight. Oh, third brother, it seems you have lost both your wife and your soldiers this time. He turned his gaze towards Elder Ming's direction, his eyes widening in disbelief, frozen in place. The onlookers soon reacted, their eyes drawn towards the figure of Elder Ming, only to witness his arms severed without a trace of blood, a sight truly horrifying. Suddenly, the air distorted, and a man clad in black robes emerged from the void. He was enveloped in shadows, resembling a ghostly apparition suspended in midair, his face obscured by a mask. He bowed low to Ning Wuyou, saying, Dark Nine, I pay my respects to your highness. Withdraw, Ning Wuyou replied with a gentle wave of his hand, his tone nonchalant. Such an effortless display suggested that incapacitating a powerhouse of the God King realm was as simple as crushing an ant. Witnessing this, Ning Fong felt his 3 souls tremble in terror, his legs quaking in fear. He had long heard rumors of Third Brother secretly cultivating a group of followers. Yet he had never anticipated their formidable strength, able to incapacitate even Elder Ming, a practitioner of the late God King realm, with a single move. How many more hidden cards did he possess? At this moment, Ning Wu's expression twisted in fury as he shouted, Ning Wuyou, you are incredibly bold to incapacitate my protector. Do you not realize that Elder Ming was appointed by Mother? How dare you be so audacious? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Ning Wuyou regarded Ning Wu with an unperturbed countenance, declaring, This sovereign shall reiterate one last time. Relinquish the item, or you shall suffer the consequences. Upon hearing this, Ning Wu's temples throbbed with fury, his molars grinding as he hurled the porcelain vial towards Ning Wuyou, exclaiming, Take it, and may you not rue this day's actions." With the object secured, Ning Wuyou tarried no longer. Addressing the four sisters with a smile, "Let us depart. This place is far too sanguinary. To linger would be to sully this sovereign's eyes." "Indeed, indeed," chimed in Zhu, giggling as she tugged at Mei Qing's sleeve. "It is utterly filthy. Let us make haste." Mei Qing, as the eldest, affectionately tapped her younger sister's forehead, remarking, "Our Lord has truly spoiled you, daring to utter such words. Had he not interceded on your behalf, I dare say the second prince would not have been so lenient." As the figures receded into the distance, Ning Wu's composure shattered, and he bellowed towards the hall's entrance, "Third brother, you shall rue this. This matter is far from concluded." His countenance twisted in rage. Subsequently, Ning Wu whirled around, directing his fury towards Ning Fong, roaring, "Ninth brother, you dared to deceive me. Are you so cowed by Ning Wuyou? Do you hold no fear of me?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Ning Wuyou and his companions sauntered away from the grand hall of Ningwu, seemingly unaffected by the events that had transpired. As for the matter of eliminating a worshipper, Ning Wuyou did not give it a second thought. After all, does one need to concern oneself with the life or death of an ant when crushing it? Certainly not. Observing Ning Wuyou and his companions striding away with such nonchalance, Ning Wu was filled with indignation. "Old Jiu, why are you still in a daze? Come with me to find mother." Upon acquiring the colorful celestial spirit root, Ning Wuyou returned to his own hall, where he continued to immerse himself in a book. Meanwhile, the four sisters busied themselves preparing to refine the 36 divine herbs they had obtained, intending to present them for their master's use. Ning Wuyou sat in the grand hall, lost in contemplation. The 36 varieties of attribute divine medicines, combined with a plethora of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, should be sufficient for my breakthrough. Thus far, every individual in the Celestial Dynasty, along with those from other formidable factions, perceives Ning Wuyou as a talentless waste. Despite possessing certain abilities, a royal descendant incapable of cultivation is merely a privileged young master with a powerful background. Consequently, no faction within the Celestial Dynasty is willing to align with the third prince. For a prince unable to cultivate lacks the qualification to inherit the supreme position of the Heavenly Emperor. The Celestial Dynasty boasts 9 princes in total: the first Prince Ningong, the second Prince Ningwu, and the third Prince Ning Wuyou. These 3 princes are full-blooded brothers, the legitimate sons of the Celestial Emperor and the Celestial Empress, and are formidable contenders for the next Heavenly Emperor's throne. The remaining 6 princes, born of the Celestial Emperor and other empresses, are not considered legitimate heirs and cannot ascend to the throne, no matter how exceptional one's talents may be. They can only enter the ancestral hall and safeguard the dynasty or lead campaigns to expand its territory after the next Heavenly Emperor's ascension, forever estranged from the throne. Originally, Ning Wuyou was the favored child, showered with affection since childhood. However, during the aptitude test at the age of 6, he was revealed to possess no innate gifts, rendering him an ordinary mortal incapable of cultivation. From that moment onward, all the adoration dissipated, including the gradual distancing of his beloved mother, who ceased to inquire about his well-being. Consequently, Ning Wuyou's demeanor grew increasingly aloof. Many envy and resent the privileged sons of noble families, who are born at the pinnacle of life. Yet, amidst the relentless pursuit of fame and fortune, filled with deceit and intrigue, how many can truly endure? The harsh realities of the Celestial Dynasty's supreme power center lay bare the coldness of human nature. The royal family is unyieldingly realistic and cruel. Ning Wuyou shook his head, dismissing the reflections of the past. What has been lost is irrevocably gone. Pondering over it serves no purpose, merely a manifestation of the self-pity of the feeble. Ning Wuyou sat gracefully upon the esteemed throne of the grand hall and softly uttered, "Njio," as the words left her lips. A figure cloaked in black materialized from the void beside her. This individual was none other than Njio, who had just rendered Ming Kong powerless. Upon his sudden appearance, the black-clad man bowed respectfully before Ning Wuyou and inquired, "Your Highness, what commands do you have?" Ning Wuyou gazed at the book in his hands and casually inquired, "What realm have you attained now?" In response, Njio respectfully replied, "Your Highness, I have recently made a breakthrough to the mid-stage of the Divine King realm. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Ning Wuyou lightly responded with an and continued to inquire. How have the instructions to an E progressed? Upon hearing the prince's question, Ngo promptly replied with utmost respect. Your Highness, I report that the location of the fall of the Supreme Feiyu was discovered a month ago. It lies within a small secret realm. However, there exists a barrier surrounding this realm. To breach this barrier may alert the nearby powers. I humbly await your decision. Ning Wuyou glanced outside the grand hall and chuckled softly. I intend for the nearby factions to be aware of the existence of a secret realm. The more, the merrier. You may instruct an E to disseminate the news now. Once I have addressed matters concerning the immortal dynasty, I shall join him. Ngo, with a perplexed expression, was uncertain of the prince's intentions, pondering why the secret realm should be known to as few as possible. Though he did not comprehend the prince's reasoning, he refrained from questioning it, resolutely committed to serving the prince. He was acutely aware that knowing too much within the immortal dynasty offered little advantage. Understood, Ngo replied, bowing respectfully to Ning Wuyou before vanishing from sight. Shortly after Ngo's departure, Mei Qing gracefully entered, her flowing red dress accentuating her ethereal beauty. Akin to a lotus emerging from the water, gentle and enchanting. Young master, everything is prepared, Mei Qing said with a subtle smile, gazing at the handsome Ning Wuyou. Setting aside the book in his hands, Ning Wuyou nodded gently and replied with a faint smile, Qinger, you have worked hard. Upon hearing the prince's concern, a warm current flowed through Mei Qing's heart. Silently, she moved behind Ning Wuyou and began to massage his shoulders, softly saying, it is no trouble at all. As long as we can alleviate some of your burdens, we sisters are already very content. Ning Wuyou gently patted Mei Qing's delicate hand and said, let us proceed. After 2 decades of silence, it is time for a breakthrough. Mei Qing responded with a soft deep within the grand hall of Wuyou Palace, in a hidden chamber. A colossal water pool dominated the entire space. The water within swirled with an ethereal energy. Should an outsider catch sight of it, they would undoubtedly exclaim in astonishment. Such rich spiritual essence of heaven and earth, it has indeed become liquefied. Indeed, this pool of water represents the purest spiritual energy found in the world. It is the result of Ning Wuyou's tireless collection of countless spiritual roots, celestial herbs, and even the legendary undying 7-leaf flower, which had stirred the hearts of emperors. This has culminated in the creation of this miraculous spring. And one could say that even the celestial dynasty of awakening would have to pay a considerable price to amass such treasures. Ning Wuyou stood beside the ethereal spring, his heart filled with emotion as he reflected, at last, I have gathered everything. My efforts over the past 3 years have not been in vain. It is all worth it. Qinger, please place the final 36 types of attribute elixirs into the spring. Ning Wuyou instructed Mei Qing, who stood behind him. Certainly, my lord. Mei Qing replied, and with a graceful wave of her hand, the 36 attribute elixirs flew forth and fell into the spring. The spring, which had been in a state of tumult, began to calm, resembling a gentle stream as the elixirs merged within it. Although these 36 attribute elixirs were not considered particularly precious to Ning Wuyou, they were indeed rare and valuable in the world. Their inclusion was an essential component for his success or failure in this endeavor. For Ning Wuyou, a prince of the immortal dynasty, they might not seem overly significant. Yet in the outside world, they were coveted by various factions. If placed in the lower realms, even a single elixir could stir a great commotion. Once all the elixirs and some auxiliary materials had settled into the spring, Mei Qing softly approached Ning Wuyou and said, my lord, allow me to assist you with your attire. At her words, Ning Wuyou nodded gently. With Mei Qing's assistance, he was left in only a pair of fitted trousers. Standing by the ethereal spring, Mei Qing gazed at his tall and elegant form, his skin as fair as jade, with well-defined muscles that complemented his strikingly handsome features, leaving her momentarily mesmerized. Do you find it pleasing? Ning Wuyou teased with a smile. Mei Qing, recovering from her daze, felt her face flush like an apple. My lord, you are teasing me again, she protested, her feet shifting nervously as she tried to conceal her embarrassment. Ha ha ha, you still blush so easily, Ning Wuyou laughed heartily. Observing Mei Qing, who was now flustered and stamping her feet, he added, you may step outside and wait for me. Upon receiving Ning Wuyou's command, Mei Qing hurriedly exited. her cheeks still flushed. Once outside, she took a deep breath and murmured, "My lord is truly exceptionally handsome." With Mei Qin gone, Ning Wuyou began to sit cross-legged, preparing to adjust his body to a perfect state to fully absorb the essence of the spring. The entire immortal dynasty believed that Ning Wuyou was incapable of cultivation. Even the emperor and empress thought he would remain an ordinary person throughout his life. Yet, deep within, Ning Wuyou harbored a long-hidden secret, unknown even to his parents. From the moment of his birth, a unique cultivation method had appeared in his mind, nameless, without attributes or grades, known only as the Song of Freedom. The opening lines of this method proclaimed, "In the realm of heaven and earth, I walk alone, mastering the cosmos and severing the ancient past." From this grand declaration, Ning Wuyou recognized the extraordinary nature of the technique. Even emperors in the celestial realm would not dare to boast so boldly. This method had been sealed within his consciousness since his birth, making it the most suitable for him, leading Ning Wuyou to resolve to cultivate this innate gift. However, to practice this technique came with an arduous price. Once initiated, one could not shift to another method. Even if one attempted to abandon it midway, success would remain elusive. Moreover, entering this technique was exceptionally challenging, requiring one to return to a state of simplicity and purity, to embody a mortal devoid of any cultivation talent or spiritual body. Each day, one must endure the rays of the sun and the essence of the moon, refining both body and soul until the moment of enlightenment arrives. Supplemented by vast quantities of rare materials and the 36 attribute elixirs to break through to the entry of the Song of Freedom. Over the years, Ning Wuyou had persevered, undergoing this regimen day after day. In the early mornings, he would temper his physical form, honing each muscle. At night, he devoted himself to nurturing his soul, making it increasingly pure and powerful. Secretly, he had also ordered his subordinates to scour the celestial realm for any treasures that could aid his breakthrough. As time passed, the years flew by. Just 3 days ago, after years of waiting and effort, Ning Wuyou finally awaited the long-anticipated opportunity for breakthrough. In that moment, he was filled with myriad emotions, reflecting on the silent toil and patience that were about to bear fruit. Looking back on his youth, Ning Wuyou had always awaited this moment. Now, at the age of 20, he stood as the esteemed third prince of the immortal dynasty, possessing unparalleled status and power. Yet, he understood that without formidable strength, all glory and authority would be but fleeting illusions. Before making his breakthrough, Ning Wuyou needed to attain a state of near perfection, ensuring he could fully harness the essence of the spring. He sat cross-legged, beginning to cultivate his breath. After about an hour, he slowly opened his eyes, a confident smile gracing his lips. It is time to break through. As his words faded, he leaped with agility, descending steadily into the depths of the ethereal spring. The moment he entered the water, his body plunged downward like a meteor, and the previously tranquil spring erupted into a frenzy, boiling like water in a cauldron. Steam rising and mist enveloping the air. Simultaneously, Ning Wuyou's form transformed into an unfathomable void, voraciously devouring the rich spiritual energy contained within the spring. This immense spiritual force surged into him like the relentless waters of the Yellow River, flooding his being without cease. The breakthrough experienced by Ning Wuyou transpired over the course of 3 days. Once the last vestige of spiritual energy was completely absorbed, the spirit spring became crystal clear, transforming into an ordinary pool of water. As the final trace of spiritual energy entered his body, Ning Wuyou abruptly opened his eyes, a brilliant light emanating from their depths. And he bellowed, "Break!" With this powerful exclamation, his form rose majestically from the waters of the spirit spring, suspended mid-air. His strength surged dramatically, ascending rapidly through the realms of cultivation, from the early to late stages of foundation establishment, then to the early, mid, and late stages of core formation, followed by nascent soul, spirit transformation, harmony, and finally reaching the initial stage of great ascension, where he came to a halt. Yet, the breakthrough was far from over. Following this, Ning Wuyou let out another resounding cry. The primordial Tao body has been formed. At that moment, 36 bones radiating with a spectrum of dazzling colors began to manifest within Ning Wuyou, giving him the appearance of a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. This extraordinary phenomenon persisted for nearly an hour. As the vibrant aura within him gradually subsided, Ning Wuyou gently descended to the ground and opened his eyes, which shone with an otherworldly brilliance, captivating all who beheld them. "I have finally broken through," he murmured in surprise. To his astonishment, this innate technique had enabled him to cultivate the primordial Tao body, a physique so enviable that even the emperors coveted it. 20 years of latent potential had not been in vain. Ning Wuyou then turned his gaze inward, discovering that his cultivation had soared directly to the initial stage of great ascension. The innate technique, Song of Freedom, proved to be extraordinarily formidable, exceeding his expectations. It undoubtedly rivaled even the emperor-level techniques. It was unlikely that even an emperor-level technique could facilitate such a direct leap to the great ascension stage, let alone achieve the legendary primordial Tao body, a feat that surpassed Ning Wuyou's wildest imaginings and gifted him with an unexpected delight. With my current strength at the initial stage of great ascension, complemented by the aid of the primordial Tao body, I should be able to match a true immortal in a contest of strength, and perhaps even emerge victorious, he contemplated quietly. Although there is only one realm separating the initial stage of great ascension from the realm of true immortals, the disparity is vast, with countless individuals remaining trapped at the great ascension stage for their entire lives. The fact that Ning Wuyou could transcend the chasm between mortals and immortals at the initial stage of great ascension, engaging with true immortal powers and potentially overcoming them, underscores the extraordinary might and terror of the Song of Freedom. In the realm of immortals, all below the great ascension stage is deemed mortal. Only those who break through to the realm of true immortals can be considered to have entered a higher echelon of mastery. As the name implies, the realm of true immortals signifies the domain of the celestial. Achieving such a breakthrough marks one as a prodigy among prodigies, an existence among countless souls. In the lower realms, true immortals are invincible beings. Attaining this status grants one the qualification to ascend to the realm of immortals, highlighting the immense power of the celestial domain. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Ning Wuyou softly replied with a gentle hum, and smiled as she remarked, it has been accomplished. The words of Ning Wuyou, proclaiming his success, shattered the composure of his elder sister, Mei Qing, who had always been reserved. In an instant, she collapsed into his embrace, weeping loudly. Young master, you have succeeded. We have finally awaited this day. The other three sisters could only stifle their sobs, while the youngest, Ju Yao, pouted and remarked, humph, once again. Elder sister has stolen the spotlight. As Mei Qing processed this, particularly upon hearing her sister's words, she felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, her face flushing a deep crimson, rendering her even more enchanting. Gently extricating herself from Mei Qing's grasp, Ning Wuyou teased, I never imagined that the usually dignified and graceful Qing'er possessed such an adorable side. You mock me, young master, Mei Qing replied softly, as she adjusted her appearance. Qing'er, you and the others should retire and rest. You have been waiting outside for 3 days, Ning Wuyou said with a smile playing on his lips. Yes, young master, the four sisters replied with slight bows before withdrawing. Once they had departed, Ning Wuyou clasped his hands behind his back, deep in thought. It is time to commence preparations for the Feiyu Supreme Secret Realm. Njio. Ning Wuyou called, his tone contemplative. At your service, Njio emerged from a spatial rift, bowing slightly. Ning Wuyou, with her hands clasped behind her back, gazed at Njio with an air of calmness and inquired, How long have the 9 of you been following me? Upon hearing this, Njio, though somewhat perplexed and unaware of why His Highness would pose such a question, promptly replied, Reporting to your Highness, it has been 4 years. For years have passed swiftly, like a fleeting shadow. In these years of your devoted companionship, have any of you ever harbored regrets? After all, I am but a mortal and capable of cultivation. Have you ever felt discontented? API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. As Ning Wuyou's words faded, Njio prostrated himself on the ground, overwhelmed with trepidation, exclaiming, Your subordinate would not dare. Since we 9 were brought under your Highness's command, we have dedicated ourselves wholeheartedly to serving your Highness, never harboring the slightest selfish intention. Even if your Highness were never able to cultivate, we would still willingly follow your Highness for all our days. Seeing Njio kneeling, frightened by his mere words, Ning Wuyou shook his head and said with indifference, I hope you 9 brothers will act as you say, devoting yourselves to serving this palace. Your wealth and glory will be assured. But should you entertain thoughts you ought not to, you know the consequences. At that moment, Ning Wuyou's imposing aura as a superior emanated powerfully, pressing down on Jiao, stifling his breath. As soon as Ning Wuyou's words fell, the kneeling Jiao felt a chill run down his spine and promptly replied, "This subordinate understands." Ning Wuyou instructed that the barrier to the secret realm of the feathered sovereign would be opened in 3 days. Jiao swiftly acknowledged, "Yes, Your Highness." Dismissed. Ning Wuyou waved his hand. Jiao nodded in compliance and vanished from the spot. Upon returning to the main hall, Ning Wuyou sat upon the primary seat, contemplating the necessity of acquiring the renowned martial art, the divine fire avatar, associated with the feathered sovereign. It seemed that careful planning was required. At this thought, a faint smile unconsciously graced Ning Wuyou's lips. If the 4 sisters were present to witness his expression, they would surely realize that misfortune awaited another batch of individuals. In the grand hall of the Wuyou Palace, seated cross-legged upon the expansive throne, Ning Wuyou turned inward, reflecting on his progress in the free song. Having just breached the threshold of the first layer, he had already reached the greater completion realm. He pondered the heights he might attain upon reaching the 9th layer. Surpassing the Emperor realm was not beyond the realm of possibility, yet what lay beyond the Emperor realm was truly tantalizing. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Ning Wuyou shook his head, self-deprecatingly mused. Here he was, barely at the greater completion stage, aspiring to break into the Emperor realm, with a long journey ahead. One must avoid aiming too high too soon. He hoped to swiftly advance to the 2nd layer of the free song. It appeared that the 1st layer also bestowed a certain divine ability, which he would need to contemplate further when time allowed. The free song consists of 9 layers, each representing a new realm, with each layer conferring a unique divine technique. As the name suggests, divine ability refers to the powers of the divine. In the realm of immortals, to possess such abilities, one must either be extraordinarily fortunate or achieve enlightenment of a personal divine technique through one's own efforts. However, such occurrences are exceedingly rare, only possible if one's innate talent is so remarkable it echoes through the ages. Alternatively, when a powerful being at the pinnacle of the 9 realms falls, they may leave behind a divine essence that carries their abilities, preventing them from vanishing entirely. Additionally, ancestors of noble families may seal their divine techniques within their family's secret realms for future generations. Each time a divine ability manifests, it generates significant ripples in the surroundings, even stirring the hearts of the supreme beings, underscoring the rarity of such powers. While Ning Wuyou was immersed in these contemplations, a voice from outside the hall broke his reverie. "Young master, Li Changshi seeks an audience." As soon as Mei Qing's words resonated, Ning Wuyou's cool voice echoed from within. "Enter." Outside the hall, Mei Qing smiled politely at Li Changshi, saying, "Li Changshi, the young master requests your presence. Please follow me." Standing opposite Mei Qing was an elderly man with an ethereal demeanor, holding a whisk. He was a close aide to the Emperor of Enlightenment, a trusted confidant. Li Changshi smiled back at Mei Qing. "Thank you, Miss Mei, for guiding me. There's no need for formality. Please, after you." Mei Qing graciously led the way into the hall, with Li Changshi following closely behind. Upon entering, Mei Qing slightly bowed to Ning Wuyou, announcing, "Young master, Li Changshi has come to see you," before stepping aside. Ning Wuyou gently uttered a sound of acknowledgement, inquiring, "What brings Lord Li to seek an audience with me? Is it a matter from father or mother?" Upon entering, Lord Li discerned an inexplicable change in Ning Wuyou, as though her essence had ascended to a higher realm. He shook his head slightly, pondering, "Why should I dwell on such matters? My duty is merely to convey messages." When he heard Ning Wuyou's question, he elegantly flicked his dust whisk and rested it upon his arm, bowing slightly before her as he replied, "This old servant comes at the Empress's behest to summon the 3rd prince for an audience." Upon hearing this, Ning Wuyou, her expression devoid of warmth, replied coldly, "Understood. You may leave." "Old servant takes his leave," Lord Li said as he bowed and retreated, only daring to straighten his back once he had exited the grand hall and soared into the air. After his departure, Mei Qing turned to Ning Wuyou and asked, "My lord, is the Empress's summons at this time related to the matter of Ming Kong's downfall at the hands of Dark Nine?" Ning Wuyou gazed at Mei Qing with a smile. "You are truly exceptionally intelligent." Mei Qing stamped her foot in response. "Young master, you are teasing me again. Very well. Prepare yourself. Accompany me to the temple of the Heavenly Mother." As Ning Wuyou twirled the ring on his finger, a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. "Understood," Mei Qing replied, and promptly exited the grand hall to make arrangements. After a brief incense sticks time, Ning Wuyou set off alone with Mei Qing towards the temple of the Heavenly Mother. This temple, perched above the clouds of the Tianqi celestial dynasty, ranks as the second highest edifice in the realm, while the illustrious hall of the Heavenly Emperor, overlooking countless beings and encompassing vast territories, holds the top position. Before them, the temple of the Heavenly Mother was adorned with the ethereal cries of phoenix apparitions, while the Qingwan and Huifeng echoed majestically above the hall. Colorful, auspicious clouds floated gracefully around the palace, creating a scene of magnificence that epitomized the Heavenly Mother's majesty and dignity. Within the hall, the Heavenly Mother sat regally upon a high glass platform in a phoenix chair, her beauty radiating brilliance that could dazzle pearls. An air of nobility emanated from her features, instilling a sense of awe that rendered onlookers hesitant to meet her gaze. Below, Ning Wu and Ning Fong, the two brothers, stood reverently at either side of the hall, motionless, fully aware of the Heavenly Mother's formidable presence. As the oppressive atmosphere within the grand hall grew stifling, a voice resonated from outside, announcing, "The third prince has arrived." Upon hearing this, the Heavenly Mother, maintaining her regal composure, commanded, "Let Wuyou enter." Subsequently, Ning Wuyou and Mei Qing entered the hall. They approached at a leisurely pace, halting a meter from the high platform, where Ning Wuyou bowed and said, "I pay my respects to Mother." Mei Qing followed suit, curtsying. The maidservant greets the Heavenly Mother. "Rise," the Heavenly Mother intoned, and both Ning Wuyou and Mei Qing stood upright at the foot of the hall. The moment Ning Wuyou stepped into the grand hall, a spark of recognition illuminated the Heavenly Mother's gaze, indicating she sensed something unusual about him, yet she chose to remain silent. At that moment, the Heavenly Mother spoke with an air of calm. "Wuyou, your second brother claims that you have incapacitated the seventh seat Ming Kong of the offering hall. Is this true?" Upon hearing the Heavenly Mother's inquiry, Ning Wu felt a surge of delight, casting a sidelong glance at Ning Wuyou, thinking, "Ah, third brother, how I relish witnessing your downfall. Let us see how Mother punishes you. You dare dismiss the protector she personally chose for me. It is as if you do not regard her authority." "Indeed, it is true," Ning Wuyou confirmed. "Ming Kong, in his audacity, should have anticipated the repercussions of his actions against my kin. He has merely lost an arm this time. But should he dare to repeat such insolence, his entire clan shall face annihilation." Ning Wuyou stood tall, his gaze unwavering as he addressed the Empress with a calm, yet resolute demeanor. Upon witnessing Ning Wuyou's audacity within the Empress's court, Ning Wu could hardly contain his fury and reprimanded him. "You, the third brother, should cease your silver-tongued rhetoric and invert the truth. It is you who covets the colorful celestial roots of the ninth brother, while Ming Kong merely acts on my orders to thwart your ambitions." "Oh." Ning Wuyou turned his head, a wicked smile gracing his lips as he retorted, "You accuse me of coveting the ninth brother's colorful celestial roots. Do you possess any evidence to support such claims?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As Ning Wu's words reverberated through the grand hall, every gaze converged upon Ning Fong, who was instantly seized by a paralyzing fear that made his legs tremble uncontrollably. He stammered, unable to articulate a coherent sentence. The intensity of Ning Wuyou's piercing gaze only amplified his terror, rendering him utterly speechless. Observing Ning Fong's craven display, unable to utter even a single word, Ning Wu was consumed by frustration, lamenting his brother's failure at such a crucial moment. In desperation, he urged Ning Fong, "Ninth brother, fear not. The Empress Dowager will ensure justice prevails. Simply speak the truth." However, overwhelmed by Ning Wuyou's formidable presence, Ning Wu's insistent prompting, and the Empress's piercing stare, Ning Fong succumbed to his terror and fainted, collapsing to the floor. Ning Fong's maneuver immediately placed Ning Wu in an awkward predicament. Under these circumstances, feigning unconsciousness was quite the spectacle. Aware of Ning Fong's temperament, Ning Wu was inwardly furious. However, he dared not expose Ning Fong before the Empress Dowager. This was the Empress Dowager's hall, and Ning Wu would not dare to make any move, even to expose Ning Fong's petty tricks, and could only stand there at a loss. He was keenly aware that even if the Empress Dowager doted on him, he would not escape unscathed if he dared to act presumptuously in the Empress Dowager's hall. Rules were rules, and he dared not be as audacious as Ning Wuyou. At this moment, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly froze. After a moment, the Empress Dowager finally broke the silence, proclaiming with authority, "Someone, carry the ninth prince back. Useless creature, just as weak and incompetent as his mother. As soon as the Empress Dowager finished speaking, several female officials hurried in and carried the fainting Ning Fong out. Ning Fong, being carried away, mused to himself, "You are mother and son. What am I, an outsider, doing getting involved? Even if I am ultimately in the right, I'll still be skinned alive. I won't do such a foolish thing. Second brother, I can only apologize." Watching Ning Fong being carried away, Ning Wu was utterly dumbfounded. After regaining a modicum of composure, he bowed towards the high platform and said, "Empress Mother, every word your son speaks is true. You can ask Ming Kong too." Ning Wu was interrupted by the Empress Dowager waving her hand. "Enough, second son. As an elder brother, you must act with restraint and not invite ridicule from outsiders." Since the Empress Dowager had spoken, it meant the matter could only be dropped, leaving Ning Wu swallowing bitter medicine, unable to voice his grievances. The Empress Dowager glanced at Ning Wuyou and Ning Wu, saying, "Wuyou, you stay. Everyone else, withdraw. This matter ends here, and it must not be spread abroad. Do you understand?" The Empress Dowager's words were directed at Ning Wu, as well as everyone present. Knowing that resistance was futile, Ning Wu bowed to the Empress Dowager and said, "Yes, Empress Mother. Your son takes his leave." With that, he stormed out in a huff. After everyone had left the hall, only the Empress Dowager and Ning Wuyou remained in the Empress Dowager's hall. The Empress Dowager looked at Ning Wuyou and smiled gently. "Wuyou, is there anything you wish to say to Empress Mother?" API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Ning Wuyou calmly took 2 steps forward and remarked, "Mother, is there anything else you wish to say?" The Empress found herself at a loss for words, uncertain how to proceed. Given Ning Wuyou's disposition, it was unlikely that any amount of pressure would elicit the truth from him. Contemplating this, she decided against further inquiry, letting out a soft sigh. "Very well. Everyone harbors secrets, and each person possesses their own reasons. If you choose not to speak, I shall not press you. If there is nothing further you wish to command, I shall take my leave," Ning Wuyou stated with an expressionless visage. The Empress, placing a hand to her forehead, observed Ning Wuyou's aloof demeanor and gently uttered, "Wuyou, you may withdraw." "Yes, Mother," he replied, and without performing a bow, he turned and departed, an act that might appear audacious to onlookers. Just as one of his feet was poised to step beyond the palace doors, the Empress's voice drifted softly through the air. "When did we become so estranged, my child?" Ning Wuyou stood frozen for a moment, then departed the grand hall without a backward glance, as she watched her son's figure fade from view. The Empress let out a deep sigh, reflecting to herself, "Wuyou, oh Wuyou, you were once so attached to your mother in your childhood." The stiff manner in which Ning Wuyou addressed her, alternating between mother Empress and child, had plunged the relationship between mother and son into an icy abyss. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. After Ning Wuyou departed from the Heavenly Empress Hall, he returned to his own grand hall accompanied by Mei Qing. Just as he settled into the main seat, a ripple in the space announced the arrival of Jiao, who stepped forth with a bow and reported, "Your Highness, I have just received word from an that several factions, including numerous wandering cultivators nearby, have begun to take notice of the secret realm of the Feathered Sovereign." Hearing this, Ning Wuyou smiled lightly to himself and mused, "Is that so? The grand performance is about to commence." 3 days later, outside a city named Qinghua, situated 1,000 miles from the Tianqi imperial city, a commotion erupted, drawing countless factions to investigate. Qinghua City, a moderately sized human settlement, was home to various familial powers. The most prominent family within Qinghua City was the Zhang clan, a fourth-tier power led by the mid-stage Xianxian, Zhang Chuyi, who was regarded as the foremost expert in Qinghua City. The conference hall of the Zhang clan was filled with influential family members, with only those possessing authority allowed entry. At the head of the chamber sat Zhang Chuyi, a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance and a hint of stubble. Flanking him were his 2 children. To his left stood Zhang Xian, his sole son and heir, a late-stage Huashan cultivator who had just turned 20, an average prodigy in the celestial domain. To his right was his daughter, Zhang Wanqing, a 16-year-old prodigy who had also reached the late stage of Huashan. Zhang Wanqing, renowned as the most beautiful woman in Qinghua City, had attracted numerous suitors from noble families. Yet she coldly declined their advances, citing her pursuit of martial excellence. At this moment, Zhang Chuyi addressed the gathered elders, esteemed clan elders. Do we have any plans regarding the disturbances outside the city? Among the 2 rows of seated elders, a middle-aged man with a full beard and a spirited demeanor stood up and proposed, Clan Master, allow me to lead the family guard to investigate. Reports indicate that the area outside is the site of a fallen sovereign, which is bound to harbor abundant treasures. With these resources, our Zhang clan could step forward and elevate to a 3rd-tier family. The ranking of families was dictated by the Celestial Dynasty, and upon meeting the criteria for elevation, families had to petition the dynasty, which would then send envoys to assess their eligibility. Successful families would be rewarded with a plethora of treasures and divine techniques, but they would also be required to pay annual tributes in celestial crystals. Moreover, once a family was recognized as a 3rd-tier family, they would receive a coveted spot in the Tianqi Academy, a privilege reserved for royal descendants. While the celestial domain boasted 12 transcendent powers, it was also home to innumerable family factions and organizations, ranked from 1st to 9th tier, with 1st tier being the highest. The 3 celestial dynasties and the 9 major factions were collectively referred to as imperial powers. A clan elder seated to the right of Zhang Chuyi cast a disdainful glance at the middle-aged man and retorted, "You? How arrogant! Do you not realize your limitations? That is the site of a fallen sovereign, where only 2nd-tier families with royal-level guardians have the right to stake a claim. Do you truly believe you are worthy?" The middle-aged man was momentarily silenced, sighing, "Then what should we do? Shall we simply watch?" At this juncture, Zhang Xian stepped forward and suggested, "Why not wait for the major powers to feast, and we can merely sip the broth?" Observing the fervent discussions among the clan elders regarding Zhang Xian's proposal, Zhang Chuyi rose and declared, "Let it be arranged as such. We shall proceed according to Xian's plan." With that, the elders fell silent, clearly aware of Zhang Chuyi's formidable authority within the clan. "Xian, you and Wanqing shall lead the family guard to the site. Remember to exercise caution and avoid unnecessary conflict," Zhang Chuyi instructed. "Yes, father," Zhang Xian and Zhang Wanqing replied in unison, bowing respectfully. A day later, when Zhang Xian and Zhang Wanqing, accompanied by the family guard, arrived at the secret realm, they found it bustling with activity, teeming with cultivators. Prominently positioned at the forefront were several major factions, all 2nd and 3rd-tier powers, each represented by their notable figures. At the center stood the Qin family, a 2nd-tier power led by a rotund elder of late-stage divine king cultivation. To the sides, the Li family and the demonic faction Jiuyou Vao, listening to the words of the young man. The other factions below erupted in uproar. Witnessing the commotion his words had incited, the young man from the Qin family, filled with vanity, continued, "Let that so-called young master come forth and take it from me himself. I believe he has gone mad from poverty, demanding 3 celestial crystals outright. Does he truly think so little of us 2nd-tier factions? With so many of us here, a mere spit from each could drown him. Does he truly consider himself a figure of significance?" Just as the young man from the Chun family finished his boastful remarks, a mocking smile appeared on Yi's lips as he retorted, "Have you finished your last words?" With a mere gesture, the young man from the Qin family was instantaneously reduced to ashes, leaving no trace behind, as if he had never existed in this world. Suddenly, a powerful figure from the 9 Nether Valley exclaimed, "He is a master of the sovereign path." This exclamation silenced the multitude of cultivators below in an instant. A master of the sovereign path. Such an existence was one that most of them had never encountered in their lifetimes, instilling fear in their hearts. And Yi's decisive elimination of the young man from the Qin family rendered the Chun family's late-stage divine king, who had been ready to act against him, frozen in place. His mind racing. This cloaked figure is actually a master of the sovereign path. What sort of identity does the young master behind him possess to command such a powerful being as a servant? Thankfully, I refrained from acting. Otherwise, my family would have faced dire consequences. After dispatching the young man from the Qin family, and he hovered in the air, his voice cold as he declared, "Those who seek 3 celestial crystals may enter. Those who dare to intrude shall perish. Those who dare to slander my young master shall see their entire clan exterminated." His proclamation instantly silenced the multitude of cultivators below, their discussions abruptly ceasing. They could only speculate in their hearts about the true identity of the young master behind this figure, their imaginations running wild. Positioned at the edge of the secret realm, Zhang Xian, having witnessed Ning Yi's formidable power, exclaimed with envy, "This is a master of the sovereign path. When will I ever reach such heights? Truly, it is incredibly domineering." Hearing Zhang Xian's musing, Zhang Wanqing replied coldly, "Such lofty aspirations. Wanqing, do you not think today is truly worthwhile? We have witnessed the grandeur of a master of the sovereign path. I wonder which grand figure from a powerful faction commands such a being as a servant. If only I could forge a connection with him, I would surely awaken with joy." Zhang Xian expressed excitedly. Zhang Wanqing shot her brother a sidelong glance, inwardly lamenting, "Alas, my brother is admirable in many ways. Yet he is perpetually lost in unrealistic fantasies." Accompanying the two was an elder from the Zhang family, a late-stage true immortal, ensuring their safety. Upon hearing Zhang Xian's words, the elder was so startled that he nearly tugged out his beard, hastily covering Zhang Xian's mouth. "Do you wish to plunge the family into an abyss of calamity? Did you not hear that esteemed individual say that those who speak ill of his young master shall face the annihilation of their entire clan?" Awakening to the gravity of the situation, Zhang Xian broke into a cold sweat, his teeth chattering in fear as he glanced nervously at Ning Yi, only to see that the latter seemed oblivious to his words. He sighed in relief, patting his chest, just as Zhang Xian was still trembling with trepidation. A voice filled with laughter rang out from behind him. "I hear you wish to forge a connection with me." At the sound, all members of the Zhang family turned in unison to see a young master, strikingly handsome and seemingly shrouded in a veil of mist, accompanied by 4 ethereal maidens who graced the scene with their presence. Realizing the situation, the elder from the Zhang family approached the young master, humbly clasping his hands in respect. "May I inquire to which family you belong? Have you also come to explore the secret realm?" The young master shook his head, a serene smile gracing his lips. "I merely come to enjoy the festivities. Please, continue with your affairs." This young master, of course, was none other than Ning Wuyou, accompanied by the 4 sisters of the Mei family. The remark directed at Zhang Xian regarding the desire to connect was conveniently overlooked by the Zhang family members. Yet, one person did not miss it, Zhang Wanqing. A fleeting glimmer of surprise flashed in her eyes, though she remained silent. The arrival of Ning Wuyou rendered the atmosphere among the Zhang family somewhat restrained. His extraordinary demeanor and eloquence were nothing short of remarkable, akin to a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. Particularly striking was the presence of 4 exquisite ladies accompanying him, clearly indicative of a scion from a prominent family on an excursion. In contrast, the forthright Zhang Xian harbored no such reservations. He addressed Ning Wuyou with candor. "Good sir, are you also here to explore the supreme secret realm? I am Zhang Xian from the Zhang family of Qinghua City." Zhang Xian, ever the sociable one, introduced himself with ease. Glancing at his sister, Zhang Wanqing, he added with a playful grin, "This is my sister, Zhang Wanqing. Isn't she beautiful? Given your remarkable bearing, perhaps you might like to get acquainted with her." The moment these words escaped his lips, Zhang Wanqing found herself in an awkward silence, rendered momentarily speechless. Noticing Ning Wuyou's gaze upon her, she gently inclined her body and said, "Zhang Wanqing of Qinghua City pays her respects to you, esteemed sir." Ning Wuyou gently nodded, caressing the ring in his hand, and uttered a simple hello, leaving the conversation hanging in awkward silence once again. Observing this, Zhang Xian's gregarious nature flared up as he pointed towards the dark figure hovering in the secret realm, saying to Ning Wuyou, "You see that person, right?" "Yes, I see him. What of it?" Ning Wuyou replied indifferently, nodding. Zhang Xian, aware of Ning Wuyou's naivety, launched into an enthusiastic explanation. "That figure in black, do you see? He is a formidable being of the Imperial Dao realm. Have you ever witnessed someone of that caliber in action? It is truly cataclysmic. As if the heavens and earth were collapsing, rivers reversing their flow. Brother, you arrived too late. You missed the chance to see that powerful being in action. What a pity." The members of the Zhang family, upon hearing Zhang Xian's words, instinctively placed their hands on their foreheads and turned away as if to say, "I do not know this person." Oblivious to their embarrassment, Zhang Xian continued to chatter away. "I hear that this powerful being has a significant figure backing him. It is said that the supreme secret realm was discovered by his son, and to enter, one must part with 3 celestial crystals. Isn't that quite tyrannical?" "Oh." Ning Wuyou nodded calmly. "It is indeed somewhat tyrannical." Noticing Ning Wuyou's nonchalant demeanor, Zhang Xian exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Aren't you surprised? Don't you find it thrilling? His antics caused the Zhang family to retreat several meters away from him, overwhelmed by the embarrassment. Even Zhang Wanqing took a step back. Yet, Zhang Xian's exaggerated expressions amused the four ladies, causing them to chuckle, their laughter rendering the surrounding flowers dull in comparison, a smile that could captivate a city, and another that could enthrall a nation. What are you all laughing at? Did I say something wrong? Zhang Xian murmured, scratching his head in confusion. Zhang Wanqing tugged at Zhang Xian's arm, addressing Ning Wuyou and the four ladies. I apologize for my brother's behavior. He has always been like this. Please do not take offense. Allow me to offer my apologies on behalf of him. It is of no consequence, Ning Wuyou replied with a smile. Just then, a frivolous voice interrupted their conversation. Well, who is this lovely maiden? She is quite enchanting. Zhang Wanqing turned to see a rather unsavory-looking young man approach. Her expression tinged with disgust. Shirpatian, what do you want? What do I want? Haha, do not worry, Wanqing dear, today I am not here for you. But for these four lovely ladies, Shirpatian declared, striking what he believed to be a charming pose towards Mei Qing and the others. He puffed out his chest, attempting to showcase his confidence and allure, his eyes gleaming with mischief upon witnessing such a lively spirit in their midst. Ning Wuyou anticipated that this expedition into the secret realm would not be overly dull. He then remarked, let us proceed. I shall cover the cost of your 3 celestial crystals. What do you think? When Zhang Xian heard that Ning Wuyou was willing to pay for his entry into the secret realm, he became instantly exhilarated. Oh, how embarrassing. However, rest assured, my brother, I shall share half of any heavenly treasures I acquire once we emerge. Zhang Wanqing, upon hearing her brother's words, found herself at a loss as to how to counsel her somewhat foolish sibling, as his behavior was utterly mortifying. With her keen intellect, Zhang Wanqing had a fair inkling of Ning Wuyou's true identity, suspecting that he was indeed the esteemed young master spoken of by the powerful figures of the royal realm. His extraordinary demeanor and unparalleled nobility spoke volumes of his upbringing in a prominent family. Furthermore, Ning Wuyou's initial greeting to Zhang Xian, suggesting a desire for camaraderie, confirmed her suspicions about his standing. Now aware of Ning Wuyou's identity, Zhang Wanqing felt somewhat constrained in his presence. Although she was the cherished jewel of her family and the celebrated beauty of Qinghua City, she was still vastly overshadowed by the true scions of illustrious families, rendering her status incomparable. Just as Ning Wuyou was about to lead the women along with Zhang Xian to rendezvous with an Jiuhua discreetly conveyed to him, my lord. It appears that this young lady, Zhang Wanqing, possesses the physique known as ice muscle jade bone. The ice muscle jade bone physique, ranked 30th among the 100 battle physiques. Ning Wuyou's gaze sharpened as he turned to Jiuhua and inquired, are you certain? Indeed, I believe I am not mistaken, Jiuhua affirmed confidently. Her own physique. The shadowed nether eyes, ranked 29th, just preceding the ice muscle jade bone. One of the abilities of the shadowed nether eyes is the capacity to perceive a person's fortune and physique. It was this very ability that had led her to recognize Ning Wuyou's exceptional purple aura, prompting her and her 3 sisters to resolutely align themselves with him. Contemplating this revelation, Ning Wuyou gazed at Zhang Wanqing and posed the question, would you care to accompany me into the secret realm? Zhang Wanqing momentarily lost her train of thought, responding, are you referring to me, my lord? Ning Wuyou nodded slightly, hands clasped behind his back. Upon receiving Ning Wuyou's affirmation, Zhang Wanqing appeared somewhat hesitant. She yearned to obtain what she rightfully deserved within the secret realm through her own abilities, unwilling to rely on others. A woman of great pride, she refused to be a mere canary behind a man, having possessed an unwavering sense of dignity since her youth. However, the harsh reality was that without Ning Wuyou's assistance, she would be unable to enter the secret realm at all. To claim she had no desire to enter would be disingenuous. At that moment, opportunities had eluded her, and even if she were to gain entry, the uncertainty of survival loomed large. Yet, with Ning Wuyou's aid, the prospects seemed far more attainable. Still, her pride and self-respect began to stir, placing her in a quandary. After a period of contemplation, Zhang Wanqing finally spoke with calm resolve. I shall heed your commands, esteemed sir. Just as my brother, I shall share the spoils of the secret realm with you. Ning Wuyou chuckled lightly. What a proud woman you are. Indeed, I find you quite admirable. Upon hearing Ning Wuyou's compliment, Zhang Wanqing stood there, somewhat flustered and at a loss. Qing, prepare, Ning Wuyou instructed Mei Qing. Yes, young master. Mei Qing replied as she waved her hand over the storage ring, and instantly, a magnificent 9-dragon carriage surged forth. As the 9-dragon carriage made its appearance, The heavens and the earth seemed to change color, and the winds roared. 9 colossal dragons coiled and spiraled around the carriage, each one bearing its fangs and claws, exuding an imposing aura as if they would break free from their constraints and soar into the sky at any moment. The scales upon their bodies shimmered with a dazzling radiance, akin to brilliant stars descending to the mortal realm. Their eyes sparkled with a fierce brilliance, emanating an air of majesty that rendered one unable to gaze directly upon them. The entire carriage was crafted from 1,000-year-old black iron, remarkably sturdy yet as light as a feather. Its surface was adorned with intricate and mysterious runes and patterns that intertwined and flowed, exuding an ancient and powerful essence. The canopy of the carriage was constructed from golden nama wood, complemented by a brocade cover woven from silkworm silk, intricately embroidered with a scene of dragons and phoenixes bringing auspiciousness, vivid and resplendent in its beauty. As the 9-dragon carriage glided forward, the ground trembled slightly beneath the wheels, raising a cloud of dust, accompanied by the resounding roars of dragons echoing through the skies. Its overwhelming presence felt like an ocean's might, imposing as a mountain, causing all present to feel breathless, their hearts racing, instinctively compelled to kneel in submission. Strictly speaking, this carriage resembled a grand palace capable of traversing freely. The design of this mobile palace was a masterpiece of ingenuity, with every detail showcasing unparalleled luxury and refinement. Inside the carriage was a realm of its own. The spacious and bright hall was adorned with a vast plush carpet, as soft as a cloud. Surrounding it were exquisite, intricately carved tables and chairs, their backs inlaid with gems and pearls that sparkled with enchanting brilliance. Ning Wuyou was the first to enter the luxurious carriage, reclining languidly on the soft couch as if in a tranquil slumber. Following her, the 4 maidens gracefully lifted the Zhang siblings into the air, landing steadily on the exterior deck, meticulously carved from white jade. Zhang Wanqing, though astonished, managed to suppress the rapid beating of her heart. In contrast, her brother Zhang Xian lacked such composure, exclaiming in awe at the magnificent gemstones and the fact that the deck's pillars were crafted from celestial crystals. Just as Zhang Xian intended to step inside the carriage to explore, he was halted by Zhu Xin. This is the young master's south resting place. No outsiders are permitted without his permission. Otherwise, death awaits, Zhu Xin stated coldly. Having recently witnessed Zhu Xin's ruthlessness, Zhang Xian understood the gravity of her warning, stammering an awkward laugh. I want to go in, just looking. Zhang Wanqing quickly pulled her brother closer, reprimanding, Brother, can't you behave? Be cautious not to anger the young master. Zhang Xian merely pouted, remaining silent beside her, though his eyes darted about restlessly. In the vicinity of the secret realm, Yi remained seated in midair. While the major factions below, after much deliberation, consented to his terms, each preparing to surrender 3 celestial crystals to secure their entry into the secret realm. After all, they were powerless to oppose him. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. Even if the factions below banded together against Yi, it would likely not suffice to withstand even a few of his strikes. As the various factions began to hand over their celestial crystals, the magnificent 9-dragon carriage descended slowly above Yi. Its arrival caused an uproar among the crowd, who murmured in curiosity, Who is this? Such a grand display. What an opulent palace. Look, there are people on the deck. Could it possibly be the young master spoken of by the powerful in the imperial Dao? Upon witnessing the 9-dragon carriage's arrival, Yi swiftly ascended to the deck. This startled Zhang Xian, who retreated to the edge of the deck, preparing to leap away at any moment. Zhang Wanqing, having already surmised Ning Wuyou's identity, appeared relatively composed, though internally, she was tumultuous as waves crashing against the shore. Yi approached the beaded curtain before the carriage, kneeling on one knee and declaring, Your Highness. The reverberation of Your Highness left Zhang Wanqing momentarily frozen. Swallowing hard as she pondered, what is this young master's true identity? Could he be a prince of the Celestial Enlightenment dynasty? Such a status is astonishing. Zhang Wanqing found herself utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, Zhang Xian, standing at a distance, failed to catch an ES address to Ning Wuyou. Fearing that this powerful figure might take action against them, he shivered in trepidation. Out here, just calling him young master like Qing'er and the others will suffice. I do not wish for my identity to be known throughout the realm. The voice of Ning Wuyou emerged from within the carriage. I obey your command. Yi replied in a low tone. At that moment, Ning Wuyou's calm voice followed. How are matters progressing? Upon hearing this, Yi hastily responded with utmost respect. I have successfully arranged everything, Your Highness. Well done. I have always trusted your abilities. You may rise, Ning Wuyou stated, hearing his master's praise. And he felt a surge of joy. I thank you for your kindness, young master. At that moment, the glass curtain of the carriage emitted a melodious sound, and Ning Wuyou leisurely stepped out, instructing An, once we have gathered the celestial crystals, we shall proceed inside. Yes, young master, An replied with a bow. Only then did Zhang Xian realize the significance of their conversation, stuttering as he pointed at Ning Wuyou. He is the one. Best lower your hand, or I won't hesitate to sever it, An coldly admonished Zhang Xian. Witnessing An's fierce demeanor, Zhang Xian hastily pressed his other hand down, visibly astonished. How exhilarating it was to discover that the esteemed young master, whom he had accompanied, was indeed the prodigy spoken of among the powerful. Zhang Xian mused inwardly, feeling a mix of thrill and fear. Observing her brother's disgraceful behavior, Zhang Wanqing wished to pierce him with a sword, but alas, they were siblings. With a sigh of resignation, she turned away, unwilling to witness her brother's embarrassment, silently vowing, I shall never venture out with him again. No. There will be no next time, absolutely none. After almost an hour, the entrance to the secret realm was finally wide enough for one person to pass through. And he leaped down from the deck, blocking the entrance, and declared, 3 celestial crystals to enter the secret realm. No sooner had An's words left his lips than the crowd surged towards the entrance, fearful of being outpaced and losing the treasures within. Individuals from second and third tier forces, equipped with small flying vessels, flung 3 celestial crystals at An before vanishing into the entrance. This action incited a sense of urgency among those from 4th and 5th tier forces, as well as the scattered cultivators at the back, who felt like ants on a hot stove, lamenting, such is the foundation of powerful families. Though some scattered cultivators winced at the thought of parting with 3 celestial crystals, they recognized this as an exceptionally fair opportunity for them. Were it not for Ning Wuyou, the secret realm would likely have been monopolized by a few major forces, excluding them entirely. Thus, the scattered cultivators harbored little resentment towards the young master mentioned by An, as the majority rushed inside. The laggards wished fervently for extra legs to keep pace with others entering the secret realm. Despite the inherent dangers within, those who entered first could scout the territory. Yet, the realm of the celestial domain has always operated under the law of coexistence between peril and opportunity. Although entering first was risky, the potential rewards were immense, driving everyone madly towards the entrance. The fallen secret realm of the supreme realm. It had been nearly a millennium since the celestial domain had discovered a secret realm of such caliber. How could the emergence of this realm not excite them? Furthermore, this supreme realm appeared so swiftly, unlike prior realms that required months of signs and barrier breaking. Had they waited 2 or 3 months, not only would they have missed out, but even second-tier forces would have been sidelined, leaving little for scattered cultivators, who would be left empty-handed. While some speculated whether the supreme realm had been tampered with, suspecting it to be a trap due to its rapid accessibility, such doubts evaporated in the face of overwhelming temptation. Only a fraction of the crowd could muster 3 celestial crystals to enter the realm, leaving the majority gazing longingly. Just as the crowd prepared to give up, An's voice resonated once more. Now, those who surrender 2 celestial crystals may enter the secret realm. With a swift motion, those who had hesitated at the mention of 3 celestial crystals rushed towards the entrance, disappearing in an instant. An hour passed, and all who possessed 2 celestial crystals had entered, leaving a substantial number still outside. Those remaining were unable to produce 2 celestial crystals. Yet they gazed at An with hopeful eyes, anticipating the moment he would permit entry for 1 celestial crystal. Indeed, the heavens reward the diligent. An finally spoke, 1 celestial crystal for entry. A tremor rippled through the crowd as a throng of cultivators surged towards the entrance. After the last of the 1 crystal entrants had passed through, a small remainder still lingered, their hopeful gazes fixed on An, awaiting his next pronouncement. In the fervent anticipation of the crowd, An declared, still, 1 celestial crystal for entry. This left the crowd bewildered, unsure of the intent behind the words of this powerful figure. Even Zhang Wanqing, aboard the 9-dragon carriage, turned to Mei Qing with curiosity. Sister Mei Qing, did that esteemed individual misspeak? During their time on the 9-dragon carriage, Zhang Wanqing had grown close to her 4 sisters, now addressing Mei Qing in a sisterly manner. Mei Qing smiled charmingly and replied, glancing at her master, with your keen intellect, have you not discerned my young master's intentions? Upon hearing Mei Qing's explanation, Zhang Wanqing pondered for a moment, a cold sweat breaking out as her body involuntarily trembled. She had grasped Ning Wuyou's plan, yet it was utterly terrifying, so unimaginable. Zhang Wanqing's teeth began to chatter at the thought. What exactly does this young master intend, manipulating the world to his whim? This swift opening of the supreme realm must surely be part of his grand design. Contemplating this, Zhang Wanqing's gaze towards Ning Wuyou shifted, imbued with shock, fear, and an impulse to flee from the deck. She cast a glance at her brother Zhang Xian, who remained blissfully unaware, foolishly engrossed in the spectacle. As Yi's words settled, confusion erupted at the entrance. A figure stepped forward, perplexed, and inquired, "Might you clarify your meaning, my lord?" In response, Yi offered a chilling smile and said, "Did you not understand? Allow me to elucidate." He paused momentarily before continuing, "Surely, among you, some possess celestial crystals yet hesitate to part with them. Am I correct?" Upon hearing this, the cultivators exchanged wary glances, scanning their surroundings. And Ethan slowly stated, "Why not seize the opportunity? If you are reluctant to part with your celestial crystals, then take those of others. I recognize only celestial crystals, not individuals. Do you understand?" Upon hearing Yi's pronouncement, the numerous cultivators before the mystic realm were dumbfounded, rooted to the spot, and remained unresponsive for quite some time. After a period of silence lasting approximately an incense stick's duration, a fierce clamor of combat erupted at the entrance to the mystic realm. As time elapsed, an increasing number of individuals began vying for others' immortal crystals, resulting in a scene of utter carnage, a spectacle of profound horror. Blood splattered profusely, as if dyeing the entire expanse a lurid crimson. Severed limbs and fragmented remains lay scattered, some still adorned with shreds of flesh, eliciting shivers of dread. The air hung heavy with a pungent, acrid stench of blood, nauseating to inhale. The ground, saturated with blood, became slick and treacherous, each step leaving a trail of crimson imprints, akin to a deathly path leading to the netherworld. The scene was nothing short of a terrestrial inferno, brutally sanguinary, and unbearable to behold. On deck, Zhang Wanqing, witnessing the cultivators below engaging in mortal combat over a single immortal crystal, sighed softly, turning away, unable to bear the sight any longer. Zhang Xian, even more distressed, leaned over the edge of the deck, retching violently. "Do you find this appalling?" Ning Wuyou's voice resonated, calm and detached. Hearing this, Zhang Wanqing, fraught with trepidation, stammered, and no. She was now genuinely fearful of Ning Wuyou. On the surface, Ning Wuyou appeared as an ethereal nobleman, seemingly indifferent to the world, yet beneath that facade lay a heart as ruthless as any. He pursued his own ambitions without regard for the lives of others, manipulating the fate of countless individuals with ease. "You seem quite afraid of me," Ning Wuyou remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips. "And no, it's just. I find myself in disagreement with your methods," Zhang Wanqing stammered. "Huh," Ning Wuyou chuckled lightly, his hands clasped behind his back as he gazed down upon the chaos of battle below. "It is merely the survival of the fittest, without my intervention. These lowly cultivators would not even qualify to enter the secret realms. Surely, you comprehend this logic." "I understand the reasoning, but..." Zhang Wanqing struggled to accept the harsh reality. Ning Wuyou understood what Zhang Wanqing was about to express. He shook his head and continued, "You find it cruel, do you not? Go and observe which formidable warrior has not emerged from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, or which supreme being or emperor has not paved their path to enlightenment with countless skeletons. My methods, when compared to theirs, are but child's play." He spoke with an air of detachment. "Do not speak of the honors of titles. For every general's triumph, countless bones lie in decay," Ning Wuyou remarked calmly. Although Zhang Wanqing struggled to accept Ning Wuyou's approach, she refrained from arguing and bowed to him, saying, "Thank you for your guidance, my lord. It is of no consequence." "I am merely passing the time," Ning Wuyou replied nonchalantly. As time passed, the scene below was one of devastation, with many dead and wounded. Ultimately, fewer than 1,000 souls remained. These last survivors laughed maniacally, for they were the final victors. Subsequently, this 1,000 surrendered their celestial crystals and vanished at the entrance to the secret realm, successfully entering its depths. At that moment, the entrance to the secret realm resembled a river of blood, a true depiction of a hellish landscape. Among the 1,000 who entered were members of the Zhang family, who were relatively fortunate due to their familial unity, suffering only a few casualties, a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. They too made their way into the secret realm without significant loss. Upon realizing that their kin had not sustained grave injuries, Zhang Wanqing and Zhang Xian both breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Once all had entered, Ning Wuyou communicated telepathically with Mei Qing, inquiring, "Have all the markings been completed?" "Rest assured, my lord, I have taken great care. All 1,000 individuals have been marked," Mei Qing replied sweetly. "Excellent. Let us proceed," Ning Wuyou said, waving his robe. Subsequently, Mei Qing stowed the 9 dragons' carriage into her spatial ring, and they too entered the secret realm. And Yi, however, remained outside, steadfast in his duties, as he had other tasks to attend to. As Ning Wuyou and his companions ventured into the secret realm, a lively little girl suddenly appeared at the entrance. Hey, excuse me, is this the Feiyu secret realm?" she cheerfully inquired. The girl, resembling a porcelain doll, stood before an Yi, who was instantly taken aback, thinking to himself, "What brings this little lady here? This is quite troublesome." And Yi recognized the 7th princess. He bowed respectfully. "Ah, you know me? Are you one of my third brother's people? That's wonderful. I've finally found you. Please take me to my third brother," the little girl exclaimed joyously. And Yi, feeling a bit flustered, replied, "7th princess, your brother has already entered. He is unlikely to return soon." The Tianqi emperor had 13 daughters, and this porcelain-like princess was the 7th, affectionately known as Ning Xiangxiang. At the age of 12, she was particularly close to Ning Wuyou and adored clinging to him. "Why do you call me princess and refer to my brother as young master? Isn't it more appropriate to address him as your highness?" she queried, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Ah," and Yi replied, feeling exasperated, "it is the young master's request that we address him this way, just like Miss May." "All right then, hurry and take me to find my third brother," Ning Xiangxiang urged. Just as she persistently pestered Yi, an elderly voice echoed, "Oh, my precious 7th princess. How did you end up here? Come back with your old servant at once." The speaker was none other than Li Changshi, who had previously come to inform Ning Wuyou of the empress's summons. "Oh, my 7th princess, you are quite elusive. If you do not return soon, the emperor shall be furious," Li Changshi said anxiously as he approached her. "I came to find my third brother. I heard he was in this secret realm, so I came looking for him. I want to go back. I want to wait for him." Ning Wuyou strolled leisurely with the group, resembling not a seeker of hidden realms, but rather a connoisseur of the picturesque scenery, engaging in playful banter with the 4 maidens, Mei Qing and her companions. In stark contrast, Zhang Wanqing and Zhang Xuanke were bereft of such lightheartedness. Each step they took was accompanied by a glance over their shoulders. For within the secret realm, the most formidable threat was not the traps that lay in wait, but rather the treachery that lurked in the hearts of men. The realm was often rife with those who would ambush and rob, or those who approached with ulterior motives. After some time, Zhang Wanqing's prideful disposition compelled her to seek independence from Ning Wuyou's company. Though his presence offered a semblance of safety, it also diminished the essence of their quest for experience. Moreover, she harbored a slight trepidation towards him, unwilling to remain in his debt. Following a discussion between the siblings, Zhang Wanqing turned to Ning Wuyou and declared, "Noble Sir Ning, my brother and I have intruded upon your company for long enough. We wish to explore the depths of this secret realm on our own." Ning Wuyou cast a glance at Zhang Wanqing and remarked, "Well, it is for the best. I shall not keep you two any longer." At that moment, Zhang Xian murmured softly, "How wonderful it is to follow young Master Ning, enjoying delightful feasts without a care for safety." Upon hearing Zhang Xian's murmurs, Zhang Wanqing shot him a disapproving glance and turned to Ning Wuyou with an apologetic tone. "Young Master Ning, I promise to take you into the secret realm, and upon my return, I shall share half of the treasures with you. I will not go back on my word." With that, she slightly bowed to Ning Wuyou and led her elder brother away, observing the direction in which Zhang Wanqing departed. Ning Wuyou sighed. She truly is a proud woman at heart. "What, young master, are you feeling a bit reluctant?" Mei Qing teased with a gentle laugh, covering her lips. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Ning Wuyou's sudden action left Mei Qing blushing furiously. However, she did not struggle to escape his embrace but instead lay there quietly, feeling an unparalleled sense of peace. Among the 4 ladies, Lan Xiang, somewhat dazed, remarked, "Young master, when did our elder sister become a fairy? I was unaware of such a development." Her words elicited laughter from the group, even prompting a slight smile from the usually cold Zhu Xian. As they meandered through the secret realm, Ning Wuyou and the 4 ladies admired the enchanting scenery while gathering precious treasures of nature. In the celestial domain, these treasures are categorized from 1 to 9, with 9 being the highest grade and 1 the lowest. While Ning Wuyou and the 4 women were exploring, the sounds of combat suddenly reached their ears from not too far ahead. Judging by the noise, the source of the conflict was merely a few hundred meters away. "Let us go take a look," Ning Wuyou said with interest. As they approached, it became evident that a small, turquoise-hued plant swayed gently on the edge of a cliff. Below, 2 groups were fiercely battling for possession of this precious herb. It turned out to be the 6th-grade celestial herb, forget-me-not. Ning Wuyou remarked casually. "Do you need me to retrieve it?" Zhu Xin asked coldly. "No need. This item will eventually belong to me. We shall simply observe the spectacle," Ning Wuyou replied with a smile. After approximately 15 minutes, the skirmish below came to a decisive end, with the victorious party claiming the forget-me-not, albeit with each member bearing signs of their fierce struggle. Seeing that the excitement had dissipated, Ning Wuyou prepared to lead the 4 ladies away. However, at that moment, the group that had obtained the forget-me-not blocked their path. "Excuse me, esteemed guests, are you planning to leave now that the commotion has subsided? That seems rather impolite." A bloodied man stepped forward and stated. Ning Wuyou, with an air of indifference, uttered a dismissive "oh," and said, "In that case, Qing'er, toss them a low-grade yuan crystal, as a token for the spectacle." Hearing Ning Wuyou's command, Mei Qing covered her mouth with a chuckle and replied, "Yes, young master." As she spoke, she began rummaging through her storage ring. Although Mei Qing possessed a considerable number of xian crystals, she could not find a single yuan crystal. With a feigned look of grievance, she turned to Ning Wuyou and lamented, "Young master, I have no yuan crystals." "I have one," Bamboo Heart said nonchalantly. Subsequently, she retrieved a yuan crystal from her storage ring and casually tossed it before the burly man, declaring, "Here, a reward for you. Consider it a way to shoo away a beggar. Now be gone." The burly man, witnessing the humiliation being heaped upon him by Ning Wuyou and his companions, felt a fury rising within him, as if a deity had descended. He growled menacingly, "I'll deal with the man, but leave the woman. How dare you treat me like a beggar? You truly have no idea who you're dealing with." With that, the burly man charged at Ning Wuyou and his companions, flanked by his followers. This man was at the peak of the Great Ascension stage, and his approach was as swift as a hurricane. In response, the 4 women quickly encircled Ning Wuyou, forming a 4-direction sword array, capable of both offense and defense. At that moment, a smile appeared on Ning Wuyou's lips as he said, "Qing'er, step aside. I shall stretch my muscles." Ning Wuyou also desired to test the mystique of his own divine power. Seeing that his young master was about to personally take action, the 4 sisters did not offer much dissuasion, only uttering, "Young master, be careful," before retreating to the side. They held unwavering trust in their young master, for he never engaged in matters without assurance. As the brawny man charged to within 2 or 3 meters of Ning Wuyou, the latter simply extended one hand slowly forward, the other held behind his back. The brawny man was sent hurtling towards Ning Wuyou like a kite with a severed string, instantly finding his neck seized in Ning Wuyou's grasp. Gazing upon the man held in his hand, Ning Wuyou remarked with a touch of derision, "You are fortunate to perish at the hands of this young master. You could be considered the first person I have personally slain." As he finished speaking, the brawny man's physique withered as if shrinking, his demise a gruesome spectacle. The cohort accompanying the brawny man, witnessing his demise in a single, unsustainable exchange, scattered like startled birds and beasts fleeing in disarray. "Attempting to flee? This young master has not yet had his fill," Ning Wuyou proclaimed. With a mere gesture of his hand towards the fleeing throng, they were sent hurtling in the opposite direction, faster than their initial escape. Subsequently, each cultivator suffered the same fate as the brawny man, their bodies shriveling. All their cultivation and spiritual essence transformed into Ning Wuyou's sustenance. Having dealt with these individuals, Ning Wuyou mused with some astonishment. "I did not anticipate that the first layer of the free and unfettered song would bestow such formidable divine power." The divine power accompanying the first layer of the free and unfettered song was named the soul-searching 8 Extremes hand, capable of extracting and absorbing the essence of a person, discarding the dross to augment oneself. The principle of diminishment of one, augmentation of the other aptly illustrated this divine power. "Wow, young master, you are truly remarkable. What is this technique? It appears so formidable. I wish to learn it as well." Kikuyo chirped incessantly. Ning Wuyou affectionately stroked Kikuyo's head, saying, "Very well. I shall impart this divine power to you all when I have the time. Wonderful, wonderful, Kikuyo exclaimed, bounding about with carefree abandon. Standing aside, Takiko observed Ning Wuyou, her heart filled with astonishment. It seems that the young master's divine power was not inherited from the family. I have been by his side the entire time and have not seen him acquire any divine power from anywhere. Could it be that this divine power was comprehended by the young master himself? That would be truly terrifying. Having resolved the matter of these lackeys, Ning Wuyou resumed his leisurely stroll towards the depths of the secret realm with the maidens. Within a cavern in a certain part of the secret realm, a group of approximately 15 or 16 individuals surrounded a pair of young men and women. These 15 or 16 individuals, both male and female, belonged to the same clan. The pair of young men and women were naturally the Zhang siblings, Zhang Xian and Zhang Wanqing. Which clan do you two youngsters belong to? Obediently relinquish the divine spark in your possession, and this old man might spare your lives. An elder who appeared to be around 60 years of age stepped forward and declared, "Humph, you seek to exploit your numerical advantage, do you? Let me tell you. Old codger, we are from the Zhang clan of Qinghua City. You had best consider your actions carefully," Zhang Xian retorted. Ha! Upon hearing this, the elder guffawed. The Zhang clan? I have heard of your Zhang clan, reputed to be the foremost clan in Qinghua City. However, even if a first-rate clan from the imperial city were to arrive today, they would still have to obediently hand over the divine spark to this old man. Witnessing the situation, and knowing that the other party would not relent until their objective was achieved, Zhang Xian hastily transmitted his voice to Zhang Wanqing. "Wanqing, this is dire. What should we do? Quickly devise a solution. What else can we do? If you weren't so fond of flaunting, would this have happened? Do you not understand the principle that to possess jade is to invite crime?" Zhang Wanqing retorted with a cold snort via voice transmission. Zhang Xian helplessly continued. "There is no use in saying all this now. Quickly think of a solution, or else we siblings will truly be finished here. This old fellow is a true immortal. Even 100 of me could not defeat him." After a few breaths, Zhang Wanqing sighed softly and addressed the elder before her in a stern voice. "The divine spark can be given to you. But you must first swear upon your Tao heart that you will allow us siblings to leave once you obtain the divine spark. Otherwise, I shall destroy this divine spark, ensuring that no one obtains it." The so-called Tao heart oath was, as the name suggested, a vow made to the heavenly Tao using one's own Tao heart. Should one violate it, the heavenly Tao would unleash divine lightning as punishment for breaking one's word. The elder frowned and threatened, audacious. "I am giving you an opportunity. Do not fail to appreciate it. Do you truly believe that you are not afraid of death? Since we are doomed to die anyway, we might as well destroy it together." Zhang Wanqing clutched the divine spark tightly, prepared to crush it immediately should the elder make any untoward movements. The elder pondered for a moment. They are merely two insignificant characters. Releasing them would be inconsequential. The divine spark is of utmost importance. "Very well. This old man agrees to your terms," the elder said grimly. Having finished speaking, the elder made a Tao heart oath before the Zhang siblings. As soon as the elder completed his oath, the heavenly Tao seemed to sense it, and a booming sound reverberated. At that moment, an ancient voice echoed in the elder's mind, approved. Seeing that the elder had not resorted to trickery, Zhang Wanqing reluctantly tossed the divine spark to the elder, saying, "I hope you will not regret this." With that, she led Zhang Xian away from the cavern. After leaving the cavern, Zhang Xian grumbled, "That old codger is simply too oppressive, Wanqing. Let's seek assistance from young Master Ning to deal with him." "Enough. If you hadn't insisted on flaunting the divine spark, would those people have known that we possessed it?" Zhang Wanqing roared. "And you still want to seek help from that young Master Ning? Do you even know what kind of person young Master Ning is? He is a man who devours others without spitting out the bones. On the surface, he appears to be a courteous and amiable young master, but if we were to encroach upon his interests, he could make us disappear instantly. Do you understand?" Seeing his younger sister's outburst, Zhang Xian muttered discontentedly, "We merely obtained the divine spark through sheer luck. It is no great loss if we lose it. Besides, I think young Master Ning is quite a good person. He even brought us into the secret realm." Hearing her elder brother's muttering, Zhang Wanqing was infuriated. She could do nothing with her blockhead of an elder brother and could only sigh helplessly. Am I truly that terrifying? At that moment, Ning Wuyou's voice drifted over from nearby. Hearing the voice, Zhang Wanqing's heart leaped in alarm. Turning around, she saw Ning Wuyou approaching with the maidens. Instantly, her nerves tensed up. "Young Master Ning, I did not mean that. I merely, Zhang Wanqing stammered, unable to utter a complete sentence. At that moment, Zhang Wanqing was more fearful and apprehensive facing Ning Wuyou than she had been when facing the elder who had been poised to take her life. Ning Wuyou smiled gently. There is no need to be so fearful. Do you think I would devour you? No, no, Zhang Wanqing replied, increasingly anxious upon hearing his words, and hurriedly clarified. Forget it. I have always been amiable towards others, so I shall overlook your careless remarks. Now, do tell me about the divine essence you just mentioned. Ning Wuyou stated nonchalantly. Upon hearing Ning Wuyou's self-proclamation of benevolence, Zhang Wanqing couldn't help but scoff internally. How can you claim to be kind when you have mercilessly slain so many without a flicker of remorse? If that were the case, there would be no villains left in the world. Although Zhang Wanqing disapproved of Ning Wuyou's actions, she dared not express any hint of rebellion. Thus, she relayed the truth. My brother and I inadvertently stumbled upon two powerful beings in the Divine King realm battling for divine essence. Ultimately, both were gravely injured in their struggle and succumbed to their wounds, allowing my brother and me to profit from their misfortune. Oh, I see. You two siblings are indeed fortunate, Ning Wuyou remarked with a smile. Young Master Ning, we hardly consider ourselves fortunate. The divine essence was taken away before we could even warm it, Zhang Xian retorted, a frown marring his face. Ning Wuyou smiled faintly and said, It matters not. Come. Let this young master accompany you to take a look. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian became quite invigorated and declared, Ning Gongzi, I shall guide you. We must teach that group a proper lesson. Their arrogance is utterly intolerable. Particularly that leading ruffian who boasts that even the scions of esteemed families from the imperial city would not merit his respect. When Zhang Xian announced his intention to lead Ning Wuyou, Zhang Wanqing hastily grasped his arm and interjected, Ning Gongzi, we can inform you of the whereabouts of that group. But my brother and I shall not accompany you. We have other matters to attend to. Zhang Xian, somewhat perplexed, scratched his head and inquired, Sister, what urgent matters could we possibly have? I am unaware of any. Zhang Wanqing felt a surge of frustration, wishing she could silence her brother with a swift strike. Ning Gongzi, do not heed my brother's nonsensical claims. It is a family arrangement stating that if we have the chance to enter the secret realm, we are to seek an item of necessity for our clan, she explained nervously. I do not recall any such family arrangement regarding the search for an item. Zhang Xian questioned Zhang Wanqing, bewildered. Seeing her brother once again unravel her explanation, Zhang Wanqing's grip on her sword trembled slightly, her teeth clenching audibly. In response, Ning Wuyou remained unfazed, offering Zhang Wanqing a smile that brooked no refusal, saying, Lead the way. Observing the seemingly harmless demeanor of Ning Wuyou, Zhang Wanqing grew increasingly anxious, realizing she could not decline. Thus, she guided Ning Wuyou towards the cave where the group resided. As Ning Wuyou and the others approached the cave's entrance, they were swiftly noticed by the group that had previously seized the divine essence from Zhang Wanqing and her brother. The same elderly figure stepped forward, coldly addressing the siblings. You two children have already been spared once by me. Yet, you dare to return with reinforcements? It seems you truly seek your own demise. Even the heavenly oath cannot shield you now. I have given you a second chance, but without its protection, I shall relish in witnessing your downfall. With that, the elder unleashed a powerful strike towards Ning Wuyou and his companions. How audacious! How dare you attack my young master? Mei Qing admonished. In an instant, the four maidens formed a protective sword array around Ning Wuyou. For mere girls daring to defy me? Your loyalty is commendable, the elder scoffed, increasing the force of his strike. Suddenly, the onlookers were horrified to witness a colossal palm print materializing in the sky, casting an ominous shadow and bearing down upon them with overwhelming pressure. Faced with such a terrifying assault, the four maidens remained composed, swiftly executing their sword formation. The sound of ringing swords filled the air as four beams of light ascended and intertwined. Astonishingly, as the array activated, the four seasons manifested in succession: the vibrant blossoms of spring, the scorching sun of summer, the bountiful harvest of autumn, and the pristine snow of winter. These four distinct yet harmonious seasonal energies converged, creating an impenetrable barrier that withstood the elder's formidable strike. Impressive, you girls have managed to withstand my blow. I must admit, I underestimated you, the elder remarked, feigning indifference, though a flicker of uncertainty crossed his mind. It was not merely the girl's strength that concerned him, but rather the extraordinary sword array they wielded, which clearly indicated a lineage far beyond that of an ordinary family. The fact that several girls at the integration stage could withstand a strike from someone at the Divine King level suggested the array's extraordinary nature, likely of a low-grade, heavenly level. What kind of family could afford to provide such heavenly techniques for their maidens to cultivate? It was evident that this family, if not among the 12 ruling powers of the immortal realm, was at least a top-tier second or first-grade force. Below second grade, such resources were simply unattainable. As the elder pondered this, his fear intensified, especially upon seeing Ning Wuyou, who remained unfazed, his demeanor betraying no concern for their presence. Finding a way to retreat gracefully, the elder declared, "In light of your ability to withstand my strike, I shall not pursue you further. You may leave." At this moment, Ning Wuyou, with hands clasped behind him and a faint smile gracing his lips, replied, "It would be impolite to not reciprocate. Given your age, I suggest you cripple your own arms and surrender your divine essence before departing." With the calmest of tones, he uttered the harshest of words, a true reflection of Ning Wuyou's character. "You must not overstep, old man. Do not force my hand. Even a cornered rabbit will bite. Furthermore, this remote location, coupled with my strength, makes it all too easy for me to eliminate you without any of your allies being the wiser." The elder, no longer referring to himself as old man, clearly feared the forces behind Ning Wuyou and sought to intimidate him into retreat. After his proclamation, Ning Wuyou's cold and depressive voice cut through the tension. "Force me? Humph. Do not overestimate your significance. You have 3 breaths to decide whether to comply with my request." As he counted, the very air around them seemed to thicken, creating a suffocating pressure. The elder's face paled, sweat beading upon his brow as he trembled uncontrollably. Under Ning Wuyou's invisible pressure, the elder, cornered, shouted to his followers, "All of you, attack together. Be swift and decisive. Leave no one alive. If even one escapes, our clan will face annihilation." Realizing there was no retreat, the elder's followers steeled themselves and charged at Ning Wuyou. Observing the disorganized mob rushing towards him, Ning Wuyou lacked any interest in engaging directly, instructing, "And San, leave none alive." In that critical moment, a shadow as dark as ink emerged like a specter from a rift in space. Dressed in a voluminous black robe, the figure's face remained obscured, yet the powerful aura emanating from him revealed he was no ordinary individual. Upon his arrival, the mysterious figure approached Ning Wuyou without hesitation, each step seemingly laden with invisible weight, solidifying the air around him. Upon reaching Ning Wuyou, the figure bowed slightly, speaking in a deep, respectful voice. "I humbly obey your command." With an air of unwavering loyalty and reverence, San wasted no time and charged towards the elder and his advancing group. Like a tiger descending from the mountain, San lunged forward, his muscles tensing, unleashing a tremendous force that threatened to shatter the ground beneath him. With a thunderous roar, his right arm swung out, his fist descending like lightning, accompanied by a howling wind. The punch carried an immense momentum, tearing through the air with a sound akin to a rip. In an instant, the elder and his followers froze in place, and after a brief moment, a gust of wind swept through, leaving nothing but ashes where they once stood. "Your subordinate has fulfilled his duty," and San knelt before Ning Wuyou, expressing his respect. "I am pleased with this outcome. You may withdraw," Ning Wuyou replied coolly. "As you wish," and San responded before vanishing from sight. This entire sequence transpired within mere moments. The elder and his group had been reduced to ashes by a single punch from San. The Zhang siblings were left in shock, particularly Zhang Xian, whose legs trembled uncontrollably. The fact that a divine king had been so effortlessly obliterated was truly terrifying. What background did this young Master Ning possess? Zhang Xian pondered, his mind in a daze, overwhelmed by the enormity of the situation. Having dealt with the elder, Ning Wuyou waved his hand, retrieving the divine essence, which he glanced at dismissively before entrusting it to Mei Qing. "I have accepted this divine essence. Should either of you siblings have any objections, feel free to voice them," he said, his demeanor warm and inviting. Zhang Wanqing thought to herself, "What a cunning fox. If I dare voice any dissent, my brother and I would surely meet the same fate as that group. Since the divine essence has fallen into young Master Ning's hands, it naturally belongs to you." "We have no objections," she replied, suppressing her anxiety and smiling at Ning Wuyou. Seeing the two siblings display such awareness, Ning Wuyou decided not to trouble them further. With a smile, he remarked, "Very well, who could blame a gentleman like myself? I shall take on this burdensome task." Zhang Wanqing, observing Ning Wuyou's cunning yet disingenuous demeanor, felt a mix of resentment and fear, pondering internally. This individual is exceedingly capricious, a man prone to violence over trifles. It is prudent to maintain distance. After acquiring the divine essence, Ning Wuyou gazed at the boundless secret realm devoid of night and declared, "Qing'er, let us proceed. It is time to retrieve what rightfully belongs to me. Everything shall unfold according to your wishes, my lord." Mei Qing responded with a flirtatious smile directed at Ning Wuyou. "Noble Lord Ning, my brother and I have resolved to embark on our own journey of trials. We shall not accompany you," Zhang Wanqing said with a slight bow. Upon her words, even the typically carefree Zhang Xian refrained from expressing a desire to follow Ning Wuyou, indicating a hint of apprehension. Ning Wuyou nodded with a smile and said, "Then I shall not keep you. I believe we shall meet again." After speaking, Ning Wuyou departed with the four women. Zhang Wanqing gazed at the retreating figures of Ning Wuyou and the others, her heart filled with melancholy as she murmured, "I hope we shall not meet again, and that we shall never cross paths once more." Thus, Zhang Wanqing and Zhang Xian embarked on their own journey of exploration. Ning Wuyou and his companions meandered through the depths of the secret realm, where the number of corpses increased with each step they took. Countless souls lay eternally buried in this hidden sanctuary, accompanying the supreme feather in perpetual slumber. The world thrives on the pursuit of profit. It is a constant hustle and bustle for gain, Ning Wuyou mused, observing the somber scene before him. "My lord, what evokes such sentiments today? Are you lamenting for these lost souls?" Mei Qing inquired, having never witnessed such reflections from him since their four sisters began following him. In their hearts, Ning Wuyou had always embodied the notion of bearing the weight of the world alone rather than being burdened by it. "I do not mourn for their demise. I merely sigh for myself. Are we not also participants in this grand tide of fate? Perhaps one day, I too shall descend into eternal rest, becoming but a fleeting memory in history. No one shall remember me, nor shall anyone know my name." Ning Wuyou replied with a tranquil demeanor. "We firmly believe that you shall never be among these souls. You are destined to be the sovereign of the heavens, gazing down upon all beings." The four sisters affirmed in unison. "To dominate all existence, huh? Such an aspiration feels exceedingly distant. For now, I yearn simply to live well," Ning Wuyou said, a hint of melancholy in his voice. In the distance, his somewhat frail silhouette stood alone, seemingly at odds with the bustling world around him. He stood there quietly, as if he were an island of solitude amidst the clamor. Sunlight cascaded upon him, outlining a lonely figure that evoked a sense of compassion. A gentle breeze stirred, tousling his hair, yet it could not disperse the profound loneliness that enveloped him. At that moment, Mei Qing stepped forward and gently embraced his waist, resting her head against his back, whispering, "My lord, rest assured, no matter how the world changes, I shall always remain by your side, steadfast and unwavering." Her eyes, as clear as water, gazed deeply into Ning Wuyou's profile, as if to etch this vow into the depths of her heart. "I wish to remain with you always," Mei Qing murmured again, leaning against his back, tenderly grasping his hand, as though sealing a lifelong promise. Upon hearing her heartfelt words, Ning Wuyou turned to face Mei Qing, her eyes brimming with affection, and simply replied, "Good." As Ning Wuyou uttered the word good, the surrounding spiritual energy surged forth like a roaring tide towards him. Suppressing his astonishment, Ning Wuyou swiftly activated the Zizai Gugong method, voraciously absorbing the ambient spiritual energy as if he were a great whale. The words of Mei Qing instigated a subtle transformation within Ning Wuyou's state of mind, leading to a remarkable enhancement in his cultivation. He progressed from the initial stage of the Great Ascension to the mid-stage, and then to the late stage, nearing the ultimate level, just a step away from the realm of true immortality. Even Mei Qing, who was beside him, reaped significant benefits, advancing to the early stage of the Great Ascension, thus crossing a substantial threshold. The late stage of the Great Ascension is merely a step away from entering the echelon of true immortals, which is indeed commendable. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Ning Wuyou gazed at Mei Qing, whose complexion was radiant and skin as delicate as phosphor, and he found her to be most enchanting at that moment. Observing the affectionate rapport between the two, the other three women promptly turned away, wishing not to intrude upon their elder sister. They were acutely aware of their sister's profound feelings for the young master. The sisters were well aware of their elder sister's admiration for him, having teased her about it on countless occasions in private. Nevertheless, despite the playful banter, they all understood that they were merely servants in the presence of the young master, although they harbored deep affection for him. Such emotions could only remain buried within their hearts, never to be easily revealed. After all, the young master was the third prince of the illustrious Tianqi celestial dynasty, a figure of unparalleled nobility, and how could they, with their humble status as mere servants, dare to entertain any thoughts of overstepping their bounds? Even the slightest transgression would be absolutely impermissible. Today, upon witnessing Ning Wuyou's melancholic demeanor, Mei Qing felt compelled to voice the sentiments she had long kept hidden, only to regret her words immediately after. Mei Qing, what is your station? You aspire to remain by the young master's side? To be worthy of him, one must hail from a noble family within the celestial realms. You are but a servant. What right have you to speak of companionship? Mei Qing pondered despondently. Seeing Mei Qing's flustered expression elicited a chuckle from Ning Wuyou. He reached out, encircling her slender waist, and whispered into her ear, "With me to protect you. What have you to fear? Not even a celestial maiden from the 9 heavens is more significant than my dear Qing'er. Fear not, for all shall be well as long as I am by your side." Listening to Ning Wuyou's nearly unguarded declarations, Mei Qing felt tears welling up in her eyes. But Qing'er is merely a servant and unworthy of the young master. Even if you're my servant, you hold a status far superior to that of countless others in the world. Should anyone dare speak ill of you, I shall deal with them. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Ning Wuyou's words moved Mei Qing to the point where tears began to well in her eyes. Gently leaning against Ning Wuyou's chest, she shyly nodded and said, "Thank you, my lord. In truth, I am already content to remain by your side. I dare not harbor any further desires. I only hope that one day you will not forget me." As time passed, Ning Wuyou and his companions ventured deeper into the secret realm, where they beheld a towering peak standing majestically among the clouds, resembling a celestial paradise. Above the clouds loomed a mysterious temple, and a throng of practitioners ascended towards its summit as the clouds ebbed and flowed around them. That must be the sacred place of the Feiyu Supreme's legacy, Ning Wuyou remarked, hands clasped behind his back. "My lord, shall we ascend now?" Came a cold voice from Zhu Xian. "It is time to reap the fruits," Ning Wuyou replied, and with that, he led his companions in soaring towards the enigmatic temple. Upon their arrival, they found several factions already encircling the temple. Just as Ning Wuyou and his group were about to approach, a voice rang out. "No unauthorized personnel may approach the Feiyu Supreme's legacy. Violators shall be executed." The speaker was a formidable figure from the Leaf family, a second-tier clan, at the pinnacle of the God King realm. "You are correct. The legacy of the Feiyu Supreme has been divided among our 3 families. Others should not harbor any ambitions," the corpulent elder from the Chen family added, his tone laced with veiled threats as he eyed Ning Wuyou and the other practitioners preparing to advance. The masked powerhouse from the Jiuyou Valley nodded in agreement, stating, "You must leave at once, or face death." With that, an overwhelming aura emanated from him, forcing the crowd to retreat in fear. Except for a few, including Ning Wuyou, who remained unmoved. The others scrambled back to the edge of the mountain, terrified of being struck down by the God King realm's might. Witnessing the domineering demeanor of these 3 second-tier factions left the practitioners in a state of suppressed anger. After all, they were indeed second-tier powers, and the situation was beyond their control. Amidst the pressure from the God King realm, Ning Wuyou appeared unfazed, standing with an air of nonchalance as he casually shielded the 4 women around him. At that moment, Ning Wuyou slowly stepped forward and remarked, "You are the first to dare display your strength before me." With a graceful flourish, he snapped his fingers, his gaze as frigid as ice. Devoid of emotion as he commanded, "Kill. Leave none alive from your faction. You have 3 breaths to comply." His voice resonated like a harbinger from the depths of hell, imbued with an inexorable intent to kill. As Ning Wuyou's words faded into silence, the previously tranquil atmosphere around him swiftly morphed into one of palpable tension. A gentle breeze swept by, lifting the edges of his robe with a rustling sound. Behind him, a host of shadowy figures emerged like phantoms, clad in dark attire and wielding sharp blades, exuding a chilling aura. These shadows moved with the swiftness of the wind, racing toward their target in the blink of an eye. Their forms flickered and intertwined within the secret realm, reminiscent of a deadly dance. Amidst the glimmer of blades, blood spattered, and anguished cries echoed incessantly. This cadre of dark-clad figures comprised the first batch of followers known as the Shadow Guards, meticulously cultivated in secrecy by Ning Wuyou. Shadows that traversed the darkness. Unlike the mere 9 of the Dark Guards, the Shadow Guards numbered 3,000, each possessing cultivation beyond the Xinxian realm, with their leader being a formidable force at the pinnacle of the royal Dao. No one knew his origins or name, only that he was referred to as the Shadow. The existence of the Shadow Guards was known only to a select few of Ning Wuyou's trusted confidants. Within the span of 3 breaths, every last individual from the Jiuyou Valley met their demise before the temple, reduced to mere bones, a sight that sent shivers down the spines of the onlooking cultivators. Those practitioners who had just been driven to the brink by the Jiuyou Valley's API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Ning Wuyou cast a glance at the members of the Li family, then turned his attention to the middle-aged man of Divine King realm kneeling before him, remarking, "You possess a certain discernment. You are commendable." The Divine King of the Li family responded, "Thank you, my lord, for your magnanimity in overlooking our reckless transgressions," before leading his family members to withdraw to the side. "Just moments ago, who dared to threaten me?" Ning Wuyou said, digging into his ear as he continued, "I implore you to spare us. We are willing to relinquish all the treasures we have acquired from the secret realms." The speaker was an elder from the Chen family, a divine king, who merely inclined his body slightly, unlike the Li family's divine king who had prostrated fully. The elder from the Chen family cast a disdainful sidelong glance at the middle-aged divine king of the Li family, thinking to himself, "What a spineless wretch. Your Li family, after all, is a second-tier power, and yet you kneel so easily. How utterly shameful." Ning Wuyou, with his hands clasped behind his back, gazed at the elder of the Qin family and languidly inquired, "Why do you not kneel? Do you still believe that this young master is unworthy of your submission?" Faced with Ning Wuyou's overwhelming dominance, the elder of the Qin family realized that retreat was no longer an option. He replied, "Young master, we have already conceded defeat. Please do not push us too far. Our Qin family is allied with the second prince of the immortal dynasty. If you were to kill us, would you not fear the trouble it would bring upon yourself? It would be wise to cease while you are ahead. We are willing to relinquish our claim to this land of inheritance." Upon hearing this, Ning Wuyou could not help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha! The second prince of the immortal dynasty? I wondered who had given you such audacity. It turns out to be that useless Ning Wu. He could never intimidate this young master." As Ning Wuyou's words fell, the elder's brow furrowed deeply. He thought to himself, if he disregards even the second prince of the immortal dynasty and dares to openly label him as waste, what manner of individual is this young master? Have we truly stumbled upon an immovable obstacle today? "Enough," Ning Wuyou stated with an expression of indifference. "You must now choose your path. Will you walk away on your own, or shall I assist you? The choice is yours." To him, determining a person's fate seemed as effortless as crushing an ant beneath his foot. Observing the elder's internal struggle, Ning Wuyou's voice rang out once more. "If you do not wish to accompany this old fool to his grave, then you shall strike him down together, and I will spare you." Upon hearing this, the members of the Chun family clung to the words as if they were a lifeline, their gazes fervently fixed on their family's elder. Akin to the sight of a beautiful maiden disrobed, their eyes glistening with desire, the hope of survival stood before them, making it impossible for them to remain unmoved. The saying "better death than dishonor" echoed in their hearts. Confronted by his own kin advancing towards him, the elder of the Chun family bellowed, "Dare you? Do you wish to rebel? Do you think that if I perish, you shall escape unscathed?" He would not spare any of you either, a bunch of treacherous fools. "Forgive us, clan elder," one man of some standing within the Qin family stepped forward. "We act solely for our survival. Please do not hold it against us. Moreover, it was you who boasted and offended this young master. The disaster you brought upon yourself must be borne by you alone. We do not wish to die, so we must send you on your way." "Ha ha ha, splendid," the elder retorted. "You would forsake the lives of your kin for your own survival. Allow me to cleanse the family of this treachery." Anger surged within him as he witnessed his kin approach with lethal intent. Hearing the elder's words, some family members wavered, uncertain whether to subdue their clan leader. The man, sensing the hesitation, raised his voice. "Do you wish to meet the same fate as those in the Nine Nether Valley?" At his words, those who were previously indecisive now looked at the elder with reddened eyes, stating, "Clan elder, forgive us. We do not wish to die. We are still young. Please do not blame us." Seeing such betrayal from his kin, the elder felt despondent and resigned. "Come then, before I depart this world, I shall rid the family of you treacherous insects." Ning Wuyou gazed indifferently at the resolute elder. "You wish to self-destruct? Huh. I shall reduce you to ashes in an instant." With a single hand, Ning Wuyou conjured a colossal phantom hand that swiftly reached towards the elder's dantian. By the time the hand arrived before the elder, the once defiant man found himself utterly depleted, unable to resist Ning Wuyou's advance. He could only watch in dread as the spectral hand closed in on his dantian. A haunting premonition filling him with the fear that capture by this hand would be far more dreadful than mere annihilation. In an instant, upon Ning Wuyou's grasp, the elder's body withered visibly, resembling a desiccated corpse. His life force and spirit transformed into the purest essence, which flowed into Ning Wuyou. The terrifying might of the 8th-level soul-searching hand was unmistakable. Observing this scene, the Li family's divine king felt a chill of terror, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. After absorbing the elder's essence, Ning Wuyou, who had only recently ascended to the late stage of the Great Ascension, now felt himself on the verge of breaking through to the true immortal realm, the transformation from mortal to divine. As he contemplated the mere steps separating him from the threshold of immortality, Ning Wuyou furrowed his brow, silently acknowledging the formidable prowess of this divine technique, which converted another's essence into his own, fortifying his power without a hint of instability. The essence of a late-stage divine king had nearly propelled him to the true immortal tier. Although this was commendable, a flicker of dissatisfaction lingered within him as he cast a glance at the Chen family members. Seeing the predatory gaze of Ning Wuyou, the leader of the Chen clan, along with his kin, hurriedly fell to their knees, exclaiming, "We thank you, noble sir, for your assistance in vanquishing this audacious old fool, ridding our clan of this great calamity. We are forever grateful." "Oh, grateful to me, are you? Then let your gratitude manifest," Ning Wuyou replied with a light smirk. In an instant, the Chun family members were uncontrollably drawn towards him, each transforming into the purest essence to aid Ning Wuyou's ascension into the true immortal realm. The anguished cries of the Chun family echoed. "Ah!" The Chun family's leader cursed loudly. "You treacherous rogue! You promised to spare us. May you suffer an untimely demise, eternally trapped in the abyss of darkness." With those words, he and his clan disintegrated into ashes, vanishing from existence. "Humph! I shall witness if your curses hold any weight. You are but mere ants," Ning Wuyou scoffed. It was a pity that the Chan family had not united their strengths against external threats. Perhaps they would not have met such an end, at least preserving some semblance of resistance against Ning Wuyou, albeit futile. The actions of Ning Wuyou instilled profound fear in the Li family. Their legs trembled uncontrollably. The middle-aged divine king of the Li family was slick with sweat, his wrist shaking uncontrollably. How terrifying! What kind of divine technique could erase a divine king from existence? Moreover, this young man's methods were excessively ruthless, willing to go to any lengths to achieve his goals. The middle-aged divine king pondered anxiously whether the Li family could survive this ordeal. After absorbing the essence of the Qin clan, Ning Wuyou sensed the arrival of a pivotal moment for his breakthrough, the opportunity to ascend to the second layer of Freedom Song, a leap into the true immortal realm. Transforming from mortal to divine. Seal off the area around the temple. No one is to enter. Realizing his breakthrough was imminent, Ning Wuyou commanded his shadow. "As you wish." "My lord," the shadow bowed in compliance, swiftly instructing the surrounding shadow guards. Each guard took their positions, fortifying the temple's defenses. Having completed these preparations, Ning Wuyou was ready to step into the realm of the feathered sovereign's legacy. Just as he was about to act, Mei Qing approached him, her expression anxious. "My lord, do you not need us to accompany you? I fear there may be dangers within." Turning slowly to face Mei Qing, Ning Wuyou gently brushed her nose and smiled. "No need. Wait for my return outside." With that, he stepped into the temple. Ning Wuyou's actions left Mei Qing utterly embarrassed, causing her to hastily cover her eyes with her hands in an attempt to alleviate her own discomfort. Ning Wuyou was undoubtedly aware of the repercussions his actions towards Mei Qing would incite. His intention was to elevate her to the forefront, thereby facilitating his own clandestine maneuvers from the shadows. "It seemed prudent for us to exhibit greater deference towards Mei's mother in the future." Dark 3 mused inwardly while observing everything discreetly. At this juncture, he cast another glance at the shadow in the arena and wondered, from where has this young master procured such a seemingly emotionless automaton? As Dark 3 scrutinized the shadow, it appeared to sense his gaze, turning slightly to acknowledge the hidden observer with a subtle nod, unmistakably indicating that it had detected Dark 3's presence. This revelation sent a jolt of trepidation through Dark 3's heart. The formidable prowess of this individual was indeed formidable. As Ning Wuyou stepped slowly into the enigmatic temple, It felt as though he had been transported to an alternate realm. The interior was spacious and luminous, starkly contrasting with the temple's somewhat antiquated exterior. The ground was adorned with impeccably polished marble, intricately engraved with peculiar patterns and symbols, seemingly imbued with profound significance. At the heart of the temple stood a towering deity, its majestic form reaching several dozen feet high, exuding an aura of solemnity that inspired reverence. Clad in resplendent robes and crowned with a dazzling diadem, the figure wielded a glaive that shimmered with the cold light. As Ning Wuyou approached the statue, a powerful suction emanated from its eyes, and in an instant, he vanished from the temple's interior. Moments later, he found himself in a hazy and ethereal realm, surrounded by an uncountable array of wisps of celestial energy swirling about, a veritable paradise of immortals. Casting his gaze around, he took a few steps forward, and suddenly extended his hand to deploy the 8 extremes soul-searching hand technique. The surrounding celestial essence surged towards him with fervor. While Ning Wuyou unabashedly absorbed the abundant celestial energy, a faint wail echoed through the air. Stop. Please, stop. In response, a sly smile crept across Ning Wuyou's lips, yet he did not relent. The concentration of celestial energy here was 100-fold greater than outside. Adhering to the adage that one must seize opportunities when they arise, he eagerly intensified his absorption of the celestial essence. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Ning Wuyou continued to absorb the ethereal energy of this realm, showing no regard for the threat posed by the speaker. He quickened his movements, and as the surrounding spiritual essence visibly thinned, an elderly figure, exuding an aura of celestial grace, slowly materialized before him. The elder, gazing at Ning Wuyou, bellowed, "I have revealed myself, yet you persist in your actions, young one." In response, Ning Wuyou let out a disdainful chuckle and ceased his absorption, calmly retorting, "You have finally emerged. I thought you would hide away for eternity." Observing Ning Wuyou's decision to halt his intake of spiritual energy, the elder secretly sighed in relief and softened his tone, saying, "Consider yourself fortunate. Otherwise, I would have annihilated you. This time, I shall spare you. Depart swiftly." Disregarding the elder's threats, Ning Wuyou regarded him with scornful eyes and replied indifferently, "You must be the supreme feather. Then, surrender the divine fire doppelganger's power." Without waiting for the elder's reaction, Ning Wuyou resumed his absorption of the surrounding spiritual energy. At this, the elder's heart tightened. This young man recognized him. Before the supreme feather could ponder the implications, he noticed Ning Wuyou absorbing the energy at an even greater speed, causing the elder to furrow his brows in alarm as he shouted, "Cease at once, or I shall obliterate you here." Unfazed, Ning Wuyou responded coolly, "Then do take action. I am rather impatient. If you delay further, all the spiritual energy here will be consumed by me." With his cunning, Ning Wuyou was acutely aware of the precariousness of his position. From the moment he entered this place and began absorbing the ethereal essence, he had been probing the situation. Every step was meticulously calculated. He had deduced that the supreme feather was left with but a wisp of lingering soul, posing no real threat to him, which emboldened Ning Wuyou to issue such brazen threats. Seeing his intimidation ineffective, the supreme feather grew anxious. If this continued, the spiritual energy would be completely drained. Should the essence be entirely consumed, his remaining soul would dissipate within the celestial realm. With a heavy heart, the supreme feather sighed deeply. How audacious for a mere junior, not even at the true immortal stage, to threaten him. In times past, such a creature would not have survived a mere flick of his wrist. How the mighty have fallen. Noticing that over half of the spiritual energy had been absorbed in such a short time, the supreme feather, desperate to preserve his existence, reluctantly conceded to Ning Wuyou. "Very well, cease your actions. I will grant you the divine power." Upon hearing this, Ning Wuyou halted his absorption and nonchalantly remarked, "All right then. I expected you would stubbornly resist for the sake of your remaining soul. How disappointing, indeed. Ah, you insolent wretch, you truly infuriate me." The supreme feather, now thoroughly exasperated by Ning Wuyou's brazen cheek, felt his already tenuous soul beginning to blur, as though on the verge of vanishing entirely. Ning Wuyou gazed at the dissipating remnants of the flying feather's supreme spirit, inwardly lamenting, "It appears this old fellow is truly incensed. His soul is nearly shattered. Perhaps it is wiser to refrain from provoking him further, for that would not bode well." After a brief interval, once the Flying Feather Supreme's emotions had somewhat stabilized, Ning Wuyou spoke slowly. Surrender the divine fire avatar technique, and I shall depart immediately without further ado. The Flying Feather Supreme, having calmed the tumult within, responded in measured tones, I can relinquish it to you, but I have one condition. Ning Wuyou nodded slightly, her demeanor indifferent as she remarked, today, I am in a good mood and shall not hold it against you. Speak, I shall listen. Upon hearing her words, the heart of the Supreme Feiyu lightened considerably, gradually calming as he stated, there is but one condition. Take this fragment of my soul and assist me in finding a person with the yin-yang primordial body to possess. Is that request too much to ask? When Ning Wuyou realized that this was the condition he proposed, a sly smile graced her lips as she replied. The yin-yang primordial body is ranked 33rd among the 100 great physiques. Do you think such individuals are as common as cabbages? You are truly unfortunate. A once great supreme has fallen to such depths, relying on a cultivator with the yin-yang physique to achieve rebirth, Ning Wuyou remarked, her gaze fixed intently on the fragment of Feiyu's soul. Humph, since you are already aware, is there any need to ridicule me further? Feiyu retorted coldly. Observing the wavering form of the supreme Feiyu, Ning Wuyou smiled gently and said, very well, I agree to your terms. Now, may I have the divine fire avatar? You must swear by your Tao heart, Feiyu insisted, fixing his gaze on Ning Wuyou. After spending some time together, he had discerned her temperament. She was a person who would not act without gain, and her tongue was sharp. If he did not have her swear by her Tao heart, he feared she would turn against him after acquiring the divine ability. Fine, I swear by my Tao heart that upon obtaining the divine fire avatar of the Supreme Feiyu, I shall assist in locating a cultivator with the yin-yang primordial body, Ning Wuyou stated calmly. As her words fell, the heavenly Tao sensed Ning Wuyou's oath, emitting a sound that only she and Feiyu could hear, approved. Now, hand it over, Ning Wuyou said, her impatience evident. Seeing that she had made the oath to the heavenly Tao, Feiyu felt reassured and summoned a six-pointed star divine emblem that appeared before Ning Wuyou. With a wave of her hand, she stored it within her spatial ring. Next, she retrieved a jade tablet from her space and tossed it to Feiyu, saying, you know how to use this, do you not? There is no need for me to instruct you. With a huff, Feiyu's fragment of soul entered the jade tablet. He was well aware of its function. It could contain divine souls. Once inside, Ning Wuyou's voice echoed, you shall remain in this jade tablet for a while. After speaking, she stored the tablet within her spatial ring. Upon entering the jade tablet, Feiyu immediately sensed a profound elevation of his soul. What great is this jade tablet that it can nourish the soul? The essence here surpasses the external celestial spiritual energy by at least tenfold. Who exactly is this person who refers to herself as this palace and possesses such a high-grade jade tablet? Even in my lifetime, I never had the opportunity to acquire one of such quality. It seems I must tread carefully when teaching this young one a lesson upon my rebirth, Feiyu mused inwardly. Utilizing the celestial spiritual energy here would assist me in breaking through to the true immortal realm. If I absorb all the celestial spiritual energy here, I am likely to experience a significant surprise. Reaching the late stage of true immortal might even be possible, Ning Wuyou murmured to herself. Ning Wuyou sat cross-legged like a steadfast mountain, exuding an aura that surged forth with the relentless force of a roaring river or a vast, tumultuous sea. Though his form appeared motionless, the overwhelming energy radiating from him swept through the space like a tempest, leaving all who beheld it in awe and reverence. It seemed as if all creation bowed before him, subdued by his unparalleled might. Had an outsider witnessed such a momentous occasion as the breakthrough to true immortal, they would likely have been struck with terror, for this was no mere ascension to true immortal. It was an aura befitting one who had achieved the status of a divine sovereign. This alone attests to the formidable power of Ning Wuyou's innate technique, Song of Freedom. To label him as invincible among his peers would be an understatement. The overwhelming essence of his true energy suggested he could transcend a significant tier and remain undefeated. The word break escaped Ning Wuyou's lips, and in that instant, his aura surged to new heights, successfully propelling him into the realm of true immortal. Yet, the ascent did not cease. He bellowed, let this palace break. As the final syllable fell from his mouth, he advanced further, now reaching the mid-stage of true immortal. Mid-stage of true immortal, how careless. Ning Wuyou remarked with a nonchalant air. If Ning Wuyou's words were to spread, one could only imagine the multitude of cultivators who would glare at him in anger, hurling invectives. They would undoubtedly exclaim in disbelief, Do you have any idea how arduous it is to transcend from the great ascension realm to the true immortal realm? That pinnacle is the unattainable dream of countless cultivators. Yet not only have you successfully broken through, but you have also attained the mid-stage of true immortal cultivation. And you dare to speak of it as if it were a trivial matter. These cultivators might find themselves seething with rage, cursing Ning Wuyou for his arrogance and lack of appreciation for such a hard-won achievement. After all, for the majority of cultivators, entering the great ascension realm consumes a lifetime of dedication, and to further ascend to true immortal is akin to climbing a mountain of insurmountable height. Yet Ning Wuyou treats his monumental progress with such nonchalance. How could this not incite feelings of indignation and envy among the masses? Continue to break through. Upon uttering these words, the surrounding ethereal energies surged toward Ning Wuyou like a roaring tide. His body absorbed the celestial essence as if it were an insatiable abyss, akin to a whale consuming the ocean, seemingly never to be filled. After nearly an hour, the ethereal energies were almost entirely depleted, and Ning Wuyou radiated a brilliant light, resembling a celestial being descending from the heavens. With the celestial energies completely consumed, his cultivation began to ascend steadily to the late stage of true immortal. Yet, it appeared he had not yet ceased. He continued to break through, eventually reaching the mid-stage of the profound immortal realm before finally coming to a halt. This clearly attested to the richness of the celestial energies present here. As he felt the transformation in his strength, Ning Wuyou mused, "Mid-stage of profound immortal, splendid. Even if I have not cultivated for 20 years, my current prowess should have caught up. I wonder what realm my contemporaries in the outside world have reached. Based on the intelligence gathered by the shadow guards, it seems they are likely at the true immortal to profound immortal stage. Even if they have progressed to the late stage of profound immortal, with my strength, I should be able to defeat them with a single palm strike. If one strike is insufficient, then it would merely require a few more." With this thought, Ning Wuyou began to channel the Zizai Gu technique, activating the true essence within him as he advanced to the second layer, eager to discern any discernible changes. As he mobilized the true essence within, he distinctly sensed a monumental transformation in the once roiling force inside him. Compared to before his breakthrough, the magnitude of this essence was no longer comparable. It had been augmented by at least tenfold. This powerful essence surged through his meridians like a torrential river, imparting waves of warmth wherever it flowed, as if it could shatter all barriers in an instant. With each breath, he could feel the essence thrum and pulse, the abundance of power instilling a profound sense of confidence within him. Breaking through to the first layer of the Zizai Gu had already afforded him the ability to contend beyond his rank. Now having ascended to the second layer, he pondered just how formidable his true strength had become. It seemed that he would need to find someone to test it. He contemplated the distinct abilities conferred by this second layer of the Zizai Gu. Ning Wuyou sat cross-legged, immersing herself in the sensations of the second layer of divine powers. The song of freedom gradually began to resonate within her, as the profound essence of the second layer's divine power, heavenly severance finger, slowly emerged in her mind. Ning Wuyou opened his eyes, slowly raising his right arm. The index finger of that hand trembled slightly, as if imbued with mysterious power. Suddenly, he forcefully pointed forward. In an instant, an immense surge of energy erupted from his fingertip, as if it sought to tear apart the very fabric of space. This energy swiftly coalesced into a brilliant radiance, akin to a lightning bolt cleaving through the heavens. As the light flared, the surrounding air began to warp violently, forming a colossal vortex. At that moment, an awe-inspiring spectacle unfolded. A gigantic finger, exuding an overwhelming aura of power, materialized from thin air. This immense digit shimmered with resplendent golden light, inscribed with numerous intricate and ancient runes, each radiating a heart-stopping presence. It resembled a divine finger descending from the heavens, striking forward with devastating force. Wherever it passed, the void shattered, mountains crumbled, and all obstacles were reduced to dust. Witnessing the destructive might of the celestial finger, Ning Wuyou was momentarily stunned, musing, "Such terrifying destructive power, even with my current mid-stage Xianxian cultivation. I would imagine that even a deity king would have to retreat in the face of this celestial finger. The only drawback is that it requires an immense reservoir of spiritual energy to support it. The mere act of unleashing that one finger nearly consumed 8 or 9/10 of my spiritual force. If it were anyone else, they would likely be drained entirely by the celestial finger. It seems that the technique I was born with, the Zizai Gu, is truly remarkable." Even its accompanying divine powers are so fearsome, Ning Wuyou reflected inwardly. After approximately another quarter of an hour, Ning Wuyou's spiritual energy had nearly replenished. He then rose, surveying the thin celestial aura around him, sighing, "It takes such a vast amount of spiritual energy to break through to the second layer of Zizigut. I wonder how much will be required for the third layer. This space, rich in celestial energy, is indeed a rare find, and I must thank the Supreme Feiyu. It seems I should assist this old fellow when the opportunity arises, for he might become a significant ally for our court in the future." Outside the temple, nearly half a day had passed since Ning Wuyou entered, and Mei Qing began to feel anxious, worrying about Ning Wuyou's safety, fearing that he might encounter unforeseen mishaps alone within. Thus, she paced back and forth in front of the temple. After waiting for nearly an hour and unable to contain her restlessness, Mei Qing commanded, "Anson, accompany me inside. I fear for the young master's safety." As soon as Mei Qing finished speaking, Anson emerged from a hidden space, respectfully addressing her. "Miss Mei, is it wise to barge in like this? If we disrupt His Highness's plans, we may not bear the consequences." Had Anson not heard Mei Qing's earlier ambiguous remarks before Ning Wuyou entered the temple, he would have disregarded her command entirely. While he would not have been rude, he certainly would not have been so submissive. "Humph. We shall address any matters once I see the young master and ascertain his safety. If he holds me accountable, I will explain the circumstances to him without burdening you." Mei Qing replied coldly to Anson. The other three sisters had never witnessed their eldest sister exhibit such frostiness. She had always been gentle and dignified, never displaying such an icy demeanor. It seemed that concern had indeed unsettled her. At this moment, the three sisters approached Mei Qing, saying, "Eldest sister, you need not plead with him. We shall accompany you to find the young master. If he lays blame, we will share the burden together." "Very well. Let us proceed to find the young master." Mei Qing huffed disdainfully at Anson, leading her three sisters toward the temple. Just as the four women were about to enter, Ning Wuyou emerged slowly. Upon seeing him safe and sound, Mei Qing immediately leapt into his embrace, whispering, "Young master, you have finally come out. We were about to enter to search for you." The typically composed and graceful Qingyo had adopted such a childlike demeanor today, Ning Wuyou teased. Mei Qing stepped back from his embrace, fidgeting with her garment, feeling somewhat flustered. "I just... At that moment, Ning Wuyou playfully brushed his finger across Mei Qing's nose, smiling. "Just what?" Seeing the young master teasing her once more, Mei Qing's face turned crimson as she retreated behind him. After playfully toying with Mei Qing, Ning Wuyou stood before Anson, speaking with an indifferent tone. "I do not wish to see a repeat of this. Do you understand my meaning?" Upon uttering those words, Ning Wuyou instilled a palpable fear in Anson, who immediately knelt and said, "Yes, Your Highness." Anson acknowledges his mistake. Anson understood that this was the prince's way of chastising him for taking liberties by heeding Mei Qing's advice and appearing in the arena. "Rise," Ning Wuyou said with an air of indifference. Mei Qing, feeling a twinge of guilt for Anson's reprimand, was about to offer an explanation to the prince when Ning Wuyou interrupted with a wave of his hand, declaring, "Let this matter rest. There is no need for further elaboration. You both comprehend." As Ning Wuyou's voice faded, both Anson and Mei Qing nodded in unison, comprehending the underlying meaning. The matters pertaining to the secret realm had been nearly resolved, so Ning Wuyou remarked, "You may withdraw, shadows." The shadows, akin to emotionless automatons, bowed and responded, "Yes." They then vanished along with the shadow guards, executing their tasks with remarkable efficiency and decisiveness. Observing the departure of the shadow guards, the members of the Li family, who had been encircled, finally exhaled in relief, realizing that this formidable young master, known for his lethal intent, had spared them. They feared that should Ning Wuyou's bloodlust escalate, their fates would be sealed here, a grim prospect indeed. They had just witnessed his ruthlessness. He could extinguish lives without a moment's hesitation. Having already dispatched so many in a single sweep, Ning Wuyou had nearly resolved matters concerning the secret realm and thus departed with the four ladies. However, the members of the Li family, noticing that Ning Wuyou remained silent, dared not make a move. They stood rooted in place, hardly daring to breathe. It was not until Ning Wuyou vanished from their sight that they collectively exhaled deeply, some even collapsing to the ground in disbelief, pondering the identity of this young master who wielded such ruthless and decisive methods. Which powerful clan could he possibly belong to? The elder of the Li family, a deity-level figure, also took a moment to breathe, directing his kin with a grave countenance. What transpired today must remain confidential. Not a single word must escape. Do I make myself clear? At that moment, one of the clan members stepped forward, inquiring curiously, "Elder, which clan does this young master hail from? Do you recognize him?" The elder, known as Li Changyi, was indeed the core figure of the Li clan. Upon hearing the question, he sighed. "I cannot discern the true identity of this young master, but he is undoubtedly someone our Li family cannot afford to provoke. Did you not see how even the sovereign-level experts treated him like a servant? Thankfully, we chose to appease him early on, otherwise, we might have met the same fate as that old fellow from the Qin family." Another clan member flattered, "The elder's wisdom is indeed commendable, otherwise, we could have faced dire consequences today." Having acquired the divine fire avatar and significantly improved his cultivation, Ning Wuyou led the ladies towards the exit of the secret realm. Outside, Ning Xiangxiang had already grown bored and fallen asleep on a smooth stone, drooling slightly, lost in dreams of delectable treats. After all, she was merely a 12-year-old child. Meanwhile, Li Changshi stood by, keeping her company. Dark One, however, remained vigilant at the secret realm's exit, as he had yet to complete the task assigned by the young master. Days passed, and suddenly, commotion erupted at the secret realm's exit. Dark One opened his eyes wide, a glimmer of insight flashing through them. Li Changshi and the awakened Ning Xiangxiang turned their gaze towards the source of the noise. At that moment, a multitude of cultivators emerged from the enigmatic exit without warning. Some wore expressions of joy, their brows dancing with delight, evidently having secured precious opportunities and treasures within the secret realm, while others appeared dejected, heads hung low, seemingly returning empty-handed from their adventurous journey. As time progressed, a steady stream of cultivators continued to file out of the secret realm. Some exuberantly shared their gains with companions, gesturing animatedly about the rare treasures they had acquired. Others quietly lowered their heads, hastening to depart, reluctant to reveal their dismal returns. The scene was a vibrant tapestry of emotions, a lively yet intricate tableau. Those who returned laden with spoils became the focal point of attention, while the unfortunate souls could only sigh inwardly, hoping for better fortune in future endeavors. Observing the throng of cultivators trickling out, Dark One leapt into the air, hovering above. The cultivators, puzzled by the presence of this sovereign-level power who had collected entrance fees, gazed upward in curiosity. Dark One, surveying the crowd, scoffed, "Congratulations to you fortunate souls, you must have gained quite a bit. Now, without further ado, by the command of my young master, all exiting cultivators must surrender half of their acquired treasures before you may depart. Those who returned empty-handed need only leave behind a single celestial crystal to exit safely." Before Dark One could finish, the crowd understood the implication of his words. They had witnessed his formidable presence upon entering the secret realm and knew he was not one to be trifled with. This was a man who would not hesitate to unleash violence. The crowd exchanged glances and ultimately came to a consensus. Failing to comply with Dark One's demands would likely spell disaster for them. Reluctantly, the cultivators swallowed their indignation, recognizing the might of their adversary. As the realization set in, they began to relinquish half of their treasures acquired within the secret realm. Those who had garnered nothing lamented their ill fortune, now faced with the additional burden of surrendering a celestial crystal. Although they dared not voice their grievances, they likely cursed Dark One's lineage repeatedly in their minds. Some, still clinging to a glimmer of hope, initially offered only a third of their spoils, thinking they could evade scrutiny. However, upon being discovered by Dark One, they were swiftly obliterated without a second thought, serving as a stark warning to others. Those yet to be called, witnessing this fate, quickly abandoned any notions of deceit, surrendering their treasures or celestial crystals in an orderly fashion. Upon receiving Dark One's command, "You may leave," they took off like a flock of startled birds, desperate to distance themselves from the scene. Li Changshi and Ning Xiangxiang watched in astonishment at Dark One's display, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief at such audacity. As the last of the secret realm's inhabitants trickled out, Ning Wuyou finally appeared with the four ladies in tow. The moment Ning Xiangxiang laid eyes on her beloved third brother, she bounded towards him, leaping into his arms like an exuberant kangaroo. "Third brother, you finally emerged. How could you partake in such thrilling experiences without bringing me along? From now on, if there are any delicious treats, I shan't tell you." She pouted playfully. Ning Xiangxiang is undeniably adorable, resembling a porcelain doll as she clings to Ning Wuyou. Her appearance evokes giggles from the four ladies of Milanjugu. observing his little sister, with whom he has shared a close bond since childhood. Ning Wuyou rarely displays such tenderness, gently patting Ning Xiangxiang's bottom while chuckling. How old are you now? Yet still lacking in modesty? Come down. You're still behaving like a child. No, I won't come down, she pouted defiantly. Who told you, third brother, to have all the fun without me? Despite Ning Wuyou's earnest attempts to persuade her, she remained unmoved. In exasperation, a clever idea struck him. He decided to employ his time-tested secret weapon against his sister, the tickle attack. This tactic had always proven effective. Whenever he unleashed it, Ning Xiangxiang would dissolve into uncontrollable laughter, readily yielding. With that thought, a mischievous smile crept onto Ning Wuyou's lips as he began to tickle her sides. Instantly, Ning Xiangxiang wriggled free from his embrace, pouting and protesting. Third brother, can't you try something other than tickling? Against a little imp like you, this method suffices. It's effective enough, Ning Wuyou replied with a light-hearted smile. Suddenly, he adopted a serious demeanor and asked Ning Xiangxiang, isn't it true that you snuck out again? Observing the abrupt shift in her brother's demeanor, Ning Xiangxiang, realizing her own capriciousness, tugged at Ning Wuyou's sleeve, feigning grievance. I won't do it again, dear brother. Please don't be angry. With her head slightly bowed, she fidgeted with the hem of her garment, her eyes brimming with unshed tears, creating a tableau of utter dejection. She resembled a startled fawn, radiating vulnerability. However, Ning Wuyou, well-versed in her artifice, recognized the display for what it was. Despite his exasperation, he relented with a sigh. Very well, let it pass this time. But heed my words, there shall be no recurrence. Should there be a next time, I shall not be so lenient. Though his tone carried a hint of sternness, a trace of affection flickered in his gaze. Upon hearing Ning Wuyou's pardon, Ning Xiangxiang's countenance immediately brightened. She playfully pecked Ning Wuyou's cheek and chirped, understood. You're the best brother, always so doting. You, Ning Wuyou chuckled, shaking his head in affectionate resignation. I simply cannot resist you. As the siblings frolicked, Eunuch Li approached and bowed respectfully towards Ning Wuyou. This old servant greets the third prince. Ah, Eunuch Li. Ning Wuyou responded with a faint smile. Should you not be attending to father? What brings you here? This old servant was dispatched by His Majesty to locate Princess Xiangxiang. Eunuch Li replied deferentially. Upon hearing Eunuch Li's words, Ning Wuyou turned to Ning Xiangxiang, gently tapping her nose. You truly are incorrigible, he said with a fond indulgence. Brother, if you keep tapping my nose, it won't be pretty when I grow up. Ning Xiangxiang pouted. Ning Xiangxiang's words instantly provoked a burst of laughter among the crowd. Your Highness, I have one more matter for which I must seek your forgiveness, Li Changshi said, bowing respectfully. Ning Wuyou cast a somewhat surprised glance at Li Changshi and remarked, when did it become necessary to seek forgiveness from me? The old servant continued. I was dispatched by His Majesty to retrieve the little princess, but upon locating her, there was a misunderstanding with your Highness's guard. Ning Wuyou said softly. Here, my lord. He swiftly appeared before Ning Wuyou, bowing respectfully. Speak, she commanded, her gaze fixed upon him. Understanding the inquiry, he recounted in detail the encounter with Li Changshi outside the secret realm. Once he finished, Ning Wuyou smiled gently and asked, Are you satisfied with the compensation from Li Changshi? Upon hearing her words, he found himself at a loss, uncertain whether to express satisfaction or discontent. As he was unaware of Ning Wuyou's stance towards Li Changshi, he remained in his bowed position, hesitating to respond. At that moment, the elder sister Mei Qing stepped forward and admonished Ni. Why do you hesitate to answer when my lord has posed a question? With her words, Ni suddenly regained his composure and quickly replied, Even if I endure a slight grievance, what does it truly matter? After all, serving my master. Some hardships are to be expected. However, what truly concerns me are those with ulterior motives. They disregard my lord entirely, acting recklessly and arrogantly, showing no respect for your authority or status. Such behavior is utterly appalling. If it continues, it may severely tarnish your reputation and esteem. Upon hearing this, Li Changshi furrowed his brow, realizing the implications of Yi's words. He hurriedly bowed to Ning Wuyou, stating, I meant no such offense, my lord. My actions in injuring your guard were solely for the safety of the little princess. At that time, I was unaware of his identity. Had I known, I would never have dared to act against one of your Highness's people. Please, my lord, understand my position. With that, Li Changshi lowered himself even further, showing not a hint of discontent. Ning Wuyou stared expressionlessly at the timid Li Changshi before him, who lowered his head, unable to meet his gaze. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. The surroundings fell into a profound silence, broken only by the occasional whisper of the wind and the slightly hurried breaths of Li Changshe and his companion. This eerie quietude intensified the oppressive atmosphere, as if an invisible mountain weighed heavily upon the hearts of everyone present, rendering them breathless. After several minutes of this tense ambience, Ning Wuyou finally spoke, uttering no superfluous words. Should there be a next time, you shall take your own life. Understood, my lord. Thank you for your magnanimity, Li Changshe replied, bowing deeply. Yet a hint of chilling malice flickered in his eyes. Ning Wuyou's gaze was firmly fixed upon Li Changshe before him, absorbing every detail of his obsequious and cautious demeanor. Li Changshe had his head bowed, his body slightly hunched, and his face was awash with flattery and servility, speaking in hushed tones as if fearing that a careless word might provoke the ire of his superior. However, Ning Wuyou, with his keen insight into Li Changshe's character, was acutely aware that this was merely a fade, deliberately crafted. It matters not to me whether your submission is genuine or feigned. What is crucial is that you comprehend your position. Do you understand? Ning Wuyou stated coldly, regarding Li Changshe. This humble servant understands, Li Changshe quickly responded. Ning Wuyou gently acknowledged with a soft HM and gestured, saying, You may withdraw now. Return to the palace and report to His Majesty. I shall ensure that Xiangxiang is brought back myself. Understood, my lord. This old servant will take his leave, Li Changshe responded, and with that, he vanished before the onlookers. Mei Qing, observing Li Changshe's departure, approached Ning Wuyou and remarked, My lord, I fear this old fellow harbors resentment. He may very well create additional obstacles for you in the future. Ning Wuyou turned her head to gaze at Mei Qing, smiling as she spoke. Rest assured. I believe he possesses an awareness of what actions are appropriate and which are not. Were it not for his composure, the emperor would not have retained him by his side for service. After all, he is merely a servant. Even with the emperor's trust, he cannot significantly alter my circumstances. Today serves as a lesson for him. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Ning Wuyou shook his head. Mei Qing was momentarily taken aback before responding. Could it be that his true intention was to seek the secret realm of the feathered sovereign? Ning Wuyou, with his hands clasped behind his back, gazed at the direction in which Li Changshe had departed and chuckled softly. How fortuitous it is. Indeed. He came in search of Xiangxiang, and his journey to the Feiyu secret realm is also true. His kin have entered the realm as well. Kinsfolk? I have not heard of any relatives of Li Changshe. Has he not always been a solitary figure? Mei Qing inquired with confusion. Qinger, is it not known that there exists a faction within the secret realm bearing the surname Li? That would be his kin. However, it is likely that even those from the Li clan are unaware that they have an ancestral figure residing beside the heavenly emperor of the immortal dynasty. Ning Wuyou replied with a gentle smile at Mei Qing. Upon hearing Ning Wuyou's words, Mei Qing and the others began to comprehend. The Li faction mentioned by the young master is none other than the second-tier force, the Li clan, which the young master nearly eradicated within the secret realm. Having grasped this information, Qinger still felt a tinge of confusion. Then, did Li Changshe come to this secret realm solely for the sake of his family? It does not seem so. They have not even acknowledged one another. What, then, could be his true purpose? Purpose? Oh, it is undoubtedly the divine abilities of the Feiyu Supreme, Ning Wuyou replied nonchalantly. Mei Qing, still puzzled, asked, The divine abilities of the Feiyu Supreme? How could he possibly know that this place is the site of the Supreme's demise? If it were not for the young master instructing an to deliberately spread the news, it is likely that few would have learned of this secret realm in such a short time, let alone someone residing far within the imperial palace. How could he have obtained such swift information? Ning Wuyou gazed at the crowd, continuing to smile faintly. Of course, someone has informed him. Mei Qing pondered this with a sense of creeping dread. Ning Wuyou nodded gently, pinching Mei Qing's delicate face with a smile. You are indeed astute, Qing, understanding everything with just a hint. Yet, as she gazed at the unperturbed demeanor of Ning Wuyou, seemingly indifferent to the gravity of the situation, Mei Qing's heart raced with anxiety, fine beads of sweat forming on her brow. She was acutely aware that a spy lurked beside her, a revelation that filled her with dread. The mere thought sent a chill coursing down her spine, as if countless eyes were lurking in the shadows, scrutinizing her every move. Unable to contain her mounting trepidation any longer, Mei Qing hastily inquired, her voice trembling noticeably, "My lord, have you discerned the identity of this traitor?" Her eyes widened, fixating intently on Ning Wuyou's calm visage, fervently hoping for a definitive answer. In that moment, Mei Qing yearned to unmask the lurking danger beside her. Wishing to lift the heavy burden from her heart, Ning Wuyou gazed at the anxious Mei Qing before him, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Her exquisite face, now flushed with urgency, resembled a ripe apple, endearing and captivating. Unable to resist, he reached out and playfully pinched Mei Qing's tender cheek, teasingly remarking, "Qing, your hurried demeanor possesses a certain charm." Mei Qing, feeling the playful pinch, could not help but pout in response. However, her inner turmoil remained unabated. With her large, sparkling eyes wide open, she looked at Ning Wuyou with palpable urgency, her voice quivering slightly as she implored, "My lord, how can you remain so composed? This matter is of great significance, and should anything go awry." Ning Wuyou gazed at Mei Qing's distressed expression and spoke softly, "It matters not. I have never undertaken a venture without confidence. Everything is well within my grasp." After saying this, he gently patted Mei Qing on the shoulder to offer reassurance. Observing Ning Wuyou's self-assured demeanor alleviated some of Mei Qing's anxiety, suggesting that all was indeed under the young master's control. However, as their conversation reached the ears of those present, the previously tranquil atmosphere was shattered, replaced by an unsettling silence. Eyes began to wander, as if searching for elusive clues or answers. They first turned to the individual nearest to them, only to quickly glance away, then shift their gaze in another direction. Repeating this cycle, each fleeting exchange of glances incited a subtle tension, for no one knew whom to trust. Consequently, the scene grew chaotic and peculiar, as everyone unconsciously became a suspect in one another's eyes, secretly speculating whether anyone harbored undisclosed secrets or conspiracies. Observing the faces filled with doubt and suspicion, Ning Wuyou couldn't help but find the situation somewhat amusing. Each person furrowed their brow and averted their gaze, seemingly engrossed in contemplating the identity of the spy and where they might be concealed. "Enough," Ning Wuyou finally proclaimed, her voice ringing clear and vibrant, capturing everyone's attention. "Cease your wild conjectures. I can assure you, that individual is not among you." A faint smile graced her lips, suggesting that to her, this entire affair was merely a trivial farce. With Ning Wuyou's clarification, the crowd felt a sense of relief. Yet they remained preoccupied with the question of who had betrayed their master. Given that only a select few were privy to the secret regarding the hidden realm, it wasn't difficult to deduce the culprit. The assembled individuals began to narrow their focus, ultimately converging their gazes on an E. Upon realizing that everyone was looking at him, an E panicked and hastily knelt before Ning Wuyou, exclaiming, "Master, my 9 brothers and I are utterly devoted to you. We would never betray you. Please see it clearly." After this, he bowed deeply before her. Seeing an Yi's anxious demeanor, Ning Wuyou shook her head in exasperation. "Rise, I am well aware of who the traitor is, so there is no need for excessive anxiety." "Yes, master," an Yi replied, somewhat uneasily. Although Ning Wuyou had reassured him, he still harbored a lingering sense of unease. He firmly believed that their brotherhood would never betray their master, yet he feared that any doubt harbored by her could lead to estrangement. And they did not wish to become castaways in her eyes. Amidst the varied thoughts swirling in the minds of the crowd, Ning Xiangxiang, wearing a puzzled expression, interjected, "Third brother, even if that old manly knows about the hidden realm, he cannot leave the palace. It seems quite difficult for anyone within the palace to exit." Gazing at his innocent younger sister, Ning Wuyou affectionately ruffled Ning Xiangxiang's hair and chuckled, "ISNT at you, this little imp, who ventured out." "Me? How could that be? I sneaked out without telling anyone." Ning Xiangxiang pouted. "Where did you acquire such information, and how did you know I was here?" Ning Wuyou countered, looking at Ning Xiangxiang with curiosity. Ning Xiangxiang pondered for a moment and then remarked, "I initially intended to seek out father, but as I passed by a grand hall, I overheard 2 female officials quietly discussing that third brother had arrived from some secret realm. Thus, I became aware of it. Isn't that correct?" She gently tapped Ning Xiangxiang's forehead and added playfully. Ning Xiangxiang, her forehead gently touched, remained utterly perplexed. Observing her confusion, Mei Qing approached, taking Ning Xiangxiang's small hand and smiling as she explained, "It seems that Princess Xiangxiang has been unwittingly used. As a close attendant to the celestial emperor, one cannot leave the palace at will. The only plausible excuse for leaving must involve the emperor's most cherished, Princess Xiangxiang herself. Me? How could that be? Ning Xiangxiang replied. Bewildered and disbelieving, Mei Qing continued to elucidate. Is it not true that you often enjoy sneaking out of the royal city alone? The entire royal household is well aware of this. This very inclination is what allows Li Changshi to exploit you. He could easily orchestrate a situation where you inadvertently overhear information regarding your third brother's whereabouts, compelling you to seek out the gentleman, thereby providing him an excuse to accompany you into the Feiyu secret realm. After hearing Mei Qing's explanation, a hint of doubt lingered in Ning Xiangxiang's eyes as she queried. Sister Qing'er, did not my third brother mention that Li Changshi sought the supreme divine ability for some reason? Why then did he not enter the secret realm himself? Mei Qing, adjusting her hair gracefully, revealed a gentle and enchanting smile as she softly responded. The truth of the matter is rather simple. That fellow certainly never anticipated that the gentleman would personally venture into this enigmatic realm. When Li Changshi found himself in the dark, he may have felt a flicker of doubt. However, upon learning of your true identity from you, he would realize that the gentleman had already entered the secret realm. Consequently, any hopes of obtaining the heavenly abilities possessed by the Feiyu Supreme would be entirely futile. With those words, Mei Qing's captivating gaze turned toward Ning Wuyou, a hint of amusement dancing in her eyes. Astute, Ning Wuyou nodded in acknowledgement. After praising Mei Qing, Ning Wuyou softly instructed her. Please hand over those marked 1,000 practitioners to the shadows for processing. Have them train a well-prepared intelligence organization for me in a short time. Upon hearing the command, Mei Qing gently nodded. Let us return to the palace now, Ning Wuyou said, gazing towards the direction of the imperial city. Shortly after their departure, Zhang Xian and Zhang Wanqing emerged, both battered and bruised. The secret realm subsequently collapsed, and they clasped their chests, exclaiming, "That was close." Thankfully, we made it out in time. Zhang Wanqing glanced around but saw no sign of Ning Wuyou and pondered, surely, young Master Ning has also exited. With this thought, she couldn't help but self-deprecate with a bitter smile, reflecting, how foolish of me to think something might happen to young Master Ning. Clearly, he did not take my promise of offering half of my meager treasure seriously. Perhaps he never even regarded it with any importance. After all, my trifling possessions likely do not catch his eye. With a sigh, Zhang Wanqing led her brother away to return to their family. Upon returning to the imperial city and escorting Ning Xiangxiang to her residence, Ning Wuyou and the others returned to Wuyou Palace. In the main hall of Wuyou Palace, Ning Wuyou sat at the center, sipping the celestial tea prepared by Mei Qing, while the four women and Dark One stood in the middle of the hall. After taking a sip of tea and placing the cup down, he addressed the group. Lanner and Xiaoju, you may go and prepare. I require a bath and a change of attire. Yes, young master, the two responded in unison. As they departed, Mei Qing, somewhat puzzled, began to speak, young master. You, but was interrupted by Ning Wuyou's wife. He slowly rose, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixed on the direction the two women had taken, and spoke contemplatively. Qing'er, Zhu Xian, what are your thoughts on Lanner and Xiaoju? After uttering these words, Ning Wuyou shook his head. Upon hearing his remarks, Mei Qing and Zhu Xian felt their hearts momentarily halt, as if time itself had paused. Their faces turned pale as parchment, filled with disbelief. Especially Mei Qing, who stammered, trembling and cautiously asked, young master, are you implying that my second sister and younger sister are the informants? Ning Wuyou slowly returned to his seat, gently settling down, and then slightly nodded in acknowledgement. A hint of disappointment flickered in his eyes as he softly remarked, I actually sensed this several years ago. However, out of respect for our shared experiences, I wish to grant them another chance for redemption. Yet, I never anticipated that they would fail to cherish it. Why? What could possibly be the reason? Upon receiving the definitive response from the young master, even the typically aloof Zhuxin could no longer maintain her composure, exclaiming in agitation. Beside her, Mei Qing was equally distressed, biting her lip tightly, her eyes filled with confusion and shock. At that moment, Annie stepped forward and bowed to Ning Wuyou, inquiring, young master, shall we execute them? Knowing that the informant was not among their brethren eased in Yi's previously anxious heart. Upon hearing An Yi's words, Mei Qing and Zhuxin intended to plead for the two women, but upon reflecting on their actions, they were at a loss for words. Let us remain still for now. I shall have An San monitor them discreetly. They still hold some value for me, Ning Wuyou concluded, casting a deep glance at an E before adding solemnly, "If there are any further disturbances, execute them on the spot." "Yes, I take my leave," an E replied, departing to relay the orders to Insan. After an E left, Jushin found it hard to believe that her childhood companions were traitors, and she addressed Ning Wuyou with a slight bow. "Young master, did you not say that those present in the secret realm were not suspects?" At this, Mei Qing stepped forward, sorrowfully asserting, "Of course. This is a matter of your intention, young master. Little Zhu, we need not grieve for them, since they have chosen to betray you. They have forsaken the bond we share as sisters. We shall not mourn for such individuals." Observing the despondent expressions of the two women, Ning Wuyou couldn't help but furrow his brow, a sense of helplessness swelling within him. He shook his head gently, sighed deeply, and spoke slowly. "Do you think I'm too heartless?" Though his voice was soft, it resonated with an invisible authority, echoing throughout the vast hall. Upon hearing the young master's question, the two women snapped back to reality, their eyes meeting and reflecting a shared sense of fear and unease. They quickly bowed and responded in unison, "We dare not." "Young master, you overthink." As they spoke, their bodies trembled slightly, filled with a profound reverence for the seemingly gentle, yet undeniably formidable man before them. "Rise. I harbor no intention of reproach," Ning Wuyou sighed. "Thank you, young master," the two women replied as they stood, observing the lingering look of trepidation on their faces. Ning Wuyou turned away, stating calmly, "You may leave. I wish to be alone in contemplation." After receiving Ning Wuyou's command, Mei Qing slowly lifted her head, her gaze lingering on his retreating figure. A trace of unmasked concern flickered in her eyes, as if she could feel the weight of pressure and fatigue bearing down upon Ning Wuyou's heart. Subsequently, she turned to her quietly standing companion, Jushin, signaling her to follow. Understanding the unspoken cue, Jushin accompanied Mei Qing as they made their way out of the hall. Their steps were light and deliberate, as if fearing to disturb the solitary figure lost in thought behind them. When they finally stepped outside the grand hall, Mei Qing couldn't resist glancing back at the tightly shut doors and the faint silhouette within, letting out a deep sigh. Inside the hall, tranquility reigned. Once everyone had departed, Ning Wuyou gradually closed his eyes, remaining silent for a moment before softly calling, "Shadow." After a ripple of distortion in the air, Shadow emerged, bowing and acknowledging. "Your subordinate greets you, master." "Investigate those close to me further," Ning Wuyou commanded. "Your immediate task is to establish a complete intelligence network for me in the shortest time possible. Do you understand?" Ning Wuyou instructed solemnly. "Yes, master," Shadow replied before vanishing from sight. Unlike Mei Qing and the others who addressed him as young master or your highness, the Shadow Guards referred to Ning Wuyou as master. These individuals were the elite warriors he had painstakingly trained, each having undergone rigorous trials to join this organization, bound by unwavering loyalty to Ning Wuyou. Even if he commanded them to take their own lives, they would not hesitate for a moment. In truth, Shadow was not the name he was originally given. His birth name was Zhou Chengfeng. He hailed from a family in a place known as Yunluo City, located in the southern region of the Celestial Qi dynasty. And his family held a fourth-tier status. Given his family's prominent position in the small Yunluo City, they were unmatched, especially with the presence of the extraordinarily gifted Zhou Chengfeng, which filled the entire family with hope for the future, eagerly anticipating a rise to third-tier status within a century. However, fate is often unpredictable. Just as the entire family was united in their efforts to ascend to third-tier status, a catastrophic disaster struck unexpectedly, akin to a bolt from the blue. In the span of a single night, the Zhou family was utterly annihilated, with none surviving. Only Zhou Qingfeng was fortunate enough to escape this calamity, having been hidden away in a deeply concealed chamber by the family's esteemed elder. In pursuit of vengeance, Zhou Chengfeng devoted himself to frenzied cultivation while seeking any clues about his adversaries, transforming from a charming young master into a cold, obsessive figure fixated solely on training and revenge. After a year of arduous effort, he scoured every possible location that might hold traces of his enemies. Yet he found not a single lead. His heart was heavy with anxiety and frustration, but destiny often has a dramatic flair. One day, by sheer chance, he learned of a powerful and mysterious force known as the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion located in the distant imperial city of Celestial Qi. It was said that the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion was all-knowing, and anyone who could provide sufficient celestial crystals or equally valuable rare treasures could acquire any information regarding the celestial realm. This revelation ignited a spark of hope within Zhou Chengfeng's previously dim eyes, as if he had glimpsed a guiding light in the depths of darkness. Without hesitation, he packed his belongings and set forth on a journey to the imperial city of Celestial Qi, determined to seek out the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion for information about his family's enemies. Upon his arrival at the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, brimming with anticipation to uncover the true identities of those who had wronged his family, he was met with a shocking and disheartening response. To obtain this crucial information, he would need to provide an exceedingly rare celestial material known as the Nine-Soul Flower as a bargaining chip. Upon hearing this demand, Zhou Chengfeng felt as if the world had been plunged into darkness, as if all hope had been extinguished in an instant. The Nine-Soul Flower was an exceedingly rare treasure, its value beyond imagination. Not only was it incredibly difficult to locate, but even if one were fortunate enough to discover a clue, it would likely provoke fierce competition and bloodshed among countless powerful beings. Contemplating this, he felt a deep sense of despair, as if the veil surrounding his family's enemies had become impossibly distant. Thus, Zhou Chengfeng found himself standing in a clearing not far from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, straightening his posture, his gaze resolutely fixed ahead. It seemed as though the entire world had been reduced to just him in the enigmatic Tianji Pavilion. Beside him stood a rough-hewn wooden pillar, prominently inscribed with the phrase, "I am willing to exchange my remaining life for a single Nine-Souls flower." This inscription was deeply etched into the wood, as if it had also been carved into Zhou Chengfeng's very soul. Each stroke and line revealed an overwhelming desire and unwavering resolve within him. Sunlight cascaded down, outlining a figure that radiated solitude and determination. As a gentle breeze swept by, his garments fluttered softly, yet he remained as still as a statue. Occasionally, passers-by would cast curious glances at this peculiar scene, murmuring amongst themselves. However, Zhou Chengfeng remained utterly unmoved. His mind fixated solely on the singular thought of acquiring that fabled Nine-Souls flower. He stood there for an entire month until Ning Wuyou approached him, inquiring about his purpose for seeking the Nine-Souls flower. Zhou Chengfeng coldly regarded Ning Wuyou, his expression devoid of emotion, as if cloaked by a layer of frost. The two words, "to seek revenge," slipped from his lips slowly. Though brief, they echoed like a chilling wind, stirring an involuntary shiver in those who heard them. Ning Wuyou appeared remarkably composed and serene as she gently lifted her head, her tranquil gaze meeting Zhou Chengfeng's. She replied softly, "I can grant you the Nine-Soul flower, but I have never engaged in unprofitable transactions. I trust you understand the implications of this." Her voice carried an undeniable authority. Just as Ning Wuyou finished speaking, Zhou Chengfeng knelt on one knee without hesitation, his resolute gaze fixed ahead as if the world had narrowed to just the person before him. His voice was low yet resolute as he declared, "If you bestow upon me the Nine-Soul flower, from this day forth, my life belongs entirely to you. In this lifetime, I vow never to betray you." After saying this, he lowered his head slightly, demonstrating his sincerity and determination. "What if I were to say you cannot seek revenge? Would you still be willing?" Ning Wuyou asked with a soft laugh as she regarded Zhou Chengfeng. Upon hearing her words, Zhou Chengfeng abruptly raised his head, his eyes filled with a fierce intensity akin to a bloodthirsty beast, ready to pounce. In contrast, Ning Wuyou maintained her calm demeanor, a faint smile gracing her lips as she observed him. For over a quarter of an hour, the two locked eyes, and Zhou Chengfeng's lips trembled as he rasped, "I am willing, my master." With that, he knelt fully, bowing deeply before Ning Wuyou. Zhou Chengfeng trembled as he knelt, demonstrating his willingness to gamble on discovering the identity of his enemy, hoping that this extraordinary figure before him would one day enable him to exact vengeance, provided he proved to be of sufficient value. "Very well, from now on, you shall be called Shadow, my shadow," Ning Wuyou stated indifferently, an aura of authority emanating from her. "As you command," Zhou Chengfeng replied, bowing once more to her. "Take the Nine-Soul flower and exchange it for information about your foe," Ning Wuyou commanded, waving her hand to summon a flower of 9 colors that floated gracefully before Shadow. Carefully cradling the Nine-Soul flower against his chest, Shadow expressed, "Thank you, my master," before turning and proceeding to the Tianji Pavilion, treading cautiously. After a while, he returned to Ning Wuyou, kneeling once again. Observing his posture, Ning Wuyou stroked the ring on her finger and inquired, "Have you discovered the identity of your enemy?" Shadow nodded solemnly. "Do you wish for revenge?" Ning Wuyou continued to question. Shadow nodded vigorously. Do you possess the strength to enact your vengeance now? Ning Wuyou inquired with a hint of mockery in her tone. Shadow gently shook his head, his fists clenched, his eyes tinged with a hint of crimson, his face contorted in frustration. As long as you diligently serve me. When the day comes that your power is sufficiently formidable, I shall grant you permission to avenge that deep-seated blood feud. Ning Wuyou's expression turned grave, her tone icy and authoritative. With that, she turned without hesitation, stepping forward slowly. Shadow, silent and resolute, followed closely behind, moving like a phantom, seamlessly blending with the surrounding environment. Sunlight cascaded upon them, casting long shadows as the master and servant walked in quietude, their figures gradually fading into the bustling street ahead. The shops lining the street echoed with lively chatter, yet it all seemed irrelevant to them. At that time, Ning Wuyou was merely 16, unable to cultivate, while Shadow, over 38, had already attained the early stages of the imperial path. Thus, two individuals, seemingly worlds apart, walked together. In a concealed chamber, Ning Wuyou invoked the divine ability Divine Fire Clone obtained from the secret realm. She pointed at the divine core, which shattered into starlight, dissipating into the air. Subsequently, intricate fragments of profound principles surged into her mind. In that instant, a mysterious and formidable essence flooded into Ning Wuyou's consciousness, as if her awareness were swept into an infinite ocean of knowledge. Countless secrets and intricacies of the Divine Fire Clone unfolded before her eyes. After a profound comprehension, Ning Wuyou unveiled the veil shrouding this extraordinary ability. It turned out that the Divine Fire Clone was not merely a simple means of flight. It was an incredibly powerful and versatile method of engaging adversaries. When Ning Wuyou deployed the Divine Fire Clone, she could instantly create 9 identical figures that mirrored her own. These clones possessed remarkable speed, soaring freely through the air, and wielded formidable offensive capabilities, boasting 70% of her strength. They could streak across the sky like meteors, engulfed in blazing flames, inflicting tremendous damage on foes. Moreover, the Divine Fire Clone also served to confound enemies. Since the clones were indistinguishable from the original, adversaries found it exceedingly difficult to discern which was the true Ning Wuyou, thus rendering them vulnerable to attacks. Additionally, by skillfully controlling the coordination between the Divine Fire Clones, Ning Wuyou could execute dazzling tactical combinations that left opponents utterly defenseless. Such an exceptional divine ability, truly extraordinary, Ning Wuyou mused, a smile gracing her lips. In a moment of mischievous delight, she activated the Divine Fire Clone and appeared in Mei Qing's chamber. Startled by a flash of fire, Mei Qing instinctively drew her sword, exclaiming, "You dare to intrude upon Wuyou Palace with such audacity." Just as the tip of her sword was a mere centimeter from the fiery figure, it was effortlessly pinched between 2 fingers. The figure chuckled, "Qinger, can't you even recognize your own master?" This figure was none other than Ning Wuyou herself. "Master?" Mei Qing queried, her brow furrowed in confusion. Sensing Mei Qing's lingering disbelief, Ning Wuyou relinquished the divine ability, revealing her true form. Seeing it was indeed her master, Mei Qing exhaled in relief, saying, "Master, you startled me." With that, she sheathed her sword and helped Ning Wuyou to a seat, massaging her shoulders. Enjoying a rare moment of tranquility after receiving attentive service from Mei Qing, spoke softly, "Qinger, what is your current realm?" Mei Qing, with a smile gracing her lips, replied, "I have reached the late stage of the harmonization realm. Isn't that impressive?" "Indeed, Qinger, you are truly remarkable." Ning Wuyou praised her with a beaming smile, his eyes reflecting unabashed admiration. He then gently urged Mei Qing, "Please take some of the heavenly materials and immortal crystals we collected from the practitioners in the secret realm and use them for your cultivation. These resources will greatly aid your advancement. I have faith in your talent. You will surely achieve astonishing progress." As he tenderly stroked her hair, a flicker of something indescribable shone in his gaze. Mei Qing, touched by Ning Wuyou's unwavering trust and affection despite the betrayals of Lan Xiang and Zhu Yao, felt tears well up in her eyes. "Thank you, young master. However, you need these cultivation resources even more, and I fear my lowly strength may waste them. Do not fret about waste. If they are lost, they are lost. They are yours to keep. What I bestow will not be reclaimed," he assured, gently wiping away her tears. "Stop crying. Focus on your cultivation. I shall take my leave for now," he added with a playful pinch to her cheek. With a blush, Mei Qing nodded and scurried away. Returning to the secret chamber, Ning Wuyou began his seclusion, immersed in cultivating with the immortal crystals from the secret realm. Meanwhile, Mei Qing and Zhu Xin, having received a bounty of immortal crystals from Ning Wuyou, also entered a prolonged state of seclusion. In the imperial city, though it appeared calm, every step was fraught with hidden perils. Only those of formidable strength could carve out a place for themselves. Even a prince without power was merely a puppet to be manipulated. In a courtyard imbued with a sense of historical charm and antiquity, sunlight filtered through the dappled leaves, casting intricate shadows and enveloping the space in a veil of mystery and tranquility. At the heart of the courtyard stood a delicately crafted circular platform, seemingly the nucleus of this serene haven. Upon the platform rested two petite stone tables, each adorned with a steaming cup of tea, the fragrant steam wafting into the air, invigorating the senses. At that moment, Lan Xiang and Zhu Yao, two sisters bound by deep kinship, sat facing each other. However, unlike their usual camaraderie, an unspoken tension now lingered between them. Their gazes met, each reflecting a complexity that was hard to articulate, reminiscent of ripples disturbing a tranquil lake. The atmosphere, once filled with laughter, now felt heavy, as if an invisible wall had risen between them. Zhu Yao took a sip of her fragrant tea and lightly teased, "Sister, you've concealed your true self well. I never imagined you were the informant." Lan Xiang, seemingly unfazed by the revelation, replied with a smile, "Sister, you too serve a master. Do we not share an understanding?" Ignoring the banter, Zhu Yao continued, "I never expected the usually honest and straightforward second sister to harbor such duplicity. You need not provoke me. I am not so easily angered. Yet, your allegiance remains unclear to me." Lan Xiang maintained her composure, a smile still gracing her lips. Zhu Yao sipped her tea, stating, "It matters not whose side I am on. What is crucial is that I would never harm the young master. You, however, are different. I suspect the young master is already aware of your true identity." Without allowing Lan Xiang to interject, she continued, "Given the young master's capabilities, it would be trivial for him to make you vanish without a trace. The fact that he has yet to act against you signifies your continued usefulness. I hope you can grasp this fleeting opportunity for survival." A smirk graced Zhu Yao's lips as she regarded Lan Xiang. Unperturbed, Lan Xiang replied, "I have long prepared for death. Your identity must have been uncovered by the young master as well. Our fates are not dissimilar." She sighed, shaking her head in self-mockery. Zhu Yao, disregarding the probing, rose and turned to leave, pausing at the threshold to smile at Lan Xiang. "My dear second sister, a palace made such as yourself hardly deserves such loyalty. How you belittle your own worth." After Zhu Yao's departure, Lan Xiang remained seated, silently savoring her tea. Her petite figure appeared remarkably solitary, as if completely detached from the overly tranquil surroundings. She gently set her cup down with a soft sigh, the sound reminiscent of a chilling autumn breeze filled with sorrow and resignation. Bowing her head slightly, she whispered in a voice only she could hear, "How I wish to remain loyal to the young master. I have dreamed countless times of following him wholeheartedly, as my elder sisters do. Yet, now, all is irrevocably lost. I have no path to return." As a crystalline tear slid down her porcelain cheek, it fell onto the table, creating a small splash. Within that tear seemed to encapsulate all her anguish, regret, and a profound longing for the cherished moments of the past. After Zhu Yao's departure, she found herself at the Empress's palace. Glancing around, she stepped into the grand hall of the Empress. In a secluded and enigmatic chamber, Ning Wuyou sat in deep meditation, fully absorbed in his cultivation. A faint yet brilliant light enveloped him, as if he were one with the very essence of the secret space. Suddenly, Ning Wuyou opened his eyes, two beams of brilliance shooting forth like lightning piercing the darkness. Taking a deep breath, he felt the surging power within him and smiled slightly. "At last, I have broken through to the late stage of the profound immortal realm. Now, I stand just a step away from the divine king realm." Ning Wuyou slowly turned his gaze towards the piles of celestial crystals within the secret chamber. Once towering mountains of these magnificent crystals, radiating an enchanting luster, they had now transformed into mere ordinary stones, stripped of their former brilliance and vitality. These crystals had been meticulously prepared by Ning Wuyou as ample provisions prior to his cultivation. Yet, astonishingly, merely overcoming such a trivial realm had led to the complete depletion of such a vast quantity of celestial crystals. Ning Wuyou gently waved his robe, rising to his feet and gazing at the scattered debris on the ground. He could not help but sigh, reflecting on the arduous journey of cultivation, noting that the resources required were indeed vast beyond measure. To his astonishment, This recent breakthrough had consumed an enormous quantity of celestial crystals. Shaking his head, he silently lamented the difficulties of the path of cultivation. Stepping out of the secluded chamber and into the main hall, Ning Wuyou commanded, "Summon someone." Upon hearing his voice, a female attendant entered with measured steps, bowing deeply as she knelt. "This servant pays her respects to your highness. Are there any matters of note within the palace recently?" With a relaxed demeanor, Ning Wuyou, resting his forehead on his hand, replied, "Pray tell, what news do you bear?" The attendant humbly reported, "Your highness, there have been no significant occurrences within the palace of late, but it is said that the eldest prince has returned." As Ning Wuyou listened to the attendant's report, he absent-mindedly stroked the white jade ring on his finger, murmuring, "My brother has returned. How intriguing. I surmise it is for the family's secret realm. It appears we shall have quite the lively gathering." He waved his hand dismissively, instructing, "You may leave now. Go check if Qing has completed her training. If not, do not disturb her." "Yes, your highness," the attendant replied, bowing before she withdrew. In the tranquil and mysterious chamber, Mei Qing was wholly engrossed in her meditation. The room was enveloped in silence, illuminated only by the flickering candlelight casting dappled shadows upon the walls. At that moment, an extraordinary sight unfolded before all. Mei Qing's form was enveloped in a dense, profound light. This aura, akin to a delicate veil, radiated a powerful and unsettling energy. It enveloped her like a burning flame, rendering her appearance as if she were ensconced in a fantastical realm. The ethereal light flickered unpredictably, sometimes dazzlingly bright, at other times dim and obscure, yet it never strayed from her body. From a distance, Mei Qing resembled a deity sheltered by holy light, exuding an air of solemnity that inspired reverence. Meanwhile, Zhu Xian, deep in her own cultivation, suddenly sensed a powerful surge of energy emanating from afar. Her brow furrowed slightly as she contemplated the source of this force. As the energy intensified, Zhu Xian could no longer maintain her composure. She slowly opened her eyes, directing her gaze towards the source of the disturbance. Upon realizing that the energy originated from Mei Qing, she sighed softly and murmured, "Indeed, my elder sister's talent is extraordinary. In comparison, my abilities, along with those of my other sisters, pale significantly." After what felt like the span of a tea ceremony, the profound light surrounding Mei Qing gradually receded, and she gently opened her beautiful eyes. Observing that Mei Qing had concluded her training, Zhu Xian approached and softly said, "Congratulations, elder sister, on advancing further during this retreat." Zhu Xian sincerely rejoiced for Mei Qing's progress. "You flatter me, third sister. It was merely a fortunate coincidence that I advanced to the mid-stage of Great Ascension. Did you not also reach the early stage of Great Ascension?" Mei Qing replied with a smile. Just as both sisters were basking in each other's achievements, Mei Qing appeared to recall something significant. Her eyes sparkled with a knowing light as she turned her gaze toward Zhu Xian. At that moment, Mei Qing's expression was calm as still water. Yet her previously gentle tone now carried an unexpected chill, reminiscent of a winter breeze that sent a shiver down one's spine. "Third sister," Mei Qing spoke softly. Her voice, though quiet, rang clear in the serene atmosphere. "Everything we possess is a gift from our benefactor. Therefore, I absolutely do not wish to witness the misfortunes that befell our second and youngest sisters befall you as well. Do you understand my meaning? If ever I discover that you have betrayed our benefactor, do not blame me for being merciless." The final words bore an icy weight, causing the typically stoic Zhu Xian to tremble involuntarily. After her admonition, Mei Qing fell silent, continuing to gaze at Zhu Xian, her calm and profound eyes like a deep pool, concealing the true emotions within. Zhu Xian was taken aback by her elder sister's earnestness at such a moment, staring at Mei Qing in a daze. After a prolonged silence, she finally opened her mouth. Her clear and resolute gaze met Mei Qing's. With an unusually steady and solemn tone, she declared, "Elder sister, please rest assured. My life now wholly belongs to her benefactor, regardless of what transpires. I shall never entertain the notion of betraying him. Should there come a day when you truly find me unworthy of the trust and kindness bestowed upon me by our benefactor, feel free to take my life without hesitation. I would bear no resentment, nor harbor any ill will towards you." "Third sister," Mei Qing gently nodded, taking Zhu Xian's hand, "it is not that I doubt your character. Rather, my heart has been wounded by the betrayal of our second and youngest sisters, and I fear you may follow in their footsteps. Do you comprehend?" "I understand perfectly." elder sister. There is no need for you to explain, Zhu Xian replied with a smile and a nod. Mei Qing felt a sense of relief and nodded appreciatively. Let us go. I believe our benefactor has also concluded his retreat. Having spoken, he grasped Zhu Xian's hand and exited the secluded chamber. In the Heavenly Empress Palace, the Heavenly Empress sat majestically upon the Yuan-Tai. At that moment, a man of formidable appearance, bearing a slight resemblance to Ning Wuyou, entered the grand hall. Approaching the base of the Yuan-Tai, he bowed respectfully and declared, "Son pays his respects to mother." The Heavenly Empress gazed at the man below and softly spoke. "Honor has returned. After 3 years of trials beyond the heavens, you have indeed made significant progress, advancing to the late stage of the Divine King realm. You are on the verge of breaking through to the Royal Dao realm, are you not?" Upon hearing the inquiry, Ningong hastily bowed and replied, "Thank you for your concern, mother. It was only a few days ago that I fortuitously broke through to the late stage of the Divine King realm." This dignified man was none other than Ning Wuyou's elder brother, Ningong, renowned as the foremost cultivation enthusiast of the immortal dynasty. At the age of 29, he had already attained the late stage of the Divine King realm, standing among the elite of his generation in the vast and mysterious immortal domain, and ranked third on the esteemed dragon and tiger list. Within the boundless and enigmatic immortal domain, there exists an organization known as the Tiangong Pavilion. This pavilion is one of the most authoritative and mysterious entities in the entire immortal domain, renowned for its extensive and precise information. Among its notable activities is the periodic release of the Dragon and Tiger list, a compilation that garners widespread attention. This list is not merely a catalog. It is specifically tailored for young talents under the age of 50. In a realm teeming with formidable powerhouses and prodigious geniuses, ascending this list is a supreme honor, reserved for those who possess exceptional talent, formidable strength, and limitless potential. Each time the Dragon and Tiger list is unveiled, it sends ripples of excitement throughout the immortal domain, with various factions keenly observing the names it contains, eager to unearth those who may one day dominate the future of the realm. The fortunate young heroes listed become the focal point of public admiration, their every action scrutinized and discussed. Some are fervently courted by major sects, while others carve out their own domains through sheer strength. In essence, the Dragon and Tiger list not only acknowledges the prowess of the younger generation, but also serves as a vital indicator guiding the future development of the immortal domain. Unpretentious and composed, mother is quite pleased, the Heavenly Empress remarked softly from her perch. Noticing her mother's lack of further inquiries, Ningong ventured, "Mother, may I ask how my younger brother has fared these past 3 years? Has anything significant transpired within the palace during my absence?" The Heavenly Empress, already anticipating her eldest son's query regarding the third brother, was not surprised. Ning Wuyou had always been particularly close to his elder brother, who had been immensely fond of him, especially considering his younger brother's inability to cultivate. Reflecting on Ning Wuyou's attitude towards her, the Heavenly Empress felt a tinge of melancholy. "As for your third brother, it would be best for you to inquire directly with him. He has undergone considerable changes over the years." After a brief pause, she continued, "I am unsure when it was that the bond between Wuyou and I began to falter." With a deep sigh, the Heavenly Empress expressed her resignation. Aware of their strained relationship, Ning Ong too sighed, understanding the complexities of royal familial ties. After casting a glance at his still pensive mother, he bowed and stated, "Mother, I wish to see my younger brother." The elegant Heavenly Empress gently raised her alabaster hand, reminiscent of jade, and tenderly brushed her cascading hair. Then, she gracefully waved her arm and softly said, "You two brothers have not met for 3 long years. This reunion is indeed rare. Go." With that, a faint smile blossomed on her face, as radiant as flowers blooming in the spring. "Thank you, mother," Ningong replied, bowing before he exited the Heavenly Empress's hall. As he left, he cast a fleeting glance at a massive pillar that could only be embraced by several individuals before departing. Inside the magnificent and resplendent Wuyou Palace, adorned with gilded decor and intricate carvings, sat a remarkably handsome young man, Ning Wuyou. Clad in an opulent brocade robe, he stood tall and poised, exuding an innate aura of nobility. At that moment, Ning Wuyou, with a swift motion, pulled Mei Qing into his embrace, startling her into a sharp cry. "Young master, you frightened Qing." Laughter erupted from Ning Wuyou, reverberating through the air as if it could pierce the heavens. His handsome visage, now tinged with arrogance from his triumph, fixed a gaze upon the woman before him, his deep-set eyes glimmering with fervor. You, my dear, will inevitably become part of my realm. Why then? Must you feign this coy demeanor? He remarked, a teasing smile gracing his lips. Yet, as soon as the words left his mouth, he seemed to recall something. Letting out a heavy sigh, his tone turning somber. Regrettably, I cannot bestow upon you a formal title in the immediate future. Trust in me, for when the time is ripe, you shall stand gloriously before all. At that moment, as his heartfelt words reached Mei Qing's ears, she felt as though she had been struck by a warm and powerful force, her eyes instantly glistening with tears, resembling twinkling stars in the night sky. With trembling lips, she softly murmured, "Young master, what I desire is simply to remain by your side forever, serving you with utmost devotion. I have never yearned for status or recognition." Her voice was as gentle as a spring breeze caressing the surface of a lake, imbued with infinite tenderness and affection. Mei Qing lifted her gaze, her eyes locking onto Ning Wuyou's, filled with sincerity and resolve. "I seek nothing more than to accompany you when you ascend to the pinnacle of the celestial realm, becoming an entity of global admiration. If I can stand by your side then, my life will hold no regrets. I shall be content." After sharing their innermost feelings, Ning Wuyou inquired, "I recall that within the secret realm, you obtained another divine essence, which I believe is in your possession." Upon hearing his question, Mei Qing hurriedly rose from his embrace, retrieving a glimmering divine essence from her spatial ring. "Ah, I almost forgot to present this divine essence to you, young master. Please forgive my oversight," she said, handing it to him. Noticing her flustered demeanor, Ning Wuyou shook his head with a bemused smile. "Qinger, I harbor no ill will towards you. Even if you had utilized this divine essence for yourself, I would not hold it against you." Warmth flooded Mei Qing's heart upon hearing his words. She playfully stuck out her tongue, appearing adorably mischievous. Realizing he had been teased, Ning Wuyou could only shake his head in resignation. "You truly are a sprite. Now, let me see what extraordinary abilities lie within this divine essence," he said, shattering it. Fragments of divine powers surged into his forehead. After a brief moment of reflection, Ning Wuyou opened his eyes, chuckling. "Ah, it turns out to be a commendable auxiliary ability for stealth." Seeing her young master enlightened by the newfound power, Mei Qing smiled brightly. "Congratulations, young master, on acquiring yet another divine technique." Ning Wuyou nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. He gently took Mei Qing's delicate hand, akin to a tender sprout, and began to knead it slowly. His gaze remained fixed on Mei Qing as he softly remarked, "This divine ability is indeed a remarkable treasure for me. Not only can it yield unexpected victories in critical moments, but it also possesses astonishing and unforeseen effects." After a brief pause, he continued, "The most formidable aspect of this power is that once I unleash it, even those below the supreme seventh realm will be unable to perceive the true nature of my strength and intentions. Consequently, when I confront formidable foes, I can effortlessly conceal my genuine trump cards and lethal moves, delivering a devastating blow to my enemies." At this juncture, a glimmer of icy resolve flashed in Ning Wuyou's eyes, as if he could already envision his adversaries lying defeated at his feet. He tightened his grip slightly, his tone growing increasingly somber and ruthless. "Moreover, with this divine ability, taking a life is as easy as a mere whisper. I can stealthily employ the art of concealment to approach my target unnoticed, and when they are utterly unprepared, I can strike swiftly, extinguishing their life in an instant." As he spoke, he parted his lips, and the moment his words fell, his hands swiftly formed intricate seals, murmuring incantations. In an instant, a mysterious and potent force surged from within him, enveloping his entire being like an invisible shield. This was the awe-inspiring art of breath concealment. If anyone were to gaze upon Ning Wuyou at that moment, they would be astonished to find themselves utterly unable to penetrate the enigma that was before them. It was as though he were shrouded in a veil of mist, rendering him elusive. The aura he emanated and the power he possessed seemed to be separated by an unseeable barrier, preventing any external scrutiny. This indistinct presence resembled an indomitable fortress, completely isolating Ning Wuyou from the outside world. Anyone attempting to glimpse his true essence would find their efforts utterly futile. "My lord, this divine ability is truly remarkable. As I attempt to assess you, it feels as though something is obstructing my perception, rendering me incapable of discerning your presence," Mei Qing exclaimed with delight. "Indeed, it suffices to maintain an air of mystery, rendering my true strength imperceptible," Ning Wuyou replied, playfully brushing Mei Qing's delicate nose. "Come, Qinger, let us take a stroll. I have yet to properly appreciate the beauty of the imperial city." Meanwhile, within the heavenly empress palace, the atmosphere was solemn and reverent, imbued with a palpable sense of awe. The empress, adorned in a resplendent phoenix robe, sat regally upon her throne, her noble and commanding presence reminiscent of a sovereign empress gracing the world. With her eyes narrowed slightly, she fixed a piercing gaze upon the kneeling leader of the Feiyu guards below. Her crimson lips parted as she spoke in a voice that was both cold and authoritative. "I command you to conceal yourself in the shadows and follow Wuyou. Have there been any peculiar actions from him in recent days?" The leader of the Feiyu guards, too daunted to meet the empress's gaze, bowed deeply, responding respectfully, "Your Majesty. The third prince has exhibited no notable irregularities. He merely visited the secret realm of the Feiyu Supreme. Beyond that, I have not observed anything extraordinary." Upon hearing this, the empress furrowed her brow slightly, lost in thought for a moment. She then inquired once more, "Has he come into contact with any suspicious individuals or received any mysterious correspondences?" The leader shook his head vigorously, assuring, "Rest assured, Your Majesty. I have been vigilantly monitoring Prince Wuyou and have not witnessed him associating with any dubious characters, nor have I discovered any unknown messages delivered to him." The empress nodded gently, satisfied with the report. Yet, a flicker of doubt lingered within her, prompting her to instruct, "Continue to closely observe every movement of Wuyou. Should there be the slightest hint of disturbance, report it to me at once. There must be no errors." "Understood. I shall not fail in my duty." The leader of the Feiyu guards bowed deeply in acknowledgement before vanishing into the shadows as if he were a phantom. After his departure, the empress remained seated upon her opulent throne, lost in profound contemplation. Her beautiful yet keen eyes gazed ahead, as if capable of piercing through the veils of obscurity to uncover the truth. The secret realm of the Feiyu Supreme? What an unexpected revelation. Could it be that the former leader of the Feiyu Guard still lives? How intriguing. The empress murmured softly, a subtle smile gracing her lips, betraying a hint of a cold smirk. Recalling the young girl, Juhua, the empress frowned. She had not anticipated that Wuyou would notice her. However, given Wuyou's character, if he did not see some value in her, he would likely have already dispatched her to her doom. Yet, one could not help but wonder what kind of assistance this young girl could provide to Wuyou. Simultaneously, the empress pondered the presence of Lan Xiang, whom Li Changshi had assigned to Wuyou's side. To this day, she had not heard of any actions taken by Wuyou against Lan Xiang. Clearly, Wuyou's schemes were far from trivial. The empress mused inwardly. With this thought, she slowly rose, gracefully sweeping her robe that symbolized supreme power and majesty, and stepped toward the grand hall's entrance. As she stood at the threshold, facing the radiant sunlight outside, her elongated eyes narrowed slightly, emitting a glimmer of icy brilliance. "Humph! A mere palace attendant dares to set their sights on my son Wuyou? They are truly unaware of their own mortality. It seems that certain heavenly concubines within the palace are unable to contain their restlessness, seeking to instigate trouble. Very well. I shall seize this opportunity to teach them a lesson, to remind them who truly reigns over this harem." As Ning Wuyou strolled through the imperial city with Mei Qing, Ningong arrived at Wuyou Palace. The surrounding female officials, upon seeing the crown prince's arrival, immediately knelt and exclaimed in unison, "We greet His Highness. Rise. I have come to find my younger brother. Is he within?" Ningong said with a grin. "Yes, Your Highness," the female officials replied respectfully. "Your Highness, the third prince and miss may have just stepped out. Shall I summon someone to find him?" A female official standing at the front inquired quietly. Upon hearing that his younger brother had gone out, Ningong, undeterred, naturally entered the grand hall of Wuyou Palace. The female official who had spoken, an attendant of the palace, hurriedly whispered to another, "Quickly go inform His Highness that the crown prince has arrived." The instructed official promptly set off with the other female officials to relay the message to Ning Wuyou. In the bustling heart of the imperial city stood a towering 9-story tea house, an establishment frequented by dignitaries and nobility. Its interior was elegantly adorned, filled with the delightful aroma of tea. At that moment, in a private room on the top floor of this tea house, sunlight filtered through the intricately carved window frames, casting dappled shadows upon a table set for two. Here, Ning Wuyou and Mei Qing sat across from each other, the atmosphere between them tinged with a subtle tension. Ning Wuyou donned a flowing garment of moonlit white, his sleeves fluttering gracefully, resembling a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. His sword-like brows and starry eyes framed a handsome visage, with a hint of an elusive smile gracing his lips, evoking an immediate sense of affection. Opposite him sat Mei Qing, adorned in a delicate lavender gown, her figure exuding elegance and poise, her beauty truly unparalleled. Her large, luminous eyes sparkled like the brilliant stars in the night sky, radiating a lively brilliance. Ning Wuyou slowly rose to his feet, his steps somewhat heavy as he approached the window. He gazed quietly at the bustling and vibrant scene of the imperial city outside, a surge of indescribable emotions welling up within him. Ah, this vast imperial city. He sighed softly, his voice tinged with a hint of resignation and weariness. His gaze swept across the pavilions and towers, as well as the throngs of people bustling about. Yet beneath this seemingly idyllic facade of celestial bliss lay an abyss of intrigue and treachery. The power struggles within the court resembled an unceasing tempest, with various factions vying for supremacy and position through any means necessary. The ministers of the celestial courts appeared outwardly respectful, yet harbored ulterior motives. The consorts of the heavenly emperor resorted to every stratagem to win his favor, ensnaring one another in plots of deceit. Even among the ordinary cultivators, disputes over interests inevitably gave rise to conflicts and discord. Ning Wuyou was acutely aware of the darkness and complexity lurking within the imperial city. He had once endeavored to remain aloof, nurturing a heart as pure as that of a child. Yet, reality relentlessly drew him into its depths. Confronted by this intricate and tumultuous situation, he felt an overwhelming sense of confusion and disorientation, unsure of how to uphold his original intentions. At that moment, a subtle hint of melancholy graced his handsome visage. Mei Qing promptly glided over, her steps light as she approached Ning Wuyou. She slightly lifted her chin, following the direction of his gaze. In the distance, the majestic palace walls soared into the clouds, while the resplendent halls glimmered under the sun's radiant embrace. Mei Qing softly remarked, "Regardless of how turbulent and unpredictable the circumstances within this imperial city may be, for you, my lord, they are merely as manageable as the palm of your hand." After speaking, her enchanting eyes lingered upon Ning Wuyou's profound gaze, akin to a tranquil pool. As she continued gently, "However, should there come a day when you find yourself utterly fatigued and in need of respite, please do not hesitate to confide in me. Wherever you may be, I shall always be by your side, alleviating your burdens and providing solace." Ning Wuyou gently pinched Mei Qing's cheek, her earlier fatigue replaced by an air of authority, as she calmly declared, "I am determined to ascend that towering peak, to behold a breathtaking beauty that others have never witnessed." Having spoken, Ning Wuyou slowly turned her gaze towards Mei Qing, her eyes radiating an undeniable dominance. Mei Qing's exquisite and ethereal visage, illuminated by the sun, appeared even more delicate and enchanting, akin to a blooming flower exuding an alluring fragrance. Leaning against Ning Wuyou's shoulder, her eyes gently closed, she nodded subtly in agreement. In that tender moment shared between them, suddenly, a letter of communication, shimmering with a peculiar light, darted towards Mei Qing like a shooting star. The letter approached with remarkable speed, almost instantaneously closing the distance. Yet, Mei Qing remained utterly composed. With a graceful flick of her elegant hand, an invisible force surged forth from her palm, deftly capturing the swiftly approaching letter with precision. The entire motion was fluid and seamless, as if she had merely performed the most ordinary of tasks. At that moment, the letter held firmly in Mei Qing's grasp ceased its flight, hovering silently in the air, awaiting her inspection. Ning Wuyou furrowed his brow slightly. The arrival of this message was truly ill-timed. After briefly glancing at the elegance of the setting, he returned to his seat to continue sipping tea. "Do refrain from grumbling, young master. It is a message from the female officials within the palace, indicating that your elder brother awaits you in the main hall." As she spoke, Mei Qing placed the letter before Ning Wuyou. "Since the mood has been somewhat dampened, shall we not return to the palace? Since my brother has arrived, we ought to return. It has indeed been a long time since I last saw him," Ning Wuyou replied, and with that, he and Mei Qing departed from the tea house. Approximately 15 minutes later, Ning Wuyou, with a light and graceful step, returned to his grand and splendid residence, the Wuyou Palace, accompanied by Mei Qing. As they crossed the threshold into the palace and entered the spacious and luminous hall, a familiar and affectionate figure immediately came into view. It was none other than his elder brother, who had not been seen for quite a while, standing quietly at the front of the hall. a warm smile illuminating his face as his gaze fixed upon his approaching younger brother. This elder brother was tall and imposing, exuding an extraordinary elegance. Clad in a flowing white robe that danced gently in the breeze, accentuating his poised demeanor. At that moment, his bright eyes sparkled with joy and excitement. Upon seeing his third brother before him, he could no longer contain his elation, stepping forward with a hearty laugh, arms wide open to embrace Ning Wuyou tightly, exclaiming with a resounding voice, "Third brother, how have you fared these past 3 years?" Ning Wuyou found himself nearly breathless in the embrace of his elder brother, Ning Ong, and gently pushed him away. "Brother, your exuberant greeting is quite overwhelming. I find myself unaccustomed to it," he remarked with a smile. This was the first time Ning Wuyou had addressed another person without referring to himself as this palace or this young master, instead simply saying I. It was evident how profound the bond between the brothers was. "Ha ha, third brother, you know that I am a man of simple disposition. The formalities of the palace do not suit me. Only with you can I truly let loose." Ning Ong boomed with laughter. "Brother, feel free to be at ease here. We have shared a close bond since childhood, so why should we concern ourselves with such trifling etiquette?" Ning Wuyou said as he took Ning Ong by the hand, leading him toward the grand hall. Seated face to face, a tranquil and harmonious atmosphere enveloped the room. At that moment, a graceful and dignified female attendant glided in, carrying a delicate tray adorned with 2 cups of fragrant celestial tea. She slightly inclined her body, placing the tea before the brothers, and then quietly withdrew. It was only then that Ning Wuyou's gaze shifted from the teacups to the rear of his brother. There stood a young man, poised like a sculpture, unwavering in his stance. His figure was tall and upright, reminiscent of a steadfast pine, exuding an air of integrity. He resembled a sword drawn from its sheath, radiating brilliance that commanded respect. This young man's features were strikingly handsome, with a prominent nose and thin lips that conveyed a sense of resoluteness. He appeared to be around 18 or 19 years of age, yet his profound gaze seemed to harbor boundless wisdom and experience. Most captivating was the subtle, ethereal glow that surrounded him, akin to a mysterious aura enveloping him, rendering his presence otherworldly. Noticing Ning Wuyou's attention, the young man bowed and said, "Qinghe Chen Xianji pays his respects to the third prince." "Oh," Ning Wuyou responded with a hint of surprise. "You are of the Qin clan from Qinghe, and you are indeed quite the striking figure. Please rise." "Thank you, Your Highness," Chen Xianji replied with a respectful bow. At this moment, Ning Ong seemed to awaken from a dream as he recalled the existence of the prophet Qin. He gently set down the cup in his hand, which emanated a rich, ethereal aroma, and a hearty, bold smile spread across his face. He exclaimed with a loud laugh, "Oh, my dear third brother, you must not underestimate him. Although this prophet Qin appears to be youthful, he is, in truth, a person of profound depth and hidden talents." At this moment, Ning Wuyou took an interest in observing Chen Xianji, believing that his elder brother would undoubtedly not keep useless individuals by his side. After voicing this thought, he cast a profound gaze towards Chen Xianji once more. Perceiving the sarcasm in Ning Wuyou's tone, Chen Xianji furrowed his brow, contemplating. This third prince possesses far deeper schemes than his elder brother. He appears to be a formidable character who requires cautious handling. "My dear third brother," he began, "the Qinghe Qin clan is renowned in their region, esteemed as a prestigious family of great repute. In bygone days, their influence was substantial, their fame resounding, truly a sight to behold. Yet, who could have anticipated that, in a single night, they would be beset by such a dire calamity? Their entire lineage ruthlessly slaughtered, leaving none to escape unscathed? Only he, a solitary survivor, was fortunate enough to emerge from the carnage. Our encounter was nothing short of serendipitous. At that time, I was diligently training in the outer heavens when I suddenly spotted a figure staggering in the distance. Upon approaching, I discovered a man, battered and on the brink of death. This man was the sole survivor of the Qinghe Qin clan. He was as pale as a ghost, his garments in tatters, stained with blood, presenting a most tragic sight. Ning Ong sighed as he took a sip of tea. Chen Xianji bowed towards Ning Ong, expressing, "I must extend my profound gratitude to Your Highness for your life-saving grace and benevolence. Without your intervention, I may have perished in the outer heavens, and this lifetime would have offered no opportunity for me to avenge my kin." "Ah, there is no need for further words," Ning Ong replied solemnly. "The reason I intervened to save you is twofold. Firstly, I found you to be truly pitiable, evoking a sense of compassion. Secondly, I discerned your considerable potential. recognizing you as a talent worthy of cultivation. It is worth noting that with the cultivation of a true immortal, one can break through the formidable barriers separating the outer heavens from the immortal realm, an achievement not easily attained by ordinary individuals. Upon hearing these words, Chen Xinji was overwhelmed with gratitude, promptly bowing in respect. He then turned once more to Ning Wuyou, respectfully stating, "Your Highness and the Elder Prince have reunited after a long separation. I presume there is much to discuss. I shall not intrude upon your heartfelt conversation any longer and will take my leave." With that, he inclined slightly, demonstrating his respect. Upon witnessing this, Ningong gently waved his hand and spoke softly, "That is splendid. You may now take your leave." After receiving his consent, Chen Xinji responded with a respectful yes, and then cautiously turned, stepping lightly as he slowly exited the grand hall. As his figure gradually faded beyond the doors, tranquility enveloped the chamber once more. With only the two brothers remaining, Ning Wuyou took a sip of celestial tea and addressed Ningong. "Elder brother, have you delved into this individual's background? I sense a profound cunning within him. It would be wise for you to remain vigilant, for his approach may harbor ulterior motives." After this observation, he glanced at Ningong and resumed sipping his tea. "Haha, third brother, you remain ever perceptive," Ningong remarked, rising to gaze outside the hall as he continued. "You need not worry. He serves a purpose for me at present. Should he cease to be of use, he shall naturally return to his kin." With a hint of derision, he added, "To involve an outsider in matters that led to the annihilation of his entire clan reveals the coldness of his character." "As long as you are aware, elder brother," Ning Wuyou replied, fully cognizant that beneath Ning Ang's seemingly rugged exterior lay a man of meticulous thought, though his appearance often belied his true nature. "Enough of this individual," Ning Wuyou declared. "I have just come from Mother, and it seems she wishes to mend her relationship with you. What do you think, third brother?" Before he could finish, Ning Wuyou interrupted. There is no need for further discussion, and with that, he exited the grand hall alone. Ningong also understood that persuasion was futile, so he could only let out a sigh, saying, "The royal family is both affectionate and indifferent. It seems that breaking the ice with my third brother and mother cannot be achieved with just a few words." Upon seeing Ning Wuyou had already exited the main hall, Ningong followed suit and approached him with a smile, saying, "Third brother, guess whom I encountered at Mother S place today? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted." Ning Wuyou shook his head and sighed lightly. "I have long known that Jiao is a spy arranged by my mother at my side. What I do not know is when she became my mother's eyes and ears." "Ah, third brother, others say you are cunning and resourceful. I see they are not mistaken." Ningong laughed heartily. Observing Ning Ang's laughter, Ning Wuyou shook his head in resignation. Within the grand hall of the Heavenly Empress, she gazed down at Jiao and spoke softly. "It seems Wuyou has long been aware that you are in my service. Have you ever regretted betraying your own lord?" Hearing the Empress's inquiry, Jiao fell to her knees in trepidation. "Your Majesty, since I chose to serve as your eyes and ears beside the Lord, I have never regretted my decision." The Empress chuckled lightly, casting a glance at Jiao. "You are quite ambitious, aren't you?" With that, she flicked her phoenix robe and rose to her feet, continuing to address the kneeling Jiao. 3 years ago, I promised you that as long as you reported every detail regarding Wuyou to me, I would grant you the rank of a 4th-grade celestial official. Thank you, Your Majesty." Jiao expressed gratefully. "Do not be in haste to thank me. The promise I made can be fulfilled at this moment. However, whether Wuyou will spare you will depend on your own capabilities," the Empress concluded, returning to her lawn chair and waving her hand. "You may leave." "Yes, thank you for your grace, Your Majesty," Jiao replied, rising to exit the grand hall. Just as she turned, the Empress's voice floated softly behind her. "You need not return to my presence here again." Upon hearing the Empress's words, Jiao almost lost her balance, swaying slightly as she made her way outside. Burdened with thoughts, Jiao returned to her residence in Wuyou Palace. Sitting in the courtyard that had sheltered her since childhood, she could not help but feel melancholic, chuckling self-deprecatingly. "I am merely a pawn of the Empress." As Jiao wallowed in self-pity, a light scoff echoed nearby. "Regret now serves no purpose. If you are to be a pawn, you must possess the awareness of one. Depart from Wuyou Palace." Turning her head, Jiao saw Mei Qing and Zhu Xian approaching gracefully. Without needing to guess, she knew it was Zhu Xian who had spoken. Seeing the two women arrive, Jiao slightly bowed. "Greetings to my two elder sisters." Zhu Xian, ignoring Zhu Yao, turned her head away and retorted, I dare not call you sister. You are now a fourth-grade celestial official, a title my sister and I cannot afford to acknowledge. Feeling the sting of Zhu Xian's mockery, Zhu Yao was filled with guilt and did not retort. You should leave now, and please convey to the Lord that Xiao Zhu has let him down. Mei Qing, who had remained silent, glanced at the sorrowful Zhu Yao and spoke softly. I will relay your words to the Lord. You may go. From this moment, we sisters shall have no further ties. With that, she turned and departed with Zhu Xian. Within the main hall of Wuyou Palace, tranquility and serenity reigned. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Ning Wuyou laughed heartily and exclaimed, Third brother, at last you are able to cultivate. I wonder who will dare to bully our family's youngest from now on. As he spoke, he proudly surveyed his surroundings, as if envisioning the trembling figures of those who had once tormented Ning Wuyou. Then, with a sudden shift in tone, he lowered his voice and spoke mysteriously, Third brother, have you ever contemplated that position? With a gesture, he pointed towards the heavens, the implication clear. He referred to the exalted throne of the heavenly emperor. Upon hearing his elder brother's candid inquiry, Ning Wuyou did not respond immediately. Instead, he gazed at Ning Wuyou, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he retorted, I wonder if elder brother has any thoughts on the matter as well? Hearing this, Ning Wuyou was momentarily taken aback, but soon erupted into hearty laughter. He forcefully patted Ning Wuyou on the shoulder and exclaimed, Ha, my dear third brother, spare me your attempts to test me. My sole ambition lies in the pursuit of the pinnacle of martial arts. As for the position of the heavenly emperor, I find it utterly uninteresting. Such a lofty station bears immense responsibilities and is terribly exhausting, making it ill-suited for someone like me. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. After hearing this, Ning Wuyou's eyes gleamed with a hint of admiration. He placed his hands heavily on Ning Wuyou's shoulders and said solemnly, Excellent. Since my third brother harbors such grand ambitions, I shall wholeheartedly support you in ascending to that supreme position. Just as the two brothers conversed, Mei Qing and Zhu Xian entered the grand hall, bowing respectfully. We pay our respects to the two princes. Please rise. You two have accompanied Wuyou since childhood. There is no need for such formalities before me. Ning Wuyou chuckled. Thank you, Your Highness. It is our duty, Mei Qing replied with a gentle smile. She then turned to Ning Wuyou, continuing, Young master, Juhua has already left Wuyou Palace. And as for Lanxiang, we do not know her whereabouts. By the time my sister and I arrived, the place was already empty. Upon hearing that Lanxiang was unaccounted for, Ning Wuyou furrowed his brows, contemplating, Juhua belongs to mother, while Lanxiang is connected to the esteemed Li Changshi. Now that Lanxiang has mysteriously disappeared, this matter seems increasingly intriguing. He sighed. Well, it is sufficient that they have departed. There is no need to pursue this matter further. It is merely a fleeting acquaintance. Despite his outward demeanor, Ning Wuyou was already devising ways to extract the remaining value from Lanxiang and Juhua. After all, he had invested much time in nurturing them. It would be impossible for him not to reap some rewards from their service. He was no benevolent saint. Mei Qing and Zhu Xian nodded lightly. Third brother, I have yet to pay my respects to father after returning. I came here first, which means I am bound to face some reprimand, Ning Wuyou remarked with a chuckle, patting Ning Wuyou's shoulder. I shall visit father first. If you have matters to discuss, just send word. With that, he departed with the seer, Chun. Watching Ning Wuyou and Chun leave, Ning Wuyou murmured to himself, why does seeing this person make Zizai Ge feel restless? Could there be something about him that captivates Zizai Ge? It seems I must find an opportune moment to devise a plan. After leaving Wuyou Palace, Ning Wuyou was to meet the Celestial Emperor, allowing Chun to return first. On his way back, Chun furrowed his brows, pondering why the system had been entirely unresponsive after meeting the third prince. He felt a growing impatience and anxiety, as the system was his sole reliance after awakening in the immortal realm, having been nurtured with the lives of his entire clan. Upon returning to his residence, Chun hastily called out to the system in his mind, System, come forth. After persistent calls, the system finally responded, Master is present. What commands do you have? The mechanical voice brought Chun a sigh of relief. What happened just now in Wuyou Palace? No matter how I called for you, there was no response. Master, Just now this system detected the presence of a high-dimensional power wielder. The situation was dire. To prevent being discovered by the high-dimensional power wielder, I immediately activated the emergency shielding function. The system replied coldly, devoid of emotional inflection. Upon hearing this, Chen was filled with confusion. He mused, high-dimensional power wielder? What could that possibly mean? Before he could ponder further, the system's mechanical voice resounded in his mind once more. A high-dimensional power wielder is an existence that transcends conventional understanding, possessing immensely powerful abilities. They can manipulate the energies of higher dimensions, exerting significant influence on our world. Such beings typically possess extraordinary wisdom and elusive methods, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary beings. Should a high-dimensional power wielder discover the existence of the system, it would be consumed. Chen's anxiety escalated. Is there truly nothing you can do against such a being? If the existence of the system is revealed to a high-dimensional power wielder, calculations indicate that the possibility of not being consumed is less than 1 in a billion. The system confirmed. Overwhelmed by despair, Chen collapsed to the ground, muttering, "What should I do? I cannot sit idly by. I must leave the imperial city at once." Far away from this third prince, he hastily began to gather his belongings, inquiring within if there was a spatial talisman available for exchange. The exchange for a spatial talisman requires 1,000 immortal crystals. Do you wish to proceed? The system mechanically replied. Upon realizing the system could indeed exchange for a spatial talisman, Chen felt as if he had grasped a lifeline. Exchange. Quickly. Although this 1,000 immortal crystals represented all his accumulated wealth over the years, his life was at stake, and he had no choice but to proceed with the exchange. After all, what use were immortal crystals if he were dead? Exchange successful. 1,000 immortal crystals consumed. Would you like to use the system now? With determination, Chen replied, "Yes, use it." As he uttered the command, a faint blue light enveloped him, and his figure became ethereal before vanishing from the location, transported to an unknown destination. Originally a resident of Blue Star, Chen had accidentally fallen into water and found himself in the immortal realm as the young master of the Qinghe Chen clan. Upon awakening, he discovered the legendary system by his side, which filled him with elation. He had envisioned soaring to greatness like the protagonists of novels. Yet the system turned out to be a broken piece, requiring vast amounts of blood essence to revive even a fraction of its functionality. Moreover, it was merely a fragment, necessitating the gathering of other pieces to restore its full capabilities. Thus, after his arrival, Chen began to nourish the system daily with his own blood essence, hoping it would regain some functionality for his use, enabling him to seek out the other fragments. However, he eventually found himself on the brink of damaging his foundation due to severe blood essence depletion. This prompted him to devise a plan to use the blood essence of others to nourish the system. He had inquired whether the system could accept external blood essence. But the system had coldly informed him, due to the binding with you, only blood essence of the same lineage can nourish the system. The system reminds the host that it still requires 97% of the blood essence to activate the exploration and exchange functions. Upon hearing this, Chen stood in shock. Rooted in place, I have tirelessly expended my own blood essence to awaken you, a mere fragment of a system, only to access these two impractical functions. After all this time, I have only achieved 3%. Chen's frustration erupted, and he began to shout in madness. After regaining his composure, Chen realized that the system's requirement for blood essence of the same lineage meant he could utilize the blood essence of the entire Chen family to nourish the system. With this revelation, he resolved to orchestrate a grand conspiracy against the entire Qinghe Chen clan. As he put it, "What does the Qinghe Chen clan have to do with me? I merely traversed into your family, for the sake of my ambition. I can only blame your clan for their misfortune." In the days that followed, Chen Xianji secretly began to plot, even at the cost of all the resources of his clan, to exchange for the hostile forces of the Qinghe Chen clan to assist him in seizing the blood essence of the entire clan. Overnight, the Qinghe Chen clan was massacred, and the blood essence of all the clansmen was drained, causing immense shock and panic in the area. A moment after Chen Xianji disappeared, a spatial fluctuation came from the place where Chen Xianji had disappeared. A mighty figure walked out of the spatial barrier. A small mouse still wants to escape from this palace's palm. The one who came out of the spatial barrier was naturally Ning Wuyou, who brought Chen Xianji to the imperial city. Ning Wuyou brought him to the imperial city in order to obtain the secret treasure that Chen Xianji had obtained at the cost of his entire clan. Moreover, he had secretly tampered with Chen Xianji without his knowledge. Ning Ong left not long after staying at Chen Xianji's residence. But he did not notice a shadow in the dark when he left. After a burst of spatial distortion, Chen Xianji walked out of it, panting heavily, apparently frightened. He patted his chest and said, "Finally escaped. Fortunately, I ran fast, otherwise I might not have been able to leave." After speaking, he continued to run in the opposite direction of the imperial city, wanting to escape as far as possible. The farther away, the safer. About an hour after Chen Xianji successfully escaped using the space rune, Ning Wuyou, who was thousands of miles away, received an emergency message from the shadow. He gently took the jade slip, unfolded his divine sense to read it. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he said indifferently, "It's getting more and more interesting. I didn't expect that elder brother would go to such lengths for the so-called secret treasure. It seems that he has put a lot of thought into this." As Ning Wuyou spoke, her mind raced with thoughts. If that secret treasure were truly beneficial to her, would her elder brother be willing to part with it, despite the pain it might cause him? Contemplating this, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly, revealing a faint smile. Yet, within that smile lurked a subtle hint of danger, as if anyone daring to impede her quest for the treasure would face her merciless retribution. With this in mind, Ning Wuyou softly inquired, "Where is the shadow?" "Here, my lord." The shadow emerged from a distorted space, kneeling on one knee. "How fares the training of the 1,000 men I entrusted to you?" "How many remain?" Ning Wuyou asked, her hands clasped behind her back. In response to her inquiry, the shadow quickly replied, "My lord, of the 1,000 men you tasked me with, fewer than 900 remain. It is anticipated that, should the training prove successful, perhaps only around 600 will endure." Ning Wuyou lightly hummed in acknowledgement and continued, "It is quite satisfactory. In 3 months, I expect a complete intelligence organization to be established. Can you accomplish this?" The shadow replied earnestly, "I shall never betray your highness's trust." At that moment, Ning Wuyou took her seat at the head of the hall and coolly stated, "Maintain a covert watch on Chen Xianji's whereabouts. Any unusual movements must be reported to me immediately." After issuing her command, she waved her hand, saying, "You may leave." "Yes, your highness," the shadow responded before vanishing into the grand hall. While Ning Wuyou sipped her ethereal tea, contemplating her next strategy, a booming voice resonated from the heavens. Audible to all within the imperial city, the Revelation secret realm shall open in 3 days. All members of the Ning royal family are to assemble before the heavenly emperor's hall. Upon hearing the announcement regarding the impending opening of the Revelation secret realm, excitement surged through the Ning clan members in the imperial city, including those who had hurried back from their training expeditions. It was as if each one had received a surge of adrenaline. In truth, a month prior, every faction of the Ning royal family had already been informed about the upcoming opening of the secret realm, prompting each faction to select suitable members for entry preparations. Consequently, the entire imperial city began to stir with fervor, all eager to enter the renowned forbidden land known as the Revelation secret realm. Contemplating the family's announcement about the secret realm's opening, Ning Wuyou twirled the ring on her finger and remarked, "It appears that this opening will once again be fraught with turmoil and bloodshed. Conveniently, the duration of each opening is 3 months, which will allow us to assess the training results of the shadow." A faint smile graced her lips as she instructed the female attendants in the hall, "Bring me Mei Qing and Zhu Xian." Upon receiving Ning Wuyou's command, the attendants swiftly departed to locate Mei Qing and Zhu Xian. A short while later, the two entered the grand hall, bowing in unison, "We pay our respects to your highness." Ning Wuyou nodded gently, signaling for them to rise, and resumed sipping her celestial tea. After the formalities, Mei Qing positioned herself behind Ning Wuyou, as was her custom, beginning to massage her shoulders, while Zhu Xian remained cold and still, awaiting further instructions from Ning Wuyou. Ning Wuyou set down the teacup in his hand, squinting his eyes as he leisurely enjoyed Mei Qing's service. He spoke with a relaxed demeanor. "Qinger, you have heard about the matter of the Shaoju secret realm, haven't you?" "Indeed, we have heard. Might I inquire what arrangements you have for us, young master?" Mei Qing replied gently, her fingers brushing against Ning Wuyou's shoulder, accompanied by a soft smile. Ning Wuyou murmured softly, 3 days hence, the secret realm shall be opened. Accompany this princess on the journey." Upon hearing her words, Mei Qing and Zhu Xian were momentarily taken aback. Mei Qing, somewhat at a loss, replied, "My lord, I have heard that only members of the Ning royal family under the age of 50 may enter the secret realm, and the number of places appears to be quite limited." Before she could finish, Ning Wuyou interjected, If this princess says you may enter, then you shall indeed enter. Prepare yourselves to accompany me into the royal secret realm in 3 days' time." With Ning Wuyou's assurance, Zhu Xian, standing nearby in the grand hall, gazed at her with eyes filled with hope. Meanwhile, Mei Qing, concerned about Ning Wuyou's well-being, hesitantly inquired, "My lord, will bringing us into the secret realm cause you any trouble? After all, it is unprecedented for outsiders to enter the Tianqi secret realm. Might this bring unnecessary complications upon you?" Observing her elder sister's constant consideration for Ning Wuyou made Zhu Xian feel somewhat inadequate, causing her to instinctively lower her head. Ning Wuyou gently patted Mei Qing's hand and smiled. "With me here, there is no need for concern." Upon hearing the gentleman's comforting words, Mei Qing softly acknowledged with a slight hum and continued to massage Ning Wuyou's shoulders. At that moment, Zhu Xin turned to her master and remarked, "Master, it is said that the Tianqi secret realm is one of the 9 forbidden lands of the fairy domain, where those who enter are destined for death. Yet those who emerge become powerful beings. Furthermore, there are rumors that one of the 4 divine beasts, the white tiger, guards the secret realm. Its veracity remains unknown. 3 days hence, when little Zhu and the others accompany me inside, we shall uncover the truth. Worrying about it now only adds to our troubles," Ning Wuyou replied. Reclining comfortably against the back of Mei Qing's hand, her eyes half closed in relaxation. "Are you concerned about the dangers within? Fear not, for I shall protect you, and nothing shall befall you. With you by our side, we are naturally unafraid," Zhu Xin said, a rare smile gracing her lips as she gazed at Ning Wuyou. In the blink of an eye, the 3 days passed swiftly. A booming voice resonated from the heavens, declaring, "The time has come. The Tianqi secret realm shall open today. All members of the Ning royal family, please proceed to the Heavenly Emperor's hall without delay." In that instant, exhilarating news spread like wildfire throughout the Ning royal family. The secret realm was about to be unveiled. This revelation ignited a fervent desire and anticipation within everyone. Consequently, numerous members of the Ning royal family surged forth like arrows released from a bow, racing towards the Heavenly Emperor's hall with unbridled speed. Some rode magnificent steeds, their hoofs thundering through the skies. Others soared on flying swords, their blades shimmering like meteors streaking across the firmament, while others wielded marvelous spells, transforming into streaks of light, darting swiftly through the air. Each individual was consumed by urgency, anxious not to lag behind and miss this rare opportunity. Along the way, dust swirled in the air, and the clamor of voices filled the atmosphere, creating a scene that was both magnificent and charged with tension. Ning Wuyou, accompanied by Mei Qing and Zhu Xian, arrived in the majestic 9 dragons flying chariot, coming to a leisurely halt before the hall of the Heavenly Emperor. As the chariot touched down, Ning Wuyou emerged at a measured pace. Before the grand hall, a multitude of approximately 10,000 members of the Ning royal family gathered, representing merely a fraction of the clan, as many were still engaged in their external training and had not returned in time. Upon witnessing the arrival of the 9 dragons flying chariot, the assembled clan members exchanged puzzled glances. Whispers began to circulate among them, speculating why the 3rd prince, who was unable to cultivate, had come to witness the opening of the celestial awakening secret realm. One clan member ventured to suggest quietly, "Perhaps he has merely come to observe the festivities." This remark elicited silent nods of agreement from the crowd. Once Ning Wuyou alighted from the chariot, the surrounding royal family members respectfully greeted him, bowing in deference and saying, "We pay our respects to the 3rd prince." As the legitimate son of the Heavenly Emperor and Empress, Ning Wuyou's status was undeniably exalted. It was only natural that he would possess a quota for entering the secret realm. Although all present were members of the Ning royal family, their status paled in comparison to that of Ning Wuyou. Even among the royal lineage, distinctions existed between legitimate and illegitimate offspring. The Ning royal family was divided into 3 principal clans and 7 branch families, with Ning Wuyou's lineage being one of the 3 esteemed main clans. Even the heads of the branch families were obliged to bow in reverence upon encountering Ning Wuyou. Ning Wuyou smiled gently at the numerous clansmen, his demeanor evoking a sense of springtime warmth. Those familiar with Ning Wuyou were acutely aware that he was not one to be trifled with, despite his outwardly amiable appearance. Reminiscent of a modest gentleman, it was merely a fade. Should anyone, even a family member, dare to encroach upon his interests, the consequence would be dire, leaving them with nothing short of a severe reckoning. Understanding Ning Wuyou's temperament, The clansmen respectfully paid their homage and retreated to await the unveiling of the secret realm. Before long, a clear and resounding sound of hoofbeats approached from the distance. The crowd turned their gaze, witnessing a magnificently adorned carriage slowly making its way towards them. Drawn by 9 majestic steeds, their coats as white as snow and exuding an aura of auspiciousness. The carriage itself was a spectacle of opulence, decorated in resplendent gold and encrusted with countless dazzling gemstones, sparkling brilliantly under the sun's rays, captivating all who beheld it. Ning Wuyou, adorned in resplendent brocade garments, sat majestically within his sedan chair. With his striking brows and starry eyes, his countenance resembled that of a jade-like figure, exuding an innate noble aura with every gesture. Beside him, Ning Fong followed closely, equally attired in finery, displaying an air of gallantry. As the two descended from the sedan, they instantly captivated the attention of all present. The crowd, upon witnessing Ning Wuyou's arrival, hastily bowed, demonstrating even greater fervor than when Ning Wuyou graced them with his presence. For they were well aware of Ning Wuyou's exceptional talents and the profound favor he enjoyed from both the heavenly emperor and empress. Standing next to Ning Wuyou, Zhu Exian could not help but scoff, superficial grandeur. Upon hearing Zhu Exian's remark, Mei Qing chuckled, "Little Zhu, you have included our young master in your critique." She added with a playful tap on Zhu Exian's forehead, "Our young master S9 Dragon's flying chariot is far more magnificent than that mere 9 horses pulling cart. Our young master S9 Dragon's flying chariot is an unparalleled artifact, both offensive and defensive in nature. What use is the second prince's vehicle beyond its appearance? How can it possibly compare to our young master?" Zhu Exian retorted defiantly. Hearing the exchange between Mei Qing and Zhu Exian, Ning Wuyou shook his head with a smile, remarking, "My second brother's penchant for ostentation remains unchanged." Not long after the arrival of the second prince, a hearty laughter echoed from afar. "Ha! Third brother, you have arrived earlier than eldest brother." The crowd turned their gaze toward the source of the jovial voice, and there appeared a formidable figure striding through the clouds with hands clasped behind his back. Unlike Ning Wuyou's grand entrance, this individual approached with a simple yet powerful presence that radiated an aura of invincibility. This newcomer was none other than the first prince, Ning Ong. Upon encountering Ning Wuyou, Ning Ong leapt forward, laughing heartily. "Third brother, once the secret realm opens, join me in entering. Let us see who dares to cause trouble." After uttering these words, he glanced in the direction of Ning Wuyou, a subtle warning evident in his gaze. The crowd, upon seeing the crown prince, promptly bowed in respect, not daring to show any hint of negligence. At the age of 29, he had already attained the realm of a divine king, and it was said that he had 1 foot in the imperial path, also being the 3rd-ranked prodigy on the Dragon Tiger list. How could one not admire him? Noticing the crowd's respect, Ning Ong remained his usual magnanimous self, saying, "Let us dispense with these formalities. You may all step back and refrain from interrupting our brotherly conversation." Hearing his elder brother's words, Ning Wuyou shook his head in resignation, realizing that his brother truly lived with unparalleled candor. As the crowd began to withdraw, Ning Wuyou approached Ning Ong with a smile, leading Ning Fong gently toward him. Upon reaching close, Ning Wuyou slightly bowed, respectfully addressing him, "Greetings, elder brother." Originally engaged in a lively conversation with Ning Wuyou, Ning Eng's smile instantly froze upon hearing this greeting. His brow furrowed, and he cast a sidelong glance at Ning Wuyou, his expression revealing a hint of displeasure. Subsequently, he grunted coldly through his nose and disregarded Ning Wuyou and Ning Fong, continuing to converse with Ning Wuyou. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Ning Wuyou continued to feign a countenance of deep sorrow and indignation, lamenting the fact that this time the secret realm had opened. Yet his third brother, lacking any cultivation, could not venture inside to explore. It was truly a pity, a cruel twist of fate that seemed to conspire against talented individuals. Due to Ning Wuyou's constant use of the concealment technique to mask his presence, Ning Wuyou was unable to discern the truth of Ning Wuyou's condition. Ning Wuyou lightly exclaimed, "Oh," and remarked, "This may disappoint you, second brother. I harbor a certain interest in this secret realm and intend to enter it alongside eldest brother." Upon hearing that Ning Wuyou also planned to venture into the secret realm, Ning Wuyou expressed his astonishment, saying, "Third brother, you." who possessed not even the strength to bind a chicken, dare to enter this so-called forbidden territory. Are you not concerned about any mishaps that might trouble father and mother? He continued, with palpable concern. If you were to encounter any misfortune within that realm, how could I, as your elder brother, explain it to our parents? To an uninformed outsider, Ning Wu's display of brotherly concern might have seemed genuine, painting a picture of fraternal affection. In response to Ning Wu's sarcastic remarks, Ning Ong coldly scoffed, "Second brother, mind your own affairs. Third brother has me, his elder brother, for protection, so you need not feign concern here." With that, he waved his hand, signaling Ning Wu to leave promptly. Ning Wu, humiliated by Ning Ang's public derision, felt a surge of resentment within. Gritting his teeth, he muttered under his breath, "Ning Ong, Ning Wuyou, just wait. Once I step into that secret realm, I shall ensure you both face the consequences. You will not escape unscathed." With a fierce glare directed at Ning Ong and Ning Wuyou, he turned and stormed away, leaving Ning Fong in a state of bewilderment. Ning Wuyou cast a sidelong glance at Ning Fong, who had not followed Ning Wu's departure, and remarked, "Little Ninth, what are you daydreaming about? Have you not noticed that second brother has already left?" Realizing his oversight, Ning Fong promptly responded, "Eldest brother, third brother, I shall take my leave now and will not intrude upon your refined gathering any longer." With that, he hurried in the direction Ning Wu had taken. As the two departed, Ning Ong snorted coldly, "Second brother, emboldened by the affection of our emperor father and empress mother, has increasingly disregarded me, his elder brother. Once we enter the secret realm, I shall certainly make him aware of his place. Eldest brother, we are all brothers born of the same mother. Why have you harbored such intense disdain for second brother since our childhood?" "This has been a lingering question in my mind for many years," Ning Wuyou inquired, gazing at Ning Ong with a look of curiosity. Ning Ong cast a glance towards Ning Wu and sighed. "Third brother, there are some matters that cannot be spoken of." Upon hearing Ning Ang's words, Ning Wuyou replied with a gentle smile, "Very well, elder brother. Since you prefer not to discuss it, I shall refrain from asking further." Noticing Ning Ang's reluctance to elaborate, Ning Wuyou narrowed his eyes, contemplating that it would be prudent to dispatch someone for a thorough investigation after the secret realm concluded. At that moment, a resounding voice echoed, "His Majesty the Celestial Emperor has arrived." Upon hearing of the Celestial Emperor's arrival, the numerous members of the Ning royal family in the Great Hall bowed deeply, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to the Celestial Emperor. May he reign for countless ages." As the gaze of the assembly turned towards the grand and imposing palace of the Celestial Emperor, an extraordinary wave of energy suddenly surged forth. In an instant, a breathtaking sight unfolded before them. A colossal golden avatar, towering hundreds of feet, began to emerge. This divine figure radiated a soft golden glow, akin to a sun suspended in the sky, its brilliance so dazzling that it was nearly impossible to behold. From a distance, this avatar appeared to ascend into the clouds, stretching endlessly towards the heavens, evoking an overwhelming sense of majesty and formidable power. This avatar was indeed the manifestation of the Celestial Emperor. Rise, a voice, as thunderous as a tempest, resonated from the Celestial Emperor's form. Yes, the crowd, as if granted a reprieve, rose in unison. However, each individual exhibited profound reverence, lowering their heads and standing still, scarcely daring to breathe, lest they inadvertently provoke the Emperor's dignity. At this moment, the entire assembly was enveloped in a profound silence, punctuated only by the soft, tense breaths of the gathered individuals. Yet, despite their utmost caution, they could still perceive the overwhelming, boundless aura emanating from the Celestial Emperor, a force akin to a heavy mountain pressing upon their hearts, nearly suffocating them with its weight. As moments ticked by, just as the assembly felt they might succumb to this immense pressure, the towering and majestic avatar of the Celestial Emperor slowly spoke, his voice echoing as if from the heavens above, reverberating throughout the space. "Proclaim." The single word "proclaim" resounded like thunder throughout the great hall, a testament to the authority of his decree. With the Emperor's permission, a close attendant of the Emperor, Li Changshi, stepped forward and announced, "The Heavenly Enlightenment Secret Realm opens once every 300 years. This time, by the edict of His Majesty, the total number of participants is set at 1,000, exclusively for members of the Ning royal family. Each main and branch clan is allotted 100 entries. Those eligible to enter must be below 50 years of age and at or below the realm of the Divine King." After articulating the Emperor's decree, Li Changshe gracefully stepped aside. "We shall dutifully abide by the emperor's command." The gathered clansmen bowed in unison. The opening of the Heavenly Enlightenment secret realm is always a grand affair, and the allocation of slots, along with other significant details, is meticulously prepared in advance by the elders of each main and branch clan. As early as a month prior, they had conveyed these crucial particulars to their kin and utilized this precious time to conduct rigorous selections among the younger generation. Upon learning that only members of the Ning royal family could enter the mysterious realm, Mei Qingxiu instinctively grasped her skirt tightly, gracefully gliding to Ning Wuyou's side. In a soft, hushed tone, she expressed, "My lord, it seems that Xiao Zhu and I must await your return here outside. The dangers within the secret realm are unknown, so I implore you to exercise utmost caution." Her clear, water-like gaze was filled with genuine concern, evoking a sense of tenderness in those who beheld her. Hearing these words, Ning Wuyou slowly turned his head, his gaze settling upon Mei Qing's delicate visage. A gentle smile graced his lips, radiating a sense of reassurance as he softly replied, "Do not worry. I shall ensure that you are all granted entry." With that, he fell into silence, standing still, his eyes fixed ahead as if silently awaiting the moment the secret realm would unveil itself. Mei Qing lightly nodded, her cherry lips parting just enough to utter a soft before opting for silence as well. At this moment, tranquility enveloped the surroundings, broken only by the gentle rustle of the breeze and the slightly hurried breaths of those filled with anticipation. Time seemed to freeze, each person holding their breath in eager expectation of the opening of the enigmatic portal. An hour later, the celestial emperor's avatar pointed into the void, and suddenly, a black portal materialized before the crowd, as if the fabric of reality had been torn asunder. This portal, initially ethereal, gradually grew more substantial, until it formed a passage wide enough for several individuals to traverse simultaneously. Once the portal solidified, Li Changshe stepped forward, proclaiming in a loud voice, "By the decree of the Celestial Emperor, those from the main and branch clans who have received their quotas may enter." As his words echoed, the members of the main and branch clans who had been granted entry began to prepare in an orderly fashion to step through the portal. As the crowd commenced their gradual entry into the secret realm, Ning Wuyou, accompanied by Mei Qing and Zhu Exine, approached the threshold of the portal. At that moment, the two elder guardians of the portal exchanged glances with Ning Wuyou, and one of the elders stepped forward, bowing expressionlessly as he addressed him. "I pay my respects to the third prince." Ning Wuyou lightly hummed and stated, "I wish to bring 2 individuals inside. Please step aside." Emerging, she was greeted by an elder of her clan named Ning Qian, while another figure stationed at the entrance of the secret realm was called Ning Kuan. The two brothers, both in the early stages of the royal Dao realm, served as guardians of the secret realm portal, appointed by the Celestial Emperor, wary of anyone attempting to infiltrate the sanctity of the realm with outsiders. Upon hearing Ning Wuyou's intention to enter with companions, Ning Qian furrowed his brow, remarking, "Your Highness, this seems to contravene the established regulations." "Regulations?" Ning Wuyou retorted, her hands clasped behind her back as she fixed her gaze upon Ning Qian, her tone indifferent. As Ning Kuan observed his elder brother being troubled by the third prince, he gradually stepped forward and addressed him, "Your Highness, my brother and I are merely adhering to the edicts of His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor. Do you truly intend to disregard His Majesty's will?" Following this, he respectfully bowed to Ning Wuyou, displaying decorum that left no room for reproach. Upon hearing both parties invoke their father's decree, Ning Wuyou narrowed his eyes and twirled the ring on his finger, coolly remarking, "Do you dare to use my father to threaten me? You possess quite the audacity." "Not at all. We are merely fulfilling our duty to guard the portal of the secret realm," the brothers replied, appearing humble yet unyielding. The atmosphere had reached an unbearable tension, as if a single spark could ignite a cataclysmic explosion. Mei Qing anxiously grasped Ning Wuyou's sleeve, her face etched with worry. Her voice trembled as she implored, "My lord, let this matter rest. These rules were established by the Heavenly Emperor himself. Both Xiao Zhu and I cannot dare to defy them. If our actions were to bring His Majesty's ire upon you, it would burden us with guilt for a lifetime." With these words, Mei Qing's eyes brimmed with unease and concern, fixed intently upon Ning Wuyou. Standing beside her, Zhu Exine nodded fervently in agreement with Mei Qing's sentiments. Biting her lip, her hands fidgeted nervously, revealing her own inner turmoil and fear. Noticing the trepidation in Mei Qing and Zhu Exine, Ning Wuyou gently patted Mei Qing's hand. offering a reassuring smile. "Fear not, Qing'er, I shall take care of everything." With that, he cast a comforting glance towards both sisters. Seeing Ning Wuyou's unwavering resolve to lead them into the secret realm, Mei Qing felt a mix of gratitude and anxiety, grateful that he would risk offending the heavenly emperor for their sake, yet fearful that he might incur the emperor's wrath due to their involvement. Realizing she could not dissuade her lord, she and her sister could only stand resolutely behind him, bracing themselves to confront the emperor's fury together. "I shall ask you once more, will you permit entry or not?" Ning Wuyou's demeanor was cold and devoid of emotion, making it clear to those familiar with him that his patience had worn thin. Ning Qian and Ning Kuan exchanged glances and simultaneously took a step back, declaring, "We act on the orders of the heavenly emperor. No one may enter the Ning royal family's domain." "Come forth," Ning Wuyou uttered coldly. In an instant, the air shimmered, and 9 figures cloaked in black emerged, kneeling before Ning Wuyou, intoning, "Your subordinates are here." These 9 were Ning Wuyou's shadow guards, known as Dark 1 to Dark 9. "Eliminate them," Ning Wuyou commanded, his expression devoid of emotion. Upon receiving his order, the 9 shadow guards advanced without hesitation, launching a relentless assault on Ning Qian and Ning Kuan, employing lethal techniques without mercy. Witnessing the third prince and the guardian of the secret realm engage in battle, the assembly of clan members erupted into a cacophony of voices, murmuring their astonishment at the audacity of the third prince, who dared to confront even the guardian appointed by the heavenly emperor. Truly, he was a formidable character. Ning Wu, observing the confrontation between the shadow guards and his brothers, could not help but chuckle inwardly. "Oh, the third prince, your arrogance has reached new heights. Now you disregard even father. Let us see how you navigate this predicament." As the shadow guards struck with the swiftness of phantoms, the previously tranquil scene devolved into chaos, akin to a powder keg igniting, spiraling entirely out of control. The air was filled with roars and howls, as various divine abilities and techniques erupted like dazzling fireworks, clashing in midair. In that moment, radiance shone fiercely, energy surged, and it seemed as though the very fabric of space was on the verge of rupture. However, this intense clash lasted scarcely more than a brief moment. Despite their utmost efforts, the brothers could not withstand the prowess of the highly trained shadow guards. Their figures twisted and tumbled through the air before crashing to the ground like kites severed from their strings, raising clouds of dust from their contorted faces and anguished groans. It was evident that their injuries were grave, leaving them bereft of the strength to continue fighting. Just as the shadow guards prepared to press their advantage and eliminate the brothers, a figure darted forward like a bolt of lightning. It was Ning Wuyou. With a single step, he crossed the distance to stand before the shadow guards, an immovable mountain blocking their path. "Their brother, do not act rashly. Whatever the matter, I shall handle it." Ning Ang's voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable authority. Upon hearing this, the once menacing shadow guards felt a chill run through them, halting their advance and retracting their impending lethal strikes, wary of inadvertently harming the esteemed first prince before them. "Elder brother, I am capable of handling this matter myself," Ning Wuyou replied coldly. Seeing that Ning Wuyou disregarded his counsel, Ning Ong continued, "Third brother, you have always acted with composure. Why, today, do you lack such calm?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As Ning Wu observed the dark guards mercilessly eliminate the Ning Qian brothers, a cold smile crept onto his lips as he murmured, "Humph. Third brother, you truly possess audacity beyond measure, yet this aligns perfectly with my intentions." Meanwhile, Ning Ong, witnessing the absence of intervention, could only sigh in resignation. "Third brother, why must you be so impulsive? If father were to impose punishment, you and eldest brother would bear the consequences together. Do not concern yourself with eldest brother. Should father cast blame upon me, I shall shoulder it alone. You need not involve yourself," Ning Wuyou retorted, a radiant smile gracing his lips as he turned to Ning Ong and continued, "Let us proceed, eldest brother, and uncover the treasures hidden within this enigmatic realm." No sooner had he spoken than he stepped forward without hesitation, accompanied by Mei Qing and Zhu Xian towards the entrance of the secret realm. Just as he was about to cross the threshold, Ning Wuyou abruptly halted, glancing back. His narrow eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a glimmer of cunning and mischief, fixating on the distant figure of the heavenly emperor. In a bold display before the gathered assembly, he flashed a provocative grin at the heavenly emperor's manifestation, whispering, "Father, dear father, I wonder if you are pleased with my actions today?" With that, he turned and strode into the secret realm, leaving no trace of hesitation. Ning, observing his younger brother's audacity, could only shake his head in helplessness, releasing a deep sigh before following him into the secret realm. The dark guards who had been silently safeguarding Ning Wuyou were unable to enter due to strict age and cultivation restrictions of the secret realm. They could only watch as their master's figure gradually faded from view at the entrance before swiftly vanishing like phantoms into the ether. With Ning Wuyou bringing Mei Qing and Zhu Xian along, the already limited slots for entry diminished by 2. This unforeseen occurrence sent those still outside into a frenzy, each scrambling towards the entrance, fearful of becoming the unfortunate souls left behind. After all, they lacked the formidable backing and prowess of Ning Wuyou to openly challenge the heavenly emperor's authority and dared not emulate his reckless behavior. To dare mimic Ning Wuyou would likely spell doom for not only themselves, but potentially their entire lineage. After a moment of spatial distortion, Ning Wuyou finally entered the renowned forbidden domain of the Tianqi secret realm. With Ning, Mei Qing, and Zhu Xian no longer by his side, it appeared each individual had been randomly transported to different locations within the realm, Ning Wuyou mused. With this thought, Ning Wuyou narrowed his eyes slightly and remarked, "It seems I must swiftly locate Qing'er and Xiaozhu. Otherwise, they may encounter peril." Resolute, he immediately turned his gaze to his surroundings, meticulously observing the mysterious landscape before him. Before him lay a realm vibrant with lush trees and blooming flowers, the air thick with rich and pure spiritual energy. Ning Wuyou inhaled deeply, feeling the overwhelming spiritual essence coursing through his veins, and marveled. The abundance of spiritual energy here is astonishing, rivaling even the celestial domain, if not surpassing it. The purity of this energy is beyond imagination. Cultivating here would surely yield remarkable results. Suddenly, a thought flickered in Ning Wuyou's mind. He had heard tales of the white tiger divine beast roaming this secret realm. If fortune favored him, and he were to encounter such an ancient beast, what spectacle might unfold? With this thought, a surge of uncontrollable anticipation welled up within him. Yet, in the face of such an expansive and perilous realm, how could one hope to trace the steps of the white tiger divine beast? As Ning Wuyou ambled leisurely along, he pondered to himself, according to ancient texts, the most enigmatic location within the apocalypse secret realm is undoubtedly the alluring immortal pool. Since antiquity, rumors have abounded that those fortunate enough to immerse themselves in this pool would gain unforeseen miraculous benefits. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and a myriad of wondrous legends regarding the immortal pool surfaced in his mind, filling him with anticipation and curiosity. What secrets does this extraordinary pool hold? Is it truly as magical as the tales suggest? With these thoughts, Ning Wuyou could not help but quicken his pace, eager to unveil the truth concealed beneath the mysterious veil of the immortal pool. Furthermore, there was another task that Ning Wuyou needed to accomplish within the secret realm, the quest for the rare spirit nurturing pearl, a treasure unique to the apocalypse secret realm. This item is exceedingly scarce even within the realm itself. Should the spirit nurturing pearl be acquired and brought to the immortal domain, it would certainly incite fierce competition among various factions. Ning Wuyou's rapid ascension and cultivation had caused his spiritual essence to lag behind, and he required the spirit-nurturing pearl to enhance his spiritual cultivation. The spiritual essence is of paramount importance to any practitioner. Indeed, it can be regarded as the very foundation that must not be overlooked. As Ning Wuyou advanced while observing the direction of this secret realm, he remained unaware of his exact location within it. After walking for approximately an hour, he beheld a towering ancient pagoda that soared into the clouds, resembling a grand palace with its 9 levels. The pagoda reached a height of 100 zhang, its pinnacle piercing the heavens, adorned with a shimmering orb that emitted a spectrum of colors. How closely this ancient tower resembles the 4 symbols tower described in my family's records, Ning Wuyou murmured, gazing intently at the jewel atop the pagoda. At this thought, a surge of intense curiosity and a desire for exploration welled up within him, propelling him resolutely towards the enigmatic structure. As he drew nearer to the ancient pagoda, the sense of awe intensified, becoming tenfold stronger than when he observed it from a distance. Standing beneath its towering presence, he felt as insignificant as an ant. The pagoda stood majestically, its body presenting a perfectly symmetrical quadrilateral form. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that each side of the tower was meticulously adorned with intricate carvings depicting one of the four divine beasts. These artworks were masterfully crafted, appearing so lifelike that it seemed the mythical creatures might leap from the stone walls at any moment, leaving onlookers in utter astonishment. Ning Wuyou stood quietly beneath the tower, gazing up at the vividly depicted divine beasts. It felt as though he could sense the powerful aura and mysterious energy emanating from them. His gaze was deeply captivated by these images, momentarily leaving him in a trance. Just then, a faint yet resonant roar echoed in his ears. The sound was deep and sonorous, reminiscent of a roar from ancient times, imbued with boundless majesty and a profound impact that penetrated the depths of his soul. Leaving Ning Wuyou in awe, he steadied his mind and gradually shifted his gaze towards the entrance of the tower. There, a grand and imposing stone door stood tall, adorned with exquisite patterns and runes. Above the stone door hung a plaque exuding an air of antiquity. This plaque appeared weathered by the passage of time, yet the three characters inscribed on it, for Symbol's Tower, remained distinctly visible. The strokes of these characters were vigorous and powerful, akin to the dance of dragons and phoenixes, exuding an extraordinary charm. Even more astonishing was the faint aura of Tao that emanated from these characters, rendering the entire plaque exceptionally sacred and solemn. Ning Wuyou marveled inwardly, pondering the origin of such a wondrous plaque, crafted by whose masterful hands. Compelled by curiosity, he approached, yearning to experience the profound essence contained within it. As he drew near, an intangible pressure enveloped him, momentarily stifling his breath, yet simultaneously activating the spiritual energy within him. While Ning Wuyou was engrossed in gazing at the towering ancient pagoda before him, silhouettes began to emerge from the distance, some solitary, others in small groups. Without exception, each individual's gaze was captured the moment it fell upon the pagoda, their expressions awash with awe. Who could have constructed such a magnificent edifice? Could it truly be a relic left behind by a legendary ancient emperor? A voice among the crowd broke the silence, igniting a ripple of resonance among the onlookers. Indeed, merely standing here, one could sense its imposing grandeur and boundless mystery. Someone echoed, perhaps within the tower lies some earth-shattering secret or unparalleled treasure. This remark intensified the fervor in the crowd's eyes. In a flurry of speculation and admiration, voices rose and fell, as people pointed and whispered around the ancient structure, as if attempting to unveil the secrets hidden within its walls. The venerable tower stood silently, akin to a sage weathered by time, quietly absorbing the admiration and curiosity of the masses. As time slipped by, more and more individuals gathered around the pagoda. Ning Wuyou scanned the crowd, but found no trace of Mei Qing and Zhu Xian. Perhaps it would be best to explore this mysterious tower before seeking them out. With the teleportation talismans I provided, they should be safe. With this thought, a spark of determination ignited within Ning Wuyou, prompting him to enter the enigmatic pagoda. He yearned to ascend to its pinnacle and behold whether the fabled gem was indeed the legendary spirit-nurturing pearl. Just as he stepped towards the entrance, an abrupt and jarring voice pierced the air. "Ah, is that not third brother? You were quite imposing outside the secret realm." At the sound, all eyes turned toward the speaker, followed by a chorus of respectful greetings. "We pay our respects to His Highness the Seventh Prince." The speaker was none other than Ning Wuyou, the youngest son of the current Emperor Chanqi. At merely 18 years of age, he had already attained profound mastery at the late stage of the Great Ascension, his remarkable talent leaving many in awe. In the family's talent assessment, both Ning Wutian and Ning Wu had displayed astonishing prowess, achieving the rare 7th tier. Upon hearing Ning Wutian refer to Ning Wuyou as third brother, the crowd suddenly shifted their focus, as if awakening from a dream. They had been utterly captivated by the ancient and mysterious tower, completely oblivious to Ning Wuyou's presence until this moment. Realizing this, they promptly bowed in unison, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to His Highness the Third Prince." Ning Wuyou gently acknowledged with a sound, then slightly waved his hand, speaking in a tone neither high nor low. "Seventh brother, why do you fail to pay your respects upon seeing me? Have you truly forgotten even the most fundamental of courtesies?" With that, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a barely perceptible expression of boredom gracing his face as he fixed his gaze upon Ning Wutian. Upon hearing Ning Wuyou's words, laced with a hint of humiliation, all eyes in the vicinity immediately converged on Ning Wutian. Feeling the weight of their stares, a surge of anger ignited within him. He widened his eyes and shouted, Third brother, you must understand the situation. We are within the Tianqi secret realm, not outside. Here, there are none of your subordinates to command. Do not act so brazenly in my presence." As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Wutian glanced at Ning Wuyou, somewhat self-satisfied, as if he believed his words carried great weight. However, in response to Ning Wutian's furious accusation, Ning Wuyou appeared utterly unfazed. Continuing to speak in a calm tone, "I am here awaiting your courtesy, yet you prattle on endlessly. What is it you seek to achieve? Do you wish to behave like a common street harpy?" As he spoke, a smirk of evident derision graced his lips, and his eyes looked upon Ning Wutian with unabashed contempt. Ning Wutian trembled with rage, pointing a finger at Ning Wuyou, his lips quivering as he struggled to articulate a coherent word. Just as he neared the brink of an explosive outburst, a silent figure who had been standing beside him suddenly stepped forward, coming to a halt before Ning Wuyou. This individual bowed slightly, clasping his fists in greeting before speaking with a disingenuous smile. "I greet the third prince. May I inquire if your visit pertains to entering this mysterious ancient tower?" As he spoke, a barely noticeable sinister curve appeared at the corners of his mouth. It was revealed that this speaker was Ning Wutian's subordinate, named Ning Ming. Hailing from a branch of the family, he often wielded his close association with Ning Wutian to exert influence, bullying others in his wake. In this moment, facing the esteemed yet seemingly weaker Ning Wuyou, his words dripped with provocation. Yet, Ning Wuyou regarded Ning Ming's taunting remarks as if they were mere whispers in the wind, maintaining a steady gaze as if anticipating further dialogue. Observing Ning Wuyou's calm demeanor, which seemed to dismiss him entirely, Ning Ming's brow furrowed slightly. But he quickly donned a facade of politeness and continued, "To be frank, I, too, have come here with the seventh prince for the purpose of this ancient tower. However, the seventh prince is naturally of a reserved disposition and prefers not to be surrounded by company." At this juncture, Ning Ming intentionally paused, his gaze fixed on Ning Wuyou, hoping to catch a glimpse of anger or fear upon his face. Yet, to his disappointment, Ning Wuyou remained as impassive as still water, devoid of any reaction. Thus, Ning Ming pressed on with forced bravado. "Therefore, I kindly request that the third prince grant us a moment's respite here. Let the seventh prince and I enter the tower first to ascertain whether any dangers lie within. Should any misfortune befall you, dear third prince, it would be quite regrettable. Wouldn't it? After all, it is common knowledge that the third prince is not one to possess any martial prowess." At that moment, everyone present clearly heard the words dripping with humiliation from Ning Ming's lips. They could not help but feel a sense of pity and sorrow for him, mourning his fate in silence. How audacious of Ning Ming to overestimate his own capabilities. Even the seventh prince would not dare speak to Ning Wuyou in such a manner. Yet here he was, provoking the notoriously vengeful Ning Wuyou. Truly, he must have been emboldened by folly. In the midst of this enigmatic secret realm, perhaps Ning Wuyou, lacking in cultivation, could not immediately retaliate against Ning Ming. However, once they left this domain, given Ning Wuyou's ruthless nature and propensity for revenge, Ning Ming could hardly imagine the grim fate that awaited him. It was likely that he would not even comprehend how he had met his demise. Instead of being incensed by the insult, Ning Wuyou erupted into laughter, leaving those around him bewildered. "How audacious of you to bark like a cur before me." Ning Wuyou scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Ning Ming before raising his hand to summon an invisible force that surged forth like a tempest toward Ning Ming. Ning Ming was suddenly struck by a dazzling light, followed by an irresistible, formidable force pulling him inexorably toward Ning Wuyou. Terror gripped his heart as he struggled desperately to break free from this mysterious power, but all efforts were in vain. "What is happening? Why have I lost control so suddenly?" Ning Ming shouted hoarsely, his face a mask of fear. Yet, before his cries could fade, his neck was firmly grasped by Ning Wuyou's pale hand. At that moment, Ning Wuyou smiled, gazing at Ning Ming's face, twisted in abject terror, and softly remarked, "Ah, your fright brings me great delight. However, it is a pity, you ignorant wretch, you can now rest peacefully in the underworld." With that, Ning Wuyou exerted a slight pressure. In an instant, a horrifying scene unfolded. The onlookers watched in disbelief as Ning Ming's body rapidly shriveled at an eerie pace. His once rosy skin turned as pale as parchment, muscles withering, and bones protruding grotesquely. Within mere moments, Ning Ming was utterly lifeless, transformed into a mere desiccated corpse. The atmosphere around them plummeted to an icy stillness, as if the very air had solidified. In the suffocating silence, The only sounds were the hurried breaths and heavy gasps of the onlookers, creating a symphony of dread and horror. As the crowd recoiled in terror from this ghastly sight, Ning Wuyou stammered, pointing at Ning Wuyou. You have no cultivation. How can you do this? Upon hearing Ning Wuyou's words, Ning Wuyou turned slowly, a faint smile gracing his lips, and said, Alas, I almost forgot about you. Should I consider you unfortunate or fortunate? As soon as the words left his lips, he darted towards Ning Wuyou like a specter, extending his hand to deliver the same deadly strike he had used against Ning Ming. Witnessing Ning Wuyou's merciless intent toward Ning Wuyou, the Ning clan members were struck with fear, while Ning Ming's demise had seemed inconsequential. The thought of Ning Wuyou being slain by Ning Wuyou was unthinkable. After all, Ning Wuyou was not just any prince, he was the favored child of the emperor. Born of the most cherished consort, his status unparalleled among the royal offspring. Should Ning Wuyou slay Ning Wuyou before their very eyes, he might escape severe punishment due to his noble lineage, but the clan members who bore witness to the tragedy without intervening would face dire consequences. Merely failing to prevent Ning Wuyou's assault could lead to their execution tenfold. The realization left their faces pale and sweat beading on their brows. Desperate pleas erupted from the crowd, imploring Ning Wuyou for mercy. Your Highness, please show leniency. Spare the seventh prince. After all, you are brothers. Understanding the urgency behind their supplications, Ning Wuyou remained unmoved by this moral coercion. Gazing at Ning Wuyou, who was struggling to breathe under his grip, he mused. I have thought of a method that might be more entertaining. You will thank me for sparing your life. With a swift gesture, he struck at Ning Wuyou's dantian, then discarded him onto the ground like a lifeless dog. Seeing Ning Wuyou's dantian crippled, the clan members felt their hearts sink. It was truly over. Some who had just arrived collapsed in despair, lamenting their ill fortune in witnessing such a grim spectacle. Ning Wuyou, lying on the ground, stared blankly at the sky, repeating, I have become as if in a daze. After a moment, he shouted at Ning Wuyou, Ning Wuyou, I will kill you. I will kill you. Kill me? Ning Wuyou chuckled lightly. What will you use to accomplish that? I genuinely wish to see. He approached Ning Wuyou, looking down at him, and coolly stated, Threatening me comes at a price. It seems you are yet to grasp this truth. I have decided to impart an unforgettable lesson on the consequences of reckless speech. As his words echoed, the onlookers were taken aback, questioning the meaning behind Ning Wuyou's declaration. Before they could comprehend, a heart-wrenching scream pierced the air. They turned to see Ning Wuyou calmly stepping down on Ning Wuyou's wrist, the sound of shattering bone resonating ominously. Witnessing this gruesome act, the clan members were horrified. Indeed, Ning Wuyou embodied the essence of ruthlessness, showing no mercy even to his own brother. With a continued motion, Ning Wuyou pressed his foot upon Ning Wuyou's remaining wrist, eliciting another cacophony of cracks, punctuated by Ning Wuyou's agonized screams. Only after rendering Ning Wuyou's limbs useless did Ning Wuyou desist. He then crouched, gently patted Ning Wuyou's face, and said with a serene smile, Seventh, have you heeded my words, dear brother? Witnessing Ning Wuyou's seemingly innocuous smile, Ning Wuyou recoiled, dragging himself across the ground in utter terror, exclaiming, A fiend. You are a fiend. Ah, a fiend. Upon hearing the appellation fiend, Ning Wuyou chuckled softly, remarking that the epithet was not entirely unearned. He then surveyed the surrounding clansmen and commanded, Clean this mess and cast this waste far from my sight. At Ning Wuyou's decree, the surrounding clansmen hesitated, even retreating a few steps. It was evident that Ning Wuyou had instilled genuine fear within them, including even those with the cultivation of God Kings, who were daunted by Ning Wuyou's methods. Observing their reluctance, Ning Wuyou furrowed his brow and pointed to a clansman with God King cultivation, saying, You, dispose of this wretch far from my presence. The aforementioned clansman, upon receiving Ning Wuyou's command, was immediately drenched in a cold sweat, stammering, Third Highness, I. Words failed him. What? Do you dare defy my order? Ning Wuyou questioned, his brow furrowed, his tone severe. The clansman, hearing Ning Wuyou's words, repeatedly denied any such intention and reluctantly approached the wretched Ning Wuyou, preparing to move him aside. As the clansman moved him, Ning Wuyou was once again racked with excruciating pain, crying out, You scoundrel! You shall rue this day. Once we leave this secret realm, I shall implore Father to obliterate your entire lineage. Ning Wuyou's threat caused the clansman to falter, his grip loosening, sending Ning Wuyou crashing to the ground. where he promptly lost consciousness from the pain. This scene elicited a derisive chuckle from Ning Wuyou, who found it amusing. Under Ning Wuyou's duress, the God King clansman warily carried the unconscious Ning Wutian to a secluded location. Despite possessing a cultivation base a full realm above Ning Wuyou's, this clansman was still bound by the rules of the Apocalypse Secret Realm, a domain of the Ning Imperial clan, accessible only to those of royal blood. Here, every rustle of leaves could be detected by outside observers. Therefore, the hierarchy remained as rigid as in the outside world. Thus, should this God King dare to disobey Ning Wuyou, he would face endless reprisals. Were this not the Apocalypse Secret Realm, but rather a place like the Feathered Secret Realm, perhaps the God King, driven to desperation, might defy Ning Wuyou's orders, even going so far as to attempt his assassination, provided he could do so without detection, a feat exceedingly difficult to accomplish. Upon fulfilling Ning Wuyou's command, the clansman returned with a vacant gaze and a hollow demeanor. Reaching Ning Wuyou, he abruptly knelt on one knee, his voice trembling, filled with anguish, and pleaded, "Third Highness, I beseech you, save my lineage. Should you grant us your protection from this day forth, my entire lineage will serve you as our master, without reservation." With these words, the clansman prostrated himself, his forehead nearly touching the ground, a display of utter fealty. The surrounding clansmen gathered, their faces etched with both fear and anticipation, all eyes fixed upon Ning Wuyou, hoping he might accept the plea, thus absolving them of any culpability in Ning Wutian's incapacitation, lest they too suffer the consequences. Regarding the kneeling clansman, Ning Wuyou inquired indifferently, "What is your name?" Upon hearing Ning Wuyou's question, the clansman responded promptly, replying, "To your highness, I am Ning Tianyi, of the 4th branch of the 7 great clans of Ning. My lineage is of the 4th branch's main family." Oh, Ning Wuyou, upon learning that the man before him was of a branch family, began to contemplate how best to maximize his potential value. Meanwhile, Ning Tianyi anxiously awaited Ning Wuyou's decision, each moment an eternity. He feared Ning Wuyou might fail to perceive his worth, and thus, without hesitation, revealed his entire hand. Ning Wuyou slightly narrowed her eyes, her right hand gently caressing the ring on her finger. After a moment of contemplation, weighing the pros and cons, she spoke in a tranquil tone, "Rise, for the lives of your lineage shall be safeguarded by me." Upon receiving Ning Wuyou's affirmative assurance, Ning Tian felt as though a colossal stone that had long resided in his heart had finally plummeted to the ground, leaving him in a state of profound relief. Overcome with emotion, he could hardly contain himself, his legs giving way as he sank to his knees, repeatedly bowing in gratitude, murmuring fervently, "Thank you, Third Prince, for protecting my lineage. Thank you, Third Prince, for your immense kindness and grace. I vow in this life and the next to repay your benevolence with my utmost loyalty, even at the cost of my life." Ning Wuyou nodded slightly, murmuring a soft before slowly speaking, "It is indeed I who have caused your lineage to suffer, nearly leading to your annihilation. Yet, not only do you hold no grudge against me, you are willing to bring your kin to seek refuge. I must commend your intelligence. You possess the astuteness to discern the times and the flexibility to adapt. I have a fondness for individuals like you who understand the currents of circumstance." At this juncture, Ning Wuyou paused momentarily, her piercing gaze fixed upon the still kneeling Ning Tianyi as she continued, "However, I must caution you, while I appreciate clever individuals, I have no tolerance for those who are self-righteous and overly clever for their own good. Henceforth, do not entertain any schemes in my presence, or else." The moment Ning Wuyou's words reached his ears, Ning Tianyi trembled as if struck by lightning, suddenly aware that this was a clear warning from the Third Prince, intended to admonish him for previously leveraging his kin to obtain Ning Wuyou's protection. Realizing this, Ning Tianyi was engulfed in terror, hurriedly bowing his head repeatedly, causing bruises to form on his forehead, his entire being drenched in sweat from fear. He stammered, "I truly dare not, Your Highness. Your generosity is vast. Please do not hold my transgressions against me. From this day forth, I am willing to devote myself entirely, to face fire and water at your command." Without a murmur of complaint, in that moment, Ning Tianyi had shed any remnants of the arrogance he displayed upon entering the secret realm, replaced solely by profound trepidation and reverence. "Everyone disperse," Ning Wuyou declared, her expression as cold as ice, commanding those around her with an undeniable authority. Her sharp gaze swept across the crowd, as if she could perceive the innermost thoughts of each individual. Upon hearing her words, the surrounding clansmen felt as though they had been granted a reprieve hastily scattering like startled birds in every direction. Each bore a countenance of fear, their steps hurried, anxious that any delay might bring disaster upon them. They silently rejoiced at the prospect of escaping this place of turmoil, distancing themselves from impending calamity. Before long, the once bustling area grew eerily quiet. Aside from Ning Wuyou, only Ning Tianyi remained, standing there. At this moment, Ning Wuyou slowly turned, hands clasped behind her back, silently gazing at the ancient and enigmatic tower before her. The tower loomed high into the clouds, its weathered surface bearing the marks of time's passage and its weighty history. After a brief silence, Ning Wuyou spoke. "Tianyi, you shall remain here to await my return from within the tower. Should anyone dare to intrude upon this sanctuary, show no mercy. Execute without hesitation." Her voice, though not loud, carried an irresistible authority. "I obey," Ning Tianyi replied, bowing respectfully, his hands clasped in salute. Fully intent on demonstrating no hint of negligence, Ning Wuyou stood firmly, gazing upward at the three grand characters, four symbols tower that glimmered with an enigmatic radiance above the ancient tower's plaque. He inhaled deeply, then resolutely stepped into the ancient tower, a realm brimming with mystery and the unknown. The moment he crossed the threshold, a rich and archaic aura enveloped him, as if it transcended a millennium, carrying with it the sediment of time and the weight of history. Ning Wuyou could not help but squint slightly, immersing himself in this unique atmosphere. Once he acclimated to the ambience, he began to survey his surroundings. Within the first level of the tower, the walls were meticulously adorned with vivid depictions of the four legendary beasts. To his left, one illustration showcased the azure dragon, renowned for its swiftness, soaring through the clouds with remarkable speed. Its form was as agile as a dragon traversing the heavens, each movement conjuring a tempest of winds and clouds. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the very mountains and rivers seemed to tremble in response. On the right wall, the white tiger, a symbol of warfare, was illustrated with ferocity. It darted across the ancient battlefield like a flash of white lightning. With a sudden, powerful swipe of its massive paw, it annihilated countless beings in an instant, a chilling aura of bloodshed permeating the air. Before Ning Wuyou, the wall depicted the vermilion bird, known as the god of fire, unfurling its wings and unleashing torrents of blazing flames. The inferno surged forth like a volcanic eruption, reducing all in its path to scorched earth, causing the ground to tremble under its intense heat. Lastly, behind him, the wall portrayed the black tortoise, the guardian of defense. Its colossal form was reminiscent of a mountain, effortlessly navigating the tumultuous seas, its impenetrable shell shimmering with a cold light, impervious to any assault. This ancient and mysterious tower soared into the clouds, seemingly embodying the inexhaustible passage of time and its secrets. Upon entering its first level, visitors were immediately drawn to the exquisite murals that adorned the walls. These murals vividly illustrated the legendary four beasts: the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. Each piece was intricately detailed, not only showcasing the beast's physical characteristics but also narrating their extraordinary powers and the captivating legends intertwined with them through various scenes and nuances. Standing amidst this grandeur felt as though one had stepped into a mythological realm, evoking a profound sense of reverence for the ancient tower. Ning Wuyou, ensconced within the tower, surveyed the intricate carvings of the divine beasts adorning its walls, irresistibly drawn to the awe-inspiring might of these ancient, four great deities. He mused upon the grandeur of a bygone era, when these legendary creatures reigned supreme, exuding an unmatched majesty. Lost in contemplation, he felt as though he were transported through time, experiencing the fierce battles of the ancient deities firsthand. Time flowed like the fine grains of sand in an hourglass. Yet Ning Wuyou appeared frozen in place, having not moved an inch since his arrival. He stood there in silent reverie, hands clasped behind his back, eyes firmly shut, resembling a statue in his stillness. At that moment, Ning Wuyou was wholly absorbed in the meticulously etched lines and patterns on the tower's surface. These markings were not mere embellishments. They were symbols imbued with a mysterious power and profound significance. Some meandered like sinuous serpents, while others stood straight and resolute, akin to swords cleaving the air. Each line seemed to narrate an untold story, beckoning Ning Wuyou to fathom its depths. It was unclear how much time had passed before Ning Wuyou's consciousness returned to his corporeal form. A faint ethereal glow enveloped him, and he could distinctly sense the transformation of his spirit. His soul surged, rapidly advancing from the initial stage of the Great Ascendancy to the early realm of the Divine King. Previously, due to the accelerated pace of his cultivation, his spiritual growth had lagged behind, barely reaching the initial stage of the Great Ascendancy. Consequently, whenever he employed his remarkable technique, the free song, he often felt somewhat constrained, lacking the fluidity of effortless execution. However, upon entering the ancient and mysterious tower and witnessing the carvings of the four divine beasts, he was unexpectedly greeted by a delightful surprise. Although this experience did not yield a tangible enhancement to his cultivation, it remarkably elevated the realm of his spirit. It is crucial to recognize that for any practitioner, the spirit is foundational, of paramount importance. It directly influences one's perception and mastery of celestial energies, as well as the potency of various spells and the pace of one's cultivation journey. Thus, the substantial enhancement of Ning Wuyou's spiritual realm would undoubtedly provide him with immeasurable support and expansive prospects in his future endeavors. To think that the first level of the Four Symbols Tower would bestow upon him such bountiful gains. With his spirit now elevated to the realm of the Divine King, the urgency to seek the spirit-nurturing pearl had diminished. Reflecting on this, Ning Wuyou gazed at the entrance to the second level of the Four Symbols Tower, a smile gracing his lips as he rubbed the ring on his finger. I wonder what unforeseen marvels await me in this second level, he mused, stepping forward into the next chamber. As he crossed the threshold into the second level, his eyes widened in astonishment, in stark contrast to the first level's antiquity and grandeur, which evoked a sense of awe and majesty. This second level was nothing short of a desolate ruin. The ground was blanketed in a thick layer of dust, and a gentle breeze stirred, causing the dust to dance like phantoms in the air. The tower's walls were riddled with the deep scars of time, reminiscent of the weathered face of an elder, etched with lines that whispered tales of past glory and decline. Ning Wuyou gently shook his head, a profound sense of indescribable disappointment welling up within him. Initially filled with eager anticipation to uncover the secrets of this enigmatic ancient tower, he now found it difficult to muster any enthusiasm upon witnessing the current state of affairs. Nevertheless, accepting his circumstances, he resolutely stepped into the entrance leading to the third level. Upon arriving at the third level, he discovered that the conditions mirrored those of the second level, equally dilapidated and chaotic, devoid of any novelty. Alas, it seemed that only the first level of the Four Symbols Tower held any semblance of value. The upper tiers had likely been thoroughly scavenged by previous generations of his kin. As Ning Wuyou muttered complaints to himself, he helplessly waved his hands to disperse the persistent dust surrounding him, then continued onward to ascend to higher floors without a backward glance. Thus, Ning Wuyou proceeded all the way to the ninth level, where he found the scene indistinguishable from that of the second to the eighth levels, equally disordered and in disrepair. Observing the ninth level, he furrowed his brow in contemplation. This is already the ninth level. How can I reach the pinnacle of this tower to obtain the elusive spirit-nurturing pearl? Must I soar from the outside to the summit of the Four Symbols Tower to retrieve it? Could it truly be that simple? Just flying to the top to claim the pearl? With this thought, Ning Wuyou turned to head down the tower, intending to see if it was indeed as straightforward as soaring to the apex to seize the precious gem. At the very moment he pivoted, a sudden, crisp creaking sound echoed throughout the space, startling Ning Wuyou and alerting him to the possibility of an unforeseen occurrence. Swiftly, he turned around, his gaze anxiously directed toward the source of the noise. To his astonishment, the previously tranquil ground at the center of the ninth level began to tremble violently. Following this, accompanied by a deep, rumbling roar, a colossal and mysterious object slowly emerged from the depths below. This object resembled a blooming lotus, encircled by 9 exquisite petals, each displaying a translucent quality as if carved from the finest jade. At the heart of this lotus-like base, a radiant pearl, roughly the size of a fist, was delicately embedded. The pearl emanated a dazzling brilliance, akin to a resplendent star, illuminating everything around it with a brilliance beyond compare. Its light fluctuated between gentle warmth and striking intensity, captivating all who beheld it with its unpredictable splendor. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Ning Wuyou approached with measured steps, his gaze fixed intently upon the gem that resembled a meticulously carved jade. Just as he drew near, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The gem, which had lain quietly, suddenly appeared to be imbued with life, beginning to spin at an astonishing velocity. As the gem whirled, it emitted radiant violet light, as if a mysterious and formidable force was striving to break free from its confines. Subsequently, a soft crack echoed, and the gem shrank from the size of a fist to that of a peach pit. Just as Ning Wuyou prepared to reach for the diminutive gem, it darted towards his forehead with the swiftness of an arrow. Such an abrupt turn of events caught even the typically astute Ning Wuyou off guard, leaving him no time to react. In the blink of an eye, the gem the size of a peach pit vanished into his forehead. Feeling the foreign object enter his body, Ning Wuyou's heart tightened, and without a moment's delay, he closed his eyes and focused, plunging his consciousness deep within himself to explore the whereabouts and nature of the mysterious gem. Upon reaching his sea of consciousness, he indeed discovered the gem that had just invaded his body. At that moment, it floated quietly at the center of his sea of consciousness, still maintaining its rapid spin. Simultaneously, rich azure light surged forth from within the gem, spreading outwards like a tumultuous tide. Wherever this azure light reached, the already expansive sea of consciousness of Ning Wuyou began to visibly expand outward. The once palace-sized sea of consciousness transformed into an even more boundless expanse, stretching out infinitely as if it would never cease. An hour passed, with Ning Wuyou standing immobile, eyes tightly shut and brow slightly furrowed. His mind was entirely captivated by the gem within him, sensing that the sea of consciousness continued to expand under the gem's rapid rotation. Observing that the gem posed no harm to him and instead bestowed numerous benefits, Ning Wuyou chose not to intervene, quietly watching the gem spin with remarkable speed. After another hour, the gem in the sea of consciousness gradually slowed, yet it persisted in its rotation, resembling a perpetual motion machine. Ning Wuyou's sea of consciousness, transformed by this precious orb, has expanded to over 10 times its original palace-like size and is gradually continuing to extend outward. At its center, the orb floats serenely, resembling a brilliant star in the night sky, emanating a mysterious and gentle purple light. It rotates slowly, as if possessing its own unique rhythm and cadence. Ning Wuyou concentrated his mind, directing his consciousness towards the precious orb like a surging tide. The moment his awareness made contact with the orb, a powerful torrent of information surged into his mind, akin to a flood breaking through a dam. The influx was so swift and voluminous that Ning Wuyou found himself momentarily overwhelmed. However, as time passed, he began to comprehend and assimilate the information. Eventually, after absorbing all the knowledge, he came to a startling realization about the orb's astonishing origins. This orb, known as the Hongmeng Purple Chi Pearl, was born at the dawn of creation. It possessed extraordinary powers, capable of suppressing the sea of consciousness and the soul, shielding them from all external forces of pollution and harm. Even if one day Ning Wuyou encountered a formidable adversary and faced annihilation, or was left in a state of utter disarray, as long as he could bind his soul to the Hongmeng Purple Chi Pearl, he would still have the opportunity for rebirth, with his own strength remaining entirely unscathed. Acquiring this Hongmeng Purple Chi Pearl was tantamount to obtaining immortality. However, the question remained, how could his soul attach itself to this pearl? As Ning Wuyou pondered this in his sea of consciousness, he watched the Hongmeng Purple Chi Pearl slowly rotate, deep in thought. Just then, an irresistible and powerful force surged forth from within the pearl. This force acted like an invisible giant hand, swiftly seizing Ning Wuyou's soul and mercilessly pulling it into the depths of the orb. The entire process occurred in the blink of an eye, leaving no time for Ning Wuyou to react. He felt a flash before his eyes, and in the next moment, he found himself within the internal realm of the Hongmeng Purple Chi Pearl. Was it really this easy to claim it as his own? Ning Wuyou's face was a canvas of astonishment and disbelief as he gazed around at the unfamiliar, mystical environment filled with purple mist, contemplating in silence. At that moment, another wave of information emanated from the Hongmeng Purple Chi Pearl, illuminating why it had so readily accepted him as its master. He finally understood why. Despite the continuous entry of his kin into the Four Symbols Tower, none had ever encountered the Hongmeng Purple Chi Pearl on the 9th level. Nor was there any mention of it in the family's ancient texts. So that was it. It seemed the Hongmeng Purple Chi Pearl must belong to this realm. Ning Wuyou gazed at the faint purple mist, filled with a sense of wonder. Just moments ago, the mysterious and potent Hongmeng Purple Chi Pearl conveyed a crucial piece of information. This pearl would only manifest in the world for those who practice the Zaigu technique. This revelation struck Ning Wuyou like a thunderclap, igniting countless speculations and musings. The Hongmeng Purple Chi Pearl was a legendary supreme treasure, replete with boundless power and mysteries. Now, It had explicitly indicated that only those who cultivated a specific technique could resonate with it and harness its might. This revelation sparked a profound curiosity in Ning Wuyou regarding the Zizaigu technique, which had accompanied him since birth and hindered his cultivation for 2 decades, making him yearn to unravel the intricacies of this enigmatic practice. As Ning Wuyou's consciousness returned to herself, she waved away the dust suspended in the air and gazed upon the dilapidated 9th level of the Four Symbols Tower, reflecting upon the astonishing secret it concealed within its ruins. Who could have imagined that such a precious treasure lay hidden within this crumbling edifice? A wave of secret delight surged within her as she contemplated that her spirit was ensconced within the primordial purple chi pearl. Surely, even an emperor would find it exceedingly challenging to completely erase her existence from this world. Furthermore, the nurturing of her spirit within the pearl, day after day, would undoubtedly enhance her spiritual cultivation. Ning Wuyou contemplated how his consciousness had been exponentially magnified due to the Hongming purple chi pearl. In that very instant, a surge of thoughts flickered through his mind, and his formidable awareness surged forth like a tumultuous tide, gushing ceaselessly from the depths of his sea of consciousness. Previously, with the limits of his innate cognitive power, he could merely perceive the surroundings within a radius of 100 miles. However, at this moment, empowered by the wondrous expansion provided by the Hongmeng purple chi pearl, his consciousness could extend to 1,000 miles away. Moreover, under the continuous assistance of the Hongmeng purple chi pearl, his awareness was steadily and seemingly slowly expanding further, as if stretching towards an endless horizon, reaching out into the more distant and vast realms of existence. Retracting his consciousness, Ning Wuyou waved his hand with a swift motion, reducing the 9-petaled lotus pedestal that had displayed the Hongmeng purple chi pearl to mere ashes. He then turned and departed from the Four Symbols Tower. Outside, Ning Tian stood erect like a loyal sentinel at the entrance of the Four Symbols Tower, safeguarding it from any intrusion that might disturb Ning Wuyou. Earlier, several groups had approached the vicinity of the tower, eager to glimpse its interior, but they were all thwarted by Ning Tian. Upon hearing a sound behind him, Ning Tian swiftly turned to find Ning Wuyou emerging, and he respectfully bowed, saying, "Your subordinate greets the 3rd prince." Ning Wuyou lightly hummed and cast a glance at Ning Tian, speaking in a subdued tone. "Has anyone dared to intrude upon this tower?" Upon hearing the 3rd prince's inquiry, Ning Tian promptly replied, "In response to your highness, after your entrance into the tower, 3 groups attempted to force their way into the Four Symbols Tower, but they were all repelled by my subordinates." "Oh," Ning Wuyou remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Ning Tian, and said in a low voice, "Do you still recall the instructions I imparted to you before I entered the tower?" Ning Tian was perplexed by the prince's inquiry and found himself recalling Ning Wuyou's admonition before entering the tower. Anyone daring to trespass would be dealt with ruthlessly. At this thought, a cold sweat broke out on Ning Tian's brow, and his hands trembled slightly. He stammered in reply, "Reporting to your highness, I. Observing Ning Tian's incoherent mutterings, Ning Wuyou coldly warned, "If there is a next time, I shall not be lenient." "Thank you, your highness. I shall never err again," Ning Tian exclaimed, kneeling and bowing repeatedly. "Rise," Ning Wuyou said expressionlessly before turning resolutely towards the depths of the secret realm. His stature was upright, and his strides were steady, as though he were intimately familiar with this enigmatic place. Upon reaching a considerable distance from the Four Symbols Tower, he halted abruptly and turned slowly, his profound eyes gazing intently at the tower's pinnacle. He mused inwardly, as I suspected. The gem at the top of the tower is indeed a projection of the primordial purple energy. No wonder no one has been able to obtain it. It is but an illusion. A barely perceptible smile played at the corners of his lips. At that moment, Ning Tian finally rose from his kneeling position. He looked up to see the 3rd prince gradually receding from view and hurriedly quickened his pace to catch up. As he ran, he wiped the fine beads of sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, exclaiming, "Being by the 3rd prince's side is like walking a tightrope. I must be even more cautious from now on." At the other end of the mysterious and unknown secret realm, a concealed cave lay quietly hidden among the mountains and forests. Surrounding the cave was a profusion of lush vegetation and jagged rocks, making it difficult to discern without careful searching. Yet within this seemingly mundane cave, a pool of luminous stalactite spring water was hidden. At this moment, Mei Qing, graceful and elegant, was seated serenely in this radiant water, engrossed in her cultivation. Her eyes were tightly shut, her expression tranquil as water, with her hands gently resting on her knees, emanating a faint spiritual glow. As time passed, the glow intensified, enveloping her entirely. Within this ethereal light, the flow of spiritual energy within Mei Qing's body could be distinctly perceived, nourishing both her body and soul. Time slipped by unnoticed, and it was unclear how long Mei Qing had been cultivating in this miraculous spring water. Day after day, she immersed herself in her practice, her mind singularly focused. As time progressed, her cultivation soared like a rocket. Initially, she was merely at the mid-stage of the Great Ascension, yet under the mysterious power of the spring water. Her progress was meteoric. She effortlessly broke through the mid-stage barrier and subsequently advanced into the late stage of the Great Ascension. However, astonishingly, her ascent did not cease there, but surged forth like a roaring wave, relentlessly striving upwards. At this moment, Mei Qing stood on the brink of the true immortal realm. As if a mere step forward would shatter the final shackles and usher her into the coveted realm that countless cultivators dream of. The opportunity and accumulation needed for this last leap could perhaps arrive at any moment. After nearly an hour, Mei Qing's previously closed eyes slowly opened. I must have been too impatient, she mused. However, achieving a breakthrough to the late stage of the Great Ascension through this spring water is already quite remarkable. I am merely one opportunity away. With a graceful leap from the spring, she resembled a blooming lotus, strikingly beautiful. Had Ning Wuyou seen her at this moment, he would likely have teased her once more. Upon landing, Mei Qing felt a tremor as a surge of spiritual energy erupted from within her, instantly evaporating the moisture clinging to her. With her skin dry, she took to the clouds, searching for her master. After entering the secret realm and finding her master absent, she had intended to use a communication jade slip to reach out, only to discover that the realm impeded such messages. Thus, she could only seek opportunities while searching for her master's whereabouts. Not long after, she spotted a valley ahead where several men, appearing to be in their 30s or 40s, were gathered in conversation. Anxious to find her master, Mei Qing approached, confident in her master's resourcefulness but still harboring concern. As she neared, she overheard a man clad in a brocade robe exclaim, "Fortunately, we fled quickly, otherwise, that Ning Tianyi would have killed us." Another man in black, seated beside him, sighed. "Indeed, who knows what madness has possessed Ning Tianyi to prevent us from entering that tower, even deceiving us into believing the third prince was inside." The others nodded in agreement, adding, "Right. He claimed the third prince was cultivating within the tower. It seems Ning Tianyi was merely bullying us." At that moment, the brocade-clad man glanced around and continued, "I've heard that the third prince has incapacitated the seventh prince. I wonder if it's true." As Mei Qing approached the group, she overheard them discussing her master and paused, stealthily hiding behind a tree to eavesdrop, hoping to glean news of her master's whereabouts and condition. "Please, tell me, what is the situation?" one of the men asked, his voice low and glancing furtively around. As if fearing eavesdroppers, he swallowed hard before continuing. "In truth, the third prince not only cultivates, but is a prodigy of extraordinary talent. For a few individuals recognized the figure before them as Mei Qing, who was inseparable from the third prince, and were immediately taken aback. They hurriedly bowed, greeting her. "Greetings, Miss Mei." Mei Qing responded with a curt nod and coldly remarked, "Are you aware of the consequences of casually discussing the imperial princes of the immortal dynasty?" Upon hearing her reprimand, a man in a brocade robe straightened up and retorted, "Miss Mei, we were merely engaging in idle chatter. There is no need to escalate matters so seriously." "Ah, idle chatter, is it? I shall be sure to report this to the young master upon our meeting. And let us see if you dare to call it mere idle chatter then," she replied, disregarding them as she turned to leave. After all, she had gleaned the general whereabouts of her young master from their conversation and was eager to seek him out. Just as Mei Qing was about to depart, the man in brocade called out, "Miss Mei, we address you as such out of respect, yet you truly believe yourself to be of significance. We are members of the royal family, while you are merely a maidservant to the third prince. How dare you raise your voice at us?" After this, he exchanged glances with his companions, signaling them to take action against Mei Qing. They feared that if Mei Qing returned to the third prince with embellished tales, their lives would be in jeopardy due to his temperament. Mei Qing had been stepping away when the brocade-clad man unleashed a torrent of insults, causing her to halt abruptly. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, and the surrounding noise faded into the background. Slowly, she turned around, her exquisite features now cloaked in an icy demeanor. As she coldly regarded the brocade-clad man in the approaching group, her lips parted slightly, and in a tone devoid of emotion, she inquired, "What? Do you intend to forcibly detain me here?" Though her voice was unnaturally calm, The underlying chill and anger were palpable to all. At that moment, Mei Qing resembled a thorny rose, strikingly beautiful yet perilous, deterring anyone from approaching her recklessly. "Ha," the man in black remarked with a smile at the corner of his mouth. "For the sake of our lives, may you perish here, Miss Mei." He then brandished a long knife and advanced toward her, continuing to divert her focus. "Blame the third prince. He is notoriously ruthless. We, mere insignificant members of the clan, cannot wager our lives on his mercy." With that, he slashed at Mei Qing without hesitation, and the others swiftly joined in. Each of them, selected for their prowess, were under 50 and possessed formidable skills, with the men in black and brocade boasting late-stage true immortal cultivation. Seeing the overwhelming numbers against her, Mei Qing felt a tightening in her chest. She calculated the disparity in strength and realized that her own cultivation was vastly inferior. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she quickly reached for the spatial ring on her finger. After a moment of searching, she retrieved a faintly glowing travel talisman, a precious item bestowed upon her and Zhuxian by her young master before entering the secret realm for emergencies. Clutching the talisman tightly, her gaze sharpened as she fixed her eyes on the men charging towards her. Her jaw clenched, and her expression darkened ominously. Just as they were about to reach her, Mei Qing coldly declared, "I hope you do not regret your actions today." Without hesitation, she crushed the talisman in her hand. In an instant, a blinding light erupted from the talisman, enveloping Mei Qing completely. The radiance flickered and vanished, along with her figure, leaving the assailants stunned and at a loss. Mei Qing's form shimmered like a specter, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The once ferocious hunters stood frozen, their expressions morphing into shock and disbelief. The leading man in brocade trembled, his lips quivering as he muttered, "It's over. We're doomed." His voice trembled with fear and despair, as if he could foresee terrible consequences. The assailants exchanged glances, their faces etched with terror as they witnessed Mei Qing vanish like a phantom. A profound sense of hopelessness enveloped them, as if the shadow of death was silently closing in. One by one, they crumpled to the ground, devoid of any will to resist, awaiting their fates in silence. At that moment, the man in black maintained a semblance of composure. He surveyed the scene. Noticing his comp among the vast trove of treasured tomes held by the family, there exists a meticulous account of the Facian pool. Although these descriptions often delve into the arcane, they are sufficient to ignite his imagination regarding the hidden secrets and wondrous landscapes that lie therein. Now that he has discerned the location of the Four Symbols Tower, deducing the approximate whereabouts of the Facian pool is no formidable task. Based on the family scriptures and his own observations along the journey, Ning Wuyou surmises that the Facian pool is situated approximately 10,000 miles from this very spot. This locale is perpetually shrouded in mist, characterized by perilous mountains, with a deep ravine that appears intermittently. Beneath that ravine lies the Facian pool itself. As Ning Wuyou, accompanied by Ning Tianyi, embarks on the quest for the Facian pool, a piece of news regarding Mei Qing reaches his ears, a brazen act indeed. How dare one of the palace's own take such liberties? Truly, they are oblivious to the consequences. Tianyi, Ning Wuyou's countenance darkens, his voice laced with an icy chill that sends shivers down the spine as he speaks. At that moment, a gust of wind sweeps by, and a figure leaps forth with the swiftness of lightning to stand before Ning Wuyou. It is none other than Ning Tianyi, who kneels on one knee, bows respectfully, and with utmost deference states, "Your Highness, please give your command." At this moment, Ning Wuyou's countenance, reminiscent of an ethereal being, resembled an ice sculpture amidst the frigid depths of winter, devoid of expression, save for the glimmer of cold light flickering in his eyes. He gazed coldly at Ning Tianyi, who stood before him, exuding utmost reverence and submission, and spoke in a measured tone. "Go and inquire about Qing Er's current whereabouts. I must ascertain her exact location." Yes, Ning Tianyi dared not exhibit the slightest negligence. After acknowledging the command, he spun around and darted through the bustling crowd like an arrow released from its bow. As he rushed onward, he pondered to himself, given the prince's urgent and serious demeanor, it is evident that Miss Mei holds a position of great significance in his heart, incomparable to that of an ordinary person. I shall exhaust all efforts to swiftly uncover Miss Mei's whereabouts. Should there be any delay, I fear it would be difficult to account for it before the prince. With this thought, Ning Tianyi quickened his pace, his form swift as a shadow, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished into the vast sea of humanity. Ning Wuyou stood quietly in place, his tall figure appearing somewhat solitary in the gentle breeze, yet emanating an aura of majesty that commanded respect. Before long, a figure darted towards him like a bolt of lightning, arriving instantly before Ning Wuyou. It was Ning Tianyi, his expression grave, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Without taking a moment to catch his breath, Ning Tianyi bowed and reported, "Your Highness, I have just received news that Miss May passed through this location a mere quarter of an hour ago." At this point, his voice trembled slightly as he continued, "Moreover, there are 5 formidable beings of the true immortal realm pursuing her. Their intentions are fierce, and it is likely that Miss May is in grave danger." Upon delivering this message, Ning Tianyi involuntarily shuddered. Upon hearing the news, Ning Wuyou's handsome face remained utterly unperturbed. Only his deep-set eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a glimmer of lethal intent. He slowly turned the exquisite ring on his finger and coldly remarked, "Humph, it seems these individuals truly believe I do not exist." As his words faded, a fierce blaze of true fire erupted around him, the flames so intense they seemed capable of igniting the very air. In an instant, Ning Wuyou was enveloped in flames, resembling a deity of fire descending from the heavens, exuding a chilling dominance. The next moment, he flickered and transformed into a streak of fire, racing at astonishing speed towards the direction Mei Qing had vanished, disappearing from Ning Tianyi's sight as swiftly as lightning across the night sky. Ning Tianyi, still in a daze, finally snapped back to reality. Gazing towards the direction Ning Wuyou had departed, he felt a surge of fear. What extraordinary power does His Highness possess to achieve such terrifying speed? As he pondered this, he dared not delay a moment longer and hastily activated his own skills to pursue Ning Wuyou. Amidst a dense forest that seemed endless, Mei Qing struggled to fly through the air. However, her strength waned like the fading sunlight, rapidly depleting. She felt her spiritual energy being frantically drained. Eventually, she could no longer maintain her heavy body in the air, plummeting like a kite with severed strings. Just as she was about to make a painful impact with the ground, she desperately attempted to adjust her position, only to find it futile. With a dull thud, Mei Qing crashed to the earth, stirring up a cloud of dust. Pain coursed through her body as if her bones were shattering, and her vision darkened, nearly causing her to faint. Yet, her fierce will to survive compelled her to endure the agony and struggle to rise. However, as she managed to lift herself slightly, an overwhelming fatigue crashed over her, forcing her back to the ground. At that moment, her relentless pursuers realized Mei Qing's spiritual energy had been depleted. They swiftly leaped into the air, landing deftly near Mei Qing. In the blink of an eye, they encircled her in a tight formation, trapping her completely. Among them, a previously composed man in black, with a severe countenance and eyes glinting with predatory intensity, fixed his gaze on Mei Qing. A sinister smile crept across his lips as he exclaimed, "Humph! Little girl, why don't you run now? What is the matter? Out of strength? Show me how you can keep running." His voice thundered through the air, causing the surrounding leaves to tremble. Mei Qing, caught in the center, appeared quite dish. Mei Qing gazed at the young man standing not far away, his presence reminiscent of an immortal banished from the heavens, her eyes brimming with deep emotion and gratitude. Though she was so weak that even speaking had become a laborious task, she summoned all her strength to call out, "Young master, you have come." Each word escaped her lips as if squeezed through the gaps of her teeth, yet they were imbued with boundless anticipation and joy. In that fleeting moment, as the man in black caught sight of a flickering light, like a shooting star, hurtling towards them, his keen instincts were instantly awakened. Without a trace of hesitation, his body reacted with the swiftness of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he appeared like a specter beside Mei Qing. Simultaneously, a cold glint flashed, revealing a gleaming long sword that had been unsheathed, now firmly pressed against her delicate, pale neck. The blade shimmered ominously, as if any slight movement could effortlessly sever her throat. At that moment, although Mei Qing's face was ashen, her eyes sparkled with surprise. She recognized the fiery light as the manifestation of the young master's divine flame. The man in black held the long sword, its icy blade resting menacingly against her slender neck. Just then, Ning Wuyou, who had just landed, slowly lifted his head. His handsome visage was as frigid as frost, devoid of emotion as he fixed his gaze upon the man in black, coldly stating, "You would do well to remove your sword from her. Otherwise, you shall experience the most excruciating death this world has to offer." The words of Ning Wuyou seemed to carry an endless chill and oppressive weight, causing the previously composed man in black to tremble involuntarily at the grip of his sword. The onlookers, including the gentleman in the embroidered robe, turned pale as they recognized the formidable third prince, Ning Wuyou. They understood all too well that, given his power and cunning, the events of the day would likely end poorly. Consequently, they stood frozen in place, as if turned to stone, hardly daring to breathe, let alone entertain any reckless thoughts. Your Highness, the man in black stammered, struggling to suppress his fear. I am acutely aware of your formidable abilities, and I understand that should I fall into your hands, there would be no escape. Therefore, I have resorted to this desperate measure, using the life of Miss May as leverage, hoping to secure my own survival. With great difficulty, he swallowed hard, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, while his hand remained unsteady upon the sword's hilt, clearly overwhelmed by the immense pressure exerted by Ning Wuyou. I do not negotiate, Ning Wuyou replied coldly, his hands clasped behind his back as he approached the man in black with measured steps. I now offer you two choices. First, you have 3 breaths to flee. If you can evade me, it shall be as though fate has spared your life. Second, you may choose to kill her now, but know that I will not only take your life in return, but also annihilate your entire family, erasing your lineage from existence. Upon finishing his words, Ning Wuyou stood resolutely in place, his posture as upright as a pine tree, his gaze unwavering and composed as it bore into the man in black before him. The atmosphere around them seemed to solidify under the weight of the tension, and time itself appeared to slow to an almost surreal crawl. Ning Wuyou waited silently for the black-clad man to make his choice. Upon hearing the 2 alternatives presented by Ning Wuyou, the man who was holding Mei Qing captive felt an immediate tightening in his chest. Should he resolutely opt for the first choice, he would find it exceedingly difficult to muster the confidence needed to escape from Ning Wuyou's grasp. Moreover, Ning Wuyou had granted him a mere 3 breaths of time to flee, which was, undoubtedly, a trifling allowance. It is important to note that the entire secret realm was currently abuzz with rumors regarding the third prince, a figure shrouded in mystery and depth. What remarkable power he possessed remained an enigma to all. Nevertheless, from the swift incapacitation of Ning Wutian and the ruthless execution of Ning Ming by Ning Wuyou, it was widely believed that he possessed strength surpassing the true immortal realm. Perhaps his true might had even ascended to the level of the profound immortal. Given this, the possibility of escaping from the terrifying control of Ning Wuyou, with his own meager cultivation at the true immortal stage, seemed exceedingly slim, bordering on the absurdity of a fool's dream. If he were to choose the second option, the thought alone sent chills down his spine. He never anticipated that Ning Wuyou would threaten the lives of his entire family for the sake of a mere maidservant. Given Ning Wuyou's nature, the black-clad man was certain he would follow through. In contrast, Ning Wuyou would only suffer the loss of a maid, while he would risk his entire lineage. Reflecting on this, the man's back was drenched in cold sweat. My patience is limited. You would do well to act swiftly, Ning Wuyou stated, his gaze fixed steadily on the black-clad man. At that moment, everyone held their breath, their attention locked onto the man and the gleaming sword in his hand. The blade, glinting with a cold light, was gradually moving away from the delicate neck of Mei Qing. As the distance between the sword and her skin widened, the tension in the hearts of the onlookers eased slightly. However, the black-clad man had not yet fully shed his anxiety. His lips, parched from extreme distress, trembled involuntarily. He extended his tongue to moisten his dry lips, seemingly attempting to alleviate his inner turmoil. Finally, with a voice tinged with trepidation, he spoke, "Your Highness, I choose the first option, and I implore you to show mercy and spare my family." Ning Wuyou listened quietly to the words of the man in black, his face betraying not a trace of emotion. Once the man finished speaking, he merely responded in a calm tone, "Very well, in that case. I shall grant you 3 breaths of time. Remember, you must act swiftly." With that, he no longer cast a glance at the man in black and turned, striding purposefully towards the place where Mei Qing awaited. Upon receiving Ning Wuyou's consent, the man in black felt a surge of vitality coursing through him. And the man in brocade beside him gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "He intends to burn his essence to fight for his life." No sooner had the words left his lips than the man in black dashed at an astonishing speed towards the edge of the forest. Ning Wuyou approached Mei Qing, enveloping her in a gentle embrace, his voice imbued with tenderness as he murmured, "Qing'er, I have caused you distress." Mei Qing, who had been feeling a twinge of self-pity due to Ning Wuyou's earlier remark to the man in black, indicating that he could kill her at any moment, found herself enveloped in a cloud of melancholy, as if her heart were shrouded in darkness. However, at that very moment, upon hearing his concerned words, The gloom within her seemed to dissipate instantaneously, and the remnants of her self-reproach vanished without a trace. In its place surged a warm tide of affection, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Observing Mei Qing's expression, Ning Wuyou sighed softly. "Qing, I hope you will not hold it against me." Before Ning Wuyou's words could fully escape his lips, they were abruptly silenced. A delicate hand, as tender and smooth as sheep-fat white jade, gently covered his slightly parted mouth. The owner of this hand was Mei Qing, nestled in Ning Wuyou's embrace. Mei Qing's body trembled slightly, resembling a bashful blossom in full bloom. She buried her head deep into Ning Wuyou's broad and warm chest, whispering softly, "Everything about Qing belongs to you, my lord. I am willing to do anything for you, even if it means sacrificing my precious life." After a brief pause to steady her tumultuous emotions, she slowly lifted her exquisitely beautiful face, her enchanting eyes gazing affectionately into Ning Wuyou's deep and bright eyes. With her lips slightly parted, she continued in a soft voice, "My lord, there is no need for extensive explanations. I understand everything in my heart." Witnessing such profound understanding from Mei Qing, Ning Wuyou instinctively tightened his embrace, gently kissing her forehead. As 3 breaths passed without any action from him, the onlookers awaiting Ning Wuyou's judgment let out a sigh of relief, believing that he might spare the man in black. If the man in black could be forgiven, surely they too had a chance at survival, igniting a flicker of hope within them. However, just as this hope began to rise, Ning Wuyou, with one hand still cradling Mei Qing, extended the other towards the direction where the man in black had fled. A sudden gale swept through the surroundings, causing the leaves in the forest to tremble. An overwhelming force emanated from Ning Wuyou's palm, and the man in black, who had already burned his vital essence in a desperate escape, was now being pulled back at a speed even greater than before. The man in black, initially feeling a sense of triumph at his cleverness in burning his blood essence for a chance at survival, was suddenly met with an uncontrollable force drawing him backward. In a state of sheer terror, he exclaimed, "What is happening? Why am I retreating?" Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a hand was already gripping his throat, and its owner sighed, "I had given you a chance, yet you failed to seize it." With those words, the man's body rapidly withered, as though the moisture within him had been entirely drained, causing the onlookers to recoil in fear. After dealing with the man in black, Ning Wuyou casually tossed the lifeless body aside. He then made a swift motion with his hand, summoning the 9-dragon carriage, which materialized before the crowd. Embracing Mei Qing, he stepped into the carriage and gently placed her on the soft couch, smiling as he said, "Qing, rest and recover here. Leave the matters outside to me." Mei Qing obediently nodded, beginning her healing process. The onlookers observed as Ning Wuyou paid them no mind and directly entered the carriage, causing them to ponder in silence about their chances of escape. Just as this thought began to emerge, it was swiftly extinguished. After all, they had witnessed the man in black burning his essence and still failing to escape. As the crowd endured the agonizing wait for judgment, another gust of wind approached, and they turned to see Ning Tianyi racing toward them. As Ning Tianyi arrived, he was met with the chilling sight of the corpse of a man clad in black, causing a shiver to run down his spine. He thought to himself, this must surely be the work of His Highness. The resemblance to Ning Ming's death is uncanny. Unconsciously, he wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. The man in the brocade robe, witnessing Ning Tianyi's arrival, rushed to his side like a drowning man clutching at a lifeline, kneeling and grasping at Ning Tianyi's pant leg, pleading, "Brother Tianyi, please save me. I do not wish to die. I implore you to intercede with the third prince. I will be willing to serve as a beast of burden henceforth." Seeing this, the others followed suit, kneeling before Ning Tianyi in hopes that he might advocate for them. Observing their desperate plight, Ning Tianyi sighed. "It is not that I am unwilling to plead on your behalf, but your pursuit of Miss Mei has truly angered His Highness. Furthermore, I am but a minor figure, incapable of swaying His Highness's decisions." With that, he retreated to the side of the 9-dragon carriage. Once Mei Qing was settled, Ning Wuyou strolled out nonchalantly. Noticing that none of the bystanders had fled, he chuckled, "Tianyi, eliminate them all, leave not a single one." Ning Tianyi, taken aback by Ning Wuyou's casual mention of murder, reflected on the phrase, "Life can be taken in jest." "Your subordinate obeys," he replied, and immediately turned on those who had just knelt before him, unleashing a cacophony of anguished cries. Though he felt sympathy for these individuals, he dared not defy the command of His Highness. To oppose him for the sake of these people would mean certain death for himself, and perhaps even jeopardize the safety of his own family. Thus, In this moment of life and death, notions of morality and compassion lost their significance. The preservation of his and his family's safety became paramount. It is indeed a harsh survival rule that has persisted through the ages. Better a friend perish than oneself. After a fragrant stick of incense had burned away, having dealt with those who had participated in the ambush of Mei Qing, Ning Tianyi approached Ning Wuyou and bowed, stating, "Your Highness, I have fulfilled my duty. All have been exterminated." Ning Wuyou gently nodded and remarked, "You have performed admirably." After speaking, she retrieved a jade slip from her spatial ring and tossed it to Ning Tianyi. As Ning Tianyi received the jade slip and examined it, he exclaimed loudly, "Your Highness, this is far too precious. I am unworthy to accept such a gift." With that, he knelt on one knee, lifting the jade slip above his head with both hands, hoping that Ning Wuyou would take it back. This jade slip contained a technique known as phantom shadow palm. According to its description, a single strike from this palm could instantly reduce a person to a puddle of blood, demonstrating its terrifying power. Naturally, if one were to encounter an opponent of a higher realm, the effectiveness of the phantom shadow palm would be significantly diminished. This technique was already classified as a mid-tier celestial grade skill. Remarkably, if someone could cultivate this technique to perfection, its exhibited power would rival that of a top-tier celestial grade technique. "I have never been one to shortchange my own," she continued. "This technique is, for you, akin to adding wings to a tiger. Today, I bestow it upon you." At this point, a hint of coldness flickered in the depths of Ning Wuyou's strikingly handsome features, her elongated eyes narrowing slightly, resembling two piercing beams of frost aimed directly at the kneeling Ning Tianyi. Her voice was icy and low as she declared, "Ning Tianyi, you must understand that this technique represents my trust and expectations of you. Should I ever discover that you harbor ulterior motives or treachery, you should be well aware of the dire consequences that await you." Upon hearing this, Ning Tianyi's body trembled violently, and a fine sheen of sweat suddenly broke out on his forehead. Yet, he managed to compose himself, bowing deeply in gratitude as he proclaimed, "Your servant is profoundly thankful for your Highness's generous bestowal. I vow to dedicate my life and efforts in unwavering loyalty to your Highness, and I shall never betray the immense favor and expectations placed upon me." After successfully acquiring the phantom shadow palm, Ning Tianyi found it difficult to express the overwhelming joy that surged within him. It is essential to note that, despite being a member of the Ning royal family, his relatively low status rendered the pursuit of a heavenly grade martial art exceedingly arduous. Typically, only those family members who have rendered significant contributions or achieved remarkable feats would have the privilege of receiving such a prestigious technique or invaluable elixirs as a reward. Thus, the fact that the phantom shadow palm, which resonated so perfectly with his innate qualities, had now fallen into his hands was an exhilarating stroke of fortune for Ning Tianyi. While for someone like Ning Wuyou, this heavenly grade skill may have seemed trivial, to Ning Tianyi, it was akin to possessing a rare treasure of immense worth. At this moment, Ning Tianyi silently vowed to dedicate himself wholeheartedly to serving his Highness, prepared to sacrifice everything in his devotion. Regardless of the challenges he might face, he was determined to fulfill the tasks entrusted to him by his Highness, as a means of repaying this profound favor. Shortly after Ning Wuyou bestowed the phantom shadow palm upon Ning Tianyi, the sound of a beaded curtain rustling from the Nine Dragons' carriage broke the atmosphere. Emerging from within was Mei Qing, who had just changed into a fresh and elegant attire, her complexion still slightly pale. "Qinger, why have you come out?" Ning Wuyou approached Mei Qing, gently supporting her slender waist, his brow furrowed with concern. Upon hearing her master's words of care, a warm wave washed over Mei Qing's heart. "Master, I have nearly recovered after taking the elixir you provided. I do not wish to delay your important matters in the secret realm," she responded, gazing affectionately at Ning Wuyou. As he looked at Mei Qing, so understanding and gentle as flowing water, Ning Wuyou could not help but feel a twinge of guilt. Mei Qing devoted herself completely, unreservedly offering her love. Yet, as he reflected on his feelings for her, he found himself engulfed in confusion and uncertainty. Even Ning Wuyou could not precisely discern the depth of his emotions towards Mei Qing. Perhaps, in moments of unguarded sincerity, he had indeed been touched by her profound affection, allowing a genuine sentiment to quietly blossom within him. Or perhaps that feeling was merely a faint fondness, yet to ascend to the heights of love. It was also possible that he had merely been utilizing Mei Qing's fervent heart as a means to fulfill his own ambitions. This intricate and convoluted emotional state ensnared Ning Wuyou's thoughts like an intricate web, making it difficult for him to break free. Whenever confronted with Mei Qing's expectant and trusting gaze, he felt an intangible pressure, as if a multitude of words were trapped in his throat, leaving him at a loss for how to begin. Gently smoothing Mei Qing's hair from her forehead, Ning Wuyou lifted her into his arms, carrying her back to the carriage to rest and recuperate. There is still time for me to spare. Once you are healed, we shall visit the flying immortal pool, he declared, before leaning back against the soft couch beside her and closing his eyes, feigning slumber. Witnessing her master's tenderness, Mei Qing felt a mix of gratitude and joy, finding him endearingly charming as he rested beside her. 3 days passed as Mei Qing focused on her recovery. And when Ning Wuyou finally assisted her out of the carriage, Ning Tianyi stood resolutely outside, just as he had when they entered the Four Symbols Tower, ensuring no one would disturb them. Upon seeing Ning Wuyou emerge, Ning Tianyi quickly turned and bowed respectfully, saying, "I pay my respects to your highness and to Miss Mei." Ning Wuyou lightly hummed as he disembarked from the carriage, followed closely by Mei Qing, who also alighted, observing Ning Tianyi bowing towards her. A smile graced Mei Qing's lips as she remarked, "Have you just been accompanying the young master?" Upon hearing Mei Qing's inquiry, Ning Tianyi did not dare to delay and promptly replied, "In response to Miss Mei, I have been following His Highness beneath the Four Symbols Tower in the secret realm." "Well, since you have chosen to accompany the young master, make sure to serve him diligently, unlike certain individuals who betray their own," Mei Qing concluded, striding towards Ning Wuyou. The implication of Mei Qing's subtle admonition left Ning Tianyi somewhat perplexed. "Qinger, please stow away the 9 dragons carriage," Ning Wuyou said with a gentle smile as Mei Qing approached. Mei Qing nodded slightly, indicating her understanding. With a graceful lift of her jade hand, she elegantly waved, and a brilliant light flashed. The originally imposing 9 dragons carriage transformed into a streak of light, swiftly returning to the spatial ring on her finger. Mei Qing had been responsible for the 9 dragons carriage all along. However, prior to entering the secret realm, she feared that should she be unable to gain entry, and considering that the young master might require the carriage's assistance, she had entrusted it to Ning Wuyou. At that moment, Ning Wuyou could not refuse her request, illustrating Mei Qing's meticulous care for his affairs. Once the 9 dragons carriage was stored away, Ning Wuyou proceeded with Mei Qing and Ning Tianyi towards the direction of the flying immortal pool. Not far from the pool, on a cliff, a group of individuals surrounded a woman with a frost-like countenance, wielding a long sword. Among the crowd, a man dressed in azure robes stepped forward and sternly addressed the encircled woman. "Hand over the pregnancy spirit pearl, and I shall spare your life. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to take ruthless measures." "Humph. Whether you can obtain the pregnancy spirit pearl is contingent upon your abilities. If need be, I shall shatter it right here, ensuring that no one gets it," the woman in the center replied coldly, displaying a resolute determination to destroy the pearl should they attempt to seize it. Seeing her unwavering defiance, the man in azure gritted his teeth in anger, exclaiming, "You possess the same insufferable disposition as the third prince. You are but a mere maid, yet you dare to look down on me. It seems you have a death wish." This self-proclaimed noble was none other than Ning Wu, the second prince of the Tianqi celestial dynasty. The woman ensnared in the circle was none other than Zhu Xian, who had entered the secret realm alongside Ning Wuyou. Seeing that Zhu Xian still wore an unwavering expression of defiance, Ning Wu raged at the surrounding crowd. "Attack her at once. Kill her, I say. I care not for the spiritual pearl of conception." Yet, upon hearing Ning Wu's command, the people around him stood rooted to the spot, contrary to expectation. Each of them gazed at Ning Wu with pitiful eyes. Witnessing this spectacle, the fury in Ning Wu's heart ignited instantly. His eyes widened, veins throbbing on his forehead, as he roared in unrestrained anger, "What in the world is the meaning of this? Why do you stand here like wooden posts? Why don't you attack her forthwith? Why do you stare at me so blankly?" The roar of Ning Wu reverberated through the air, causing the eardrums of those present to thrum with intensity. Yet, despite this, the crowd remained unmoved, not even shifting their feet a fraction. As Ning Wu teetered on the brink of fury, a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s, timidly stepped forth from the throng. His body trembled slightly, and his voice quivered as he implored, "Your Highness, please temper your wrath. It is not our intention to defy your command. It is simply that. What is it? Speak." Ning Wu glared at the man, his fierce gaze akin to that of a famished wolf poised to pounce and rend him apart. The middle-aged man, thoroughly intimidated by Ning Wu's ferocity, stammered on, "Your Highness, have you not heard the recent rumors?" "Rumors? What nonsense are you spouting?" Ning Wu fixed his gaze on the man, awaiting clarification. The middle-aged man swallowed hard and continued. Your Highness, the entire secret realm is abuzz with talk. Surely, you must know. Speak plainly. Enough of this nonsense. Ning Wu growled impatiently. Why yes, Your Highness. The man hurriedly replied. It is said throughout the secret realm that the third prince has not only begun to cultivate, but is potentially of true immortal or profound immortal caliber, with unfathomable strength. Upon hearing that Ning Wuyou had not only begun to cultivate, but might indeed possess the powers of a true immortal or profound immortal, Ning Wu found it somewhat amusing. He scoffed disdainfully, true immortal or profound immortal. How utterly laughable. Why not claim he has become a supreme being or an emperor while you're at it? With that, he delivered a kick to the middle-aged man's abdomen, angrily rebuking him. You are frightened by such absurd fabrications? The man, having been knocked to the ground, scrambled to his feet and bowed deeply, continuing, moreover, it is said, what else? C.A. Ning Wu paused momentarily, casting a sidelong glance at the timid individuals surrounding him. And with a voice heavy with suppressed fury, he declared, You cowardly lot, execute this maidservant at once. Should anything occur, I shall take full responsibility and ensure your safety. Upon receiving the second prince's solemn and unwavering assurance, the crowd encircling Zhu Xin exchanged uncertain glances. Yet, it soon dawned upon them that the time had come for decisive action. One by one, they began to shift their feet, the subtle sound of their movements resonating sharply in the hushed atmosphere. As they inched closer to Zhu Xin, an intangible pressure began to permeate the air. Each gaze was fixed intently upon the seemingly fragile yet resolutely defiant woman before them, as if she were a prey ensnared in a trap. Zhu Xin stood steadfast, her exquisite features remarkably composed. Yet beneath this calm facade lay an indomitable spirit that refused to succumb to fate. As the menacing crowd closed in, tightening the encirclement, Zhu Xin felt a twinge of anxiety within, yet her countenance betrayed no hint of fear. Clutching the invaluable pregnancy spirit pearled tightly in her palm, her enchanting eyes widened as she exclaimed, Humph! Do you fools not comprehend the formidable prowess of the third prince? Should you dare to act against me today, tomorrow, it will not merely be your own demise that you face, your families, friends, and kin shall undoubtedly suffer severe repercussions as well. With that, her brows arched defiantly, emanating an aura of unassailable authority. The once resolute individuals intent on harming Zhu Xin found themselves paralyzed by her words, as if struck by lightning, momentarily at a loss. To slay Zhu Xin here would undeniably provoke the wrath of the third prince. His infamous ruthlessness was well known throughout the entire celestial dynasty. Should they incur his ire, they all risked descending into an abyss from which there was no return. Conversely, failing to carry out the second prince's orders to execute Zhu Xin could invite his vengeful retaliation, a prospect equally dire. This dilemma raced through the minds of all present, leaving them caught in an inescapable quandary. Advancing would mean facing the third prince's unrelenting fury. Retreating would invite the second prince's thunderous wrath and cruel punishment. In this precarious situation, they exchanged apprehensive glances, none daring to act rashly. The tension in the air was palpable, as taut as a string stretched to its limit, ready to snap at any moment. Witnessing the fear that Zhu Xin's mere words had instilled in those before him, Ning Wu's eyes widened in fury, his anger surging to an intolerable peak, as if on the verge of explosion. Trembling with rage, he ground his teeth and bellowed, You pathetic wretches! How can you tremble before that Ning Wuyou? Before he could finish his sentence, he abruptly swept his hand, and a flash of light erupted as he swiftly drew a razor-sharp blade from his spatial ring, its icy gleam reflecting a chilling brilliance under the sun. Ning Wu raised his great blade high, swinging it with formidable force, stirring a fierce gust of wind. His countenance was dark as he fixed his gaze upon those who, intimidated by Zhu Xin's mere words, stood frozen in fear. In a low, menacing tone, he intoned, Humph! If you tremble at the mention of Ning Wuyou, then tell me, do you also cower before this knife in my hand? As he spoke, the murderous intent in his eyes intensified, sending chills down the spines of all who beheld him. With no retreat behind them, the hearts of the crowd leapt into their throats. They gazed in terror at Ning Wu's contorted visage, his eyes wide and veins bulging on his forehead, emanating a chilling aura of death. It was evident that Ning Wu had been thoroughly provoked, a surge of bloodlust swelling within him. Yet, aware that retreat would only hasten their demise, the crowd steeled themselves against their fear. Gritting their teeth, they clutched their weapons tightly and, with a unified shout, Ning Wu gazed at the individuals engaged in a fierce struggle with Zhu Xin. a sneer of disdain curling at the corners of his lips. "Oh, third brother, I shall first slay your maid to collect some interest. One day, you too shall find yourself in a similar predicament." Just as Zhu Xian felt her strength waning, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her delicate frame trembling as if she might collapse at any moment, a sudden thought struck her. She recalled the mysterious talisman bestowed upon her by her master, a precious artifact capable of facilitating a swift escape from perilous situations. With great difficulty, Zhu Xian extended her right hand, retrieving the softly glowing talisman from her bosom. She clutched it tightly, her fingers whitening from the exertion, just as she prepared to shatter the life-saving charm, drawing upon its extraordinary power to flee. A mocking voice wafted through the air from a distance. "Oh dear, how shameless you all are! To besiege a frail woman with such numbers. Do you not feel the slightest shame?" Ning Wuyou, who had been fixated on Zhu Xian, eagerly anticipating the grim spectacle of her impending demise, was jolted by the unexpected voice, his face contorting with a mix of anger and disbelief. He whirled around to ascertain the identity of the audacious individual daring to disrupt his plans. At that moment, the crowd turned their gazes toward the source of the voice, witnessing the speaker materialize before them in an instant. Each step he took traversed great distances with astonishing speed, leaving them dumbfounded. As he approached, the onlookers took in his full appearance. Clad in flowing blue garments, he appeared to be in his mid-20s, tall and elegant, exuding an extraordinary grace. His features were striking. Yet intriguingly, a hint of frivolity lingered on his fair visage, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips, imparting an air of irreverence and elusiveness. "Humph. Ning Wuyou, what brings you here?" Ning Wu recognized the newcomer, his sleeves swishing as he coldly remarked. "Haha. I merely came to see how the second prince carries himself," Ning Wuyou replied with a teasing tone. Upon hearing the mockery in Ning Wuyou's words, Ning Wu chuckled derisively. "You ought to understand your own station, lest you misjudge yourself." "Misjudge myself? Ha ha ha, second prince, I would never dare challenge your authority," Ning Wuyou said, smoothing out the wrinkles in his sleeves. "I was merely passing by, but I have always had a penchant for righting wrongs. Witnessing so many bully a weak woman is a disgrace to civility." "Oh, do you wish to meddle in my affairs? If you have the courage, you may act now," Ning Wu scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Ning Wuyou. In the brief moments that Ning Wuyou's interruption afforded, Zhu Xian seized the opportunity to crush the talisman and vanish from sight. Seeing Zhu Xian escape right beneath his nose filled Ning Wu with fury as he stormed towards Ning Wuyou, seizing his collar and roaring, "Ning Wuyou, are you deliberately opposing me?" Feigning fear, Ning Wuyou waved his hands in protest, exclaiming, "Second prince, you have wronged me. I neither struck first nor impeded you. How could you claim I am opposing you?" Ning Wu, with his silver tongue, furiously admonished Ning Wuyou. "Do not presume that your status as a member of the main clan renders you immune to my wrath. Should there be a next time, I shall not show mercy." With that, he brusquely pushed Ning Wuyou aside and departed with his entourage. As Ning Wu and his numerous followers gradually receded from view until their figures vanished from sight, Ning Wuyou slowly turned around. With his hands clasped behind his back, he stood tall and poised like a pine tree, his expression tranquil as water. However, a glimmer of cunning sparkled subtly in his deep-set eyes. "I have successfully accomplished the tasks you entrusted to me," Ning Wuyou's voice resonated, deep and magnetic, as if capable of penetrating the depths of one's heart. "Following your instructions, I have deftly incited discord between the second prince and the third prince, enabling Zhu Xian to escape from the second prince's grasp and ensuring that she can relay the news of Ning Wu's assassination plot against her to the third prince. Now, it remains to be seen how this fraternal conflict unfolds. I wonder if the outcome will meet your satisfaction?" With a slight upward curve of his lips, Ning Wuyou cast a subtle glance towards a particularly concealed corner not far away. Meanwhile, on another front, Ning Wuyou was making his way to the flying immortal pool alongside Mei Qing and Ning Tianyi, clad in flowing white garments. He appeared to melt seamlessly with the surrounding verdant mountains and waters. Sunlight filtered through the leaves overhead, casting dappled shadows upon him, further enhancing his ethereal presence. Along the journey, Ning Wuyou and Mei Qing occasionally paused to admire the scenic beauty, while Mei Qing recounted her experiences within the secret realm. Upon learning that Mei Qing had one foot firmly planted in the realm of true immortals, Ning Wuyou playfully brushed her delicate nose and remarked, "My dear Qinger, your talent is truly remarkable." Not far ahead, Ning Wuyou and Mei Qing walked side by side, laughter ringing like silver bells, echoing joyfully in the air. However, trailing behind them was Ning Tianyi, who appeared somewhat ill at ease. He occasionally feigned nonchalance to glance their way, and at other times gazed skyward, seemingly anxious that his presence might disrupt the delightful camaraderie between the two, particularly when he caught sight of the intimate gestures shared between Ning Wuyou and Mei Qing. He couldn't help but inwardly lament. Observing their closeness, Ning Tianyi mused, "It seems I must cultivate a better rapport with this Lady Mei. I can no longer regard her merely as a common handmaiden of His Highness. In my estimation, she is quite likely to become the future third princess consort." With this thought, Ning Tianyi felt increasingly compelled to seize the opportunity and foster a good relationship with Mei Qing. As the day swiftly passed, Ning Wuyou and his companions arrived at the precipice where Ning Wuyou conspired to eliminate Zhu Xian. According to clan records, the flying immortal pool should lie not far from here. With his hands clasped behind his back, Ning Wuyou gazed at the rolling clouds above the cliff and remarked, "My lord, shall we proceed there now?" Mei Qing inquired, standing beside Ning Wuyou. Ning Wuyou lightly acknowledged with a sound as she prepared to depart with Mei Qing and Ning Tianyi. However, just a few steps away, a gentle breeze swept through, revealing a piece of pale green silk fluttering above the cliff. Upon seeing this silk, Mei Qing instantly recognized it as the fabric from the sleeve of her sister, Zhu Xian. With a wave of her hand, the silk gracefully descended into Mei Qing's grasp. In a state of urgency, Mei Qing hastily handed the silk to Ning Wuyou, her voice tinged with anxiety. "My lord, this silk appears to belong to Xiaozhu." Her words were laced with an undercurrent of concern. "Qing'er, are you certain?" Ning Wuyou inquired, her brow furrowing in contemplation. Mei Qing examined the silk once more and confidently nodded. "My lord, if I am not mistaken, this must be a piece of Xiaozhu's sleeve that has come loose. I am certain of it. What shall we do now?" "I fear that Xiaozhu may be in danger," Mei Qing asked, her face etched with worry. Ning Wuyou gently patted Mei Qing's delicate hand and whispered, "Do not fret. I shall arrange for someone to seek the whereabouts of Xiaozhu." With that, she retrieved a bronze token from her storage ring and handed it to Ning Tianyi, saying, "Tianyi, take my token and find a person named Ning Wuyou to inquire about Zhu Xian's location." "Yes, Your Highness," Ning Tianyi replied with a bow. Just as he turned to leave, Ning Wuyou's voice called out once more, "Remember, upon finding Ning Wuyou, you need only to convey my instructions. Do not inquire further into other matters. Your command shall be followed. I will adhere strictly to Your Highness's orders," Ning Tianyi affirmed before soaring into the skies. Seeing her young master had made the necessary arrangements, Mei Qing felt a bit more at ease, yet her heart remained heavy with concern for Zhu Xian. Noticing Mei Qing's lingering worry, Ning Wuyou playfully pinched her nose and smiled. "Do not worry, Qing'er, Xiaozhu has the talisman I bestowed upon her. She will be safe and likely has only sustained minor injuries." Mei Qing nodded, forcing a smile at the corners of her lips. "Master, I am fine. I believe Xiaozhu possesses enough strength to protect herself. Let us head to the Faxian pool." Ning Wuyou glanced at Mei Qing, shaking his head gently in resignation. Without hesitation, he extended a hand and tenderly embraced her slender waist. In that fleeting moment, a mysterious and powerful energy surged from within Ning Wuyou, enabling him to summon the astonishing divine fire clone technique. With a flash of brilliance, their figures instantaneously vanished, as if they had never existed. Time appeared to freeze at that moment, rendering everything around them indistinct. However, in the blink of an eye, when the light shone once more, Ning Wuyou had transported Mei Qing to a serene and enchanting mountain valley. This valley resembled a paradise, surrounded by verdant hills and shaded by lush trees. Below, an expansive river, its length immeasurable, meandered gracefully, the water roiling like boiling liquid. From a distance, the river resembled a slumbering dragon, its body twisting and coiling with a magnificent presence. Once they had settled, Mei Qing, still somewhat bewildered, gazed at the scenery and remarked, "My lord, is this the location of the Faxian pool?" "Indeed, beneath this river should lie the legendary Faxian pool." Ning Wuyou's gaze was fixed intently on the surging waters, his eyes profound and focused, as if he sought to unveil the secrets hidden beneath the tumultuous current. After a brief pause, he continued, "According to the ancient texts of our clan, the Faxian pool beneath this river is guarded by the fabled white tiger. To gain entry into the Faxian pool, one must earn its recognition, otherwise it is utterly impossible." Upon hearing this, Mei Qing, standing nearby, could not help but display a look of confusion. With her beautiful eyes blinking eagerly, she inquired, "Did the text mention how one might obtain the white tiger's acknowledgement?" However, in response to Mei Qing's question, Ning Wuyou remained silent. Without a moment's hesitation, he grasped Mei Qing's hand, and, with a flicker, they vanished from their location. The next instant, they found themselves atop an ancient tree, so vast that it would require several people to embrace its trunk. This ancient tree, with its flourishing branches and leaves, resembled a grand umbrella, completely concealing their figures within its canopy. Hidden among the dense foliage at the treetop, Ning Wuyou and Mei Qing quietly observed their surroundings, seemingly awaiting an important moment to arrive. After the tree had settled, Mei Qing, puzzled, asked, "My lord, are we not headed to the Feishan pool? What purpose does our presence here serve?" Ning Wuyou gestured for silence and whispered to Mei Qing, urging her not to rush. For the one who would soon gain the White Tiger's recognition was on their way, and all they needed to do was patiently await his arrival. Though she found herself bewildered by the identity and origins of the individual mentioned by her esteemed companion, Mei Qing had always regarded him as the very nucleus of her universe. Regardless of whether his words or actions could be comprehended by others, she would unwaveringly choose to believe in and support him. For in Mei Qing's heart, he was not only exceptionally wise and profoundly knowledgeable, but also a person worthy of her deepest trust, brimming with charisma. Thus, even in her current state of confusion regarding the individual he spoke of, she harbored no hesitation or doubt. After the two had waited atop the grand tree for the span of an hour, the sounds of a bustling crowd reached their ears. Mei Qing glanced downward at the commotion and beheld Ning Wu accompanied by 6 or 7 others, arriving at the banks of the river in the mountain ravine. "Is the person who will gain the White Tiger's recognition the second prince?" Mei Qing inquired, looking at Ning Wuyou with a puzzled expression. Ning Wuyou gently nodded, a faint smile gracing his lips as he mused on the prospect of ensnaring his target once he secured the precise location of the Feishan pool. "My lord, how did you deduce that the second prince would be the one to earn the White Tiger's approval?" "He seems rather unremarkable to me," Mei Qing remarked, her face still etched with confusion. Noticing her perplexity, Ning Wuyou, with a calm demeanor and a touch of patience, decided to elucidate. "You have perused the tome regarding the Tianqi secret realm, have you not?" Mei Qing nodded earnestly, her beautiful eyes shimmering with curiosity and uncertainty. "Indeed, I have read the ancient manuscript you bestowed upon me in its entirety. Yet, I could not discern any definitive information regarding who might gain the White Tiger's recognition." With a slight bite of her lip and a furrow of her brow, she continued, "But do you recall the accounts within that tome concerning the legendary 4 divine beasts?" Standing tall like a majestic pine, Ning Wuyou, hands clasped behind his back, gazed down from the high branch where he stood, responding with a hint of challenge. Below him, he observed Ning Wu and others, who were earnestly contemplating ways to access the Feishan pool, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth as if everything were within his grasp. The gentle breeze stirred his robes, accentuating his ethereal presence. Upon hearing his words, Mei Qing furrowed her brow deeper, lost in contemplation. After a considerable pause, she lifted her gaze toward the horizon and spoke thoughtfully. "According to the records, it is said that a cataclysmic war erupted in the distant past, around 100,000 years ago, a calamity that threatened the very fabric of existence. The instigators of this chaos were none other than the renowned 4 divine beasts, who fell into mutual conflict. The scale of this war was unprecedented, its flames consuming countless innocent lives, shrouding the entire celestial realm in bloodshed and despair." She hesitated, seemingly haunted by the memories of that fierce conflict, before continuing. "The intense clashes among the 4 divine beasts severely destabilized the celestial realm, bringing it to the brink of collapse. At that critical juncture, the 9 imperial powers, who had long remained aloof spectators, finally realized that if they did not intervene, they too would be engulfed by the turmoil. Thus, these 9 imperial forces united to quell the chaos, successfully suppressing the divine beasts and restoring order. Alas, the fate of those innocent souls weighed heavily upon her heart as she sighed softly. Yet, a lingering question remained. Turning to Ning Wuyou, she inquired gently, "My lord, you must know that the celestial realm has always been said to be governed by 12 dominant forces. Why, then, did only 9 intervene during that life and death struggle? What became of the other 3? Could they truly remain indifferent and uninvolved?" In response to Mei Qing's query, Ning Wuyou explained, "At that time, the 9 imperial powers, each led by a sovereign, held dominion over the celestial realm. However, approximately a decade after the Beast War, for reasons unknown, the 9 emperors vanished, allowing the emergence of the 3 other forces. This shift established the current landscape of 12 ruling powers." Upon grasping her lord's explanation, Mei Qing finally understood why the tome only chronicled the 9 dominant forces that quelled the divine beast war, omitting the accounts of the other 3. My lord, which 3 forces rose to prominence afterward? She asked, her curiosity piqued. With a gentle smile, Ning Wuyou began to elucidate. Among the triumphant forces was the Shangwan clan, which is the lineage of my mother. They possess formidable strength and profound heritage, holding a significant position within the celestial realm. He paused briefly before continuing. Another is the Huangfu clan, known as the ancient clan of longevity. It is said they possess some arcane method of prolonging life, allowing their members to live for a millennium without cultivation, an enviable feat indeed. His tone shifted to a more serious note as he concluded. The last of these prominent forces is the Ouyang clan, who incessantly boast, our clan possesses an emperor. Whether such an emperor truly exists remains uncertain. Yet their ostentatious demeanor leaves a lasting impression. Ning Wuyou gazed at Mei Qing, who was listening intently, and continued his explanation. It was precisely due to the rise of these 3 powerful factions 100,000 years ago that the current dominion of the 12 major forces over the immortal domain was established. Apart from these 3 prominent surnamed factions, the remaining 9 ruling forces are referred to as imperial-level powers by the denizens of the immortal domain. These 12 forces maintain a delicate balance, each countering the others to uphold the stability of the immortal domain. Do you now comprehend the underlying reasons? Mei Qing nodded in understanding but pressed on with her inquiry. Young master, you have yet to disclose the key to gaining the White Tiger's acknowledgement. Ning Wuyou playfully pinched Mei Qing's delicate face and smiled. You mentioned the cataclysmic battle earlier, aware that it was the 9 major forces that quelled that conflict. Yet do you know the ultimate fate of the 4 divine beasts? Mei Qing slightly shook her head, revealing that the records only documented how the 9 ruling forces pacified the battle, with no further details provided. Ning Wuyou nodded slightly and elaborated. At that time, the 9 forces united and launched a formidable suppression, bringing an end to the strife among the 4 divine beast clans. Though the conflict was resolved, the 4 divine beasts suffered grievous losses, with hardly one in 10 surviving. However, the divine beasts were not easily vanquished. They fled despite their severe injuries. Upon hearing this, Mei Qing could no longer contain her intense curiosity and stepped forward, eagerly asking, Young master, what happened next? Ning Wuyou paused momentarily, inhaled deeply, and then recounted. In the end, the emperors of the 9 forces unleashed their unparalleled powers, racing like meteors towards the direction in which the 4 divine beasts had escaped. Their figures vanished in an instant at the horizon, and that chase was nothing short of earth-shattering. Yet, the ultimate outcome remained shrouded in mystery. However, as far as I know, our clan's emperor encountered the White Tiger in the realm beyond. That battle was nothing less than astonishing, resulting in countless fissures being torn in the heavens. As he spoke, Mei Qing held her breath, seemingly able to feel the intensity and shock of that battle. After an epic confrontation, the emperor, wielding profound and inscrutable cultivation, successfully subdued the White Tiger. Moreover, he extracted 3 immensely valuable drops of its primordial blood. It is known that this primordial blood contains the purest and most formidable power of the White Tiger, its worth beyond measure. Furthermore, the emperor implanted a powerful confinement within the White Tiger to prevent its escape or resistance. At this juncture, Ning Wuyou lifted his gaze, sweeping it over Ning Wu and the others below, and continued. Despite having successfully subdued and controlled the White Tiger, the emperor chose not to deliver a fatal blow. Instead, he decided to bring it back to the clan. Additionally, the emperor reached an agreement with the White Tiger. Should it agree to guard the Facian pool for a full 100,000 years, the confinement would naturally dissipate, granting the White Tiger its freedom. Now, upon reflection, it seems that only a few short years remain until the day the White Tiger regains its liberty. After listening to Ning Wuyou's riveting narrative, Mei Qing felt as though she was immersed in the tale. After a brief moment of contemplation, she exclaimed, could it be that the key to gaining the White Tiger's acknowledgement lies in those 3 drops of blood? Indeed. The key lies within the 3 drops of blood taken by the emperor. Only those who possess the White Tiger's blood can earn its recognition, thereby obtaining the key to enter the Facian pool. Ning Wuyou spoke lightly. If one were to obtain even a single drop of this mysterious and potent primordial blood, that individual would gain the qualification to enter the legendary Facian pool. Just now, you mentioned that the second prince could earn the White Tiger's acknowledgement. Does this imply that the second prince possesses a drop of the White Tiger's primordial blood? Mei Qing exclaimed in sudden realization, her enchanting eyes shimmering with insight. Standing quietly beside her, Ning Wuyou slightly nodded, acknowledging her words. His handsome visage bore an air of solemnity, as if he were contemplating the profound implications and potential repercussions concealed within this matter. From where did the second prince acquire his blood? And how do you know he possesses the white tiger's primordial blood? Mei Qing inquired, her confusion evident. Ning Wuyou let out a cold snort. Where did I obtain this? Of course, it was from my biased father, the emperor. It is estimated that 2 drops of this primordial essence were used during the previous opening of the secret realm and given to the white tiger, leaving the final drop in Ning Wu's possession. Noticing the subtle fluctuations in her companion's emotions, Mei Qing gently intertwined her arm with Ning Wuyou's, choosing silence as she wished to accompany him in tranquility. Meanwhile, Ning Wu and his companions had been searching the tumultuous river for quite some time when, after a resounding boom, they finally located the exact site of the flying immortal pool. With a wave of his hand, Ning Wu soared above the river, conjuring a vast abyssal chasm before him. Overjoyed, he laughed heartily. At last, I have found you. Remain outside and await my emergence, as per my orders. His entourage readily affirmed. However, just as Ning Wu was prepared to enter the chasm, a voice, tinged with indifference, echoed, "Thank you, second brother, for locating the entrance to the flying immortal pool for me." At that moment, a familiar voice reached Ning Wu's ears, one that seemed to possess a magical allure, causing his body to involuntarily tremble. Almost as if drawn by an invisible force, he swiftly turned around. There, not far away, stood Ning Wuyou, her face adorned with a smile, gracefully descending with Mei Qing from a towering tree, its branches sprawling and lush. Upon their landing, Ning Wu's expression darkened as he questioned, "Third sister, what brings you here?" "Of course, I am here to enter the flying immortal pool, and I must express my gratitude to you, second brother, for laboriously searching for so long," Ning Wuyou replied, casually placing one hand behind her back with a gentle smile. "Humph, third sister, do you intend to intercept me? I wonder if you possess the capability to do so," Ning Wu retorted, his aura suddenly surging forth, radiating the formidable essence of a Xianxian. He chuckled, "Third sister, word has it that you have not only begun your cultivation, but have also attained Xianxian prowess. Today, as your elder brother, I shall assess your depths and see if my recently attained Xianxian realm piques your interest." Ning Wuyou let out a soft "oh," her face adorned with a smile as she said, "Congratulations to my second brother for ascending to a higher level and breaking through to the profound immortal realm. However, there is no need for further testing. No need." Ning Wu found himself somewhat perplexed by Ning Wuyou's words, pondering whether the third brother, upon realizing his own inadequacy after Ning Wu's breakthrough to the Xianxian realm, had chosen to abandon the confrontation. The more he contemplated this possibility, the more convinced he became. Unable to restrain himself, Ning Wu let out a derisive chuckle and said to Ning Wuyou, "Third brother, you possess a modicum of self-awareness." However, before he could finish his sentence, Ning Wuyou interrupted him with a casual wave of his hand. "Have you concluded your remarks?" Ning Wuyou inquired, maintaining his previous air of nonchalance. Ning Wu felt a surge of irritation as his words were abruptly interrupted by Ning Wuyou. Just as he was about to reprimand him, he was startled to see a fiery figure racing towards him like a bolt of lightning, arriving before him in the blink of an eye. Upon closer inspection, he recognized Ning Wuyou, who appeared as if the fire god had descended upon the world. The speed was astonishing, leaving Ning Wu pale with fright, and he stumbled back a few steps to regain his composure. However, Ning Wuyou showed no sign of halting. His expression was as cold as frost, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. With a sudden, forceful sweep of his right hand, he unleashed a palm strike towards Ning Wu without the slightest hesitation. That strike surged forth with overwhelming momentum, carrying an inexorable might that howled through the air. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Ning Wu felt an urgent sense of peril and did not dare to slacken his efforts, aware that his life hung in the balance. He swiftly summoned all his internal energy and struck out with a palm to counter the impending force. The moment their palms met, a resounding explosion echoed, akin to a thunderclap that shattered the stillness, deafening all in its vicinity. An overwhelming wave of energy erupted from the point of contact, surging outward with the ferocity of a tidal wave. Accompanying this terrifying force, the once tranquil river churned violently, reminiscent of an enraged dragon. Towering columns of water shot skyward, cascading droplets in a breathtakingly spectacular display. In the midst of this intense collision, Ning Wu felt an immense power crashing upon him, causing his body to involuntarily soar backward. He struggled to regain his footing, yet the force was insurmountable, and he was propelled several hundred meters before finally stabilizing himself. In stark contrast, Ning Wuyou remained poised on the water's surface, utterly unperturbed. It was as if an invisible barrier enveloped him, causing the splashing water droplets to veer away as they approached, leaving him untouched. Viewed from afar, he appeared ethereal, like a celestial being descended from the heavens, effortlessly transcending the chaotic scene, a stark juxtaposition to the disheveled Ning Wu. The disparity in strength was glaringly apparent. Onlookers gaped in astonishment, their jaws agape at the display of power. Those who had accompanied Ning Wu began to murmur among themselves. Acknowledging the truth of the rumors, the third prince was indeed a concealed talent, far beyond the reach of even the second prince, who had recently ascended to the Shenxian realm. They felt a wave of relief that they had not slain the third prince's maidservant earlier, for had they done so, their lives would be at stake. Just then, the whispers reached Mei Qing's ears, and she caught mention of the third prince's maidservant. Startled, an ominous premonition surged within her. She swiftly turned her gaze, her eyes narrowing with intensity as she focused on the group still engaged in hushed conversation, her expression darkening. With an icy demeanor, she inquired, "Are you speaking of my younger sister, Zhu Xian?" Though her voice was soft, the chill it carried sent shivers down their spines. The air around them seemed to thicken with tension, and the suddenness of her question left the crowd momentarily speechless, none daring to respond. The group realized their grave mistake in discussing such matters so close to the third prince's presence, silently lamenting their indiscretion. Sensing the gravity of the situation, a burly man in his 40s stepped forward, attempting to defuse the tension with a forced smile. "Miss Mei, I believe you must have misheard us. We spoke of no maidservant," he stammered. Mei Qing, unfazed by his attempts at deceit, drew her glimmering sword, pointing it at him with fierce determination. "You would do well to speak the truth," she demanded. The man, confronted by her blade and flanked by his own kin, felt his composure falter, his expression darkening. "I have already explained myself, miss. I hope you do not overstep your bounds." Ignoring his protests, Mei Qing lunged forward, her sword slicing through the air. The man scoffed, dismissing her challenge. "You, a mere cultivator of the great ascension realm, dare to threaten me?" As he spoke, an aura of a god king emanated from him, and with a swift motion, he pinched the tip of her sword between his fingers, rendering her unable to advance further. "Miss Mei, I see you are an associate of the third prince. I have been lenient. Do not overreach," he warned. Before the man could continue, a calm and detached voice interjected. "It is not for you to dictate terms to my people." Ning Wuyou appeared, hands clasped behind his back, floating gracefully before the crowd. Recognizing him as the one who had effortlessly repelled the second prince, the man quickly released Mei Qing's sword, bowing respectfully, "I greet you, third prince." The surrounding crowd followed suit, paying their respects. Disregarding the assembly, Ning Wuyou fixed his icy gaze upon the burly man. "You were the one who spoke so boldly just now." The man stuttered, caught off guard by the chilling inquiry. As he stood frozen, Ning Wu descended, his voice booming. "Why do you cower? With me here, you need not fear." He then turned his steely gaze toward Ning Wuyou, continuing, "You should cease to wield your status as a weapon, third brother. My followers are formidable, each possessing the strength of the God King realm. Detaining you would be a trivial matter. Depart now, while you still can. Do not blame me for my warnings. You find yourself without strong allies." Ning Wuyou gazed coldly at the followers behind Ning Wu and disdainfully remarked, "Leave this palace? Do you think they dare?" Seeing Ning Wuyou remain so audacious in such an unfavorable situation ignited Ning Wu's fury, his teeth grinding audibly. "Very well, third brother, since you refuse my goodwill. Do not blame your elder brother for being ruthless," Ning Wu declared, gesturing to those behind him. "Please escort my third brother out of here. Handle him gently. It would be best if no one notices any harm upon him, lest we lose face." With that, he cast a triumphant glance at Ning Wuyou, avenging the earlier affront. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Seeing that his command was proving ineffective, Ning Wu was consumed by a fit of pique. "You incompetent dolts," he roared. "If you don't obey my orders, I shall execute you all forthwith. You're nothing but a drain on our resources." Upon hearing the second prince's menacing words, the assembled throng exchanged uneasy glances, their faces etched with apprehension. Yet, compelled by the second prince's authority and the weight of his demands, they reluctantly approached Ning Wuyou, their voices tinged with supplication. "Your Highness, we implore you to show compassion and temporarily withdraw from this place. We are merely instruments of circumstance, bound by duty. Should we fail to comply with the second prince's directives, we would undoubtedly face dire consequences. We beseech you not to hold our actions against us, nor to exacerbate our predicament." As they spoke, their heads bowed ever lower, seemingly in fear of provoking Ning Wuyou's displeasure or ire. Ning Wuyou's eyes widened in disbelief as he fixated on the scene before him. His once loyal followers, who had always obeyed his every command, now resembled nothing more than servile lapdogs, humbly beseeching Ning Wuyou to vacate the premises. Their faces were awash with sycophantic expressions, as if Ning Wuyou were their true master. Witnessing this spectacle ignited a surge of fury within Ning Wuyou, causing him to tremble uncontrollably, his chest heaving with rage. He let out a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air. "You worthless imbeciles! What purpose do you serve? If you do not act swiftly to subdue him, I shall ensure you meet a fate worse than death." His voice crashed like thunder, echoing ominously. In stark contrast, Ning Wuyou's followers, confronted by his sudden wrath, turned ashen, each rendered mute by fear. They were acutely aware of Ning Wuyou's notoriously narrow temperament. When he spoke, he acted. If they did not heed his commands without delay, their lives could very well be forfeit. Yet, as they faced his menacing words, a chorus of despair resonated within them. After all, Ning Wuyou's status was formidable, and no one could ascertain whether the third prince had concealed any lethal weaponry prior to entering the secret realm. Acting recklessly could lead to dire consequences. Yet disobeying Ning Wuyou was equally perilous. After a moment of silent exchange, the group seemed to reach an unspoken consensus and resolutely charged towards Ning Wuyou. Having chosen to align themselves with the second prince, they had anticipated such a day would inevitably arrive. Ning Wuyou observed as those who had just been following Ning Wuyou now lunged at him like ravenous wolves. Yet, he displayed not a hint of panic. With a leisurely flick of his voluminous robes, a subtle smile graced his lips, reflecting a profound disdain as he coldly proclaimed, "Humph. Since you are so oblivious to your own demise and eager for death, I shall, out of great mercy, grant you insignificant ants your wish today." As his words fell, Ning Wuyou swiftly raised his right hand, extending his index and middle fingers, and sharply pointed forward. Simultaneously, he murmured, "Heavenly interception finger." In an instant, a dark and enigmatic beam of black light erupted between his fingers. Initially faint, it rapidly intensified and thickened, akin to a roaring black dragon, surging forth at astonishing speed toward the advancing crowd. Its momentum was so ferocious that it seemed capable of tearing the very heavens apart. Following a cataclysmic tremor, the throng that had once charged at Ning Wuyou like famished wolves vanished without a trace, leaving not a single remnant behind, testament to the terrifying power of his heavenly interception finger. This scene, which had previously caused Mei Qing to fret for her master, now transformed her expression into one of radiant joy. "I always knew my master would never act without certainty." In stark contrast, Ning Wuyou's eyes widened in disbelief, overwhelmed by the spectacle. After a few moments, he finally recovered from his astonishment and gazed at Ning Wuyou, stammering, "Third brother, you have truly concealed yourself well, deceiving me all these years." "Deceive? Huh? Oh, second brother, have I ever misled you in any way?" Ning Wuyou replied with a gentle smile. Upon hearing Ning Wuyou feign ignorance, Ning Wuyou felt as though he had been the subject of a grand jest for years, and he bellowed, "How can you still deny it? What just transpired was not an illusion." Pointing a finger at Ning Wuyou, he continued, "You annihilated even those in the Divine King realm in an instant, and among that group were those in the latter stages of the Divine King realm. What is your cultivation level, and what has been your purpose for enduring all these years?" Ning Wuyou initially gazed blankly at Ning Wuyou, as if it took him a considerable moment to finally comprehend the situation. He gently tapped his forehead and, with a faint smile gracing his lips, remarked, "Oh, second brother. So this is what you were referring to." However, before he could finish his sentence, his expression shifted abruptly. The gentle smile vanished without a trace, replaced by a cold and disdainful demeanor. Ning Wuyou narrowed his eyes slightly, fixing a frosty gaze upon Ning Wuyou, his tone rigid and laced with evident mockery as he scoffed, "Humph. You dare to question me? You think you are worthy?" He deliberately emphasized the last three words, his icy glare sending a chill down the spine. Upon hearing Ning Wuyou's blatant derision, Ning Wuyou was consumed by the echo of those final three words. "You think you are worthy," which incessantly swirled in his mind. In a fit of rage, he bellowed, "Ning Wuyou, what makes you superior to me? By what right do you claim I am unworthy? You are merely an outcast, disregarded by both our father and mother, as well as our kin." At this juncture, Ning Wuyou erupted into manic laughter, as if he had lost his sanity. Even if you have endured in silence and concealed your cultivation, so what? Our father and mother still favor me above all. The throne of the heavenly emperor will be mine, and there will be no place for you, Ning Wuyou. Ha! Even if my cultivation is inferior to yours now, what of it? Once I ascend to the heavenly emperor's position, my prowess will reach heights you can only dream of. Are you finished? Ning Wuyou regarded him with an impassive expression, his tone so frigid it seemed to crystallize the moisture in the air. His deep-set eyes resembled a still, icy pond, devoid of any ripples. What? Do you not wish to hear more? He taunted. But it is of no consequence to you, even if you cover your ears. My words will seep into your heart like a ghost. You are nothing but a pitiful creature, unloved by your father and mother. Even if you possess remarkable talent and attain a high level of cultivation, what does it matter? Our father and mother will not even spare you a glance. Once upon a time, all their affection was lavished upon you. Yet now, why has it come to this? Are you not curious about the reasons behind this transformation? Ha! I shall not reveal it to you. Let you suffer in confusion and torment. After Ning Wu finished speaking, it seemed as if the long-suppressed resentment towards Ning Wuyou within him had finally found release, prompting him to laugh heartily and without restraint. His laughter was exceptionally jarring, imbued with a profound sense of sarcasm that sent a chill down one's spine. Meanwhile, Ning Wuyou, who stood silently beside him, pondered inwardly. Could there be some concealed truth that I am unaware of lurking beneath the surface? The words spoken by Ning Wu were akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly shattering the serene composure that Ning Wuyou had cultivated over the years in the face of any circumstance. At that moment, his emotions began to exhibit noticeable fluctuations, with a myriad of thoughts surging forth like a tidal wave. It was then that Mei Qing, who had steadfastly stood by Ning Wuyou's side, could no longer endure Ning Wu's brazen and overbearing demeanor. With her brows furrowed and her beautiful eyes wide with indignation, she coldly admonished Ning Wu, "Silence. Cease your nonsensical prattle. How dare you treat my lord with such unbridled disrespect?" Mei Qing's voice was crisp and resonant, imbued with an undeniable authority. Ning Wu paid no heed to Mei Qing, laughing heartily, which infuriated her to the point where she felt an urge to pierce him with her sword. At this moment, Ning Wuyou, shaken from his various thoughts, steadied his mind and approached Mei Qing with a faint smile, saying, "Why should you be angered by such a buffoon? He is merely a jester." Observing that his companion remained unfazed by Ning Wu's provocations, maintaining composure as if a mountain had crumbled before him, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Seeing Ning Wuyou's indifferent demeanor, Ning Wu could scarcely contain his irritation. "Third brother, do not feign calmness. I know you must be dying to uncover the mysteries behind this. Plead with me, and in a good mood, I might just share the secrets." He grinned widely after delivering his taunt. "Plead with you? Huh. There is nothing that can remain concealed from Ning Wuyou," he replied, slowly advancing towards Ning Wu. Sensing the impending confrontation, Ning Wu retreated, exclaiming, "What are you planning, third brother? This secret realm is under the watchful eye of the heavenly eye mirror arranged by Father. Everything within the secret realm is monitored, and those outside can see it as well. You have already incapacitated seventh brother. Do you dare to act against me? If you do anything reckless, no one will be able to protect you." As Ning Wu's words reached her ears, a deep worry clouded Mei Qing's beautiful face. Her large, glistening eyes fixed ahead, and involuntarily, she parted her cherry lips, calling out in a soft, anxious tone, "Young master." This call seemed to carry her heartfelt concern for Ning Wuyou, lingering in the air, refusing to dissipate. Hearing Mei Qing's worried voice, Ning Wuyou turned to give her a reassuring glance before continuing towards Ning Wu. In the outside world, at the entrance of the secret realm, an enormous, mirror-like object stood tall in the vast sky. This colossal mirror was unimaginably large, seemingly capable of reflecting the entire universe. It took an oval shape, quietly spanning the horizon, resembling an enormous eye perpetually open, radiating a mysterious glow. This astonishing mirror was indeed the heavenly eye mirror that Ning Wu had previously mentioned. Upon closer inspection, intricate and ancient patterns adorned the edges of the heavenly eye mirror. These patterns were complexly interwoven, forming an enigmatic design that seemed to harbor boundless power and secrets, with divine light flowing along them like a lively stream meandering through a valley. Through this heavenly eye mirror, one could observe every scene within the secret realm clearly. Whether it be towering mountains, deep valleys, or the hidden treasures and mysterious creatures within, all were visible. It served as a window into the unknown, revealing the secrets concealed within the depths of the secret realm. Beneath the mysterious heavenly eye mirror, numerous members of the Ning family stood, their expressions focused, their gazes locked onto the mirror, eager to glean every detail and change occurring within the secret realm. Suddenly, from an unknown corner of the crowd, a voice cried out, "Oh my, look, has the third prince gone mad with bloodlust? He is even willing to harm his own brother." This unexpected exclamation shattered the previously serene atmosphere like a stone cast into a still lake. Upon hearing this, the surrounding Ning family members erupted into a flurry of whispers, their attention drawn to the scenes within the heavenly eye mirror, speculating and murmuring in astonishment. A cacophony of conjectures, doubts, and gasps filled the air. At that moment, an esteemed elder of the clan sighed deeply, gazing at the projected scene within the heavenly eye mirror, and slowly remarked, "Alas, this third prince has kept his true self hidden. His cunning mind is truly difficult to fathom. I never imagined even we old ones would be so easily deceived. What a blunder." As the elder spoke, he shook his head in disappointment. Indeed, however, in my view, the third prince's bold and resolute approach is precisely the hallmark of a true hero, interjected a relatively young clan member, only to be met with disapproval from others. "Humph, a hero? His methods are cruel and ruthless. He has already incapacitated seventh prince and is now poised to strike down second prince. To me, this third prince is nothing more than a madman, utterly disregarding familial bonds. If he can so mercilessly turn against his own brothers, what hope is there for us, ordinary clan members?" One individual scoffed, his words laced with disdain for the third prince. In response to these words, a clan member who seemed to be an ardent admirer of Ning Wuyou retorted, "You know nothing. Both seventh and third princes targeted him first. Should the third prince simply endure the humiliation? In the immortal domain, strength reigns supreme. The weak must accept their fate of suffering." Hearing this, many clan members nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in his argument. In the immortal domain, it was a contest of strength, delineating the strong from the weak. With little regard for right or wrong, the strong set the rules, while the weak could only cling to the decrees established by the powerful. While the many clan members engaged in fervent discussions outside the secret realm, completely absorbed in the current topic, none noticed the words Ning Wu had directed at Ning Wuyou. All perceived his remarks as mere attempts to provoke Ning Wuyou, dismissing them without a second thought. In stark contrast, the colossal form of the heavenly emperor, resembling a mountain, subtly furrowed his brow, a fleeting ripple of concern crossing his otherwise tranquil visage, though it quickly returned to its original calm, eluding detection. Nevertheless, this brief change hinted at his contemplation and uncertainty. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Look, the third prince is about to make a move." Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze back to the heavenly eye mirror, where Ning Wuyou was slowly approaching Ning Wu, transmitting a message. "Since you are aware of the heavenly eye mirror's existence, you must understand that your words have reached his ears. I believe he will uncover certain truths." Realizing the implications of his earlier remarks, Ning Wu's face fell, panic washing over him as he stammered, "What I just said was merely to provoke you. I didn't expect you to take it seriously. You needn't question me through telepathy. I was just fabricating stories." His voice rang out loudly, as if fearing others might not hear. Seeing Ning Wu's desperate attempts at denial, Ning Wuyou regarded him as one would a jester, saying, "Enough of these futile efforts. Hand over the blood of the white tiger." Upon hearing this, Ning Wu was initially taken aback, exclaiming, "How do you know I possess the blood of the white tiger?" This matter was known only to a select few of his confidants, leaving him to wonder how Ning Wuyou had learned of it. A chill ran down his spine. Had one of his own revealed the secret to Ning Wuyou? Upon reflecting on this, Ning Wu began to privately speculate on who might have betrayed him. "Dear second brother, do you not recall what I just mentioned?" Ning Wuyou chuckled softly and continued, "I have long asserted that there is no secret I cannot unveil when I set my mind to it. Thus, dear brother, it would be wise for you to hand over the blood of the white tiger. Otherwise," here, Ning Wuyou intentionally paused, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He then added in a tone laced with veiled threat, "Surely, you are aware of the fate that befell our seventh brother? I would prefer not to resort to such measures with you, for we are, after all, brothers born of the same mother. As you so aptly put it, such a course of action would be rather undignified." Ning Wu's countenance shifted slightly, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. Yet, he feigned composure and retorted, "Third brother, what exactly do you intend to do? Do you truly dare to lay a hand on me?" However, The slight tremor in his voice betrayed his inner trepidation. At that moment, Ning Wuyou regarded him with disdain, casting a scornful glance and coldly remarking, "I have merely called you second brother out of familial courtesy. Should you continue to be ungrateful, I shall not hesitate to show you no mercy." With that, his gaze sharpened, as if it could pierce through flesh. Ning Wuyou then took a step forward, emanating a formidable aura that bore down on Ning Wu. "So, dear brother, shall we see if I truly dare?" The atmosphere around them grew tense, as if a storm were on the verge of erupting. Realizing that Ning Wuyou might genuinely be prepared to strike, Ning Wu felt it unwise to gamble. The stakes were too high, and he could not afford to end up like the seventh prince, forever reduced to a mere shadow of his former self. Reluctantly, Ning Wu retrieved a softly glowing porcelain vial from his storage ring. He gently tapped the vial, and a drop of blood, shimmering with a crimson hue, soared into the air, swirling majestically. This drop of vivid blood hung suspended, resembling a dazzling ruby, radiating an aura that was both captivating and unsettling. Upon closer inspection, one could observe an enigmatic pattern shimmering upon its surface, reminiscent of the most ancient and profound runes of the cosmos. Suddenly, an indescribably potent energy surged forth from the droplet, akin to a violent torrent sweeping across the space around them. Alongside this energy came an overwhelming aura of bloodlust, palpable and chilling, sending shivers down the spine. It was as if the very essence of hellish specters roared forth, echoing with the wrath of ancient war gods, imbued with endless malice and authority, spreading ominously in all directions. Truly, the blood of the white tiger is deserving of its reputation. Even I am tempted by its allure. Were it not for the allure of the flying immortal pool, I might have consumed it myself. Ning Wuyou shook his head, dismissively allowing the white tiger's blood to return to the porcelain vial. After reluctantly relinquishing the precious blood, Ning Wuyou's face was etched with reluctance and anguish. Yet he steeled himself to turn away. However, just as he began to pivot, a soft voice suddenly pierced the air. "Are you truly prepared to leave?" Though the voice was gentle, it carried an invisible weight, halting Ning Wuyou in his tracks. Slowly, he turned back to see Ning Wuyou gazing at him with an inscrutable expression. Ning Wuyou felt a tightening in his chest, uncertain of what Ning Wuyou's words implied. Could it be that he had other demands? With this thought, Ning Wu's expression darkened, and suppressing his unease, he mustered the courage to inquire, "Third brother, what more do you desire? I have already given you the blood of the white tiger. What do I desire? Naturally, it is to eliminate you. You have become of no value to me." Ning Wuyou replied coldly, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his demeanor. Upon perceiving the danger emanating from Ning Wuyou, Ning Wu broke into a cold sweat and hastily exclaimed, "Third brother, do you not wish to understand why our father and mother have suddenly altered their attitude towards you? If you spare my life, I shall reveal all these secrets to you." As he spoke, he retreated, nearly reaching the edge of the river, swallowing hard before adding, "Moreover, if you were to kill me, our father and mother would not let you off easily. They are watching everything here." The outside world was observing the events unfolding in the heavenly eye mirror, and upon hearing Ning Wu's words, the onlookers began to murmur among themselves, some instinctively glancing toward the colossal form of the heavenly emperor. Within the secret realm, upon hearing Ning Wu's statement, Ning Wuyou slowly shook his head and chuckled softly. "You might as well take your secrets with you to the grave. You have become rather bothersome to me. As for our father and mother, they are no longer of consequence." Having concluded his words, Ning Wuyou pointed decisively at Ning Wu. Realizing that Ning Wuyou was about to unleash that devastating move again, Ning Wu was overcome with terror, crying out, "Father, save me." Just as that fatal finger was about to make contact with Ning Wu, a shocking scene unfolded. A thunderous roar echoed, as if the entire secret realm quaked in response. The individuals still within the realm looked up in fear, witnessing the once tranquil sky being violently torn apart by an irresistible force, revealing a vast and profound rift before them. Following this, an enormous hand, vast enough to obscure the sun, slowly emerged from the fissure. This hand emanated a chilling aura, each finger as thick as colossal pillars, with a mysterious light shimmering in its palm. In a flash, it lunged toward Ning Wu with tremendous force. Under the immense and terrifying pressure, Ning Wu had no time to react before being ensnared by the colossal hand. As the hand tightened its grip, Ning Wu's figure gradually faded from sight, as if drawn into an unknown realm. Once the gigantic hand departed with Ning Wu, the sky of the secret realm began to mend itself slowly. The gaping fissure shrank progressively, eventually returning to its original state, as if what had transpired moments ago were merely a fleeting dream. Yet, everyone present was acutely aware that the scene they had just witnessed was not an illusion, but a tangible reality that had indeed occurred. As the massive hand appeared, Ning Wuyou halted, fully aware that it was his royal father intervening. He slowly raised his gaze towards the direction from which the colossal hand vanished and remarked softly, "It appears you truly show favoritism." Meanwhile, those clansmen who had witnessed the unfolding events fell into a hushed silence, exchanging glances and murmuring cautiously amongst themselves. They lowered their voices, fearful that their words might summon unforeseen calamities, yet they could not suppress their astonishment and emotions. At this moment, one clan member whispered, "It seems the second prince has indeed won the favor of the celestial emperor, even receiving the invaluable last drop of the white tiger's essence, allowing him to enter the immortal pool for a rebirth." However, the second prince was also quite unfortunate. Not only was the white tiger's essence seized by the third prince, but he nearly lost his life at the hands of the third prince. Had it not been for the celestial emperor's supreme power tearing apart the secret realm to rescue him, the second prince would have certainly met a fate akin to that of the seventh prince today. Another clansman joined the conversation, quietly lamenting the fate of the seventh prince. "It appears our emperor is indeed biased. In stark contrast, the seventh prince has suffered terribly. Even after his downfall, the celestial emperor did not intervene." The one who had spoken before expressed a hint of regret. "Have you lost your mind? How dare you openly criticize his majesty? If you wish to perish, do not drag us down with you. Quickly step aside and meet your doom alone, lest we all suffer the consequences." With this low, furious admonition, the crowd dispersed as if fleeing a plague, swiftly distancing themselves from the individual who had dared to speak against the emperor. In the blink of an eye, the area around that person became eerily vacant, creating a strange vacuum. At that moment, the one who had spoken felt a chilling sensation rise from his spine, spreading throughout his body. He gazed around in terror at the faces avoiding him, filled with regret. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, quickly soaking his back, leaving him in a state of utter disarray, as if he had just emerged from water. Within the secret realm, Mei Qing observed Ning Wuyou lost in thought at the fissure, and she gently approached him, linking her arm with his in a gesture of comfort. "My lord, do not dwell too much on this. Surely, the celestial emperor and empress have their reasons." Hearing Mei Qing's comforting words, Ning Wuyou gave a self-deprecating smile. "These matters have long ceased to hold significance for me. Let us proceed. Qing'er, we must visit the immortal pool and behold the legendary white tiger." With that, Ning Wuyou directed his steps toward the abyss that resembled a black hole. Noticing the self-mocking tone in Ning Wuyou's voice, Mei Qing's eyes reflected a hint of sorrow as she quietly gazed at his receding figure, her heart stirring with emotion. Biting her lip, she hastened to catch up with him. As they approached the black hole, a powerful force emanated from within, as if it sought to consume everything. Mei Qing felt a pang of anxiety, but seeing Ning Wuyou disappear into the abyss, she summoned her courage and pressed on. Eventually, they both stepped into the boundless darkness. Once Ning Wuyou and Mei Qing entered the abyss-like black hole, the onlookers outside the secret realm lost sight of them. "Why can't we see the third prince and the others?" One clan member, who had been closely monitoring Ning Wuyou's movements, voiced his confusion, a sentiment echoed by many around him. In response, an elder clan member stepped forward to clarify. "The location of the immortal pool is beyond the gaze of the celestial mirror." "Why is that?" the gathered clansmen inquired, perplexed. Upon noticing the curiosity of the crowd, the elder felt a rush of pride, his vanity momentarily satisfied. He gestured for silence and continued, "Long ago, our clan's great emperor made a pact with the white tiger deity, agreeing that the deity would guard the immortal pool for 100,000 years in exchange for its freedom, to prevent outsiders from prying into the immortal pool's location. The emperor established a barrier. Thus, even the celestial mirror, a treasure capable of reflecting the heavens, cannot penetrate the secrets of the immortal pool." As the elder revealed this hidden truth, the surrounding clansmen, already in awe of their legendary emperor, were filled with even greater reverence for his might. Marveling at the emperor's extraordinary power, time lost its meaning as they traversed the bottomless, ink-black void. Just as Mei Qing began to feel anxious and was about to inquire about Ning Wuyou, a faint glimmer of light appeared ahead. Ning Wuyou immediately activated his divine fire clone, vanishing from their previous location. In an instant, they found themselves in a vast, magnificent cavern. Upon entering the mysterious cave, They were greeted by an overwhelming surge of primal energy, as if it were a tidal wave crashing upon them. However, surprisingly, apart from the pervasive and almost tangible essence in the air, the only sight before them was a tranquil pool of water, as still as a mirror. The pool, neither too large nor too small, occupied the center of the cavern, as if it were the very heart of the space. Its waters shimmered with an extraordinary golden hue, vibrant and striking, resembling melted gold slowly coalescing. The golden liquid seemed to flow around a hexagram pattern, pulsating with dazzling brilliance, so radiant that it was almost blinding. "My lord, look at that golden pool ahead. It must be the fabled immortal pool," Mei Qing exclaimed, her voice trembling with excitement as she pointed towards the distant shimmering waters. Ning Wuyou followed Mei Qing's gesture and gazed in the indicated direction. He nodded slightly and, with a faint smile, replied, "Indeed, judging by the surrounding environment and the abundant essence of heaven and earth, it perfectly aligns with the characteristics of the legendary Facian pool recorded in our clan's ancient texts. This must undoubtedly be the fabled Facian pool." However, as their eyes scanned the area, they found no trace of the mythical white tiger. A frown creased Ning Wuyou's brow, and a hint of perplexity crept into his heart as he murmured softly, "Strange, according to the scriptures, the white tiger was meant to guard this place as per our original agreement. Yet, where could it possibly be hiding now?" Hearing her young master's confusion, Mei Qing brushed a strand of hair from her forehead and replied with a smile, "My lord, since the white tiger is not present, we can conveniently save a drop of its precious blood." Ning Wuyou shook his head, remarking, "It is not that simple." As the two engaged in conversation, a thunderous roar echoed from an unknown source, reverberating throughout the vast cavern. The sound was so overwhelming that it seemed to permeate every corner of the cave, threatening to shatter the composure of those with fragile spirits. Fortunately, both Ning Wuyou and Mei Qing possessed formidable cultivation levels. Otherwise, they might have been gravely injured. "White Tiger, do you not intend to reveal yourself and meet this esteemed presence?" Ning Wuyou called out, directing his gaze toward a shadowy wall of the cave. "Humph! Such audacity for a mere child. You are the first to presume to address me as esteemed presence. Even your ancestors of the Ning clan would not dare to speak so boldly," came the reply, once again accompanied by the same resounding roar. The speaker was none other than the legendary white tiger, one of the 4 divine beasts, known for its prowess in battle. "Merely a cage beast, yet you dare to bark." Ning Wuyou waved his sleeve dismissively, his tone indifferent. Infuriated by Ning Wuyou's scornful words, the white tiger roared, "Ah, you dare to insult me, young one? Do you believe I would not devour you at this very moment? Devour me? Ah, if you possess such ability, then come forth. Do not keep me waiting," Ning Wuyou retorted, his sarcasm palpable, as if the once mighty white tiger from 100 millennia ago held no significance in his eyes. As soon as Ning Wuyou's words fell, the cavern was enveloped in a cacophony of the white tiger's furious roars, reverberating like thunder in the stampede of 1,000 horses, laden with immense pressure and ferocity. Each roar felt like a hammer striking against the hearts of Ning Wuyou and Mei Qing, instilling fear and dread within them. Accompanied by the heart-stopping roars of the white tiger, the entire cave began to tremble violently. The stone walls swayed precariously, and debris fell from above, sending clouds of dust into the air. The ground beneath them seemed to lose its support, causing them to sway unsteadily as if they might collapse. Mei Qing, standing nearby, turned as pale as a ghost. Her head throbbed, and her vision blurred under the onslaught of the white tiger's roars, which struck her soul like an invisible hammer, leaving her dizzy and swaying. Just as she was about to lose her footing and fall, Ning Wuyou, quick-witted and nimble, extended a finger and gently tapped her forehead. In an instant, a wave of refreshing energy flowed from his fingertip into Mei Qing, akin to a clear spring nourishing parched earth, soothing her frayed nerves. Her nearly shattered consciousness began to regain clarity, her body restored to equilibrium, allowing her to stand firm and avoid the potential injuries of a fall. Observing that this young man not only remained unscathed but could also assist others in stabilizing their spirits, the white tiger felt an unexpected astonishment. Despite being trapped for 100,000 years and his cultivation diminished, he never expected that a mere youth of around 20 could withstand such a force. His recent roar had been imbued with a soul attack. Could this young man have reached the supreme realm? Impossible. How could that be? Ning Wuyou's spirit had not yet ascended to the supreme realm, however. The white tiger divine beast could hardly fathom that Ning Wuyou possessed the primordial treasure known as the Hongmeng Purple Chi Pearl, which nurtured his spirit within its depths. Thus, The white tiger's spiritual assault proved utterly futile against Ning Wuyou. After a brief contemplation, the white tiger, realizing it was at an impasse, feigned an air of authority and declared, "Young one, what you just experienced was merely a minor admonition from me. Now, surrender your blood essence, and you may enter the immortal pool for 3 hours at your discretion." Despite the previous formidable and earth-shattering spiritual onslaught, it failed to leave even the slightest impact on Ning Wuyou. Although currently ensnared and confined, the divine beast was determined to uphold its innate majesty and dominance. That sense of pride and nobility, deeply rooted in its bloodline, could not be diminished or desecrated in the slightest. "Oh, is that so? Weren't you just eager to consume me? I am still awaiting that moment. So do hurry up," Ning Wuyou remarked, a slight smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he gazed at the dark wall. Seeing that he had provided an opportunity for the young man to respond, the white tiger was incensed, contemplating self-destruction to take Ning Wuyou down with it, its teeth grinding audibly. Yet, it still endeavored to maintain the dignity of a divine beast and solemnly stated, "I have already given you a small reprimand, considering your ancestor. I shall not hold this against you further. Quickly, present your blood essence so that you may enter the immortal pool." "Ah, what is this? You've been trapped here by your ancestor for 100,000 years, and now you feel a bond with him? Was it not your own clan's ancestor who imprisoned you here? Yet you speak of this as if it were in honor of your ancestor. Surely, your mind has been dulled by your confinement," Ning Wuyou retorted, feigning shock with a hint of sarcasm. You. The white tiger's eyes widened in fury, uttering the word "you" thrice with a voice so thunderous it seemed capable of shattering the surrounding air. In a hidden, unseen corner, its already massive form trembled with rage, its white fur bristling like steel needles. Clearly, Ning Wuyou's words had utterly provoked the ferocious beast. At that moment, the white tiger was engulfed in boundless wrath and indignation. Were it not for some powerful force binding it, it would have lunged at Ning Wuyou and torn him to shreds. Alas, reality was harsh. Despite its earth-shattering power, it found itself trapped, forced to witness Ning Wuyou's provocations with helpless eyes. Should there come a day when it could successfully extricate itself from this predicament, the white tiger vowed to make Ning Wuyou pay dearly. At that time, even if it were to rend him 1,000 times over, the depths of its resentment would remain unresolved. "Enough with your incessant you. Let us get to the matter at hand. I have no time to waste with you," Ning Wuyou interjected, his brow furrowing, revealing a clear impatience upon his countenance. No sooner had he spoken than the white tiger trembled with rage, muttering incessantly, "You insolent child! How dare you speak to me in such a manner? This is an egregious affront. An egregious affront indeed. Once I am free, I shall ensure you are torn asunder, ground to dust, and left to suffer endlessly." At this juncture, the white tiger was thoroughly irate, its emotions teetering on the brink of chaos, as if it might erupt at any moment. Observing this tumult from the side, Mei Qing could not suppress a soft laugh. Internally, she mused, "Oh dear. This is simply too amusing. Here stands one of the 4 revered divine beasts, the white tiger, reduced to such a state by a mere few words from the young master. I wonder how long it will take before it truly loses its wits and becomes a silly fool." If the white tiger were aware of Mei Qing's thoughts, it might very well disregard its own life and choose self-destruction, taking Ning Wuyou and Mei Qing with it to satiate its fury. Seeing that the white tiger was on the verge of losing control and fearing the consequences of a self-detonation, Ning Wuyou adopted a serious tone to pacify the agitated beast. "You are so eager to obtain this drop of original blood essence because you wish to restore your full power, am I right? Having already acquired 2 drops. The absence of this final one would significantly diminish your strength. Am I correct?" Upon hearing Ning Wuyu's words, the white tiger, though still enraged, forced itself to calm down. It replied in a deep voice, "That is correct. I might as well tell you that I only need this one last drop of original blood essence to fully restore my power. Once I have integrated it, I will be able to break free from my imprisonment when the 10,000-year term is up." Calculating the time, there are only a little over a dozen years left until the seal on my body is lifted. "The first thing I will do upon my release is to kill you, you despicable wretch." Undeterred by the white tiger's threat, Ning Wuyou remained unconcerned, knowing that he had more than a decade to prepare. If he couldn't handle a mere white tiger divine beast, then he wouldn't be Ning Wuyou. "Does this original blood essence have anything to do with my entry into the immortal ascension pool? If I don't give you this drop, can I still enter the pool? It seems you can't stop me," Ning Wuyou probed. "Humph. Refuse to give me the original blood essence? You can try entering the immortal ascension pool and see what happens," The white tiger divine beast scoffed. Don't blame me for not warning you. But this immortal ascension pool is formed from the purest gung metal energy in the world. Without my original blood essence to absorb the pool's metallic and lethal aura, anyone who forcibly enters will have their body pierced by this aura, turning them into a mad and who knows only slaughter. Hearing the white tiger divine beast's explanation, Ning Wuyou finally understood why the white tiger's blood essence was key to entering the immortal ascension pool. With this in mind, Ning Wuyou continued to inquire. The heavenly revelation secret realm opens once every 300 years, and even my clan's great emperor only took 3 drops of your original blood essence. Based on this 300-year cycle, you should have already obtained all of your original blood essence, as each time the secret realm opens. There should be clansmen bringing your blood essence to seek the immortal ascension pool, right? Ignorant whelp. After Ning Wuyou took my 3 drops of original blood essence, he sealed each drop with different restrictions. 1 drop can only be unsealed after 33,000 years, another after 66,000 years, and the last drop, the one in your hands, can only be unsealed after 99,000 years, the white tiger divine beast resentfully explained. From the white tiger divine beast's explanation, Ning Wuyou understood why only 2 of the 3 drops of original blood essence had been used thus far. It seemed that the great emperor had planned the timing meticulously, as the white tiger divine beast was sealed for 10,000 years. If the white tiger divine beast had obtained all of its original blood essence prematurely, it might have broken through the seal and escaped, which would have been a great loss. It was evident that the great emperor had thought far ahead. Ning Wuyou also learned the name of his clan's great emperor from the white tiger divine beast, Ning Wuyou. Then how exactly should I use this original blood essence to dissolve the gung metal-killing aura within the immortal ascension pool? Ning Wuyou frowned slightly and asked again. Hearing Ning Wuyu's question, the white tiger divine beast took a deep breath, striving to calm its turbulent emotions. It then coldly harumphed, Didn't you see the 6-pointed star array patterns shimmering in the pool? Ning Wuyou cast a glance towards the Feishian pool, where the tranquil, mirror-like golden waters emanated a mysterious radiance, as the 6-pointed star pattern shimmered gently. With a slight nod, she offered a brief acknowledgement. However, the white tiger deity was evidently still struggling to quell the fury that simmered within. It restrained its anger and indignantly articulated, You merely need to place my source blood at the very center of that 6-pointed star formation. Once the blood descends, the formation will commence its own circulation. As the formation operates, my source blood will gradually absorb all the slaying aura contained within this pool of water. When the blood has successfully assimilated all the slaying aura, it will follow the trajectory of the 6-pointed star formation and return to my body. After speaking, the white tiger could not help but snort derisively and added, Young one, do not entertain the notion of forcibly reclaiming the blood once it has absorbed the slaying aura. That is utterly impossible given your current strength. However, I see you possess quite the audacity. Perhaps you should give it a try. Who knows, you might succeed, haha. Upon hearing the white tiger's words, Ning Wuyou furrowed her brow, realizing that her intentions had been discerned. Truly an old fox that never dies is a cunning thief. Indeed, those who live long are all wily creatures, even their eyebrows are devoid of substance. Ning Wuyou squinted at the white tiger's confined position and softly remarked, Haha. Young one, you are rather cautious. Most would likely be unable to withstand such a temptation. To gain my source blood and the transformation of the Feishian pool, what joy would there not be in that? Perhaps I am truly deceiving you. You might want to give it a try, the white tiger laughed heartily. I have no habit of wagering my life. Ning Wuyou waved her sleeve and remarked, I have another question for you. Will the lethal aura of the gung metal in the Feishian pool re-emerge after your primordial blood has absorbed it completely? Indeed. You are quite astute, replied the white tiger. No matter the method employed to dispel the lethal aura within the Feishian pool, it will inevitably return to saturate the entire pool once more, precisely 3 hours later. Thus, you have but 3 hours to act. Upon hearing the white tiger's elucidation regarding the Feishian pool and primordial blood, Ning Wuyou relaxed her brow and smiled. You have been rather forthright, not deceiving me at all. Your explanations align perfectly with the records of my clan, and you even provided additional insights. Should I not express my gratitude? You are indeed cautious, the white tiger retorted. You doubt my words, yet you also seem to dismiss your own clan's records. Isn't it more credible when the family records corroborate what you, a legendary white tiger, have stated? Ning Wuyou replied slowly. How eloquent. Yet, I perceive that you trust no one, not even your closest kin, the white tiger teased mockingly. Ning Wuyou, seemingly unfazed by the scornful remarks directed at her, replied slowly, "If I had placed too much trust in others, I would not have survived to this day." "Humph, your words are indeed grandiloquent." The white tiger snorted disdainfully. "How I conduct myself is of no concern to a beast like you, who barks and brays in such a manner." After delivering her retort, Ning Wuyou turned her attention to the hexagram patterns within the flying immortal pool, disregarding the furious outbursts of the white tiger deity. Meanwhile, Mei Qing stifled a laugh, observing the unfolding scene. "Our young master is truly domineering. This white tiger is indeed unfortunate to encounter him. It may very well perish from anger before even escaping its plight." Ning Wuyou stood beside the flying immortal pool, wholly absorbed in the intricate hexagram pattern reflected in the water. He observed it intently for quite some time, endeavoring to decipher the rhythmic workings and the latent power concealed within this enigmatic formation. After a brief moment, he retrieved a porcelain vial containing the primordial essence of the white tiger's blood from his storage ring. Gently, he touched the vial with his fingertip, and in an instant, an invisible force surged forth from his digit. With a sharp crack, the vial shattered, dispersing into countless minuscule fragments upon the ground. Yet, an astonishing scene unfolded. The white tiger's blood, which had been quietly resting within the vial, seemed to respond to a powerful magnetic pull, soaring into the air like a crimson rainbow, and darting straight toward the center of the hexagram pattern. At the precise moment the blood of the white tiger made contact with the hexagram, the entire flying immortal pool trembled violently. A torrent of ferocious, bloodthirsty energy erupted, akin to a long-imprisoned primal beast striving to break free, thrashing wildly within the confines of the pool. As this murderous aura surged back and forth, the hexagram pattern began to rotate at an imperceptible speed. Simultaneously, the drop of white tiger's blood rapidly absorbed the overwhelming killing intent emanating from the pool. Witnessing this spectacle, even the typically unflappable Ning Wuyou could not help but exclaim in astonishment. This ferocity is truly formidable. Without the white tiger's primordial essence to suppress and absorb it, even a newly ascended supreme being might find their soul overwhelmed in an instant, transforming into a relentless killing machine. Beside him, Mei Qing was equally terrified, her face pale and her body trembling. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the tumult of the flying immortal pool gradually subsided, and the hexagram ceased its motion. Though the white tiger's blood had mysteriously vanished from its center, Ning Wuyou pondered to himself, "It appears the white tiger's blood has returned to its rightful vessel. That fleeting flash of red must signify its reabsorption." At that moment, the voice of the white tiger echoed, "Arrogant Junior, you have a mere 3 hours to cultivate within the flying immortal pool. Should you miss this opportunity, there may not be another. My primordial essence shall not aid you again." After imparting this warning, the white tiger fell silent, as if Ning Wuyou had been completely erased from its realm. In truth, the white tiger's visit to caution Ning Wuyou stemmed not from goodwill, but from a profound disdain for him. Ning Wuyou's words were laced with a venomous quality, each utterance piercing Baihu's very core like a sharpened dart, rendering him almost incapable of bearing it. Baihu surmised that were Ning Wuyou to linger for even a moment longer, he might succumb to the overwhelming rage within, choosing self-destruction as a means to obliterate his tormentor. This sentiment, once conceived, began to propagate within Baihu's consciousness with unrestrained abandon. Reason, however, ultimately prevailed over impulse. Baihu was acutely aware that the present juncture was not opportune for a confrontation with Ning Wuyou. He could only suppress his seething animosity, silently imploring that Ning Wuyou swiftly acquire the boon of the flying immortal pool and promptly depart from this locale. Once Ning Wuyou was gone, Baihu could dedicate himself to devising a means of extricating himself from his predicament. When that moment arrived, retribution would be his, and he would assuredly tear the object of his loathing limb from limb, thus assuaging the hatred that consumed him. Ning Wuyou remained impervious to Baihu's feigned well-wishing, as though it were mere background noise. He was, by nature, circumspect in his actions, meticulously deliberating each undertaking to ensure its flawless execution. Only when he observed that the flying immortal pool was devoid of any residual aura of strife did a sense of reassurance settle within him. Thereupon, he pivoted gracefully to face Mei Qing, who stood behind him with an ethereal grace, and softly spoke. "Qinger, this place is an exceptional sanctuary for cultivation, imbued with an extraordinarily dense concentration of primal celestial energies. Such abundance is seldom encountered in the outside world. Therefore, devote yourself to cultivation here without reservation." Upon hearing these words, Mei Qing nodded demurely, responding, "Indeed, Qing'er shall heed your instructions, my lord, and diligently cultivate here, awaiting your return." With this, she bestowed upon Ning Wuyou a radiant smile, as resplendent and captivating as the efflorescence of spring blossoms. With all arrangements finalized, Ning Wuyou hesitated no longer. In a fleeting instant, his form descended directly into the flying immortal pool. At the very moment of Ning Wuyou's immersion, the once tranquil waters stirred to life, emitting a soft, resonant hum. Subsequently, the enigmatic hexagonal star patterns encircling the flying immortal pool commenced a rapid, dizzying rotation, mirroring their previous activity. In an instant, a brilliant radiance erupted, illuminating the entirety of the flying immortal pool with an almost blinding intensity. As Ning Wuyou immersed himself in the celestial immersion pool, an immensely potent, intensely yang essence surged through every pore, akin to a breached dam unleashing a torrential flood. The fiery essence threatened to engulf him entirely. Startled, Ning Wuyou instinctively responded by assuming a meditative posture, circulating his inner energy with great celerity throughout his meridians. The yang essence intertwined and clashed with his own inner energy, resulting in the expulsion of minute impurities from his flawless physique. His inner energy cycled continuously, propelled by the potent essence. During this process, Ning Wuyou relinquished control over his corporeal form, becoming a mere observer. This unprecedented lack of control engendered a sense of unease within him. As the expulsion of impurities increased, Ning Wuyou's body began to radiate a divine luminescence, illuminating the celestial immersion pool with celestial brilliance. Mei Qing, disturbed from her cultivation, beheld Ning Wuyou seated serenely amidst the radiant glow, his handsome features captivating her. Upon the complete elimination of the final trace of impurity, Ning Wuyou experienced a profound sensation, regaining dominion over his body. Without hesitation, he closed his eyes, focusing inward to examine himself. He was elated to discover that the celestial immersion pool had rejuvenated him. His already formidable physique had become virtually indestructible, imbued with boundless power. His spirit had also undergone significant enhancement, radiating an awe-inspiring aura within his sea of consciousness. Incredible, Ning Wuyou murmured, marveling at the celestial immersion pool's capacity to purify him anew, perfecting both his physical and spiritual form. This transformation transcended mere metamorphosis, elevating his very existence. Ning Wuyou sensed the surging energy coursing through his body, invigorating every part of him. His speed, strength, and reflexes had undergone a profound transformation. After undergoing the purifying baptism of the celestial and vigorous aura within the Feishan pool, Ning Wuyou emerged even more flawless than before he first stepped into that enigmatic realm. His skin, visage, and demeanor exhibited not even the slightest hint of imperfection. Should an unfamiliar outsider happen to encounter Ning Wuyou at this moment, they would undoubtedly be awestruck by the extraordinary aura he radiates. They would unhesitatingly conclude that this graceful and ethereal figure before them must be a legendary immortal descended from the heavens. After experiencing the tremendous transformation brought about by the cleansing of his marrow, Ning Wuyou instinctively waved his arm gently, feeling the surge of newfound power coursing through his muscles and bones. He pondered privately, although my cultivation has not achieved a significant breakthrough, the sheer strength of this newly reborn body should be sufficient to easily suppress even those formidable beings at the level of a god king. No longer would I need to expend such immense effort, like when I faced Ning Wu's followers, to unleash my divine technique, the celestial finger, just to eliminate them. At this very moment, Ning Wuyou felt an overwhelming urge to immediately venture out and seek a god king to engage in a fierce contest, to test whether a single punch from this powerful physique could shatter them outright. As this thought crossed his mind, his eyes sparkled with excitement and a combative glint. After savoring the delightful sensations brought by his physical transformation for a while, he was overcome with profound shock and awe. He finally understood why even the exalted emperor, who commanded the world, would place such great importance on the enigmatic immortal pool. Ning Wuyou felt as if every cell in his body was being nourished by a powerful yet gentle force, rendering his already perfect physique indestructible and brimming with boundless energy. Moreover, this power did not merely reside on the surface. It penetrated deeply into his very marrow, bringing about a radical transformation that affected him from the inside out. As time passed, he also noticed that his perception of the surrounding environment had grown increasingly acute. Even the softest breeze brushing against his face or a single leaf gently falling to the ground could be detected with clarity, deepening his understanding of the wonders of the immortal pool. Meanwhile, Mei Qing, who was captivated by the scene, remained fixated on Ning Wuyou, her bright eyes sparkling like stars, unwilling to tear her gaze away from him. At that moment, the pool, which had been radiating a dazzling golden light, had inexplicably become crystal clear, resembling a vast mirror of purest crystal that reflected everything around it with clarity. Suddenly, Ning Wuyou's figure flashed like a bolt of lightning, leaping swiftly from the immortal pool and landing gracefully beside Mei Qing. This unexpected movement startled Mei Qing, who was lost in her daydreams, causing her to let out a shriek and tremble slightly. Once she regained her composure, Mei Qing gazed at Ning Wuyou with wide-eyed astonishment, stammering, "Young master, your transformation is truly remarkable." Amused by Mei Qing's exaggerated expression, Ning Wuyou chuckled softly, reaching out to gently tease her petite, delicate nose. His lips curling into a tender smile as he playfully remarked, "What? Do you mean to say that I have changed so much?" Mei Qing quickly shook her head, eager to clarify, No. Your appearance remains as striking as ever, just as handsome as before. It's just that I can't quite articulate it, but you seem to exude an indescribable charm that is even more enchanting now." As she spoke, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks, rendering her as adorable as a ripe apple. Upon hearing her words, Ning Wuyou shook his head gently, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he replied, "I have just undergone a profound transformation at the immortal pool, hence the significant changes you perceive." Upon hearing this, Mei Qing's eyes widened in surprise. Her mouth slightly agape as she exclaimed, "Oh, so that's it. No wonder you seem so different from before. Not only is your demeanor more extraordinary, but your looks appear to have been meticulously sculpted, rendering you even more strikingly handsome, utterly mesmerizing." As she spoke, her cheeks flushed again, and she lowered her gaze. Just as the two were engrossed in conversation, a thunderous roar from the white tiger echoed from afar. "Ignorant youth, since you have already obtained immense fortune from the immortal pool, why do you linger here? Depart at once." Clearly, the white tiger was exceedingly agitated, wishing nothing more than for Ning Wuyou to vanish from its sight without delay, even for a mere moment. However, undeterred by the white tiger's vehement insistence, Ning Wuyou merely smiled, his lips curving into a mischievous grin as he responded leisurely, "If you would generously bestow upon me a few drops of your invaluable white tiger essence blood, I would gladly take my leave without hesitation. Surely, this request is not excessive." With that, he crossed his arms, observing the direction of the white tiger with an air of casualness. Indeed, scarcely had Ning Wuyou's words settled when a colossal roar erupted, resonating through the cavern like thunder, causing the surrounding walls to tremble. "Impudent, arrogant fool, begone at once. Do not linger here with your nonsensical prattle. Or else what? Do tell." Ning Wuyou replied with a playful smirk, his expression teasing as he regarded the white tiger before him. In the slightly provocative gaze of Ning Wuyou, a glimmer of cunning sparkled, as if he were deliberately inciting his opponent. Upon hearing Ning Wuyou's words, the white tiger trembled with rage, a fierce inferno igniting within his heart. He could scarcely believe the audacity of this junior, who exhibited such arrogance, completely disregarding his authority. At that moment, even the white tiger began to doubt his own sanity. For, the instant Ning Wuyou's words escaped his lips, an uncontrollable fury surged within him, nearly overwhelming him to the point of self-detonation to release his pent-up wrath. Seeing the white tiger rendered speechless by his provocation, Ning Wuyou recognized the need for moderation. If the divine beast were to lose his sanity, it would spell disaster. With a faint smile, Ning Wuyou said, "Enough, I was merely jesting. Now, I must take my leave. Will you not emerge from the shadows to allow me a glimpse of your majestic form?" "Humph. If I could emerge, I would have already dispatched you," the white tiger retorted, his voice seething with barely contained fury. His eyes, already filled with majesty, now blazed with an inferno, as though he could incinerate the intruder through the very walls that confined him. Gritting his teeth, he hissed, "Should I break free, I would tear you to shreds. How dare you challenge my dignity? Mark my words, when I shatter this accursed imprisonment and reclaim the light of day, your life will be the first I seek." As he spoke, the white tiger struggled to suppress the tumult of rage boiling within him, yet the fierce energy continued to surge forth like relentless ocean waves. Meanwhile, Ning Wuyou appeared utterly unfazed by the white tiger's vehement declarations, contemplating in silence. his piercing gaze fixated on the dark corner where the beast was concealed. Realizing that it was the very prison that held the white tiger captive, it seemed that the emperor had indeed anticipated every detail, not only sealing the white tiger within but also encasing his lair in layers of enchantment, likely to prevent any nefarious souls from liberating him. Even should the white tiger's powers be restrained by the emperor's seal, his physical strength alone would be formidable enough to overwhelm even the mightiest of foes. I await your arrival with bated breath. I sincerely hope you do not disappoint, Ning Wuyou concluded, dismissing the raging white tiger. He then departed the cave, leaving the darkness behind, and emerged back into the light. As he returned to the surface, the numerous clansmen, who had been intently observing every movement within the secret realm, instantly recognized his presence. "Look, the third prince has emerged from the secret realm," exclaimed one of the onlookers, prompting a ripple of excitement that spread like wildfire among the crowd. They hurriedly gathered around the viewing mirror, eager to behold the esteemed figure of the third prince. Standing tall and dignified, Ning Wuyou exuded an aura of transformation, though his visage remained largely unchanged from when he had entered the secret realm. Yet, the unique aura and grace surrounding him suggested a metamorphosis akin to rebirth. "Surely, the third prince has encountered tremendous fortune within the celestial pool," remarked an elderly, respected clansman. Stroking his beard, his words served as an anchor, silencing the previously tumultuous chatter among the crowd, who nodded in agreement, collectively sensing the inexplicable change in Ning Wuyou. As the crowd marveled at Ning Wuyou's transformation, a pair of sinister eyes lurked in the shadows, fixated on him with hatred. "Wait for me, third brother. The humiliation you have inflicted upon me shall be repaid tenfold. The day you emerge from the secret realm will be the day your calamity begins." This figure, of course, was Ning Wu, who had been rescued from the clutches of the secret realm by the emperor himself. The memory of nearly being slain by Ning Wuyou gnawed at him, fueling his rage. Meanwhile, beneath a towering, steep mountain, Ning Tianyi panted heavily, appearing somewhat disheveled, as if he had just endured a fierce battle. Once he regained his composure, he looked up at the mountain peak and sighed. "At last, I have found you." After parting ways with Ning Wuyou, he had followed his instructions to seek out someone named Ning Wuyou, initially believing it to be a simple task. However, he had encountered relentless pursuers along the way. Ning Tianyi had intended to inquire among the clansmen about Ning Wujiao's identity before tracking him down. Yet, to his dismay, every individual he approached responded with ignorance of such a person's existence. Ning Tianyi traversed the secret realm, persistently inquiring about his objectives. When he encountered amiable clansmen, they would graciously respond before departing. However, upon meeting those of a less congenial disposition, they would unsheathe their blades before Ning Tianyi could even utter a word, demanding he relinquish the treasures he had acquired within the realm. Fortunately, Ning Tianyi's cultivation level was relatively commendable among the other clansmen who had entered the secret domain. Otherwise, he would have long since met a tragic end. This circumstance incited a quiet ire within him. What he initially deemed a simple quest for a person had proven to be exceedingly arduous. He lamented that he should have sought clearer guidance from the prince. He chastised himself for his unwarranted confidence, wishing to make a favorable impression before the noble. Just as despair began to engulf him after countless fruitless inquiries, a mellifluous voice echoed in his ears. "I have heard you are seeking me. If you wish to meet, come to the cliff of life and death." Startled from his momentary respite, Ning Tianyi sprang to his feet and shouted, "Who goes there? Reveal yourself, cease your tricks." Yet, no matter how fervently he called, silence reigned in response. Ning Tianyi felt a peculiar sensation as he recalled the voice that had just echoed in his mind. That person seemed to be urging me to seek him at the cliff of death. Humph, who does he think he is, expecting me to find him? How presumptuous! As this thought crossed his mind, Ning Tianyi wore an expression of disdain. Just as he was about to unleash a tirade into the air, a sudden spark of realization struck him, and he murmured, could it be that the speaker was none other than Ning Wujiao? The more he pondered this matter, the more he felt that such a possibility was exceedingly high. After all, if there were no truth to this, why would someone so brazenly declare they were searching for him? Furthermore, at this very moment, it was likely that a significant portion of the clansmen within the secret realm were already aware that he was desperately seeking an individual named Ning Wujiao. Thus, it seemed quite plausible that the one who had spoken was indeed the person His Highness had instructed him to find. With this thought, Ning Tianyi could not afford to hesitate for even a moment. He hastily scanned his surroundings and soon spotted a fellow clansman nearby engaged in training. Without delay, He rushed over, eager to inquire about the precise location of the cliff of death. After receiving clear directions, he wasted no time in unleashing his full potential, propelling himself at breakneck speed towards the cliff. For Ning Tianyi, time was of the essence. Since embarking on the search for Ning Wuyou, he had already squandered far too much precious time. If his delay were to place the maidservant of His Highness in peril, he would certainly feel overwhelming shame and remorse, even if he managed to return to His Highness. Therefore, it was imperative that he raced against time to locate Ning Wuyou as swiftly as possible. After 2 hours of relentless flight, Ning Tianyi finally arrived at the location of the cliff of death just as his inner energy was on the verge of depletion. Gazing at the sheer precipice before him, he took a moment to steady the turbulent energy within him, then charged resolutely towards the summit. As Ning Tianyi exhausted the last vestiges of his inner energy, he finally reached the summit of the towering mountain that pierced the heavens. However, as he stood there, breathless, what greeted his eyes was a scene that left him utterly astounded. A dilapidated thatched cottage stood solitary atop the peak, as if it might be whisked away by a fierce gust of wind at any moment. In front of the precarious cottage lay an old, weathered wicker chair fashioned from green vines. At that moment, an elderly man, his face etched with deep wrinkles and well past 60, sat quietly in the chair, eyes shut tight, seemingly indulging in a peaceful slumber. The sight before Ning Tianyi starkly contrasted with the image he had envisioned in his mind. For a moment, he even began to doubt whether he had truly been led to this desolate place, as others had claimed. Alas, having gone through great trouble to arrive here, he could not simply turn back empty-handed. He decided it best to inquire about the situation. With this thought in mind, Ning Tianyi took a deep breath to steady his nerves and walked purposefully toward the resting elder. Just as he approached within 2 or 3 meters of the old man, the elder, who had been deeply immersed in sleep, abruptly opened his eyes without warning. Those eyes, like twin bolts of lightning, locked onto Ning Tianyi, who was advancing. In that instant, Ning Tianyi felt as though an invisible force had anchored him to the spot, rendering him utterly motionless. A profound sense of fear and reverence surged within him, prompting him to involuntarily exclaim, "A formidable master!" At that moment, as the elder's overwhelming presence caused Ning Tianyi's veins to bulge and his body to tremble as though he might collapse, the pressure suddenly receded like a tide, allowing him to exhale in relief and gasp for air. Once he had regained a modicum of strength, Ning Tianyi slowly lifted his gaze towards the elder. To his astonishment, the scene was strikingly similar to what he had witnessed upon first arriving at the mountain's summit. The elder lay comfortably in the weathered wicker chair, eyes closed, peacefully napping once more. Had it not been for Ning Tianyi's recent harrowing experience that felt akin to treading the brink of the underworld, he might have begun to question whether all that had transpired was merely a fleeting illusion within his mind. Ning Tianyi gently brushed away the fine beads of sweat that had formed on his forehead, then respectfully bent his body to pay his respects to the elderly man. Speaking thus, Junior Ning Tianyi pays his respects to the esteemed senior. Might I inquire whether it was you who specially summoned me to this place? However, upon uttering these words, Ning Tianyi received no response from the old man, who remained in a dozing state, entirely indifferent to the presence of the young man standing beside him. Time passed in silence, with Ning Tianyi steadfastly maintaining his bowed posture, hesitant to lift his gaze. As the prolonged silence continued and the elder remained unresponsive, he resolved to inquire once more of this enigmatic figure before him. At that moment, a soft and ethereal voice suddenly reached Ning Tianyi's ears, seemingly emanating from a distant realm, yet resonating with clarity, as though someone were whispering directly beside him. "It is Wuyou who summoned you." With this revelation, Ning Tianyi felt the tension in his heart ease considerably. The fact that the old man had directly spoken the name of the third prince without hesitation sent a jolt through Ning Tianyi's spirit, as he realized that after enduring countless hardships and inquiries, he had finally, through divine providence, arrived at the correct location, rather than being misled to a false one as he had feared. With this thought in mind, Ning Tianyi quickly bowed again and, with a tone of utmost reverence, replied, "In response to your esteemed words, I indeed come at the behest of the third prince, seeking a person by the name of Ning Wuyou. Might you, esteemed senior, be the one whom the prince instructed me to find?" The old man reclined languidly in an aged chair, and upon hearing Ning Tianyi's words, he slightly lifted his head and responded with an air of nonchalance. "Ah, indeed, I am Ning Wuyou. Pray tell, what matter does that young rascal Wuyou wish to discuss with me?" Upon encountering the venerable elder before him, Ning Tianyi could hardly contain his elation upon realizing that it was indeed Ning Wuyou himself. He hastily bowed again, unable to suppress his joy, and spoke. In response to your esteemed self, the Crown Prince has dispatched his subordinate to seek you out. I am to inform you of the whereabouts of Miss Jushin, who is close to the Crown Prince. However, regarding the specifics, the Crown Prince did not elaborate further. He merely instructed me to convey this message to you, leaving the rest for you to inquire at your discretion. Enough, I am already aware. Depart. Do not disturb my rest any further. Before he could finish speaking, Ning Wuyou reclined leisurely in a chair woven from azure vines. His hand, seemingly withered yet imbued with boundless strength, waved lightly. In an instant, a breathtaking scene unfolded. Ning Tianyi vanished as swiftly as a flash of lightning, leaving no trace behind. At that moment, he had no time to react before finding himself at the foot of the mountain where he had first arrived. This abrupt turn of events left Ning Tianyi utterly astonished. His shock palpable. It was indeed unimaginable that this elder, whom the Crown Prince had instructed him to locate, possessed such a formidable identity. To the eye, he appeared merely an ordinary, unremarkable old man, yet he wielded such extraordinary and otherworldly power. Truly, such a figure is unfathomable. Meanwhile, in another part of the realm, Ning Wuyou leisurely guided Mei Qing through the secret territory. They strolled as if in a tranquil garden, meandering through this enigmatic landscape, which seemed to be anything but fraught with peril and opportunities. The scene was strikingly serene, reminiscent of a peaceful garden filled with the songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers. This remarkable sight left the clansmen outside the secret realm utterly dumbfounded, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. It was well known that others who entered the secret realm were in a constant race against time, exerting every effort to uncover various opportunities to enhance their own strength. However, the third prince, in stark contrast, wandered through the Tianqi secret realm with such calmness, treating this place, notorious for its dangers, as if it were an ordinary locale. This behavior was indeed bewildering. As the onlookers exchanged glances, they could not help but marvel inwardly. The third prince is truly exceptional. Just as they were left speechless, a figure rushed in like a bolt of lightning, headed straight for the location of Ning Wuyou and Mei Qing. In no time, this swift silhouette approached, and upon closer inspection, it was none other than Ning Tianyi, who had been dispatched earlier by Ning Wuyou to carry out a task, and had now returned to report. Upon encountering Ning Wuyou, Ning Tian immediately knelt on one knee and respectfully declared, "Your Highness, I am honored to report that I have successfully fulfilled the task you entrusted to me." "Rise and speak," Ning Wuyou replied, gently raising a hand. His voluminous sleeves swayed gracefully with the motion as he continued in a calm tone. "It is commendable that you were able to locate Ning Wuyou. However, have you thoroughly conveyed all the details regarding Jushin?" At Ning Wuyou's command, Ning Tian swiftly rose to his feet, standing tall with utmost respect. He bowed deeply before responding, "In answer to your Highness, I assure you that I did not dare to exhibit the slightest negligence. I communicated every word of your instructions in their entirety to that esteemed elder." Hearing this, Ning Wuyou gently nodded, emitting a faint nasal sound of acknowledgement. She then inquired once more, "Did that old fellow have any other remarks regarding this matter?" "API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted." After hearing this, Ning Wuyou waved his hand dismissively, seemingly indifferent, and said, "Enough. If that is the case, let it be." As soon as his words fell, he turned and strode in another direction. Observing this, Mei Qing hurriedly followed in Ning Wuyou's footsteps. Ning Tianyi, not daring to linger for even a moment, closely trailed behind him. Noticing that his master was wandering aimlessly ahead, Mei Qing quickened his pace and gently inquired, "Young master, where are we headed now? Do we have any leads on Xiaozhu?" Casting a glance at the somewhat anxious Mei Qing, Ning Wuyou smiled and reassured him, "Do not worry, everything is fine. With Ning Wujiao's intervention, Xiaozhu will be safe." Mei Qing, surprised by his master's unprecedented trust in another, queried, "Young master, who is this Ning Wujiao? I have never heard you mention him before." Hearing Mei Qing's question about Ning Wujiao's identity, Ning Tianyi, who had been following closely behind, felt a surge of curiosity, having witnessed Ning Wujiao's enigmatic prowess on the mountain peak. Upon hearing Mei Qing's inquiry, Ning Wuyou halted his steps, placing his hands behind his back with a somewhat aloof demeanor, and remarked, "Excessive curiosity is not a virtue. Alarmed by Ning Wuyou's words, Mei Qing immediately bowed and replied, "Young master, I meant no offense. I was merely concerned for Xiao Zhu's safety." So, Ning Wuyou slowly turned around, his gaze landing upon Mei Qing, whose face was marked by panic and pallor. She trembled slightly, resembling a frightened fawn, evoking a sense of tenderness. Ning Wuyou's heart softened. He reached out to gently support Mei Qing. The moment his fingers brushed against her delicate arm, he distinctly sensed her body shudder involuntarily. Furrowing his brows, he glanced down at Mei Qing's face, which was as pale as parchment. In her enchanting eyes, terror was palpable, and tears brimmed in her orbs, poised to spill forth at any moment. Ning Wuyou let out a soft sigh, nonchalantly addressing Mei Qing with gentle words, "It's nothing." These simple two characters, however, failed to completely dispel the fear lingering in Mei Qing's heart. Nevertheless, she forced herself to nod, suppressing her emotions. After reassuring Mei Qing, Ning Wuyou turned expressionlessly and strode towards Ning Tianyi. At that moment, upon seeing the third prince approaching, Ning Tianyi felt a tightening in his chest, and beads of sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. He dared not show any sign of negligence, quickly kneeling on one knee, bowing his head in reverence, and said, "Your Highness, I was momentarily foolish, harboring thoughts I should not have entertained. Please forgive me, Your Highness. I shall certainly remember this lesson and ensure it never happens again." As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Tianyi lowered his head even further, nearly touching the ground. Ning Wuyou stood silently before Ning Tianyi, looking down upon him from a position of superiority. His profound gaze, as frigid and piercing as a cold pool, instilled a sense of dread. Ning Tianyi was acutely aware of the ruthless and merciless methods employed by the prince before him. Should this incident sow seeds of suspicion in the prince's mind, it would likely lead him down a path of inevitable demise. Contemplating this, Ning Tianyi's body involuntarily began to tremble. Ning Wuyou narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze resembling two piercing beams of cold light, fixated intently on the prostrate Ning Tianyi, showing no indication of allowing him to rise. At that moment, he appeared as an imposing silent mountain, rendering it nearly impossible to discern the thoughts swirling within his mind. Meanwhile, the unfortunate Ning Tianyi had already turned pale with fear, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, while his back was thoroughly soaked with perspiration. In the span of mere moments, he felt as though he had endured an excruciatingly prolonged passage of years. Ning Wuyou stood quietly before him. Yet the mere appearance of this tranquil stance exuded an oppressive aura far surpassing the shock and pressure he had felt on that mountaintop from Ning Wuyou. This terrifying presence was sufficient to instill a profound fear, causing his breath to quicken. Just as Ning Tianyi thought he could bear no more, Ning Wuyou finally spoke, his tone imbued with an extreme indifference. "There are matters where knowing too much is of no benefit to you. Curiosity is a universal trait, and I can certainly comprehend it. However, if curiosity runs rampant and loses all restraint, the consequences may be rather unpleasant. Do you grasp this principle?" Upon hearing Ning Wuyou's words, the weight that had hung over Ning Tianyi's heart finally fell like a heavy stone. At that moment, he exhaled deeply, as if his entire being had suddenly become weightless. He realized with clarity that his life was, at long last, preserved. He released a long, pent-up breath from his chest and quickly replied with utmost respect, "This subordinate understands and assures you that there will be no next time. Should there truly be another instance, I shall take my own life before the throne to atone for my transgressions." As he uttered these words, his tone was filled with sincerity and determination. Fearful that Ning Wuyou might doubt his resolve, Ning Wuyou nodded slightly, signifying her acceptance of Ning Tianyi's promise, and then calmly remarked, "Indeed. Let us proceed." No sooner had her voice faded than she turned and stepped forward. Mei Qing and Ning Tianyi, not daring to lag behind, hurriedly followed her. However, the atmosphere among the three had shifted from its previous ease to one of palpable tension. Meanwhile, Zhu Xian, having utilized the teleportation talisman bestowed by Ning Wuyou, successfully evaded the grasp of the second prince, Ning Wu. She did not dare to linger for a moment, continuing her flight until she discovered a remarkably concealed cave, where she finally paused. The cave lay hidden amidst the forest, overgrown with wild grass, making it exceedingly difficult to detect without a meticulous search. Upon entering the cave, Zhu Xian remained in a state of trepidation, fearing that Ning Wu's subordinates might trace her footsteps. After all, they coveted the precious youngling pearl she held in her possession. With this thought, Zhu Xin resolved to temporarily conceal herself within the cave. Thus, she calmed her mind and began to cultivate, hoping to enhance her strength during this period. Days passed by, and Zhu Xin did not venture even a step outside the cave. As the closing of the secret realm drew nearer, her anxieties only intensified. Finally, after she had been in the cave for over half a month, a languid voice suddenly echoed from outside. "Miss Zhu Xin, you may come out now. It is safe." Upon hearing this voice, Zhu Xin, who had been immersed in her cultivation, abruptly opened her eyes. Her gaze shot out of the cave like two bolts of lightning. At the entrance stood a man clad in blue robes, lazily leaning against the wall. With sharp brows and bright eyes, a subtle smile played on his lips, exuding an air of nonchalance. Zhu Xin fixed her gaze upon the man for a moment. He was the very same figure who had appeared when Ning Wuyou attempted to seize the youngling pearl from her. "How did you find me?" she asked, eyeing the man in blue with suspicion. The man did not answer her query directly. Instead, he glanced at her within the cave and stated, "You can leave without worry now. I believe the second prince will no longer trouble you. Specifically, he will not have the opportunity to do so within this secret realm." With that, he began to turn away. Seeing the man in blue about to depart, Zhu Xin furrowed her brow in confusion. Was this individual merely here to inform her of her safety? Shaking her head, she expressed her disbelief. "Is that truly the only reason for your visit?" The man, who was on the verge of leaving, turned back, arms outstretched in a relaxed manner. "What else would you presume? Do you think I have ulterior motives?" He added, "And I am not that one. My name is Ning Wuyou." "Very well, Ning Wuyou. What did you mean when you said the second prince would not have the chance to trouble me?" Zhu Xin inquired, perplexed. "API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted." Ning Wuyou, with a teasing smile, looked at Zhu Xin and said, "Pray tell, why so much unnecessary chatter?" Zhu Xin cast a cold glance at Ning Wuyou, clearly growing impatient. Noticing Zhu Xin's evident displeasure, Ning Wuyou continued, "It is none other than your esteemed third prince. My lord, if you know his whereabouts, please enlighten me," Zhu Xin implored. Rising from her seat in a state of anxiety, Ning Wuyou shook her head. "I knew about it half a month ago, but now I have no idea where the third prince has gone." She urged, "Continue." Zhu Xin clenched her fists, barely able to restrain her urge to strike the person before her, frustrated by their half-finished words. "You have no patience at all." Ning Wuyou pouted in discontent, then adjusted her posture slightly before continuing. At that time, the situation was as follows. She began to narrate with fervor, her expressions animated, as though she were vividly painting the thrilling scene before their eyes. After hearing the entire account from Ning Wuyou, Zhu Xin couldn't help but ponder. It seems the young master's cultivation is truly unfathomable. It has only been a short time since he began his training, yet he has attained such terrifying strength. With merely a single finger, he effortlessly annihilated over a dozen formidable beings at the Divine King realm. Simply astonishing. With this thought, Zhu Xin's determination to become stronger solidified even further. She silently vowed to closely follow in the young master's footsteps, resolutely refusing to become a burden or hinder his progress. Thus, Zhu Xin raised her head, her gaze sharp as she directed it towards Ning Wuyou, who remained lazily leaning against the wall. At that moment, Ning Wuyou seemed oblivious to the change in Zhu Xin's expression, maintaining her nonchalant demeanor. Observing this, a flicker of disdain crossed Zhu Xin's eyes as she coldly remarked, "All right, you've finished speaking, you may leave now." However, Ning Wuyou appeared to be unperturbed, standing motionless in her place. Seeing this, Zhu Xin frowned slightly, her tone growing increasingly frigid. "I said you can depart now. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted." Ning Wuyou was taken aback by Zhu Xin's sudden action, but he quickly regained his composure. As he retreated, he repeatedly waved his hands, saying, "No, no, no. Is it not enough for me to leave? Honestly, I have assisted you a little, and yet you do not even utter a word of thanks. Moreover, even if it comes to a confrontation, you are not my match." With that, he shook his head helplessly, a hint of reproach evident on his face. Upon hearing Ning Wuyou's words, Zhu Xin could no longer contain her inner fury. Her eyes widened with rage as she let out a fierce cry, and her sword struck towards Ning Wuyou like a bolt of lightning. The force of the sword was astonishing, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, seemingly poised to pierce Ning Wuyou's chest. However, Ning Wuyou was, after all, exceptionally skilled. Just as the sword was about to make contact with his body, he flickered away, evading Zhu Xin's lethal strike with an ethereal grace. Subsequently, he lightly tapped the ground and soared into the air, swiftly exiting the cave in the blink of an eye. Standing outside, Ning Wuyou turned back to gaze at the furious Zhu Xin and burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Huh, what did I tell you? You are simply not my opponent. Well then, I shall no longer indulge in this game. I must take my leave. Perhaps we shall meet again by fate." Before his words had fully echoed, his figure had vanished like a shooting star, disappearing beyond the cave's entrance. After Ning Wuyou departed, she made her way directly to the cliff of life and death. Following her exit, Zhu Xin also left the cave in search of Ning Wuyou and Mei Qing. In the secret realm, amidst an expansive plain, a dilapidated palace stood in stark contrast to the surroundings. It was at this moment that Ning Wuyou emerged from the palace, accompanied by Mei Qing and Ning Tianyi. During their time in the secret realm, Ning Wuyou had led the two on a quest through various locations, yet they had encountered little of significance. According to ancient texts, this crumbling palace was rumored to harbor the presence of a spirit-nurturing pearl, prompting Ning Wuyou to bring them here. However, upon arrival, they discovered that the coveted pearl had already been claimed by another. Ning Wuyou could not help but sigh and shake his head, remarking, "Well, if it is not to be, so be it. The gains from this Tianqi secret realm have been more than sufficient." With that, he guided the two away from the site. As they continued along their path, they arrived at the bank of a gently flowing stream, where Ning Wuyou came to a halt. There, Mei Qing was gazing vacantly into the crystal-clear waters, her face betraying a poignant melancholy that tugged at the heartstrings. Ning Wuyou furrowed his brows slightly, a wave of displeasure surging within him. He turned to Mei Qing, his gaze piercing as he spoke in a voice tinged with gravity. "Qing'er, there are matters that I prefer not to elaborate on. I hope you can comprehend this. As a woman, being overly sentimental and affected will only provoke my annoyance." With that, he gently waved his sleeve, as if attempting to dispel the unnamed ire within. Upon hearing Ning Wuyou's inquiry, Mei Qing remained silent, merely responding with a soft She stood still, her hands unconsciously rubbing the hem of her garment, her gaze cast downward, too timid to meet Ning Wuyou's eyes. At that moment, she was still ensnared in the cold words he had spoken not long ago, unable to liberate herself from their grip. Observing Mei Qing's demeanor, Ning Wuyou understood her feelings. Despite his usual fondness for her, some matters were not meant to be pried into. He slowly raised his head to gaze at the mysterious and profound sky of the secret realm, and in a contemplative tone, he murmured, "The Tianqi secret realm has been open for over 2 months. It is time we begin to prepare for the necessary arrangements." Mei Qing, who had remained silent throughout, suddenly seemed to gather immense courage, cautiously inquiring, "My lord, is there anything you require me to prepare?" Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Ning Wuyou, revealing a hint of tension and anticipation. Upon hearing her question, Ning Wuyou turned to face her, noting her still restrained posture. He shook his head in exasperation, yet a gentle smile graced his lips as he replied, "Qing'er, after our journey through the Tianqi secret realm concludes successfully, I shall entrust you with an important intelligence organization. I hope you will rise to the occasion and manage it diligently, nurturing its growth." With that, Ning Wuyou gently tapped her forehead. Seeing that he did not distance himself from her for inquiring about Ning Wuyou's affairs, but rather entrusted her with such a significant responsibility, Mei Qing's previously tense expression softened like a blossom kissed by spring, blooming into a radiant smile. Her bright eyes curved into crescents, sparkling with joy. Mei Qing took a graceful step forward, slightly bowing to Ning Wuyou in a show of respect, and sweetly declared, "I shall not fail your expectations, my lord. I will commit myself wholeheartedly to managing this intelligence organization, ensuring you are not disappointed." "Understanding is all that I ask," Ning Wuyou replied, looking at Mei Qing. Mei Qing softly responded with an before asking, "My lord, what preparations did you mention that I should undertake?" "There is nothing to prepare. However, many may perish in these final 10 days within the Tianqi secret realm," Ning Wuyou stated solemnly. Upon hearing this, Mei Qing questioned in confusion, "My lord, is something about to happen in these last 10 days? Do you know why the Tianqi secret realm is regarded as a forbidden zone?" Ning Wuyou gazed at both Mei Qing and Ning Tianyi. Upon hearing this, both Mei Qing and Ning Tianyi shook their heads in unison, signaling their lack of understanding. You will comprehend everything when the final 10 days arrive, Ning Wuyou remarked, his hands clasped behind him as he gazed into the distance. Outside the secret realm, the numerous clansmen, who had been eagerly observing the scenes through the Tianmu mirror, suddenly saw the image blur as the final countdown to the 10th day approached. It appeared as though veiled by a thin mist, and the surrounding chatter erupted, prompting the attendees to begin conjecturing about the malfunction of the Tianmu mirror. Amidst their discussions, a thunderous silence echoed in their minds, startling the crowd into silence. They turned to bow respectfully to the colossal figure of the Heavenly Emperor. At that moment, the immense Heavenly Emperor slowly spoke. There are but 10 days remaining in the Tianqi secret realm. You need only await in silence, without causing a disturbance. Upon hearing the Emperor's command, the clansmen bowed even lower, responding in unison, "We will obey your Majesty's orders." The previously bustling scene transformed into a hushed stillness, as everyone stood quietly in place. Within the secret realm, as the final 10 days approached, the sky began to be gradually painted a deep crimson, stirring excitement among the Ning clan members who were privy to the underlying truths. Some began to huddle together, seeking greater gains, while a small faction of others, witnessing this spectacle, became invigorated, eagerly preparing to embrace the impending final 10 days, fraught with both peril and opportunity. Meanwhile, Ning Wuyou and his companions observed the sky slowly turning blood red, prompting a sense of alarm in Mei Qing's heart as she murmured, "Why do I feel an unsettling dread?" Ning Tianyi, who stood nearby, nodded subtly in agreement. Noticing their anxious expressions, Ning Wuyou shook his head with a wry smile, saying, "There is no need for excessive concern. I shall be here to safeguard everything." Mei Qing softly responded with an attempting to quell her unease as she inquired, "My lord, will something occur in these final 10 days?" In response to her question, Ning Wuyou's lips curved into a faint smile as he said, "Do you understand why the Lingyu pearls can only be found within the Tianqi secret realm?" Mei Qing and Ning Tianyi both shook their heads in confusion. Mei Qing looked at Ning Wuyou, pondering, could the changes in the secret realm be related to the Lingyu pearls? Ning Wuyou nodded and continued, "What is the essence of spirit cultivation? It is the process of nurturing a new spirit. Before this spirit gains consciousness, the unique, bloodthirsty aura within this secret realm condenses it into a pearl, which is the origin of the spirit cultivation pearl." Mei Qing, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "How can a new spirit be generated?" Ning Wuyou gazed at the blood-red sky with an air of indifference and remarked, "Of course, many lives must be sacrificed." Upon hearing the mention of numerous deaths, Mei Qing was overwhelmed with terror and urgently inquired, "My lord, all those entering the Apocalypse secret realm are members of the Ning clan. Are we truly willing to exchange the lives of our own kin for the so-called pregnant spirit pearl? Is this not a case of sacrificing the essential for the trivial?" The Apocalypse secret realm is a mystical place exclusive to the Ning royal family. Its significance is self-evident. How could one bear to send their own kin to their demise for the sake of forging such a pearl? With a calm expression, Ning Wuyou replied. Hearing this, Mei Qing could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Yet curiosity gripped her heart as she pressed further. If we are not to sacrifice the Ning clan members, how then can we possibly forge this pregnant spirit pearl? Is there perhaps some other unknown method? At this moment, Ning Wuyou cast a sidelong glance at Mei Qing, then slowly extended his finger to point at the ground beneath him, chuckling softly. Naturally, it requires the death of others to mold this pregnant spirit pearl. The death of others? But this secret realm only permits entry to the Ning clan. How could there be anyone else present? Mei Qing felt her mind whirl in confusion, as if she had been ensnared in a labyrinth shrouded in mist by Ning Wuyou. Ning Wuyou clasped his hands behind his back, raising his gaze to the sky of the secret realm, which had taken on an exceedingly rich crimson hue. He spoke in a deep voice, "Do not be anxious. We need only to wait for approximately another hour. When this sky transforms completely into a blood-red expanse, I believe that many will soon tread into this apocalyptic secret realm." Just as Mei Qing and Ning Tian were still in a state of confusion, a resonant voice rang out. "Ha ha, third brother, I have finally found you." Upon hearing the voice, the three turned to see Ning Ong and Zhu Xian approaching from a distance. Mei Qing immediately spotted Zhu Xian and, relieved to see her unharmed, felt a wave of relief wash over him. As the two landed, Ning strode toward Ning Wuyou, arms outstretched for a warm embrace, exclaiming with a smile, "Third brother, how have you been during this time?" Ning Wuyou swiftly halted Ning, who was approaching with fervor, saying, "Elder brother, I cannot withstand your overwhelming enthusiasm." Ning found his hands suspended awkwardly in midair, feeling somewhat embarrassed. This peculiar situation caused those nearby to involuntarily shudder, their faces flushed, fearing that they might burst into laughter and offend the esteemed crown prince. "If you wish to laugh, then laugh. Isn't it uncomfortable to hold it in?" Ning jested, devoid of any royal pretensions, appearing rather endearing instead. This demeanor relieved Ning Tianyi, who was still getting acquainted with Ning, as he feared offending the prince by failing to suppress his laughter. At that moment, Zhu Xin approached Ning Wuyou and bowed respectfully, while Mei Qing and Ning Tianyi also greeted Ning with repeated bows. No need for such formalities in the secret realm. Ning waved his hand with a hint of exasperation, as he was not accustomed to such rituals and preferred a more straightforward manner. Seeing Zhu Xin safe and sound, Ning Wuyou smiled and said, "I'm glad to hear you are well." Zhu Xin lightly nodded, a rare smile gracing her lips as she replied, "Thank you for your concern, young master." Mei Qing hurried forward, grasping Zhu Xin's hand, exclaiming, "Little Zhu, I was worried sick about you during this time." As she scrutinized Zhu Xin for any injuries, she casually continued, "How did you come to meet the crown prince?" Feeling the genuine care from her sister and the young master, Zhu Xin felt a warm current flow through her usually icy demeanor. "Sister, I am fine, uninjured. I encountered the crown prince not long ago while searching for the young master." Zhu Xin then recounted every detail of her experiences in the secret realm to Ning Wuyou. After hearing about Zhu Xin's recent tribulations, Mei Qing remarked with a hint of nostalgia, "Little Zhu, there is no need to worry now. Those who pursued you have been dealt with by the young master. Moreover, the second prince has been taught a lesson on your behalf." She then shared her own adventures alongside the young master with Zhu Xin. Upon concluding Mei Qing's narrative, Zhu Xin gratefully bowed to Ning Wuyou and said, "I appreciate your concern, young master." With that, she produced a blood-red orb the size of an egg, shimmering with an ethereal glow, and presented it to Ning Wuyou. "Young master, I discovered this in a dilapidated palace. It appears to be a spirit-nurturing pearl." Mei Qing gazed at the orb in Zhu Xin's hand and exclaimed to Ning Wuyou, "No wonder we couldn't find the spirit-nurturing pearl in that palace. It was taken by little Zhu. What a fortunate coincidence." Ning Wuyou nodded and said to Zhu Xin, "Since you have discovered the pregnancy spirit pearl, it is only fitting that you keep it for yourself to enhance your spiritual essence. My lord, this pregnancy spirit pearl is of utmost benefit to you, so it should rightfully be entrusted to you," Zhu Xin replied, her voice brimming with gratitude, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, deeply touched by the consideration Ning Wuyou showed for her. Standing nearby, Ning interjected, "Miss Zhu Xin, since my younger brother has insisted you keep it, you should not decline any further. Moreover, there may very well be more pregnancy spirit pearls appearing soon." However, apart from Ning Wuyou, the others present wore expressions of bewilderment, utterly perplexed by what Ning meant by more pregnancy spirit pearls. Out of respect, none dared to inquire further. Zhu Xin blinked her large, glistening eyes, gazing expectantly at Ning Wuyou, resembling a pitiful little rabbit yearning for him to accept the invaluable pregnancy spirit pearl she held. Witnessing Zhu Xin's unwavering determination, Ning Wuyou finally sighed in resignation and acquiesced, "Very well. In that case, I shall accept it for now." As soon as the words left his lips, he gently waved his sleeve, and an invisible force swiftly enveloped the pregnancy spirit pearl in Zhu Xin's hand, causing it to vanish without a trace in the blink of an eye. With her lord finally willing to accept the pregnancy spirit pearl she had offered, Zhu Xin exhaled in relief, her face breaking into a radiant smile akin to a blooming flower. Thus, the gathering transitioned into a lively exchange of laughter and conversation. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Ning Wuyou lightly nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "Indeed, it is almost time." However, this exchange left Mei Qing and the others perplexed, as they were unaware of the underlying circumstances. The three of them exchanged glances, their faces adorned with expressions of bewilderment and confusion. Ning noticed the reactions of the crowd and couldn't help but feel a twinge of surprise. He turned to Ning Wuyou and inquired, "Third brother, Have you yet to disclose this matter to them? Ning Wuyou shook his head, expressing a sense of helplessness as he replied, I had initially intended to remind them, but your arrival interrupted my thoughts. Haha, no matter, no matter. Since that is the case, allow me to elucidate for everyone, so that you may all be mentally prepared. With that, Ning strode over to a relatively flat and smooth boulder and sat down with an air of nonchalance and generosity. After settling down, Ningong began to speak slowly to the crowd. I believe my third brother has already recounted the origins of the pregnant spirit pearl to you, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. Do you understand why the secret realm requires 3 centuries to awaken each time? Mei Qing and the other two shook their heads in confusion, gazing at Ningong in anticipation of his next words. At this juncture, Ningong shifted to a more comfortable posture and continued. The Tianqi secret realm opens once every 300 years. And it is during this period of accumulation that the blood fiendish energy reaches its most intense level. Based on the experiences of our clan, it is calculated that the final 10 days following each opening of the secret realm herald the peak of the blood fiendish energy. The entire secret realm becomes suffused with the rich essence of blood fiendish energy. Ningong paused momentarily before continuing. Once the bloodthirsty aura pervades the entire secret realm, the moment a life is extinguished, all of that individual's essence and spirit will be absorbed by the overwhelming bloodthirsty aura, subsequently giving rise to a new nurturing spirit orb. In essence, the more lives that are lost, the greater the number of nurturing spirit orbs produced. Moreover, these nurturing spirit orbs possess the capability to devour one another and grow in strength. Upon hearing Ningang's words, Mei Qing and the others felt their pupils dilate in astonishment. At this juncture, the relatively composed Zhu Xian asked in a low voice, Are you implying that individuals from other dimensions are merely here to nourish the bloodthirsty aura, thereby facilitating the formation of nurturing spirit orbs? Ning Wuyou gazed at Zhu Xin with a smile, admiration evident in her eyes, and then continued to elucidate. As Xiao Zhu has mentioned, the individuals from other realms that my elder brother referred to are, in fact, utilized to nourish the blood fiendish energy within the secret realm. Whenever the secret realm is about to open, our clan endeavors to establish a passage connecting to the lower realms. Prior to this, we meticulously inform them of the advantages and disadvantages of entering the secret realm, allowing these practitioners from the lower realms to decide for themselves whether to step into this mysterious land. However, due to the inherent age restrictions imposed by the Tianqi secret realm, those coming from the lower realms are limited to a maximum cultivation level equivalent to our own, which is the divine monarch realm. The essence of those from the lower realms differs fundamentally from that of our celestial domain. Hence the age restriction for them is set at Unde. Ning Ong raised his head, observing the blood-red sky now permeated with an ominous aura, and continued. When the denizens of the lower realms arrive, it will be the time for our clan to reap. Reap? Mei Qing inquired, gazing at Ning Wuyou with a hint of confusion. Noticing Mei Qing's perplexed expression, Ning Wuyou smiled gently and replied, Indeed, it is the harvest of lives from those who descend from the lower realms. However, it is equally plausible that our clan members entering the secret realm may face slaughter. Yet, such a possibility remains exceedingly low. This could be considered a fair opportunity for those from the lower realms. Upon reflecting on Ning Ong and Ning Wuyou's earlier remarks, the 3 individuals, now enlightened to the underlying implications, felt a chilling dread enveloping them. One could only imagine how many lives would be lost in the pursuit of the Lingzhu over the next 10 days. As numerous members of the Ning clan pondered their varied ambitions regarding the harvest of practitioners from the lower realms, a colossal chasm suddenly opened at the base of the cliff of life and death, accompanied by a thunderous roar and dazzling radiance. Once the passage fully unfurled, it erupted like a volcano, inundating the space with a throng of figures. These practitioners, hailing from dozens of different realms below, were the prodigies of the divine king level and below. Upon entering the secret realm, they were immediately awestruck by the dreamlike, resplendent scenery before them, unable to suppress their gasps of wonder. Could this truly be the fabled domain of immortals? The spiritual energy in this realm is astonishingly dense, 100-fold greater than that of our original world. The crowd was left speechless, their faces etched with disbelief, as they lingered in profound admiration of this mystical realm. A young man clad in a form-fitting black robe, tall and athletic, quietly joined the throng. Appearing no older than 20, he possessed a strikingly handsome visage and deep, clear eyes that exuded a unique aura. At that moment, Gazing upon the entrancing landscape, he was overwhelmed by an indescribable sentiment. This young man, dressed in black. Mused to himself, I never imagined I would return to the realm of immortals in such a manner. At that moment, another youthful figure, noticing the black-robed man lost in thought, lightly bumped his shoulder and jested, "What's the matter? Are you awestruck by the dense spiritual energy of the immortal realm?" The black-clad man shook his head, casting aside his chaotic thoughts, and self-deprecatingly remarked, "Indeed, if I had cultivated in the immortal realm, I should have attained the status of a true immortal by now." This young man, known as Chen Qingxian, stood alongside his companion Zhao Mingkai, both hailing from the realm of Piaomiao continent. They were renowned prodigies in their own domain, known for their considerable repute. This expedition served dual purposes: to witness the legendary realm of immortals and discern its distinctions from their own Piaomiao continent, as well as to bridge the chasm between mortals and immortals in pursuit of true immortal cultivation. Once all individuals from various realms had entered the secret realm, the colossal chasm began to heal gradually, erasing all traces of its former existence. At that moment, an elderly figure leaped down from the cliff of life and death, hovering in midair before the throng of lower realm practitioners below. This elder, descending from the heights of the cliff, was none other than Ning Wuyou, who had long resided atop the precipice. Ning Wuyou gazed down with a cold, indifferent stare upon the throngs of practitioners below, resembling a swarm of ants. An unmistakable expression of impatience graced his visage as he spoke in a deep, resonant voice. "Silence, all of you. Should anyone dare to utter another word in defiance, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. I shall send you straight to the netherworld." No sooner had his words left his lips than an overwhelming and terrifying pressure erupted from his being, surging downward like a tempestuous tide. In an instant, this dreadful force bore down upon the multitude of practitioners who hailed from various realms. They felt as though an immense, boundless mountain, weighing more than 1,000 tons, had abruptly descended from the heavens, crushing heavily upon their shoulders. In that moment, every individual experienced a constriction in their breath, their bodies involuntarily trembling. Yet, despite the mountain-like weight of the pressure, the practitioners gritted their teeth, exerting their utmost to stand tall, refusing to show any sign of weakness. After all, they had only just embarked upon this mysterious realm, rife with opportunities and dangers. To falter at this juncture, to reveal their vulnerability, would render them the subject of ridicule when news of their disgrace inevitably reached their respective realms, leaving them forever unable to hold their heads high. Ning Wuyou stood silently in midair, her imposing presence undiminished, as she nonchalantly inquired, "You audacious souls, having the temerity to venture into this apocalyptic secret realm, do you truly comprehend the purpose of your endeavor?" Upon hearing her words, the assembly of practitioners from the lower realms exchanged glances, before collectively proclaiming with vigor, "We are well aware in our hearts. We have come here to accept whatever fate awaits us." Indeed, prior to their arrival in this celestial domain, the elders of their clans or the sages of their sects had meticulously elucidated the stakes involved. Each individual understood that this expedition to the apocalyptic secret realm represented not only an extraordinary opportunity, but also a substantial risk fraught with peril. Nevertheless, in pursuit of the potential fortune that could alter their destinies, they resolutely chose to embrace the challenge. "Very well," Ning Wuyou remarked. "There is no need for me to elaborate further." Ning Wuyou, with a flourish of his robe, continued, "You may disperse and seek your own fortunes. Remember, those who survive must return to me in 10 days. Now be gone." Upon finishing his words, Ning Wuyou soared into the air, vanishing from the sight of the crowd. The oppressive aura that had weighed heavily upon the cultivators from the lower realms dissipated in his wake. Once Ning Wuyou had completely departed, the practitioners began to gradually disperse, eager to pursue their fortunes, acutely aware of the preciousness of the limited 10 days. Meanwhile, Ning Wuyou and his companions observed the bloodthirsty aura thickening around them, akin to a surging wave of crimson. Ning Wuyou remarked, gazing at the surrounding malevolent energy, "Surely those from the lower realms have entered the secret realm by now. It is nearly time. They must have arrived. Third brother, what shall we do now?" Ningong inquired, looking to Ning Wuyou for guidance. Ning Wuyou's lips curled into a faint smile as she remarked, "Of course, it is time to commence the harvest." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. After Ning Wuyou gave a slight nod, He turned and led the group forward. However, after a short while, a cluster of figures abruptly appeared in the distance. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that these individuals, dressed in a variety of attire, both male and female, were engaged in lively conversation, suggesting a familiarity among them. The aura they exuded indicated that they were practitioners hailing from the same realm of the lower world. As this group became aware of Ning Wuyou and his companions approaching, a wave of astonishment washed over them. They silently deliberated, pondering the extraordinary demeanor and presence of these newcomers. The leader stood tall, reminiscent of a celestial being, emanating an elusive and enigmatic aura. Those following him also possessed striking appearances, their eyes brimming with vigor, suggesting formidable capabilities. This realization sparked a flicker of caution within the group. Noticing the tension from the other side, Ning stepped forward with a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Ah, I did not expect to encounter such a bountiful source of spiritual nourishment so soon. It seems fortune favors us." The audacity of being referred to as mere nourishment infuriated this group, who were accustomed to being the elite in their own realm. Yet, amid their indignation, a moment of clarity struck. It was apparent that these individuals must be from the celestial domain, for such words could only be uttered by those of that status. If they were indeed celestial beings, this group would need to reassess their own strength. At that moment, a remarkably beautiful young woman stepped forward. Offering a slight bow to Ning, she inquired, "Might I ask, esteemed sir, if you hail from the celestial domain? If we have inadvertently offended you in any way, we are willing to make suitable amends." Ning gazed at the beautiful woman before him and scoffed. "Do not attempt to barter your so-called beauty for a chance at survival. Your lives hold little value." The group, upon hearing Ning's blatant derision towards their goddess, found their patience thoroughly exhausted. Just as the tension escalated towards conflict, a man clad in white stepped forward and addressed Ning, "Esteemed sir, we come seeking opportunities and harbor no desire for enmity with your celestial realm. Should you persist in your coercion, know that we are not easily trifled with." Ning found amusement in the man's words. A mere pawn dared to negotiate terms. With a hint of mockery, he replied, "Not easily trifled with? Pray tell, how so?" As soon as he spoke, a formidable aura, characteristic of the divine monarch realm, surged forth, engulfing the presumptuous mortals before him. The white-clad man, witnessing the imminent aggression, hastily declared, "We hail from the Xiantian continent. I am Bai Ming, a descendant of the vice-commander of the Feiyu Guard under the Tianqi celestial dynasty. You dare lay a hand on me?" The revelation of Bai Ming's lineage, being connected to the esteemed vice-commander of the Feiyu Guard, piqued Ning's interest, prompting him to turn to his younger brother, Ning Wuyou, and remark, "Brother, just who is this vice-commander of the Feiyu Guard? Did he ascend from the lower realms?" Upon hearing the derisive tone aimed at the vice-commander, Bai Ming's fury ignited, and he retorted, "Let me enlighten you. The Feiyu Guard is a direct elite force of the Tianqi celestial dynasty, responding solely to the emperor's command. How dare you question our significance? Should my esteemed ancestor catch wind of your insolence, I shudder to think of your fate. Even as a member of the Ning clan, you would not escape unscathed." Bai Ming smirked, reveling in his perceived superiority. The lower realm cultivators, trailing Bai Ming, emboldened by his stature, glared defiantly at Ning. The beautiful woman, previously humiliated, bowed slightly to Bai Ming, a smile gracing her lips as she expressed, "Thank you, young Master Bai, for your timely intervention." Bai Ming, thrilled by the goddess's acknowledgement, rushed to grasp her hand, declaring, "Yiqing, there is no need for such formalities between us. As we hail from the same realm, it is only natural that we support one another to reach our goals. Wouldn't you agree?" With that, he dismissed his cloak and struck a pose he deemed dignified, gazing skyward. Yiqing, the beautiful woman, nodded eagerly, reflecting, "I never imagined the seemingly unremarkable Bai Ming held such a significant position. It appears I must cultivate a closer rapport with him henceforth." Ning observed the group engaging in idle pleasantries, and couldn't help but erupt into laughter. "Ha ha ha. This is utterly amusing. A mere deputy commander of the Feather Guard dares to put on airs before me. Have they grown weary of life?" Bai Ming, incensed by the incessant humiliation directed at his family's ancestor, retorted sharply, "You would do well to silence your foul tongue. If my ancestor were to hear you, you would not only face death, but also suffer greatly." Just as Bai Ming continued his tirade, Ning Wuyou spoke indifferently, "Tian Yi, take care of this fellow." Ensure he is silenced. Yes, my lord, I shall obey. With that, Ning Tiani swiftly appeared beside Bai Ming and unleashed a shadow palm strike, and in an instant, the once vocal Bai Ming was rendered lifeless, his mouth forever sealed in silence. Ning Ong, upon witnessing Ning Tiani slay his prey, was filled with displeasure and exclaimed, Ning Tiani, do you wish to perish? How dare you seize my quarry? The fury in Ning Ang's voice sent a shiver through Ning Tiani, rendering him speechless and unsure of how to defend himself. Enough, brother, it was I who instructed him. You may vent your wrath upon the others, Ning Wuyou interjected, somewhat exasperated. At this remark, Ning Ong relented, a derisive smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he arrogantly declared, Humph. You lower realm denizens dare to flaunt that so-called vice commander? Let us see how I rend you to shreds. Before he finished speaking, he charged into the crowd like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountain. Ning Ong moved with the speed of lightning, each strike of his palm accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, sending enemies flying with anguished cries. His movements were swift and ruthless as he wove through the throng. In the span of merely 3 breaths, all but the stunningly beautiful woman named Yiqing had met their demise at his hands. Once Ning Ong had annihilated all but Yiqing, a shocking scene unfolded. The corpses of the fallen appeared to be drawn by some mysterious force, enveloped in a swirling aura of bloodthirsty energy. As this energy churned and surged, the bodies began to visibly dissolve and decompose. Before long, the corpses vanished entirely, replaced by radiant crimson orbs suspended in midair. These orbs emanated an eerie glow and powerful waves of spiritual energy, revealing themselves to be the exceedingly precious spirit-nurturing pearls. At this moment, the ever-observant Ning Wuyou instructed, Tiani, collect those spirit-nurturing pearls. However, there is no need to retain them all. Allow them to consume one another until only 5 remain. Receiving Ning Wuyou's command, Ning Tiani wasted no time, swiftly advancing to gather the scattered pearls. He meticulously clustered them together and employed a special incantation to incite their mutual consumption and fusion. Ultimately, only 5 spirit-nurturing pearls lay quietly in their place. Ning Tiani carefully placed each one into separate jade boxes for safekeeping. The beautiful Yiqing, who had witnessed this astonishing turn of events, was struck with alarm. Who were these individuals, daring to disregard even the vice commander of the Celestial Dynasty's Feiyu guards? Not only had they slain her companions without mercy, but they also showed no sign of leniency. What was I to do? At that moment, a figure gradually emerged before her. It was Ning Wuyou. His countenance was as cold as water, his gaze icy and detached as he approached Yiqing step by step. With each stride, he seemed to carry an invisible weight, causing the very air around them to thicken with tension. When he stood but a few paces away from Yiqing, Ning Wuyou halted, looking down upon her. In a voice devoid of emotion, he stated, I shall pose questions. You will respond. Should you dare withhold the truth, Humph, you shall join your companions in their fate. Do you comprehend? His disdainful snort echoed like thunder in Yiqing's ears, causing her to tremble involuntarily. Hearing Ning Wuyou's words, she nodded repeatedly in understanding. Ning Wuyou approached Yiqing and inquired, how many individuals from various realms have descended into the lower world? Upon hearing this celestial-like youth's question, Yiqing promptly responded, this humble woman is aware that 10 realms have arrived in the lower world, and I hail from the Xiantian continent, from whence approximately 1,000 individuals have come. As for the number of others from different realms, I cannot say for certain. Listening to Yiqing's words, Ning Wuyou nodded slightly, then continued to ask, surely, the people of your Xiantian continent must possess some means of communication. You must know how to locate them. Just as Ning Wuyou's words fell, Yiqing's previously calm demeanor transformed into one of stark pallor, her face resembling that of parchment. Clearly, at that moment, she was engulfed by fear and trepidation. For in an instant, the astute Yiqing had discerned the intentions of the elegantly poised gentleman before her. The mere thought of it sent her body into uncontrollable tremors, as if enveloped by an invisible and formidable force. Ning Wuyou observed everything with keen intensity, his gaze piercing like twin bolts of icy lightning directed at Yiqing. With an air of indifference, he remarked, it appears you have already surmised my intentions, have you not? Faced with such a forthright inquiry from Ning Wuyou, Yiqing was utterly terrified, her voice trembling as she stammered, no, my lord, you misunderstand. I truly know nothing, absolutely nothing at all. At that moment, Yiqing's voice quivered, her entire being swayed like a fragile candle flickering in the wind. However, Ning Wuyou remained unmoved by Yaqing's palpable fear. His expression was as cold as ice. Fixating on the quivering woman before him, he spoke softly yet with chilling authority. You are indeed an astute individual. Nevertheless, I am generally lenient towards the clever. If you candidly divulge the whereabouts of those individuals, I shall spare your life. Otherwise, the consequences are, I trust, self-evident. As he spoke, an overru Ning Wuyou spoke with an expressionless face, then lifted a finger and pointed directly at Yaqing's forehead. As Ning Wuyou's fingertip drew closer to Yaqing's skin, a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped the air. Sensing the unmasked threat emanating from Ning Wuyou, Yaqing could no longer maintain her composure. In the fleeting moment before Ning Wuyou's finger made contact with her forehead, she succumbed to her overwhelming fear and anxiety, exclaiming, I will tell you. I will tell you. No sooner had the words escaped her lips than tears surged forth from her eyes like a breached dam, and she crumpled to the ground, weeping uncontrollably, akin to a deflated balloon. At that moment, Yaqing realized that her own life was of utmost importance. The lives of others paled in comparison when faced with the precipice of her own existence, rendering them utterly insignificant and unworthy of such a sacrifice. Observing Yaqing's disarray, a smirk crept across Ning Wuyou's lips, and with a mocking tone, he remarked, It seems you have made the right choice. Congratulations, you may continue to live. There is no shame in being selfish in the face of life and death. At Ning Wuyou's derisive words, Yaqing trembled. Yet, she quickly suppressed her humiliation and resentment, taking a deep breath in an effort to regain her composure. Once her emotions had steadied, she slowly raised her gaze to Ning Wuyou and, her voice quivering, said, I indeed know where they are and am willing to personally lead you to them. However, I implore you to uphold your promise and grant me a chance at life once this matter is resolved. Upon hearing these words, Ning Wuyou nodded slightly in agreement and reassured, Rest assured, this palace has always kept its word. As long as you lead the way obediently and refrain from any tricks, I shall ensure your survival. Receiving Ning Wuyou's affirmative reply, Yaqing took a deep breath and explained, After we from Xiantian entered this place, we dispersed to seek our fortunes. However, we have left markers along the way, and we should be able to locate them by following those signs. Ning Wuyou responded with a soft MHM, indicating, Lead the way. Thus, Yaqing guided Ning Wuyou and the others swiftly towards the markers left by the cultivators of Xiantian. As Ning Wuyou and her companions followed the signs indicated by Yaqing, they eventually arrived at a perilous cliff. Before them, two factions were fiercely engaged in battle. The larger group appeared to be at a significant disadvantage, with only a rough count revealing around a dozen members. Their attire bore a striking resemblance to those Ning Wuyou and her companions had previously encountered from the Xiantian continent. Undoubtedly, they were cultivators from Xiantian. In stark contrast stood the smaller faction, consisting of merely 5 individuals, all clad in dark robes, exuding an extraordinary aura that set them apart. Despite their limited numbers, they were able to maintain a firm upper hand against the onslaught of their adversaries, showcasing their remarkable combat prowess and the vast disparity in strength. Just as the two sides were locked in a fierce struggle, a swift and formidable palm strike suddenly sliced through the air like lightning, descending upon the beleaguered dozen with overwhelming force. The speed of this strike was akin to a fierce gale, its power astonishingly immense, resulting in the immediate demise of 2 unfortunate souls. This unexpected turn of events struck all present like a heavy blow, rendering the once tumultuous battlefield eerily silent. Both factions momentarily ceased their hostilities, their faces etched with shock as they turned to witness the source of the palm strike. The assailant was none other than Ning Tianyi, who had only just received Ning Wuyou's approval to act. He appeared as a fleeting specter, radiating an aura of immense power unique to the God King realm. Upon witnessing their comrades felled in an instant, the Xiantian cultivators were consumed by rage, their eyes blazing with fury as they glared at Ning Tianyi. In that moment, a middle-aged man, appearing around 40, stepped forward from the Xiantian crowd. His countenance was as dark as water, his eyes aflame with anger as he bellowed, Who are you? Why do you interfere in our affairs? Yet, Ning Tianyi remained unfazed, his expression impassive as he retreated to the side after delivering the strike, resembling a silent statue. Just as the crowd was engulfed in confusion, a sudden rush of air announced the arrival of several figures, who, like arrows released from a bow, swiftly entered the fray. To their astonishment, it was Ning Wuyou and her entourage. Their commanding presence captivated the attention of all present. As Ning Wuyou and her companions approached, The five surrounded cultivators' faces instantly lit up with ecstatic joy. They hurriedly bowed in greeting, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the great prince. We pay our respects to the third prince." Witnessing this scene, Yiqing felt as though her heart had momentarily ceased to beat. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she pondered the astonishing identity of this ethereal young man before her. No wonder he had displayed such composure in the face of the vice commander of the Feiyu Guards. At that moment, Ning stepped forward. His face flushed with anger as he chastised the five cultivators. "You useless lot, unable to handle a mere handful of insignificant characters from the lower realm. You bring shame upon our royal family." With that, he lunged towards the Xiantian crowd, his voice echoing ominously. "I was just looking to stretch my limbs. Come at me." Upon realizing that the charging figure was a prince of the Tianqi Xian dynasty, the Xiantian members turned ashen, panic-stricken. They understood that a prince was not easily vanquished. Even if they managed to slay him, the repercussions for the entire Xiantian realm would be catastrophic. The atmosphere shifted dramatically against the Xiantian group, their faces paling in terror. Almost simultaneously, they chose to scatter in a desperate bid for survival, as though pursued by vengeful spirits. Even the question of why Yiqing was with Ning Wuyou had been cast aside, as their primary concern became preserving their own lives. However, Ning was not inclined to let them escape easily. Spotting one attempting to flee from his line of sight, a cold smile crept across his lips as he shouted, "Humph, trying to escape? Have you asked me first?" Before he finished speaking, he struck out with tremendous force, sending a powerful gust towards the nearest fleeing individual. The strike was ferocious, akin to a thunderous onslaught, and in an instant, the target was reduced to a gruesome pile of flesh. This horrifying spectacle caused all present to gasp in shock. Those who could ascend the Longhu ranking were undoubtedly among the elite of their generation. Ning Ang's ability to dispatch an opponent so decisively demonstrated his formidable strength, instilling fear in all who witnessed it. Just as Ning prepared to pursue further, Ning Wuyou, with a resigned shake of his head, found himself enveloped in a blazing inferno, akin to a resplendent meteor that vanished in an instant. This abrupt turn of events struck those around him like a bolt from the blue, leaving them utterly astonished. Among the gathered crowd, only Mei Qing had witnessed Ning Wuyou wielding the divine art of flame clone, while the others stared in wide-eyed amazement as they beheld him disappear before their very eyes. In the blink of an eye, a truly astonishing spectacle unfolded. Ning Wuyou appeared, as if by teleportation, beside an individual from the Xiantian continent who had fled several miles away. This unforeseen occurrence sent the fleeing man into a paroxysm of terror, his body trembling violently as he nearly plummeted from midair. Yet, before he could regain his composure from the shock, an even more astonishing event transpired. Ning Wuyou swiftly extinguished the raging flames that surrounded him. Without any flourish, he simply raised his right arm and delivered a direct punch towards the Xiantian continent individual. Faced with what seemed to be a dismissive assault, the Xiantian man was consumed by fury, thinking to himself, "How dare he underestimate me?" Consequently, he ceased his flight and summoned all his inner spiritual energy, gathering it in his palms, bravely confronting Ning Wuyou's fist. Meanwhile, Ning, who had been mercilessly hunting from a distance, noticed the commotion and turned his gaze towards Ning Wuyou. That single glance left him utterly dumbfounded, and the other spectators were equally filled with disbelief and astonishment. In a heartbeat, a resounding crash echoed as Ning Wuyou's fist collided violently with the Xiantian man's palms. In that instant, a formidable force erupted from their point of contact, leaving onlookers speechless. Remarkably, the Xiantian man did not even have time to emit a cry of despair before Ning Wuyou's punch obliterated him into a mist of blood. Vanishing Witho in the depths of his mind, Ning Wuyou pondered, after enduring the baptism of the flying immortal pool. "My physical strength has likely approached the threshold of the sovereign realm. It seems I have underestimated the wonders of the flying immortal pool. The prospect of wielding my physical prowess to surpass the formidable beings of the sovereign realm fills me with exhilaration." Since experiencing the profound transformation within the flying immortal pool, he has distinctly sensed a revolutionary change in his physique. His already formidable body has become even more resilient, and his strength has multiplied exponentially. Presently, his physical capabilities have far surpassed his cultivation level, creating a striking disparity that could bewilder his adversaries. At that moment, as Ning and the others stood in stunned disbelief, Ning Wuyou uttered a sharp command, swiftly forming hand seals. Instantly, flames erupted around him, soaring skyward. In the blink of an eye, he manifested the astonishing divine fire doppelganger technique once more. The sound of whoosh echoed as 6 figures, indistinguishable from Ning Wuyou himself, suddenly appeared. These 6 figures, akin to gods of fire descending upon the earth, moved with unparalleled swiftness, racing towards the fleeing practitioners of the Xiantian continent. Not only did these apparitions mirror Ning Wuyou in appearance, but they also exuded an identical aura. They unleashed fierce punches or wielded sharp sword gleams, surrounding and intercepting the fleeing individuals from various angles. It is crucial to note that these divine fire doppelgangers were not merely numerous. Each one possessed approximately 70% of Ning Wuyou's original strength, a power far beyond that of ordinary cultivators. Should Ning Wuyou master this divine technique to its pinnacle, he could conjure 9 identical doppelgangers in an instant, revealing the terrifying potential of this ability. At that moment, all present were rendered speechless by the astonishing spectacle before them, their eyes wide and mouths agape, as if witnessing the most unfathomable marvel. Particularly, the 5 members of the Ning clan looked as though they could drop an entire egg from their gaping jaws, one of them exclaiming in astonishment, "It seems the rumors are indeed true. This third prince is truly a hidden gem." However, in the brief moment of their astonishment, the dozen or so fleeing practitioners from the Xiantian continent had already met their demise without a shred of resistance, ruthlessly slain by Ning Wuyou and his doppelgangers. Once the dust settled, Ning Wuyou gradually retracted the flames enveloping him, and the 6 doppelgangers faded like phantoms into the air. He then swiftly returned to his original position. Ning Ong, who had already stepped back, gazed at the returning Ning Wuyou with a face full of delight, unable to contain his laughter. "Brother, I never imagined you possessed such extraordinary powers." Following the display of Ning Wuyou's abilities, the demeanor of the others shifted to one of utmost reverence, surpassing their earlier attitudes. The 5 Ning clan members, in particular, were practically prostrating themselves, their faces etched with awe and bodies trembling as if in the presence of a deity. At that moment, all present, except for Ning Ong, instinctively bowed in unison, collectively offering their respects to Ning Wuyou, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to the third prince." Their voices resonated like thunder, echoing through the air. Yet, Ning Wuyou maintained a stern countenance, nodding impassively while silently reflecting. Only strength can truly command respect. With this thought, an invisible pressure emanated from Ning Wuyou, causing those around him to feel a sudden constriction in their breaths. His gaze swept across the assembly, cold and piercing like a frigid star, instilling a fear that deterred anyone from meeting his eyes. Nevertheless, they could sense the intangible pressure emanating from his gaze, evoking an instinctive dread. What had gone unnoticed by all, except for Ning Ong, was a pivotal detail. Ning Wuyou had executed his formidable display entirely through his unparalleled physical prowess, without a trace of spiritual energy escaping him. After effortlessly dispatching those adversaries with his thunderous might, he turned calmly to Ning Tianyi and issued a command. "Tianyi, swiftly gather the spirit-nurturing pearls." Upon hearing the command, Ning Tian promptly obeyed, showing no hesitation. Meanwhile, Yaqing remained captivated by Ning Wuyou's unilateral display of predatory prowess, her eyes wide and mouth slightly agape, as if still reeling from the sanguinary spectacle. She had personally witnessed her companions meet their demise at Ning Wuyou's hands, eradicated in such a manner that not even their souls could escape, pulverized into a mist of blood that dissipated into the ether with each strike. Gazing at Ning Wuyou's departing figure, she murmured, "A demon, a demon." Just as her terror reached its zenith, she sensed a formidable aura drawing near. Startled, she looked up to find Ning Wuyou standing before her, having approached with uncanny stealth. In that instant, Yaqing felt as though her heart were being constricted by an invisible hand, her breath becoming shallow and rapid. Confronted by this unfathomably powerful, noble, and extraordinarily refined young master, she was overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of constraint and trepidation. Ning Wuyou approached Yaqing with a gentle smile and said, "Miss Yaqing, please continue. I believe there are still many among the people of Xiantian continent who have not transcended. Allow me to assist them on their journey to liberation." Upon hearing Ning Wuyou's words, Yaqing felt as if her heart had momentarily ceased to beat, overwhelmed with terror as she thought, "A demon. This seemingly polished gentleman is, in truth, a complete fiend, casually discussing murder as if it were but a trivial matter." Noticing Yaqing's silence and her expression of sheer horror, Ning Wuyou furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, "What is it? Does Miss Yaching refuse?" The threat was unmistakable. "And no, I am willing," Yaching stammered, snapping back to reality from her fear, anxious that any delay in her response might provoke Ning Wuyou to strike her down. She had no faith that he would show any mercy. Ning Wuyou nodded in satisfaction, revealing a benevolent smile as he said, "Congratulations, you answered correctly and preserved your life." Under the oppressive threat of Ning Wuyou, although Yaqing felt somewhat reluctant in her heart, she had no choice but to obediently lead Ning Wuyou and his entourage, tirelessly searching within the secret realm for cultivators from the Xiantian continent, not daring to show any signs of negligence. However, during this quest for Xiantian cultivators, they encountered several groups of cultivators from other planes. These lower realm cultivators initially intended to approach Ning Wuyou and his companions to introduce themselves and express their intentions. Yet, before they could even utter a word, Ningong decisively struck. In just a few fleeting moments, he utterly annihilated these unfortunate souls, leaving not even a sliver of opportunity for them to plead for mercy. As Ning Wuyou and his companions recklessly hunted down the lower realm denizens within the secret realm, those denizens gradually became aware of the peril they faced. Consequently, they began to unite, forming teams to launch fierce counterattacks against the Ning clan members. It must be said, some of the Ning clan members were excessively arrogant and underestimated their opponents, perhaps due to their inherent disdain for the lower realm individuals. They believed these people posed no real threat and acted alone. The results were predictable. These blindly arrogant Ning clan members ultimately fell victim to the blades of the lower realm cultivators, paying a grievous price for their hubris. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days had elapsed since the lower realm cultivators entered the secret realm. Yet, the bloody carnage within the secret realm showed no signs of abating. In fact, it intensified. Some lower realm cultivators remained oblivious to the fact that their greatest adversaries were the members of the Ning royal family, continuing to slaughter one another mercilessly for the sake of so-called opportunities. Meanwhile, the Ning clan displayed a remarkable sense of unity, with no internal conflicts arising, which allowed them to reap substantial benefits and acquire numerous Lingyu pearls at the cost of the lives of lower realm cultivators. As time progressed, cultivators from various lower realms began to realize that continuing in this manner would yield no advantages and would only allow the Ning clan to profit from their strife. Thus, they ceased their mutual infighting, reaching a consensus. First, they would eliminate the Ning clan members within the secret realm before seeking other opportunities. With this consensus established, the lower realm cultivators began to gradually gather by plane, forming a formidable force to jointly resist the encirclement and pursuit of the Ning clan. This development caught some Ning clan members, who had acted independently or in small groups, off guard as they were suddenly surrounded by throngs of lower realm cultivators, leaving the Ning royal family reeling. At that moment, the secret realm transformed into a veritable battlefield, the air filled with cries of slaughter and anguished screams. Whenever the two sides met, it was as though they had encountered sworn enemies, instantly engaging in a life-and-death struggle, refusing to relent until one side lay defeated. Each combatant struck with ruthless ferocity, each move aimed to kill, for they understood a harsh reality. If they did not obliterate their opponent, they themselves would be the ones to fall. In this heart-stopping melee, the earth became stained with blood, and severed limbs lay scattered across the ground. Every moment saw lives extinguished, and the atmosphere was thick with the scent of death. Yet, despite this, neither side showed any inclination to retreat, gritting their teeth and persisting, vowing to carve a path to survival amidst the bloodshed. As the lower realm cultivators began to coalesce, their numbers swelled, while the Ning clan suffered significant casualties, with many perishing in the encirclement of lower realm cultivators, forever resting beneath this land. This tragedy jolted the once arrogant and self-righteous Ning clan members into stark realization. They understood that relying solely on individual strength in isolation offered no chance of victory. Consequently, many Ning clan members swiftly reacted, beginning to gather in small groups to form teams. Even though the innate advantages of the Ning clan were several times greater than those of the lower realm cultivators of the same realm, they could not withstand the ever-increasing numbers of their adversaries. The number of lower realm cultivators entering the secret realm far exceeded that of the Ning clan, leading to a precarious situation for the latter, who, even when united, appeared to be the weaker side. Thus, the disparity in strength between the two parties was no longer as pronounced, maintaining a precarious and fragile balance. Ning Ong strode confidently to Ning Wuyou's side, his hearty laughter resonating through the air. "Third brother, behold these mortals from the lower realms. It seems they have indeed grown wiser, learning to band together for warmth. However, I suppose it is a sign of some cleverness." As he spoke, he playfully patted Ning Wuyou on the shoulder. Ning Wuyou gently shook his head, his brow furrowed, and with a grave tone, remarked, "What you say is indeed true. In this case, the advantages our clan once possessed have utterly vanished. Henceforth, it will depend on which side can assert greater dominance and overpower the other." Ning Ong nodded in agreement, his expression solemn as he remarked, "Indeed, third brother. The outcome of this conflict remains uncertain." As the two conversed, an unexpected chilling laughter, laced with lethal intent, pierced the air. "Ha! I've finally found you lot. You truly are a challenge to locate." At that moment, an unforeseen event unfolded. A multitude of lower realm cultivators suddenly emerged from the shadows, flooding in from all directions like a relentless tide. Upon a cursory glance, it was evident that their numbers reached into the thousands, a scale so vast it was nearly unfathomable. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that every living soul from the lower realm had congregated here. As the situation grew increasingly dire, with Ning Wuyou and his companions on the brink of being surrounded, a new development transpired. A contingent arrived at breakneck speed, and upon closer inspection, it was none other than the members of the Ning clan. At this moment, the faces of each clan member were etched with fury and sorrow, as though they had suffered a great misfortune. Their eyes blazed with a fierce intensity, seemingly on the verge of erupting. Simultaneously, Ning Tianyi, who had just concluded the collection of the newly formed spirit-nurturing pearl, also noticed his kin's arrival. As he surveyed the scene, he was taken aback. The sight before him left him speechless. The once formidable and numerous clan members had dwindled to a mere fraction of their former strength. Moreover, even the few remaining members bore various degrees of injury, appearing utterly disheveled. The beleaguered Ning clan members quickly spotted Ning Wuyou and Ning Ong amidst the chaos, and they hurried towards them as if seeking a beacon of hope. Upon their arrival, Ning Eng's fury erupted like a volcano, his countenance dark and his gaze icy as he confronted them, demanding to know the cause of their plight and the whereabouts of the others. In response to Ning Eng's inquiry, a lightly injured clan member stepped forward, bowing with a quavering voice, "Your Highness, we have fallen into an ambush set by the lower realm cultivators. We are all that remains. The others have perished." With that, the clan member collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Ning Eng's rage surged within him, a desire to annihilate the lower realm cultivators burning fiercely. Meanwhile, Ning Wuyou, after absorbing the clan member's account, furrowed his brow in contemplation, fixing his gaze on another clan member, urging him to recount the events accurately. "Yes, third prince, here is the matter at hand." As he began to narrate, the expressions of Ning Wuyou and the others grew increasingly grave. Ning Ong, already ablaze with anger, trembled uncontrollably as he listened to the clan member's story, veins bulging on his forehead like grotesque worms, his eyes wide and bloodshot. The events had transpired several days prior. A few unfortunate members of the Ning clan had found themselves isolated in a secluded valley. Without warning, a horde of lower realm cultivators emerged, surrounding them. Faced with overwhelming odds and realizing escape was futile, they prepared to fight to the death. At that moment, a strikingly handsome young man stepped forward from the ranks of the lower realm cultivators and addressed them. "You have a chance to live. Whether you cherish it is entirely up to you." The besieged Ning clan members exchanged glances, pondering the implications of his word with the swiftness of the wind and the fervor of a wildfire. The news rapidly spread throughout the entire secret realm. As soon as the word emerged, its influence expanded exponentially. The members of the Ning clan, upon learning of this matter, were instantly ignited by an uncontrollable fury. Their faces flushed crimson, veins bulging on their foreheads, and their eyes seemed to emit flames of righteous indignation. Whether they were searching for opportunities within the secret realm or engaged in hunting individuals from the lower realms, they all unhesitatingly abandoned their tasks, surging toward the valley with the force of a tumultuous tide, determined to eradicate the weak beings from the lower realms. In a brief moment, the entire secret realm was engulfed in a tense and clamorous atmosphere due to this astonishing news. Just a day later, outside the valley, nearly 700 members of the Ning clan had assembled at the scene, their faces etched with rage. intent on making it abundantly clear to the lower realms provocateurs the dire consequences of challenging the Ning royal family. Death was the only way to quell their indignation. As the multitude of Ning clan members stepped into the valley, a handsome young man emerged, stating, "You have indeed come. You have not disappointed me." Hearing this, the foremost member of the Ning clan retorted coldly, "Ignorant fool, who in the entire immortal domain dares to provoke the Ning royal family? You are truly ignorant and fearless." The young man laughed heartily. "Today, I shall provoke your Ning clan. What can you do about it?" Ning Gang, the one who had just spoken and a leader among the Ning clan, declared angrily, "Once we eliminate you rabble, we shall then eradicate your entire plane, so that all may learn the price of daring to challenge the Ning royal family." The handsome young man scoffed, "To think you can obliterate my entire plane. We shall see if you can even leave this place today." With a mere wave of his hand, the valley trembled as if shaken by an unseen force. The Ning clan members, poised for action, suddenly halted, witnessing an overwhelming throng of lower realm beings emerging within the previously sparse valley. Counting them revealed thousands. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the Ning clan members were struck with dread. This is a trap. In an instant, the valley was filled to capacity with lower realm cultivators, all wearing expressions of mockery and derision towards the encircled Ning clan members. The handsome young man, with an expression of indifference, taunted, "Did you not consider yourself superior to us lowly beings? Did you not think you could trample upon us as mere ants? Now, let us show you how we, in your eyes mere insects, will drag your Ning royal family from its pedestal, burying every Ning clan member in this secret realm without exception." As soon as the young man finished speaking, the lower realm cultivators surged towards the Ning clan like a swarm of locusts, intent on annihilating them within the valley. The air was filled with the cacophony of battle cries, reverberating throughout the valley as if to rend the very heavens asunder. The Ning clan members, acutely aware of their dire situation, understood that if they did not fight with every ounce of strength, they risked becoming lost souls within this valley. Thus, they gritted their teeth, casting aside all reservations, unleashing their most potent abilities. Despite the overwhelming numerical advantage of the lower realm cultivators, they found themselves unable to gain ground against the Ning clan members, whose formidable strength and inherent differences proved to be a significant hurdle. The battle escalated into a fierce melee, with neither side willing to yield. Outside the secret realm, witnessing this scene, the members of the Ning clan glared with fury, exclaiming, "Humph, how dare these mere lower realm beings challenge us? They truly seek their own demise. Indeed, once this secret realm concludes, we shall eradicate these 10 planes." Someone echoed, "Have you forgotten the rules? Destroying these 10 planes is trivial, but what of the next 300 years until the next Tianqi secret realm opens? If they do not come, shall we feed our own kin to the bloodthirsty spirits?" A clan member interjected coldly, "What nonsense! Anyone who dares to kill our kin must pay the price." Another hot-tempered individual retorted. The discussion erupted into a fervent debate, with some advocating for the annihilation of the 10 planes, while others urged for a more cautious approach. Amidst the clamor, a commanding silence resonated like thunder in their ears, and the crowd fell into an immediate hush, recognizing the voice of the exalted Emperor of Heaven. In that brief moment, a solemn voice echoed through the air, as if descending from the heavens. "Where are the feathers of flight?" Though soft, the voice carried immense authority, instilling a sense of reverence. It resonated like a thunderclap across the sky. As the Emperor's words faded, a battalion clad in golden armor appeared outside the secret realm, kneeling on one knee, proclaiming, "Your subordinates are present. Upon the conclusion of this secret realm, you are to eradicate the inhabitants of these 10 planes without exception, obliterating their very souls." The Emperor's tone was devoid of emotion. "We shall obey your command." The feathered guards responded in unison, kneeling in submission. As the words obliterating their souls struck the ears of everyone present like a heavy hammer, they felt as if their hearts were gripped by an invisible hand, their breaths quickening. The atmosphere once again descended into an eerie silence, with only the Emperor's icy gaze sweeping over all, silencing any who dared to meet his eyes. Following the Emperor's decree, those who had just supported the annihilation of the 10 planes were ignited with fervor, bowing deeply in admiration towards the Emperor's manifestation. The battle within the secret realm continued, with the Ning clan suffering notable casualties, while the lower realm cultivators faced even greater losses. This brief engagement revealed the stark disparity in their capabilities, highlighting the depth of a family's heritage. Even though the lower realm cultivators outnumbered the Ning clan by several times, some matters cannot be determined by mere numbers. For instance, when Ning Gang unleashed his Five Thunder Law, swathes of nearby lower realm cultivators fell in an instant. Many of these lower realm beings had never even encountered such divine abilities, further illustrating the chasm between the two sides. The Ning clan members, fighting with reckless abandon, revealed their hidden cards and divine techniques, instilling fear among the multitude of lower realm cultivators. Qing Xian, how shall we proceed with this battle? As the skirmish had only just commenced, our side had already suffered nearly 1,000 casualties, while the adversary had sustained merely a handful of losses. With such a stark disparity in the casualty rate, could this battle not be deemed an inevitable defeat? An observer at the edge of the valley, his face marred by concern, spoke in hushed tones to the strikingly handsome man beside him, who was none other than Zhao Mingkai, one of those who had initially ventured into this enigmatic realm. Standing silently beside him, his expression grave, was the elegant Chen Qingxian, who had donned black attire upon entering the secret domain. Humph, Chen Qingxian, is this truly your so-called brilliant strategy? It has certainly compelled us to look at you with new eyes, exclaimed a powerful deity-level warrior nearby, his face etched with displeasure, laden with skepticism and derision towards Chen Qingshuan's tactics. A mere fledgling who has yet to touch the realm of true immortals, I had harbored some expectations for you, thinking you might possess considerable skill. Alas, it appears you are not, but a superficial jester. At this moment, a beautiful woman within the crowd unleashed her scorn without reservation, her contemptuous gaze resembling that of one observing an inconsequential ant. However, as their taunts lingered in the air, the increasingly agitated Zhao Mingkai could no longer contain his fury and retorted loudly. When Qingxian proposed this plan, it was met with unanimous agreement. Now that the battle has turned unfavorable, what purpose does it serve to cast blame upon him? Regrettably, before Zhao Mingkai could finish his statement, the disdainful woman struck him with a fierce palm, sending him hurtling through the air. With a resounding crash, Zhao Mingkai's body fell like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground. Impudent boy, this is no place for your words. How dare you speak so brazenly? The woman, her eyes wide with fury, reprimanded him vehemently. Her strike, imbued with formidable power, clearly demonstrated her genuine ire. The onlookers fell silent, refraining from uttering another word. Amidst the heated exchange, a woman of extraordinary beauty stepped forward, addressing the altercation. Elder Hua, I implore you to calm your tempers. I believe he may yet have a strategy up his sleeve. Let us observe the situation for a while. The speaker, Zhao Yimo, hailed from the Xintian continent and was an early-stage deity, having just turned 26. She was Chen Qingshuan's senior sister, a paragon of beauty from their realm. Being a 26-year-old deity in the lower realms marked her as exceptionally gifted. The elder Hua referred to by Zhao Yimo was the very woman who had just sent Zhao Mingkai flying, known as Hua Qingru, a late-stage deity from the alternate realm of Yutian continent. Upon witnessing her usually aloof senior sister defend him, Chen Qingxian swiftly turned to Zhao Yimo and expressed, "Thank you, senior sister, for coming to my aid. Do not mention it. I merely wish to avoid internal strife at this juncture. You would do well to devise a solution swiftly. For otherwise, no one can guarantee your safety," Zhao Yimo replied coldly. Noting her unchanging indifference, Chen Qingxian clenched his fists and acknowledged, "I understand. Thank you for your warning." Zhao Yimo disregarded Chen Qingxian, moving aside to observe the ongoing battle in the valley. The conflict continued unabated, with both sides entrenched in a stalemate. The members of the Ning clan wielded various supernatural powers and techniques with ease, retreating towards the valley's exit while simultaneously unleashing devastating magical artifacts from their spatial rings upon the densely packed mortals below, as if they were throwing away mere trinkets. The overwhelming numbers of the lower realm's inhabitants found themselves utterly helpless. Not only were they unable to inflict any substantial harm on their adversaries, but their own ranks were also dwindling rapidly. The disparity in foundational strength was insurmountable, and mere numbers could not bridge the gap. Watching from the sidelines, Chen Qingxian and Zhao Yimo, along with several other powerful beings of the Divine King realm, furrowed their brows in concern. Witnessing their side faltering while the Ning clan prepared to exit the valley was disheartening. The beautiful woman, Hua Qingru, who had just reprimanded Chen Qingxian, cast a cold glance at him and remarked, "Chen Qingxian, is this your strategy?" Truly a display of incompetence. As soon as Hua Qingru's words fell, Zhao Yimo followed suit, her expression frigid as she directed a piercing gaze at Chen Qingxian, stating, "Junior brother, if you cannot devise a solution once the Ning clan escapes, we will all meet our doom. I await your resolution." Chen Qingxian sighed internally, realizing he had no choice but to resort to a particular method. If you have a plan, then employ it swiftly. Hiding your intentions will only lead to our demise, a sturdy man in his 40s exclaimed angrily. Ignoring the discontent of the large man, Chen Qingxian addressed Zhao Yimo, explaining, "Sister, this technique is known as the blood prison formation. It requires a sufficient amount of blood energy to activate. Once initiated, there can be no pause. It will only conclude when all within the formation are dead. However what? Speak plainly, do not be so verbose." Hua Qingru interrupted, already displeased with Chen Qingxian. Chen Qingxian nodded solemnly. "However, the current blood energy is insufficient to form the array we require." Before he could finish, the gathered crowd already grasped his implication. "You mean to say that more lives must be sacrificed to unleash your so-called blood prison formation?" Zhao Yimo inquired, her gaze fixed on him. Chen Qingxian nodded, sighing, "Indeed. I estimate that we will need approximately 1,000 more lives to activate this formation." As his words settled, the expressions of the numerous late-stage Divine King Realm practitioners turned to fury, their eyes brimming with murderous intent. Humph! Hua Qingru's brows furrowed in anger, her delicate features reflecting her discontent. Such a nefarious scheme, sacrificing 1,000 to harm 800. How could you even conceive of such a heartless plan? Her autumn-like eyes blazed with indignation as they bore into Chen Qingxian. The burly man beside her echoed her sentiments. "You are absolutely right. I see you harbor ill intentions. Perhaps you devised this sinister plot seeing your fellow practitioners from the Xintian continent being inexplicably decimated in this secret realm, attempting to drag us from other realms into the fray. When we are all weakened, you intend to seize the opportunity to reap the rewards for yourself. Do you think us fools?" His large, bell-like eyes widened in fury, as if ready to unleash his wrath upon Chen Qingxian, whose hand gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, poised for conflict. Just then, Zhao Minkai, who had been knocked aside, sensed the tension and quickly addressed the group. "Esteemed seniors, while Qingshuan's actions may seem inappropriate, they are, regrettably, our only recourse." As Hua Qingru prepared to dispatch Zhao Minkai with another strike, a tremendous explosion erupted from below. Ning Gang, laughing heartily, shouted, "Those who fear not death, come forth. Witness as I obliterate you with the thunder bomb." Chen Qingxian and the others turned their attention to Ning Gang, who held a mysterious orb that shimmered with electrical energy in his massive hand. The orb, translucent and radiant, sparkled like the brightest star in the night sky, with arcs of lightning dancing across its surface, emitting crackling sounds that hinted at its immense power. The assembled crowd speculated that the deafening explosion they had just witnessed was caused by this orb. They mused that, given the force of the earlier blast, even a typical sovereign-level practitioner would think twice before facing such a threat. Meanwhile, the lower realm cultivators in the valley began to understand the true depth of the Ning clan's capabilities. At that moment, Hua Qingru turned to Chen Qingxian and coldly stated, "Are you satisfied now? Can your so-called grand formation be activated? Do not dare utter any more excuses about insufficient blood energy. That explosion must have claimed well over 1,000 lives." Chen Qingxian glanced into the valley and nodded, saying, "That should suffice." With that, he formed a series of hand seals, murmuring incantations under his breath. After a brief moment of concentration, he shouted, "Blood prison formation, converge." Suddenly, the blood energy within the valley began to swirl methodically towards the Ning clan, causing Ning Gang, who had just been savagely unleashing chaos, to feel a sudden chill as he looked around, noticing the multitude of blood energy drawing near. Ning Gang's complexion changed abruptly as he suddenly raised his voice, exclaiming, This is actually the blood fiend great formation of my clan. What on earth has transpired?" As he shouted, he swiftly turned his gaze toward his clansmen behind him. To his astonishment, those clansmen also wore expressions of bewilderment, glancing at their companions with equal confusion. Clearly, they were equally mystified by the sudden manifestation of this formation and had no idea who had wielded such a formidable array. Just as the entire Ning clan was engulfed in profound perplexity, Ning Gang's gaze suddenly fixated on a figure, none other than Chen Qingxian, who was intently manipulating the blood fiend great formation. In an instant, a surge of fury erupted from the depths of his heart. Ning Gang's eyes widened as he gritted his teeth and cursed. What an audacious wretch! How dare you brazenly attempt to learn my clan's blood fiend great formation? Do you not comprehend that such actions could lead to your utter annihilation? Humph. It seems you wish for the entirety of your realm to perish alongside your reckless deeds. Ning Gang's furious rebuke echoed through the valley like a thunderclap, instantly igniting the ire of the other members of the Ning clan. Their faces contorted with rage as they glared menacingly in the direction of Chen Qingxian. Simultaneously, the many formidable figures surrounding Chen Qingxian also caught wind of Ning Gang's enraged shout. Hua Qingru, her delicate brows furrowed, and a look of skepticism etched upon her face. Couldn't help but question Chen Qingxian. Is what he just said true? Did you truly unleash the Ning clan's heavenly blood fiend formation? Seeing that Ning Gang had seen through the formation he had cast, and noticing the murderous glares from Hua Qingru and the others, Chen Qingxian felt a pang of alarm and hastily clarified, this is by no means the so-called heavenly blood fiend formation. What I have conjured is the prison blood fiend formation, a technique I acquired in a secret realm. Besides, how could I possibly have the opportunity to learn the formations of the Ning royal family? Upon hearing Chen Qingxuan's explanation, the crowd nodded in agreement. Recognizing that with his mere greater completion stage cultivation, it was absurd to think he could engage with the royal formations of the celestial enlightenment dynasty. Just then, Zhao Yimo, who had been fixated on Chen Qingxian, coldly interjected, "You had best not be lying, for the entire Xiantian continent may pay for your deceit." Unaware of the gravity of the situation, Zhao Mingkai remarked, "Is it really that exaggerated? Do they dare to breach the rules of the celestial enlightenment dynasty? Moreover, with so many of us surrounding the Ning clan members in this secret realm, we have yet to see them violate the rules to rescue anyone." Humph, Hua Qingru scoffed, looking at Zhao Mingkai as if he were a fool. Rules? Huh, those are merely guidelines set for us denizens of the lower realms. Do you know why the Ning clan members outside the secret realm have yet to intervene? At Hua Qingru's words, Zhao Mingkai shook his head in confusion. Sighing, she continued, "It is because those Ning clan members trapped in this valley lack the weight to compel them to breach the rules. To the vast and mighty Ning royal family, these individuals are but a drop in the ocean. Should we touch upon the Ning clan's fundamental interests, it would not only be us trapped here who would face annihilation. The entire continent we inhabit would also be doomed." As her words fell, they reverberated like a thunderous shockwave, sending chills down the spines of the formidable figures present, who exchanged glances filled with deep-seated fear and concern. They had initially thought this encirclement of the Ning clan was merely an ordinary skirmish. Recalling previous incidents in secret realms where the Ning clan had not intervened against the established rules. Hence, they had dared to orchestrate the extermination of all Ning clan members present. Little did they anticipate that this would spiral into a matter of such vast consequence, potentially endangering the very existence of the entire continent. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. Chen Qingxuan's gaze slowly swept over those still reeling from Hua Qingru's shocking revelation. He mused inwardly, "Fortunately, before I entered this secret realm, my esteemed master in the celestial domain made slight modifications to this formation. Otherwise, had the situation unfolded as it did, even the celestial emperor would be compelled to intervene personally." With that thought, a wave of dread washed over Chen Qingxian, as a thin sheen of sweat formed on his brow. At that moment, he noticed that Ning Gang and the others were rapidly becoming ensnared by the blood fiend formation. Ning Gang bellowed, "Do not hold back. You all know the power of our clan's blood fiend formation. Once ensnared, one faces obliteration. Think of a way to escape, and we can settle accounts later." In the valley, upon hearing Ning Gang's words, the expressions of the Ning clan members shifted to one of grave seriousness. They were acutely aware that they stood at the precipice of life and death. A moment's hesitation could lead to their demise. Thus, each member unfurled their long-concealed trump cards without hesitation. Some drew mysterious artifacts from their bosoms, radiating brilliant light as if infused with boundless power. Others summoned strange runes that flickered with an eerie glow, evidently part of a formidable formation. Still, others unleashed their unique skills, their auras surging as if a battle god had descended. These trump cards were either heirlooms passed down through their lineage or secret techniques painstakingly cultivated over time, all serving as their final means of survival. Observing their frantic efforts, a mocking smile involuntarily crept across Chen Qingxuan's lips. "Futile, none of you shall escape today. Consider this but a modest interest on my part. With that, he hastened the formation's construction, witnessing the blood fiend formation morphing into a colossal net, swiftly closing in on the Ning clan members. Meanwhile, the multitude of lower realm cultivators encircling them had already received instructions to retreat hastily, moving towards the periphery. However, just as they hurriedly withdrew, they were taken aback as the Ning clan members revealed an array of astonishing and formidable trump cards. In an instant, brilliance erupted, spells whirled, and within the blink of an eye, hundreds of lower realm cultivators fell, their anguished cries echoing as they were mercilessly claimed by the specter of death. This sudden turn of events caused those who had retreated to exhale a sigh of relief, their eyes wide with terror as they beheld the gruesome scene before them. Grateful for their narrow escape from the impending massacre. Concurrently, Chen Qingshuan's hand gestures shifted rapidly, his formation weaving with increasing velocity, as if the very heavens trembled in response to his movements. Gradually, the vast blood fiend net that had previously hung above began to descend, expanding with astounding swiftness towards the Ning clan. When the net first touched one unfortunate Ning clan member, a chilling spectacle unfolded. The hapless individual, ensnared by the net, had not even a moment to offer resistance before being reduced to wisps of azure smoke, dissipating into the air as if they had never existed. Witnessing this, the remaining Ning clan members were paralyzed with terror, their faces ash. Ning Gang watched in horror as one after another. His kin were swiftly consumed by the terrifying blood-red net, vanishing in a flash of azure light. In their place, translucent, blood-colored spirit pearls, radiating an eerie crimson glow, cascaded from the sky, rolling incessantly on the ground. Witnessing his fellow clansmen fall before him, one after another, a surge of pent-up energy churned violently within his chest, as if it sought to burst forth from his very being. Just as the number of fallen Ning clan members approached a grim threshold, Ning Gang bellowed, "Do you fear death, my kin?" As soon as Ning Gang's voice faded, a chorus of 200 to 300 tribespeople echoed from the valley, proclaiming, "Fear not." "Excellent," Ning Gang bellowed, his laughter resounding like thunder, as if it could pierce the very heavens. He declared with clarity, "I shall invoke the 9 gates sealing technique. However, this formidable art requires more than my solitary strength to execute. I will need the assistance of all of you. Whether we emerge alive from this endeavor shall rely upon our collective fate." As soon as Ning Gang finished speaking, he abruptly raised his right hand, his index finger swiftly tapping his heart. Instantly, a drop of vibrant, crimson blood emerged from his chest. The droplet emanated a faint yet unsettling glow, quivering slightly in the air as if imbued with life. Simultaneously, Ning Gang's hands deftly intertwined, forming an intricate and arcane lotus hand seal. His eyes widened as he bellowed, "Esteemed comrades, lend me your strength." His voice reverberated like thunder, echoing in the ears of all present. Upon hearing this, the Ning clan members, without hesitation, emulated Ning Gang's actions, each extending a finger to their hearts, offering their own lifeblood. In an instant, hundreds of blood droplets floated in the air, their collective light illuminating the scene. The droplets, as if drawn by an unseen force, began to flow along the path traced by Ning Gang's hand seal. They swirled faster and faster, forming the image of a lotus. Ning Gang roared once more, "Art of 9 seals, reveal the gate of life." With his cry, the lotus pattern of blood coalesced into a portal radiating an otherworldly light. Towering several meters high and spanning over 2 meters in width, the portal was a deep, abyssal black, covered in a dense array of runes and symbols, evoking an aura of ancient mystery. Just as the newly formed portal appeared on the verge of collapse, Ning Gang cried out, "Now is the time for sacrifice." He channeled his spiritual energy into the nascent gateway. The clansmen followed suit, recklessly pouring their own spiritual power into the portal. The portal, which had been on the brink of disintegration, slowly began to solidify once more. Seeing the portal gradually solidifying, Ning Gang strained to shout, "Hurry, there are only 10 breaths left. Make haste." Realizing the preciousness of time, the Ning clansmen rushed towards the portal without questioning. As a portion of the clan stepped into the gateway, the mystical portal began to fade and dissipate. In the instant the mystical portal vanished, the overwhelming crimson net in the sky finally descended. Ning Gang exchanged a knowing smile with the numerous clan members who supported the mysterious portal with their own spiritual energy. Their silence profound. As the blood-red net descended, they dissipated like wisps of smoke. Observing that a portion of the Ning clan managed to escape, Chun Qingxian felt a surge of fury, thinking to himself, "Humph, consider yourselves fortunate this time." Zhao Yimou, witnessing the demise of all but the few who fled from the Ning clan in the valley, couldn't help but sigh inwardly, pondering whether this was a blessing or a curse. Noticing Zhao Yimou's furrowed brow, Chun Qingxian inquired with curiosity, "Sister, why the concern? We have emerged victorious." "Humph," scoffed Hua Qingru, casting a disdainful glance at Chun Qingxian. It was increasingly unbearable for him to endure her every condescending look, as if he were merely a speck of dust in her eyes. The fire of indignation within Chun Qingxian erupted like a volcano, unable to suppress his growing resentment. His face flushed crimson as he coldly retorted, "Had it not been for my involvement and assistance in this battle, how could you have acquired such invaluable spirit-nurturing pearls? How could you withstand the formidable power of the Ning clan?" Yet, his words struck Hua Qingru's heart like a sharp blade.